Okay, good evening, ladies and gentlemen. We're glad you're watching. Thank you so much for making time to join us. This is Mtembei TV, open forum political discussion show. A show that gives you an opportunity to hear what you feel and think about the latest development on our political front. Glad to be back as we continue with our discourse. Apologies, all of us who follow us on Facebook. We are having issues with Facebook. We'll be resuming later on. And so, please, if you are able to get us, inform all our Facebook followers that they can now get us on YouTube only in the meantime until our matters with Facebook is sorted out. We want to appreciate all of you for your continued followership and support as we proceed with our discussion. Well, there is a change of tune by the Kenya Kwanza government led by Dr. William Ruto. He says now Kazi si Kazi, Kazi ni Mjengo. Everybody to flex their muscle and go to Langata for Mjengo business. No more kazi mtaani, no more cleaning the city or keeping the city clean. Everybody to flex their muscle and be ready to work kwa mjengo. Uh, the question we place today is Dr. William Ruto and Kenya Kwanza government, the masters of double speak, politics of double speak. Will Kenyans let Dr. Ruto off the hook? That's a matter we would love to get us to understand. And then their protest over the new taxation measures. How far will this go? Is this the beginning of problems, or they have fortified themselves against all this upspring that is arising? The tax people were, wherever the Uber people were protesting the day, a day ago about the new tax measures. Will this be the problem for Kenya Kwanza, or is a solution altogether? Asante sana wote ambao mnajumuika nasi, karibu kwa show. Naomba tu tukajumuike pamoja, karibisha wote. Naomba tu kumbusha wale ambao wanatufuata kwa Facebook kwamba tuko YouTube peke yake. Kwa hivyo yeyote anayetaka kujumuika nasi katika kipindi cha leo ajiunge nasi katika YouTube, na ukitupata hiyo link share nayo kwa Facebook. Wale watu wa Facebook wakuje YouTube ili watupate. Kwa Facebook sasa hivi hatuna nini kia kuingia huko kwanza. Kuna masuala fulani ambayo yanabadilishwa ili tuweze kuendelea na matangazo yetu. Dahi Abdi, hi to you, thank you so much. Kevin Otieno, mimi ID yangu nitachoma KRA na sina kazi. If that is your new measures, we'll wait and see. GFHGG anasema, hi Bernard, I was disappointed with your boss Mtembei telling Ruto Kenyans that government has few job opportunities for Kenyans. He was just stating facts. The government cannot assimilate the population of Kenyans as at the people graduating and the job opportunities being left vacant. They can't match. That is a statement of fact. It was not an encouragement or discouragement of any government. It is an obvious truth that we have more people seeking for job than jobs that are available, and the government they can't be able to accommodate everybody. So sio masuala ya kusema, ni masuala ambayo yaliyoko. Kama wewe unaona una njia tofauti ya kudhibitisha kwamba Dr. William Ruto na serikali yake wana nafasi nyingi tu ya kuajiri wa Kenya, basi milango iko wazi. Kapeleka wafanyikazi wakafanya kazi. Fatma Abdullahi Mohamed, hi to you, thank you so much. JB, karibu kwa show. Karibu sana, nashukuru. Nani huyu mwingine? Simba Omar said, sijambo, karibu sana, thank you so much. Sophia Omar, love what you do, thank you so much. Nashukuru kila mmoja, tafadhali tukajibuke pamoja. link ya kuingia studio ndio hiyo basi, nimeshare kwa comment section. Naendelea tu kukumbusha kwamba hatuna mshikili fulani ya ku broadcast kwa Facebook. Kwa hivyo watu wote ambao mnatufuata Facebook, tunaomba tu mkajiunge nasi katika YouTube. Hapo ndipo tunapatikana katika kipindi cha leo, na leo tunaangazia from kazi ni kazi to kazi ni mjengo. President Dr. Ruto asema, alafu politics of double speak, will Kenyans let Dr. Ruto off the hook? Kila kitu alichoahidi ameanza kukibadili moja baada ya nyingine. Siku 100 zimekuwa sasa ni mwaka mmoja. Sijui kutakwendaje, lakini naomba tu kila mmoja hakikishe kwamba tunamakinika wakati tunatenda yanayopaswa kutendwa, ili kuhakikisha kwamba hakuna yeyote atakayesalia nyuma katika kuhakikisha kwamba serikali hii inafanya walioahidi wa Kenya. Sasa hivi mambo ni kama hayo. Wanasema kazi si kazi, kazi ni mjengo. Kila mmoja ataweza kujenga, kuhusika katika kazi ya mjengo. Hilo ndio swali tunauliza leo. Na nani alisema kwamba kila mtu anayefanya kazi ya mtaani ana uwezo wa kufanya kazi ya mjengo? Na hata kama ana uwezo wa kazi ya mjengo, kutakuwa na mijengo mingapi ambayo itaaccommodate kila mtu? Kwa sababu kazi mtaani ilikuwa imeenea nchi nzima. Ama hizi mijengo zitajengwa na hela ipi? Kwa sababu vilio ni kwamba hakuna hela na mahitaji ni mengi. Sasa kuna kuchanganya hapa, ambapo naomba tu kila mmoja ajitahidi kutuelezea waziwazi. Kuna huyu Mwangi Madhira anasema useless Mtembei TV lazima respect president. Kwani nani ame disrespect president? Double speak is what he has spoken. We are not disrespecting the president in any way. If you think we are, then it seems you are the one that is useless. In this case, be just borrowing from your own words. Be courteous. Be courteous. Understand the debate and participate in the same. Ama wachana nasi pole pole. Hakuna mtu amekulazimisha kuwa kwa hii channel na wala kufuata matangazo haya. Una uhuru wa kukuja au una uhuru wa kwenda. Una uhuru wa kufunga masikio na macho. Hakuna mtu atakudisturb. Hatuna kutumia link kwa nyumba yako. Kwa hivyo jitahidi tafadhali na ujiheshimu kwanza. Okay, naomba wote ambao mnataka kujumuika nasi katika studio, karibuni. Natafuta hiyo video ili tukaanze kusema yaliyoko jinsi yalivyo, kusikuwe na yeyote ambaye atakosea. Cha muhimu ni kila Mkenya amakinike, kwa sababu mambo yanavyokwenda ni lazima kila mtu ajitahidi ili aelewe nini kinachojiri na vipi tutakavyoweza kutekeleza majukumu yetu na kuendeleza nchi yetu. Lakini tukikaa tu hapo kukubali chochote kile ambacho kinaletwa na kufanya kila mtu aruhusiwe kufanya vile anavyopenda, basi kutaharibika maneno. Okay, so let's get down to this. Just a moment, getting this video ready. I'm sharing the link for those who want to join into the discourse. Make sure that you make use of the link and get in the studio and let's get talking. There is one person here that wants to cause problems here, and so we choose to do away with you, because you're not here to debate, you're here to incite and provoke people. I think if that's your mission, find another space to perpetuate your ill motive. We're here to secure Kenya, and we intend to do that in a very sober way without getting emotional. But for all that wants to cause problem or cause pain or inflict wherever pain in the hearts of Kenyans, they are part of the problem, and so we will not entertain you on this particular platform. We're here to safeguard the welfare of Kenya and be able to hold our leaders to account. Doublespeak is the politics of doublespeak is something that we must address, and it seems like the president is the one leading from the front matters of doublespeak. From kazi ni kazi, sasa hivi ni kazi ni mjengo, alafu after 100 days nikiweka Biblia chini hivi maisha yatakuwa gharama ya maisha itakuwa imeshuka, saa hii inaendelea kupanda, alafu yeye anaendelea kuitisha muda. Sasa kama ndio mambo ni kama hayo, basi itakuwa vipi? How many scripts are going to come up? How many scripts are going to come up in terms of people, believing this and then changing into something else? We must do what is needed. They say we have no work na wanataka tukue kwa KRA. Tutaona vile itakuwa. Okay, let's get this video as we proceed with the conversation. Thank you everyone who is joining us. We really salute all of you for your faithful followership. Tuendelee kwa pamoja.
Intervention by previous regime. Kazi kwa vijana is a social welfare intervention by previous regimes meant to cushion those at the lowest bottom of the pyramid against the economical turndown. It is tragically ironic that the same individual who preached bottom up is now telling the vulnerable youth to go look for Mjengo in Langata. We are fully aware of what happened in the Nyayo era high-rise estates, where well-connected individuals took advantage and allocated themselves multiple units in slum upgrading projects instead of the targeted deserving poor. We demand that the beneficiary list of the launching housing projects be made public to the country so that people may know and understand those who have been allocated those houses when and how.
Haya, mambo ni kama hayo. Bunge la wananchi hapo, mmoja wao akitoa hoja yake kuhusu kazi ni mjengo, na tena sababu zipi ambazo zinapeanwa na rais kwa kutoa kazi mtaani, kana kwamba shughuli ama sababu zilizosababisha kazi mtaani kuwekwa zimekuwa addressed. Why is the Kenya Kwanza government determined to replace every
huku ni NSSF? Tumefika ama hatujafika? Mulisema tutapigwa tear gas. Ubamas.
Okay, we salute all of you. Thank you for continuing to follow the broadcast. We invite your participation. Wale ambao mngependa kutoa maoni yenu ana kwa ana katika studio, karibu kila mmoja. Tunapoendelea na mjadala wa usiku wa leo, ningependa tukukaribisha kila mmoja tuangazie masuala ya kazi, si kazi tena. Wamesema kazi ni mjengo. Kila Mkenya ataweza kufanya kazi ya mjengo. Na ama rais anatumia ana vigezo vipi anavyotumia kusema kwamba wachane na kazi mtaani, kila mtu aende kufanya kazi ya mjengo. Kazi ya mjengo inaweza kufanywa na kila mtu, na hata kama kila mtu ataingilia kazi ya Mjengo? Itatoshea kila Mkenya kufanya ama itakuwaje? Hebu tuangazie kwa kina.
Nikiweka tu Biblia Tuesday chini, mimi na wao. Najua nyinyi mumeniambia ya kwamba mnataka ile kazi mtaani. Munisikize, sikizeni. Ati ile kazi anaamini ni ile ya kufunga tai kwa ofisi. Mambo ya kazi mtaani ni mambo zamani. Ati hii ya bodaboda si kazi. Mimi nataka niwaambie my friends, hiyo kiburi mutawacha. Munisikize, sikizeni. Mambo ya kazi mtaani ni mambo zamani. Ile kazi mtaani ya kuokota takataka na nini hapana. Wacha kiburi na wacha madharau. Kazi ni kazi. Ile kazi mtaani ya kuokota takataka na nini hapana. We are a people on a mission. Unielewa? Hiyo kazi hiyo sikizeni. Hiyo kazi ya mtaani. Hakuna kazi ya mtaani tena. We are a people on a mission. Unajua Kenya hii iko watu wana madharau na kiburi mingi. Wakiona biashara ya mtu mdogo wanaona haina maana. Wakiona bodaboda wanaona ni muhalifu. Wakiona mboga wanaona hana maana. Sisi tunasema kazi ni kazi. Watajua kazi ni kazi. Tuachane na hiyo. Sasa kazi itakuwa hii. Ninyi mnanielewa? We are a people on a mission. Nikiweka tu Biblia Tuesday chini, mimi na wao. Ninyi mnanielewa?
Well, ladies and gentlemen, we're glad you're watching. Thank you so much for keeping it at Mtembei TV, Open Forum Political Discussion Show. Mambo ni kama hayo, Master of Doublespeak. Mara kazi ni kazi, mara kazi ni Mjengo, mara madharau, mara kiburi. Sasa sijui ni lipi. Naomba kila mmoja, karibuni tukajadili kwa kina mambo haya. Kwa nini UDA na uongozi wake wanachezea akili za Wakenya? Mbona mambo yako jinsi yalivyo? Faiza Fadhila anasema, what did we do to deserve such a terrible president? It is not yet. Haijafika huko, tafadhali twende pole pole. Well, ladies and gentlemen, I'm glad you're watching. Please, let's come in as fast as possible. Kumbusheni tu wale wote ambao wanatufuata kwa Facebook kwamba hatuwezi kuingia Facebook leo. Kama kuna ungependa kufuata matangazo, basi lazima ujiunge nazi katika YouTube. So chukua hiyo link, shirikisha mtu ili wote tukamakinike kwa pamoja tunapoendelea na mjadala wa leo. Ningependa tu tutegee papo hapo, kwa sababu kuna mengi ambayo tungependa kushirikisha kila mmoja wetu ili tuendelee na kipindi chetu bila shida yoyote. Ndugu yangu Chaga, habari ya leo? Unmute.
Salama sana brother Bernard, ni mzima wa afya. Na ninamshukuru Mungu kabisa pia kulipa uwezo wa kuweza kuongea na wewe.
Amina, karibu.
Furaha zangu kwanza, na pia furaha yangu zaidi kwamba kumbe TV yetu Mtembei inatambulika. Jana nilifarijika zaidi kwamba japo kulikuwa na kijembe fulani nilikisikia hapo, lakini hakika kweli Mtembei, you are doing a very good job. Congratulations. Lakini kumbe haya mambo yanamtouch. Hongereni jamangu. Hongereni kabisa. Kwanza ninawapongeza mlio huko majuu, wale wako majuu. Hakika This is the right way. This is what we are supposed to do as human beings, kwa sababu hapa ni lazima tupo, na wakati wote tukiondoka kuna yale ambayo tutakumbukwa nayo. Wakati nikianza na nyinyi niliona ni mchezo Bernard, sikuwa nimeelewa kabisa, lakini kadri nilivyokuwa naenda na nyinyi hata najikuta nimegrow pia kiakili, kwamba hakika kumbe hatuchupi maneno yetu bure hivi, ila tu ombi langu kwamba vyenye ilipongezwa jana abaki pale pale na akubali kwa yale tunazungumza hapa kama wananchi ni mambo yanatuathiri, ni mambo yanatuumiza, kwa hivyo arekebishe. Huo ndio ufunguzi wangu tu kaka. Tukiingia katika mada ya leo, ukweli Bernard, ni kwamba hakika tuko kidogo kwenye matatizo, tuko taabani kidogo, na hali ikiendelea hivi si nzuri, na si nzuri kwa sababu hati kwamba napinga serikali hii. Mimi nilikubali kwa sababu kile kilikuja kwa roho yangu. Niliamini kwamba hakuna mtu yoyote alitokea kutoka, wote viongozi ambao wapo wote walitoka katika nchi yetu. Tofauti tu inaingia kwamba ni ule utendaji kazi, kwa sababu haiwezekani kama kiongozi kama macho ya taifa leo ukizungumza hili na kesho umezungumza lingine. Sasa tunakosa mwelekeo sisi wananchi, tunakosa kabisa mwelekeo, kwa sababu tuna expect likizungumzwa moja kama mtu mzima lifuatiliwe, lionekane kwa hili limezaa matunda. Endapo litashindikana, tuko hapa ku witness kwamba limeshindikana kwa sababu ya sababu hii na hii na hii, lakini leo ukituambia hivi, kesho kidogo hapo, mimi na si mimi peke yangu, na imani na wengi tuna bado hatujaona kweli kama kuna seriousness ndani kuhusu mwananchi wa kawaida, kwa sababu huwezi zuia tumbo Bernard, huwezi. Ukicheza na tumbo ya maskini, hapo unapalilia ugomvi, na mwananchi anapolipuka sidhani kama kutakuwa na usalama. Tuachie hayo mbali, turudi tu kwa masuala ambayo yamezungumzwa leo jana leo, masuala na taxes. Hili jambo limezungumziwa sana, hata kuna wengi wamempongeza sana Rigathi for the first time, kuona akiwa na comments za wengi kuwapongeza kadri nilivyofuatilia. Lakini ushuru ule tunaambiwa tutoane na ushuru utolewe, ni sawa, lakini je, kwa mwananchi wa hali ya chini haswa, hatuoni kwamba huyu mwananchi wa chini anaumia? Ikiwa gharama ya maisha iko hapa na unamwambia lazima ushuru ukusanywe, tena watu wa KRA wakusanye trilioni 3 for every year, ni sawa, maana uchumi wa Kenya ama uchumi wa taifa hujengwa na ushuru. Nakubaliana nalo 100%, sikatai. Lakini je, utamlazimishaje huyu mtu atoe ushuru ili hali gharama ya maisha iko hapo? Je, hujambandika mzigo juu ya mzigo? Ndio swali ambalo ninajiuliza mpaka sasa hivi. Ni sawa kabisa Bena, linakubaliana kabisa kwamba ushuru ndio ambao unajenga taifa. Lakini je, kwa hali kama hii ambayo tumepewa muda kwanza tutulie, mambo yatakuja tu mazuri. So kosa ambalo lipo ni kuondoa short term solutions na kukimbilia long term solutions. Haya mambo ya dharura, especially njaa, especially bei ya bidhaa ambazo ni muhimu, ambazo ndizo ambazo mwananchi wa kawaida anazikimbilia, na zikose tiba ya haraka, tukitegemea kwamba tunasubiri tuumie, lakini tutakuwa na mazuri mbeleni. Hapa naikosoa serikali yangu na kusoa kabisa administration hii, wamefail. Wangeacha pale mahali Uhuru wameachia, wakaendeleza, wakajiungaunga, ikafikia mahali wakatengeza yao ambayo yatakuwa ni long term solution na kujijengea umaarufu. Lakini huu kaidi ambao waliondoa ushuru nani, zile bakshisha ambazo zilikuwa zinazuia mwananchi at least asipate mzigo mkubwa, kwamba it was wastage of money, na hizo pesa zilitolewa zikanunua mbolea ambayo which tunategemea kwamba hiyo ndio itatupa chakula hapa, na wakati huo hatujaweza kujenga mabwawa ambayo tutaweza kunyunyia maji endapo mvua itakosekana kama ambavyo tunashuhudia kwenye nchi yetu. This is a mistake. It's a mistake. A very, very huge mistake. Ni kucheza na tumbo ya maskini. Na kucheza na tumbo ya maskini, hapa ni kujichimbia kaburi. Kwa sababu kama hali itazidi hivi, mtu ashindwe na kumfundisha mtoto wake na ulimwahidi mazuri, Bernard, tunaelekea pabaya. So mkuu wangu, nisiwe mrefu sana, ili nikupe nafasi na mimi nijipange kidogo niingie kwa panel vizuri. Leo nijadili pamoja na wenzangu, lakini kwa kweli tu nizungumzie tu hayo kwanza. Najua ni mengi ambayo umeweka hapo, lakini hayo kwanza. Aache kucheza na tumbo ya maskini.
Sawa, asante sana Chaga kwa mchango wako, mtangulizi mzuri kweli, na ni muhimu kila Mkenya makinike wakati umefika, tuulize maswali yanayofaa ili tupate majibu tunayopaswa kuyapata. Kwa hivyo ni wakati umefika, tusiwe tu watu wanasema bendera hufuata upepo. Badala ya kufuata upepo, lazima tuanze kujadili huu upepo unatupeleka wapi. You can't sail in all direction and succeed in getting to the right destination. Kwa hivyo, if you want to be part of the, kuna nani huyu Yasin Bun, your gadget is not well configured. Kwa hivyo hatuwezi ongeza wewe kwa studio. Tutatoka kwanza urekebisha alafu urudi. Device not connected because your configuration is wrong. Just correct it and you will get back na tutaendelea na mjadala. So let me play some videos as we proceed. Those who want to participate, please karibuni. Tunashukuru sana kwa kuwa Wakenya tupo na ni wakati wetu wa kujadili mambo kwa kina. Acha tupate huyu Mkenya anasema nini.
Government has come for the hustlers now. The border guys in Nairobi, in every state, you have to pay the business permit of 1,500 per month. The Uber owners of the online job, they take 25%. Then driver or the operator is left with 75%. Now government want 15%. Leo wako na maandamano Nairobi. Mama mboga, to have that kibanda, kukatakata hizo mboga, serikali inataka 1200 per month from you. And it is the government of mama mboga, watu wa bonda, wale wa kibanda. In ya kibanda, you need 2500 business permit. So, is the asylum benefiting or they are getting groomed? Think.
Asra tawara.
Bernard,
Haya, mambo hayo.
hapo patamu mkuu hapo. Na bado Uhuru aliwaambia
Yes.
ati tuna fight dynasty.
Yes.
Uhuru aliwaambia live.
Yes.
Sasa tuna fight, tunatoa dynasty, now serikali hiyo ya ikiwa situation ni hivyo, ikiwa situation ni hivyo, na nilizungumzia juzi Bernard, haukuwa hapo, nilikuwa asubuhi na kina Julia na Makiadi, nikasema serikali hii inamwilika pesa mahali ipo, jicho liko kwenye pesa, haliko kwingine. So Kenya tujipange, kwa sababu asiyesikia la mkuu huvunjika mguu. Tulizungumza hapa, tukarawarai wenzetu na tukasimama kidedea kuhakikisha tunaonyesha njia nzuri ni hii. Sasa tuone, baba anyamaze, Uhuru anyamaze, asijaribu kuwajibu hawa watu, wapigane na wapambane na hali yao. Wao wakizungumza fulani na fulani waliposhikana, haya mambo yaliharibika, kwa uchumi uliharibika kwa miaka 4, lakini mimi nitaongeza kwa mwaka a very kitu ambacho ni uongo mtupu. Nipeni mwaka mmoja tu, maana iliharibiwa miaka 4, of which that's not true. Walipinga wakasema hapana, uchumi huu umeanguka kwa sababu ya handshake. Nao wanatuambia ulianguka kwa sababu ya vita ya Ukraine na hali ya anga. Kile ambacho wenzao walikuwa nakizungumza wakakipinga, wamekileta tena, wamekidrive back kwa mwananchi. Ukiwafuatafuata leo, kesho wanasema ni kweli, lakini uliharibiwa na ABCD na fulani na fulani. Yani hii blaming game ni kupatapa tu, lakini hawakuwa tayari kutuongoza, hawakujua jinsi ya kuongoza. Hii ni ishara wazi kwamba hawa watu bado hawa ni maarufu kwa siasa tu. Waendapo siasa ni fitina ya Kenya, ukishamtilia fitina, maana ukizungumza kwamba wewe ukimwambia kweli msichana mimi niko hivi na hivi, hata kupenda, so itabidi utumie uongo ndivyo akupenda. This is the type of government we're having. So let's get prepared, but we are bottle top of trouble if we do not stand as Kenyans na tutoe ukabila, tusimame, tutoe umirengo, tusimame wote kwa pamoja, kwa sababu nikiathirika mimi mwanaazimio, ameathirika mwana Kenya kwanza. The same tunapata shida, especially we are jobless, tunategemea kilimo na kubangaiza humu, tunaumia Bernard. Mimi I'm very good, mimi ni mfano mzuri katika hii Mtembei. Among those people ambao wanabeba mzigo, mimi ni mmoja wao Bernard. Sijaajiriwa na niko Kenya hii, na si mimi peke yangu na wengi. So it's time tuseme politics ziliisha, it's time we need somebody to deliver. Failure to which, just march out, toka, simama. Jamani, nimeshindwa. Anayeshindwa ni mume, anayeshindwa ni mume. Toka, wache Kenya iongozwe. Kwa hivyo wamedharau mzee, watamtamani, na namwambia mzee anyamaze, asiwajibu kabisa, asiwajibu kwa aina yoyote. Uhuru anyamaze, asimjibu lote. Wale wote ambao wamepingwa, wamepondwa wanyamaze, alafu tuone itaenda wapi hii.
Okay, asante sana Chaga kwa mchango huo na maoni hayo. Nashukuru wote kwa comment section, tuendelee pamoja, heshima idumu. Tunaangazia tu double speak ya president kwa masuala ya bottom up. Mara kazi ni kazi, saa hii sasa amesema kazi ni mjengo, kila mtu ajisatiti kuingia katika kazi ya mjengo. Nini ambacho anatumia kama kigezo cha kujua kwamba kila Mkenya anayefanya kazi mtaani anaweza kufanya kazi ya mjengo, na kama mjengo utaweza kuchukua kila Mkenya ambaye hana kazi ili wapate kazi huko kwa mjengo. Na hela ya mjengo hii inatoka wapi? Kwa sababu kilio saa hii ni kwamba hakuna hela. Kuna walichukua uchumi ambao umezoroteka, wherever the government accounts had nothing. So kuna pesa ya mjengo ambayo itaweza kulipa watu wanaenda kufanya kazi ya mjengo, ama bado ni mchezo tu tunachezewa? So kama Wakenya tuanze kuuliza haya maswali. Politics of doublespeak. Will Kenyans let Dr. Ruto off the hook with his many promises and trying to change tag in order for him to try and escape? Protest over new taxation measures. Watafika wapi na haya masuala mapya ambayo wameanza kuintroduce. Karibu kila mmoja, nashukuru sana wote ambao mnaendelea kufuata Mtembei TV. Ningependa tu let me share the link again. Wala ambao mnataka kujiunga katika studio, karibuni sana. Okay, thank you everyone, and I will be getting to you shortly with an appeal. Let's get this video and then we talk further.
Your leaders to stir up. Tell your leaders, your African leaders, to stir up. The biggest problem of Africa is me and I. Our leaders, we the leaders, are mainly concerned about flag independence. Excellency, Honorable Minister, we don't know what we are doing. And if we don't stir up, these fellows are coming back to recognize us. So you people of Africa have to unite. The people of Africa have to unite. And when you unite, you gain strength. You pull together your resources. Pull together these African resources. Then we can see what to do. We are here very busy fighting ADF. I don't know, fighting among ourselves. If you with the Northerners, with the Westerners, with the Tanzanians, with the Tanzanians, Abanyarwanda, Echugu Church, the Chugu, where is it? But if we are united, if there was the union of a contribution by Tanzania, Kenya, Uganda, Rwanda, and Burundi, we would now develop Congo, would develop a nuclear capacity to solve our power needs. But you see, we can't do that when we are still Congo with their anthem, the book Congolais. Then you have Uganda. Oh, Uganda, may God help you. God does it go need rest? You call it God help us. Until when? God gave you heads, He gave you eyes, He gave you ears, He gave you brain, He gave you feet. You are there relaxing, seated. God help us. If I were him, I would just
Download the app on App Store or Google Play Store now.
Haya, shida yetu Afrika inatokana na viongozi ambao hawajui wanachofanya, lakini wako tayari kudumu katika ofisi miaka yote. Hilo ndio jambo ambalo lazima tuliangazie. Hawezi chukua mwalimu ambaye hajui kusoma afundishe wanafunzi kusoma waweze kujua kusoma. Hawezi chukua dereva ambaye hajui kuendesha gari ukamweka kwa gari alafu akalisongesha hata kwa hatua. Kwa hivyo lazima tujihoji kama Waafrika, kama tungependa kusonga mbele kama bara na kama watu, ni lazima tuanze kuangazia nani huyu anayeweza kutuongoza tukafika mahali tunakokwenda. Na hili limekuwa swala ambalo lilipewa kipaumbele haswa katika ule wakati wa independence. Okay, independence. All the African nations that were fighting for independence, they fronted brains, they fronted capable people, they fronted the best of the best so that they are able to get independence. It was now after independence that we began now to front mediocrity and all manner of things, putting them in high office when they don't have the brains and the capability to lead the people into the next phase of life. Now that, in my opinion, is the main problem. Having we are practicing what Jesus talked about, the teachers of the law. They stand in the way, they are not entering, and they don't want anybody to enter. We seem to have the leadership that wants to curtail and imprison everybody to their level other than facilitate people to move and advance and become better. So as Africans, we must style up. I agree with that man. We must style up we must begin to lay a demand on the leadership, especially the current leadership in Kenya particularly. We must hold them to account. They must deliver on their promises. And all these changes they are introducing, back door and front door and otherwise, need all to be scrutinized. The parliament need to wake up and realize they are in parliament for the people of Kenya, not for the regime that is on. The same with the Senate and every other wherever county assembly. We need to have vibrant leadership that is people driven and not just leaders driven. Thank you everyone. As we continue with the debate, the link to use to get in the studio is right now in the comment section, and I want to reach out to everyone. If you're able to get us, please remind the people who follow us on Facebook. We are not able to get the broadcast on Facebook in the meantime, and so if you want to follow the broadcast, you have to do it on YouTube. So if you haven't subscribed on YouTube, please do so, and you will not miss out on any of our many shows that we roll out every day. But kama ni lazima utufuate Facebook, basi wewe wasaidia watu wa Facebook, chukua hiyo link, share huko kwa Facebook groups, watu wa click watarudishwa huku kwa YouTube na wataweza kufuata kipindi ipasavyo. So viongozi ambao tumeweka kwa ofisi wanao uwezo wa kuongoza nchi katika uhuru, kuongoza nchi katika maendeleo, ama watasorotesha nchi wairudishe katika karne ya kwanza, wakati sisi tunang'ang'ania kuingia artificial intelligence age. Are we in for advancement, or we are in for retracking and getting back to the old fashion and old way of doing things? Haya ndio mambo tutazungumzia. Kazi, from kazi ni kazi to kazi ni mjengo. Kila Mkenya ataweza kufanya kazi ya mjengo, na nikipenda tuangalie hilo kwa kina. Alafu politics of double speak. Will Kenyans let Dr. Ruto off the hook with all these promises at this point in time? There are protests already on the new taxation measures. How far will this go? Will this survive, or what is it going to be? Swala nyeti kiasi ambalo ni lazima tuliangazie kwa kina. And one phenomenal thing is that the Kenya Kwanza government got into power. One of their major assets or major contributors to getting into power was the Boda Boda fraternity, the Boda Boda organization circles around the country. Now, with these new taxation measures where Boda Boda will need to part with 1,500 every month for the government, will this still keep the Boda Boda people into the corner for Kenya Kwanza, ama kutakuwa na mabadiliko? Nini kitakachofanyika kama Kenya Kwanza itatenga watu wa bodaboda na watu wa bodaboda waingie barabarani kuprotest masuala haya ya taxation? Ni swala ambalo ni muhimu tuliangazie, na ni muhimu kila mmoja amakinike katika kulishughulikia. Nashukuru kuna nani huyu Vic Hanel anasema yes, Africa needs to style up and think about the next in the future, next generation. Yes, very important, very important. Our independent fathers did not fight for themselves. They fought for their children and their children's children. And the reason why we stay awake for this particular show is not for us, it's for our children's children. Are you comfortable with the running of the government? Is it securing the future or eating the future and leaving nothing for our children's children but debts? That's something we can't take sitting down. So karibu kila moja hakikisha kwamba tunatekeleza yale ambayo yanapaswa kutekelezwa. Kusikue na yeyote atakayesalia nyuma. Wakati umefika kila Mkenya awajibike. Tunahitaji serikali ambayo itapeana ahadi alafu itekeleze hiyo ahadi. Sio baada ya kupeana ahadi unaanza kukimbia from this goalpost to another goalpost. Sasa saa hii tena kazi si kazi, saa hii kazi ni mjengo. wamama ambao wanafagia barabara watakwenda kwa mjengo? Itawezekana? Kwani kazi ya Kenya Kwanza ujuzi wote ambao watu wamesomea wakapata, walisema TVT, sijui what wamegraduate, ile kazi iko kwa Kenya Kwanza kupeana kwa Wakenya ni mjengo? Hilo linafaa alifae? Huo ni ungwana kweli? Nauliza, huo ni ungwana?
Si ungwana brother. Mungu atusaidie.
Bana, umekuwa mambo Leonard Mambo Mbotela. Je, huu ni ungwana?
Lakini nimepata leo.
Unajua hisi masaa yangu nimejificha mahali nimejificha huku nje nirudi.
Karibu.
Sasa unajua mnanifurahisha sana wa Kenya. Huyu jamaa aliwaambia ukweli yote bwana, mliambiwa ukweli na hamkuelewa. Aliwaambia ni bottoms up. Bottoms up kumaanisha mletewe pesa ndio irudi juu. Ni bottoms up, toa pesa chini kipanda juu. Ushuru lipeni bwana. Na mkaletewa tena wheelbarrow. They prepared you. They brought you the wheelbarrow. Wheelbarrow hutumika kufanya nini? Mjengo. Sasa mkiletea mkiambiwa mwende mjengo mnakataa na mko na wheelbarrow mlishapewa. The drama shall never end.
Alafu tunaanza kubadili nia.
Sasa mnataka kwenda sijui ati sijui nini. Na mliambiwa zote akawaambia ukweli. He never lied at any time of his moment. Waliwaambia tu kweli, mjengo akawapatia tools. Mkaambiwa bottoms up, mkashinda mkiuliza bottoms up inamaanisha nini, na mlikuwa mnaambiwa ni toa pesa ikienda juu, hakuna trickle down anymore. Sasa mnalia. Mutalia hii Kenya, but there's some hope. You know, the funny thing, I was watching the guys walking march, and it's so funny. Within the first less than 2 months, people already going on the streets complaining about some things. Na Ruto, I don't think they understand this bunge la mwananchi. Hii kitu itakuja kuwasumbua. Hiyo itakuja kuwasumbua because watu wako pamoja saa hizi. So wakiamua watatembea mpaka State House. So he better be ready. Either afanye kazi ama hapo atatoka. Raundi watu wachezi. Na media ni mingi, hata wakikata media tuko hapa. Yeah, so anyway, mimi nilikuwa nataka kuja niwasalimie kidogo. I was on my break kidogo hapa, nimehepa mdosi hivi. It's Friday, waiting to get out. Nikitoka I'll join in. Endeleeni kidogo na wasikiza.
Sawa. Thank you Mato. Thank you. A very good reminder. So walianza kwa kupeana wheelbarrow kwa sababu kazi iliyokuwa wanakuahidi ni ya mjengo, na wheelbarrow ni ya muhimu sana katika ujenzi. Kwa hivyo bado wanaendelea na script. Ni sisi tuko mbio katika kutarajia wao watekeleze kitu tofauti, kumbe bado wanaendelea na mpango wao wa kuambia Kenya itakuwa nchi ya mjengo. Kila Mkenya atafanya kazi ya mjengo, na kazi si kazi, kazi ni mjengo. Sijui kama kila mmoja ataweza kufanya hayo. Basi tujitahidi katika hayo yote, tutekeleze ambayo tunapaswa kuyatekeleza. Naendelea kuwakumbusha wote ambao huwa mnatufuata kwa Facebook, hatuko Facebook kwa muda sasa. Tunaomba hamia kwa YouTube, hapo ndipo utatupata. So if you're able to get us, please help the Facebook guys to come and follow us on YouTube. That is where we are broadcasting at the moment. Chaga, ulikuwa unasemaje?
Wacha nimshukuru Mato. Unajua sometimes ukweli yaani ukweli ukidhihiri uongo ujitenga. Very true. Wilibaro ndio hiyo. Sasa tujipange, kwa sababu nashangaa hata hii pesa imetoka wapi yenye inaendeleza haya maneno. So tuko kibiashara, Wakenya tupange, tunafanywa biashara, kwa hivyo tunanyonywa tu damu zetu taratibu. Kwa hivyo ni wakati wa kuamka, ni wakati wa kuamka na kuamua, tusisubiri. The more tunasema hii subiri, tutakuja kujikuta tumechelewa. Kwa hivyo mwenzangu, naona ameingia hapo, brother Benson, wacha tumpe nafasi tu, yani nisiwe mchoyo na muda mrefu sana, tumsikiza na yeye maoni yake.
Sawa, thank you Chaga, we appreciate it. Brother Benson, vipi lakini?
Niko salama, habari ya wewe?
Niko salama, nashukuru. Karibu.
Wewe una complain na uko na kazi hapo bwana, si hiyo ni kazi yako hapo? Hakuna
kazi ya kutetea Wakenya hii inaonekana itanilemea.
Work is work. Unajua sikukuwa najua kumbe hata DP alikuwa na watch Mtembei TV. Jana I saw Mtembei, then akasema Mtembei alikuwa na mchamba sana. Sasa Mtembei anafaa tuite chai. Kwa sababu president anamjua, si ndio? Like what I would like to say is everybody, whatever business you're doing, I don't think like government will do so much about your business. The only thing that the government can do to provide policies for conducive environment for your business. But like if you want to like having high expectation from government to give you some money, I don't think it's going to work from even from the look of things. You know, it will take time for even like the hustlers themselves, that those who believed in the hustler dream, to get those funds. It's going to take time. It's just like as a person now, you need to kind of like find your niche where you can do something that can bring you income, rather than staying behind to wait for some kind of like money from the government or some kind of aid from the government. Just do your part. If aid comes along the way, it will be okay. Yeah, but if it doesn't come, also on the niche where you have found, yeah, that one can make you do. And that's where sometimes I say that we as men, you know, we are men, we were given the dominion to rule over the earth and the sea. The dominion, I think, is to dominate. So what we should do, all of us, we should find our areas where we dominate, or areas that we are gifted, and we dominate those areas. Then if we dominate those areas, then we are going to earn income from them. Then if there's any assistance from the government or any assistance from well-wishers, then we can do from that. But like to put most high hope on what politicians usually pledge, some of them are not very truthful. That's what I can say.
Okay, sawa, asante sana brother Benson. The politicians need to provide leadership. The purpose by which they are occupying those offices and they are being paid for it is to provide solution to our problems. But sasa hawa wakishanyakulia kazi wakaingia kwa ofisi, wanatuacha katika mateso, watarudi tena baada ya miaka 5 kutuambia kwamba tuwakumbuke. Hii mateso mpaka lini? Na inji itaendelea hivi mpaka lini? Ni wakati umefika tuanze kuuliza maswali ili tujue, kwa sababu hatutakuwa hapa milele. We will never be here forever. We will soon be faced off, and our children and our children's children will take over. When they take over, what will we have left behind for them to take? Can that be an agenda for us to focus on in terms of holding these people in leadership to account? because it seems like nobody's caring about the future. Everybody wants to eat now, finish now, and live now. There is nothing for tomorrow. Unmute.
Bernard, unanisikiza? I think one time if we
I'm
meet
getting
again,
you. Go ahead.
one time if you meet again, I will share with you something that I did about leadership, and you would see, and this is captured. There's what we call the true leadership and leadership. Yeah. And what is true leadership? A true leadership is leadership that is always concerned. His main concern is the people that he leads. That is a true leadership. But leadership mostly concerned about himself first, then the people that he leads. Yeah. So if you get those who kind of like have the character traits through leadership, they will always think of the generation that is coming. You will find like most of what they talk about the future. How are we going to be in 10 years to come? Yeah, they're talking about the future. And you will find like when they're talking about the future, they will always bring everybody on board, whether you disagree or you agree with him. Then they will come with a common goal and they work on that. That shows you what true leadership is all about. But the leadership is thinking of like how, like now they are elected, like now we have the leaders that are elected now. Most of them right now, their main agenda is not the generation, but like the election that is coming. How am I going to retain this my seat for the 2027? Yeah. So you find that now, instead of working for the people, he's working for himself on how to retain the seat in the next coming election. And so it doesn't give him that the leadership that the needs of his people. It doesn't work on them. That's I will share with you next month. I think I'm seeing you next month in person.
Sawa sawa, asante sana kwa hayo. Nashukuru. Na jukumu ni letu. Tunavyoongozwa vibaya inatokana na viongozi wabaya ambao tumepatia mamlaka, na tukitaka uongozi mzuri lazima tuchague viongozi wanaofaa. Lakini as a society ni kama tume hatujali. We don't care, and in the process we may suffer long. Let me play a video before Chuck can come in. There is a video. Let me see where is it. Is this the one?
As she explained what YouTube has done to her and her business, and she proudly introduced herself as the CEO of her company. It's amazing. I listened to Kenneth Mutembei, who is running a digital television station. The only thing he didn't say is that I have contributed also to his good business. He's run many stories about me. Although he said we are not on the same side, but I think we are on the same side, Kenneth, because you and me and others, we participated. So we are on the same side. The people on the other side are the people who did not participate. But if you participated, irrespective of the side, we are on the same side.
Ama mimi sisemi kitu. He said he contributed in terms of the stories we have run about him. Sawa sawa. Okay, let me get another one. Let me get another one, then we can discuss further. Kenya is a very interesting country.
Imepindi ile nyumba ambayo tulijenga na gavana yetu ya bao pale ndio nafaa kwenda kulala, kwa maana sasa sifai kulala official residence because I'm not an official of the government. So ni kwa hisani, kwa maana nimeona yale mambo yameandikiwa barua ya EACC. Ningependa EACC wanisaidie nijue mipaka yangu, wanisaidie nijue kama nafaa kulala katika lile boma la serikali, nielewe kama nafaa kubebwa na lile gari la gavana wakati tunaenda mahali. Kwa hivyo ningeomba EACC wanisaidie pia mikutano, nielewe ni mikutano gani official ambayo ningefaa kuwa natumia, kwa maana sasa mpaka hapo imefika mimi nimeona napitia ile inaitwa GBV, gender based violence. Kwa hivyo gender based violence sio ya wanawake peke yake, hata mimi kama mwanaume sasa napitia hiyo gender based violence. Sasa mimi nashangaa mpaka kuanzia hiyo barua ilipoandikiwa EACC, mimi nakaa nyuma ya tent. Mimi sasa sibebu na gari lile la gavana, tena sipatiwi lift na yeye tunapoenda mkutano, inabidi natafuta ile boda chap chap. Na pia sasa kulala imebidi yeye analala residence official, mimi naenda kulala nyumbani kwetu ambapo tumejenga.
Okay, the confusion in our Kenyan society. I don't know what I can make from that. Nani anasema Nyambuzu Fred anasema Bernard Ruto anakujua. Atakozaje kunijua? Yeye ni mfuasi wa Mtembei TV, na Mtembei TV ndio sisi tuko, so lazima tuwe tunajulikana kwa njia moja au nyingine. Na shatu monitor kwamba we have carried a lot of stories about him. We still do, and it's our duty to do the same, and therefore we'll keep doing what is right for this country because it is necessary. And so, Bwana Benson, you can say something before I get into the other side.
I don't have anything to say, but like, you know, I'm usually like one person who will always give a chance for a government to to work. But like for the love of the country, I just pray that everything go as a plan, like we get good leadership from DP, because at the end of the day, whether people voted for him or people did not vote for him, the economy or like hardship crashed, kind of like cut across the board, whether you are the guy who is supported as Mio or who supported Uda. But like another thing that DP also, because like he knows now he's watching us, we come to realize that he also should listen to some of our advices, might even help the country, because our main aim here is not only to criticize him where he's wrong. Our main aim is also to put some ideas that might also assist in building up the country's democracy. Yeah, that's what I can say.
Okay, thank you. That's a good one. And in the course of conversing, we say the secrets of men are in their stories. In the course of conversing, if you're keen enough, you will hear the problem, you will hear the solution. And we have helped the Kenya Kwanza government intensely on this particular platform by offering them free counsel, free consultation, free everything. If they have been having an hearing ear and a seeing eye, I'm sure they know what they are doing that is wrong, and they know what they are doing that is right. In the meantime, my take is it was wrong for the Kenya Kwanza government to come in and do away with everything that was working. without having an alternative of how it's going to work. You don't come and replace the old teacher with no teacher, or you retain the school, you put away the old teacher and you don't provide a new teacher, or you say you will bring a new teacher in 1 year. So what's going to be happening in the meantime? And so I think they are lacking the aspect of continuity. They want to begin on their own fresh slide. And if that is the approach, then they have a long way to go, because Kenya has been in existence. It's close now to 60 years after independence. You can't come and introduce a new slide. There has to be a building on from the previous, and then progress, correct what is wrong, and forge ahead. But there seems to be a spirited fight against everything that has been going on previously, so that they can bring in their new slide, and their new slide seems to be empty and impractical, and probably it will backfire in their face. And this aspect of hunger is no joke. The hungry man is an angry man. You will not entertain him with stories anymore. And I remember after who was this? The president of Nigeria, Jonathan. Good luck.
Good luck, Jonathan.
Yeah, good luck. Jonathan came in and then left. Then the new president came in, and for the whole year he was blaming good luck. And the Nigerians got up and say, hey, 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 good luck is not here. It is you who is in office. Make delivery. It's like these people are caught up into blaming every other person except owning up to the responsibility of leading Kenyans aright. And that's something that we can't brush off. Tunaitaka matibabu, tunataka masomo ya quality education, tunataka chakula ambacho kila Mkenya anaweza kuafford, tunataka hali ambayo ni bora kwa kila Mkenya. Hii story mingi ya tutafanya kazi mtaani, tutafanya kazi ya mjengo. Kama kuna hela ya mjengo, lazima kuwe na pesa ya unga. Okay? Kuwe na pesa ya petrol. Hatuwezi kuruka petrol, turuke unga, tuingie mjengo. Na kazi ya mjengo haifanywi kwa tumbo kavu. Haiwezekani. Kama kuna kazi ambayo inahitaji chakula, ni kazi ya mjengo. So kama kazi si kazi, kazi ni mjengo, basi chakula kwanza. Is there a food for Kenyans? Kwenda kwa mjengo?
Bernard.
Yes.
One thing that also I would like to say, as per se about Kazi ni Kazi is a very good slogan, and what makes Kazi ni Kazi beneficial is, like, I think what president should do right now, if intention is to make everybody in the lower social class, let me say, like on the lower side, lower earning, people who are living below the poverty line, to make good use. What should come in is like every job sector. I think the government should come up with laws that governs those jobs. Yeah, so like we would have, like, if somebody is going to Mjengo, like there's a Mjengo somewhere, what is the minimum wage for paying for somebody who is doing Mjengo? Like a situation whereby somebody might be going to do a Mjengo, and like you find watu wa mkono, mtu labda analipwa 300. Now when you look at what 300 is being paid per day with what this guy is doing, does not match. So what should happen, like the president should come up with, or the government itself should come up with laws that governs like every job, like such as, but in particular, something like Mjengo. You say that everybody that will be doing Mjengo, the minimum wage that this guy should be paid is this. And like by the time this guy is doing Mjengo, this guy should be having insurance just in case if something happens, because we have like injury usually that happen on site. Yeah. So the contractors, by the time they're employing people, they should all have that the minimum wage is this, then we know that what hours is this guy is working. This guy is working from 6 to 5 a.m. That is maybe 8 hours. Then after 8 hours, then if he works hours after that, there should be overtime. So such like ideas, those ones will kind of improve the lives of the people who are doing Mjengo, and they can see the meaningful in what they are doing. And also, and that one also will kind of like have what we call decolonization of the mind about the job. Because like most, when you go to some areas, people do not classify job. Yeah, if somebody's doing Mjengo, in the eyes before the society, we see like this person is somebody that is belonging to a low class kind of like life, you know. That the reason is because like what they are earning. But if the laws and regulation can be put in a way such that if you're going for Mjengo and it has a very good return on you, you have insurance that if something happens, you have to be paid, then that one will make the life even better for him, and the country at large. That's what I can say.
Okay, asante sana Bwana Benson kwa mchango huo na maoni hayo. Ningependa tu kuwakaribisha kila mmoja. Asante kwa wale ambao mnaendelea kukaribishana katika mjadala wa leo. Tunaangazia the politics of doublespeak. Will Kenyans get Dr. William Ruto off the hook from his doublespeak ama kutakwendaje? Kazi ni kazi has moved from kazi ni kazi kwa kazi ni mjengo. Kuna mtu akitongana uliza watu watafanya kazi ya mjengo kwa wakiwa na njaa. Itawezekana? Swala nyeti kweli. I also want to remind us, I have that my team that helps me pay my Wi-Fi and buy tokens. We have not done that for a while now. Ningependa tuhakikishe kwamba tufanye hivyo. In fact, hii net natumia ni ile ya slow motion na hii ndio ile ya nyumba, ikizima imezima. Yangu ya full blast imekatwa. So nataka mtu fanye juu chini, tuchange hiyo hela, tulipe tokens na tulipe wifi, ndio turudi ile full blast, tuende moja kwa moja ili tusifungiwe nje. So we still have opportunity to air what we feel and think about here. Like you know that Mtembei TV is now no longer an option. It has to be running, and for it to run, especially this particular show, it requires very good speed network, na hiyo inalipwa vizuri. Hatujapewa ile ya Kenya Kwanza, walisema ya bure, na ingoja sana. Sijui kama mimi nitamove karibu na soko ama soko nitamove karibu na mimi, lakini kabla hiyo ije naomba tu wale ambao mko na nia njema na mngependa kusaidia kuchangia tokens na wifi ili tuendelee na mjadala bila shida. I'll be sharing the number so that you make in whatever you can as God enables you, na tusonge mbele. So hiyo sadaka nitakuwa nachukua. Will be sharing the number. In fact, I'm sharing it right now. You help buy tokens and pay Wi-Fi. Namba ndio hiyo. Tufanye tu hivyo polepole hivyo, tukiendelea na show, tukiangazia mambo tofauti. Wote ambao mna nia njema na mngependa kuhusika katika kazi hii, it is important that we do that. Since we all enjoy this show and enjoy this particular program, I think it is no trouble if you chip in one way or another. Maswala mengine tutashughulikia as time goes. Thank you very much. So I want to urge all of us, please let's do our very best to pay up. Safaricom wanatumia mimi bili, wametumia mimi bili ingine hapa ya ajabu ajabu, but we have to do that to keep connected and continue broadcasting bila shida. So wifi na tokens tuma kwa hiyo namba, tukiendelea na mjadala wa leo. Chaga, ulikuwa unasemaje? Utafanya mjengo bila chakula? Itakwenda
hapo 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 wewe acha tu maana lakini ni sawa, ni sawa, waache wafanye watakavyo, hatuwezi laumu,
Wanachaga
lakini
pole pole. Chaga, one moment. Wacha niwapatie story kidogo tu ya kulikuwa na jamaa huko kwetu alikuwa akifanya kazi ya kupasua miti. Unajua kupasua miti ila nakata mti alafu anapasua kuni and all that. Sasa yeye alikuwa amezoea akikuja anafanyia kwa boma, akuja kwa boma unapika ile ugali unaona 2 kg, okay? The 2 kg all of it unaweka kwa sufuria moja, alafu unapika ugali hiyo ikiwa na hiyo ndio unamserve. So kuna siku alienda kufanyia bomba lingine ambao hawaelewi vile huwa anakula, kwa hivyo wakapikia, lakini wakaleta ile unaonaga ile bowl unaletewa ile ndogo Simba ile ya hoteli. The man just broke down and cried. He did not eat. So mjengo wenu bila chakula sijui utaendaje?
ni sawa. hapo pagumu Bernard, but nitazungumza kama alivyozungumza Benson hapo kwamba amezungumza masuala na leadership na akatoa mifano, lakini hata uongozi si kitu kikubwa. Uongozi ni kutoa suluhu kwa wale unaoongoza, na ndio maana tumewatuma pale, maana sisi ndio tumewatuma pale, sisi wapiga kura ndio tumeweka pale, hawajajiweka wenyewe. Na wakipiga kampeni watakwambia nguvu zote za ziko hii katiba yote iko kwa mwananchi, lakini baada ya kupata inatoka katika kipengele hicho cha kwamba sasa nguvu iko kwa mwananchi, inakuwa nguvu ni yao, na wako tayari hata kuamend some ili kujifavor kwa mambo fulani. So for real, mimi langu tu, kwa sababu ndio zangu zenyewe za kubangaiza, nisije nikafungiwa nje kama unavyozungumza, maana hali yangu si nzuri, lakini kile nitafunga nacho Bernard, ni sisi wa Kenya wote tushikane kitu kimoja. Hilo ndio ombi langu tu, tushikane kitu kimoja. Sehemu kama ni mbaya tuseme ni mbaya, panapostahili kupongezwa tuseme panapongezwa, lakini ukweli mchungu ni kwamba hatujaona pa kupongezwa mpaka muda huu. Siku 100 zinaelekea kuisha, hatujaona pale kwa kupongeza. Maana kwa kupongeza ni kuhakikisha huyu unayemtawala na huyu aliyokutuma pale mfanye kazi ameona at least ana mwelekeo wa kupumzika, na kupumzika ni kwamba anashibe, anakula tumboni. Lakini kama hakuna kula tumboni, hapo ndugu yangu ugomvi utaingia hapo. So haya yote tuyazungumze, afanye, ajenge, afanye nini, yote ni 9, la 10 ni mwananchi. Mzigo alionao ni mkubwa mno, na kusipokuwa na mikakati ya kuweza kumtetea huyu mnyonge, alafu baadaye sasa ajue kwamba huyu mtu alitupeleka pale kumbe alikuwa na ABCD, hayo yote mazuri, hata kama kuna mazuri yako pale, hatapata nafasi ya kuyafikia. So the only healing solution is aende kwa drawing board, aangalie suluhu ya huyu mtoza ushuru, suluhu ya huyu aliyomwahidi mwananchi wa chini anakula. Akishakuwa na hilo na ashatatua hilo, aondoe hizi mipango zote zake za long term solution, kwamba tusubiri. Hakuna cha kusubiri, tumbo haingoji kesho. Nyinyi mkiwa na vibarua, kuna watu wengi hawana kazi, especially mmoja wao ni si mimi. Unaishi kwa nguvu yako, hata kama mtaji wa maskini ni nguvu zake mwenyewe. Imefikia mahali mzigo ni mkubwa mno. Kwa hivyo mimi nitaongea hapo tu Bernard, arudi kwanza, atetee wananchi wake, maana lengo la uongozi ni kumsaidia yule mtu ambaye unamuongoza na kumuonyesha njia. Hilo tu.
Okay, asante sana Chaga kwa hayo, na tunashukuru sana kwa kuendelea kupeana wasia wako na ushauri wako kwa Wakenya, na ni muhimu kushikana pamoja. Lazima tushikane pamoja kama nchi, kwa sababu chochote kinachokwenda mrama na nchi hii kita affect kila Mkenya, kiwe kizuri ama kibaya, lakini uongozi mbaya una madhara mengi sana, ndiposa tusipate Wakenya ambao watajiunga na uovu kinyume na Wakenya wengine. Na kuna suala ambalo limetangazwa leo na Director of Prosecution, I think so, kuhusu kukamatwa kwa askari waliohusika katika kushoot Baby Pendo in 2017. It's coming a little bit late, but justice delayed is justice denied. But let's see how far that goes. It could be also another diversionary tactic to get people from asking right questions at this point in time by backtracking people to go back to the 2017 environment. And so kuna siasa ambayo inachezwa hapa. Tuliambiwanga kwamba state capture, using state what. Inaonekana they are playing the same script to try and confuse us, but tutakaa macho wazi kuhakikisha kwamba hakuna breathing space mpaka unga ya 70 irudi, mpaka free wifi atupate na ahadi zote zitekelezwe. Kuna jamaa alitumia video jana inasema kama mnasikia njaa mkule kule mbolea itawasaidia. Ngoja mwaka mmoja umepata rutba ya kukula ugali ambao umeshushwa bei. So Wakenya wana mambo, lakini Mungu ni mwema. Thank you those of you sending in their contribution towards wifi na tokens. Tafadhali tuendelee hivyo hivyo, tusichoke, lazima tutekeleze haya kwa makini. Dadangu, vipi lakini?
Niko poa, habari zenu?
Wanasema kazi si kazi tena, kazi ni mjengo. Hebu
sasa akina mama watanda mjengo kweli? Unajua hii kazi mtaani ilikuwa ya kila mtu, hadi mama mzee angeweza kuifanya. Sasa mama mkongwe ataenda hiyo mjengo kweli? Hata mama tu watawezana? Alafu kila mtu akiamua kuhamia Nairobi, sasa Kibra, sasa huko itakuwa aje? Kwani watu wangapi hawana job? Kweli mimi sidhani kama huyu mtu alikuwa na nia ya kulidi, yani ana ile leadership quality ndio hana. Juu huwezi mwambia mtu kazi, huwezi mwambia, wakati alikuwa na kampeni alisema kazi ni kazi. Hata hiyo ya kufagia ilikuwa ni kazi, hiyo ya kazi mtaani ilikuwa ni kazi. Sasa wakati huo ameingia, sasa hiyo si kazi tena, watu waende mjengo jameni. Kwani Wakenya si ni wajinga aje? Sinafikiria wajinga waliisha ama kuna wenye walibaki bado? Bana, tuchangamke. It's up to us. Ni sisi wenyewe tujisimamie, tumwambie huyu mtu atufanyie venye tunataka, la sivyo aondoke. Hapo pia yeye mwenyewe anajua hapo mali amekalia hicho kiti si chake, amekalia amekalia baraka ya mwingine. So kama it's too hot, aondoke tu polepole, resign tu. At least tutampenda kwa kuresign. Lakini akizidi kuendelea hapo na atupe tu hizi ma excuses eti sijui what. Hatutaki ma excuses. When Uhuru was there, he used to say the handshake brothers. Now the handshake brothers are gone. Why is he still looking for the handshake brothers? He said tumetenga. Where did all this money wenye walitenga ilienda? Ama imeliwa? Huyu mtu alisubsidize fertilizer. Hii pesa ya fertilizer ilitoka wapi kama hakuna do? Sasa hizi pesa zote alikuwa anatenga, kwani alikuwa anatengea nani? Alikuwa anatengea wafu. Watu wanakufa njaa, mtu unakuta anaenda na gift priest gari ya 6 million. Hebu niambie, hiyo 6 million angeitumia kwa chakula, watu wangapi wangefaidika? What are the basic needs? Why do we have to wait for 1 year to get food? Well, you can give us food in less than 100 days. Why? It means you don't have the interest of mwananchi at heart. So if you don't have the interest of mwananchi at heart, it's good to just leave. Let's give someone else who can do that. I'm glad Baba is back, and he said he'll not talk. He'll give us direction hapo mbeleni, so wacha endelee kunyamaza hivyo. Tuwapenda hivyo, acha kiumane kati ya serikali na wananchi. Juu baba akiongea atasema ni baba, ni baba, ni baba, ni huyu mzee. Sasa acha ikae wananchi aseme nyinyi wananchi. Acha kiumane kati ya wananchi na serikali. Juu hata sasa hii naona wamesema eti ukifikisha 18 years utalipa tax. Hebu niambie, mtu wa 18 years labda umemaliza shule, hata job hujapata. Sasa hiyo tax yenyewe utatoa wapi? Hiyo tax utatoa wapi? We mwenyewe? Lakini Mungu atusaidie, Mungu atusaidie. Huyu mtu kama hawezi fanya kazi, aende tu polepole. Tunajua baba can do that job better. Baba na mama bado wako, hawajaenda mahali na baba hajachoka. Asante sana Bernard na
Thank you Eugene, we appreciate that. Kazi itafanywa. Kuna unajua slogan ya hawa watu ni wheelbarrow, na wheelbarrow haiwezi fanya kazi mpaka isukumwe. Kwa hivyo lazima Wakenya wajitolee kusukuma wheelbarrow ndio ifanye kazi, la sivyo wheelbarrow mahali umeiacha hapo ndio utaipata mpaka uisukume ndio isonge sehemu nyingine. Kwa hivyo tulipoacha serikali ambayo ilikuwa inajisongesha tukajiingiza kwa serikali ambayo ni ya wheelbarrow, basi tulijipatia wajibu mpya wa kusukuma ili wheelbarrow ifanye kazi. Nani ya Wino Rapemo anasema he's busy launching UK Uhuru Kenyatta projects yet Kenyans are dying for hunger. Kubaya, but let's wait and see. Okay, I'll play one video or so, then we proceed further. Thank you everyone. As we continue, invite somebody to watch with you. Just alerting us we are not able to broadcast on Facebook until further notice. So kumbusha wale watu wote wetu wa Facebook kwamba tuko hapa YouTube, na kama unataka kutufuata please enjoy YouTube, subscribe ili usipitwe na chochote ambacho kinaendelea katika Mtembei TV. Thank you everyone, and thank you those of you that are sending in their contribution. We are waiting on you. Karibu sana. Let's listen to this.
Kwanza administration, as the new government seeks to mobilize 3 trillion shillings in the next financial year and doubling the same within 5 years. Speaking during this year's Taxpayers' Day, President William Ruto said that there is significant leakage on excise duty and wants the Kenya Revenue Authority to tighten its noose.
Excise duty is one of Kenya's fastest growing sources of tax revenue, mopping up an average of 105 billion Kenya shillings annually.
Safaricom.
President William Ruto states that despite recent efforts to widen the reach of excise tax in the country, a lot more is still being lost in leakage and there is need to bring it back to the net.
We are selling 2.9 billion stamps for our excisable products, while our neighbor Tanzania is selling 7.2 billion stamps. Uganda is selling 9 billion stamps. Those two economies are smaller than ours. It means we should be selling between 10 billion and 12 billion stamps. But the trouble is, the government is selling 2.9 billion stamps. There are people who are selling the balance, which is approximately 7 billion stamps. And I have told the Commissioner General he must tell these people to stop. and we have no choice. Because I do not want to fight with people, but I must stop. I want to tell the good people in KRA, good people, you must stop.
The president has reiterated his quest to have the introduction of wealth tax as a key plank in his tax revenue mobilization agenda. Kenya has in the past toyed with the idea of taxing idle land as part of wealth tax, as well as introducing tax on inheritance.
We shall tax wealth, consumption, income, and trade in that order. A safe, and by the way, I will lead from the front by paying my taxes. And every company associated with me will lead from the front in paying taxes.
Currently, Nairobi City County is concluding the process of being autonomous from KRA and will soon launch Nairobi Pay revenue collection system as it launches the single business permit.
Safaricom PLC, Kenya Breweries Limited and Twiga Foods came first runners-up and first runners-up, respectively, in the Taxpayers Awards this year by KRA. Brian George Otieno, NTV from KICC, Nairobi.
Okay, Dr. William Ruto finally accepts the 2 billion that were being lost every day. As alleged by the former president, Uhuru Kenyatta. Now we are closing in. He says it is in that stamp. From the 10 billion, the government only sells 2.6. The balance is sold by some people. And instead of declaring measures against the people, it tells them to stop. Is that how it's going to work? And you're going to stop how? And it's part of their income generating scheme. Na kazi ni kazi. Whoever wants to respond to that, please do before we bring in a new video.
Bernard, I don't know what to say about that, but like, you know, when it comes to tax collection, one thing that usually happens is that even the taxpayers themselves, they have to have that integrity of paying the tax. But you find like maybe in our country, most of people do not pay tax. They do evade the tax. Even like the majority of our leaders, they have like the majority of the people in the leadership, especially the MPs, the senators, and everybody. They have a lot of businesses, personal businesses or family business that they do. But most of the time, they don't pay tax, you know. So the people who are left to pay tax are like the people who have very less business. Those are the people paying tax. But the majority of them, even the larger corporates, some of them do not pay tax fully. They evade the tax. So if people can have that discipline within themselves and say like, we need to pay tax, that will be good. And another thing that I think I would like to Euphin Adams, I think like the KRA pin, you can have it even at the age of 18. It's just like an identification, so that when you get employment, it is the work of your employer to use it in terms of tax. And another thing that you also use for KRA PIN, there's what we call the tax return that usually comes in by, I think it is in June of every year. It usually works like this. When the year comes to an end, you should do what we call tax return. And this tax return you should always return what you've got from that year. Sometimes you might have that and the government has taxed you more. The government should always give you back if you've been taxed more. And it's a situation whereby you've worked so much that the government has taxed less based on what you've earned for that year. then you should owe the government. So having a PIN number does not mean that you will pay tax, but it is that one day when you got an employment, they will use it to process. You should use it to file your tax. And if you have it, by the end of the year, you should do what we call a nil return to make government know that you're not having any job or you're not doing any business. But if you fail to do the returns by the end of the year, sometimes you might get a penalty. So that is also something that you should also look at. Even the people who are the age of 18 who are taking tax, they're not going to pay tax, but it's just like identification PIN number for the revenue collection.
Okay, thank you, Brother Benson, for that information. Because there is now a protest for people to register at KRA, because they believe that as soon as you register, it will be compulsory for you to pay tax when a job or when a job. That is the outcry out there. Will that be the case? Brother Benson has made some clarification there. You feel ulikuwa unasemaje?
Nilikuwa nasema why don't the government, if it's a serious government, give people, educate people on that? Why do they just have to give people? How many people have the information that if you don't have a job, you'll have to file for the email return so that they don't tax you? How many people have that information? Most people don't. In the end, you'll end up being taxed, yet you don't have a job. You'll end up being penalized, yet you don't have a job. If a good government wants to do something, first of all, you educate the masses, and then you can do whatever you do. But if you don't have the information, you don't have the idea, tell me, how will you do that? You're gonna have the PIN, and then what happens next? You fail to file, and then you're fined. How many people are going to fall into that? The hustlers, how many hustlers are going to fall into that trap? How many?
Yeah, I think there they should do a good job and actually educate the masses about the tax. I know Francis could have been here. He's somebody he does the accounting. So I usually say that he could have come and help us on that. But a little knowledge that I know, when you have the PIN, it does not mean necessarily that you have to pay the tax. No, what you do, a requirement for you is when the year comes to an end, you can file a nil returns to the KRA. So you let them know the PIN that they gave you is not earning any money, so they don't tax you. So maybe if you are earning and you're not filing returns, one time if they catch up with you, they will penalize you for that.
Okay, that is Francis will be joining us later on, and the other guys, tumekuwa na watu wa KRA hapa wawili watatu ambao najua labda watatusaidia katika kuelewa hayo, lakini cha muhimu katika hii nchi vile mimi naijua ni kwamba hakuna kitu ambacho kinashinikizwa ambacho hakina mtego wake. Niliwaambia story, mtu alinitumia a joke ya nini inaitwa nani huyu, swara. Swara alikuwa anakimbia. Swara akikimbia akapita karibu na tembo, elephant. Elephant akamuuliza, kwa nini unakimbia? Akasema, nakimbia kwa sababu nasikia kwamba mbuzi zinashikwa. Akasema, na wewe si ni swara, wewe sio mbuzi, mbona unakimbia? Akasema, shida sio hiyo. Shida ni kwamba hapa Kenya itachukua miaka 20 mimi kwenda kotini kuprove kwamba mimi sio mbuzi. So tembo naye alivyosikia hiyo, naye akaanza kukimbia kwa sababu pia angekuwa arrested, and it will take 20 years to prove that he's not a goat. So there are many complications that arise from just that aspect of adhering to the law, and some of it has attached strings, and those strings can have dire consequences. But to encourage everybody to comply, let's do what is right for the country and right for posterity. But more than that, it is good to do that in the light. That means seek information, consult with the people that are knowledgeable in that particular venture, then do it out of knowledge. Don't do it out of ignorance, because it may lead you into signing off your house, signing off your land, signing off your community for no apparent reason. Thank you, everyone. Let's just youth nainua mkono ama ni wakati wa roda.
Hey, habari zenu. Mimi sitaongea about tax. Mimi sija about tax. I don't know. Mimi, something I want to talk, we need to finish Kenya ukabila. Tribalism must die. Kabisa. Hii inakuanga inatuletea shida. Ukabila ukikufa kabisa, tukue one Kenya united, ruled by God. Because Jesus is a king of Kenya. Nobody like Jesus. He's a king of Kenya. Tuachane na ukabila kabisa. Hata sasa hivi niko na maombi ya kuvunja ukabila, uishi kabisa. Kwa sababu ukabila ndio unakuwa unaleta shida. Tukue united. Hatutakuwa na mashida. Mliona vile election ilienda. One community, they were betrayed. You know, sahi wanalia. They are crying kwa sababu they have been betrayed. Haku wanajieleza. And we don't want that pre-game. Election ikikuja, tuna betrayed one community. Mimi nashindwaje? Si Kenya ni ya sisi wote. Si ya kusema ni ya kabila hii. We are all Kenya united by God. Mungu ni anatakikana asimame hiyo nchi. Biblia inasema pahali Mungu ako vitu zinafanyika mzuri. Pahali Mungu hayuko vitu zote zinaenda kwa giza. The prayer right now I have, the Bible say, close your door. The book of Matthew. Tunajua hizo verse, Pastor Bernard. Unafunga mlango, unaomba. Zaidi mimi nafanya kuvunja hiyo kabila uishe. Ndio natuleta shida saa hii. Na saa hiyo ndio maana Uhuru alikuwa anataka kufanya sisi wote. I was listening in 2017 kuanganyisha watu. Na let me tell you, that's the way enemy get happy. The enemy like problem. Tukiwa tunanganyishwa makabila hii. We never, that's the way enemy get at it. We are praying for the united. What do you mean united? Even UK, the new prime minister, he said that himself, I'm going to bring people together. Even here I'm living, they always say we need to bring people together. Not only Kenya, whole world, even in America. Remember in Biden elections and Donald Trump, they have a problem with the black people and white people. They were fighting because Donald Trump, he was a little bit dominating black people. So Biden, he want to bring people together. I don't know how is it in US. I don't know, black community is the same. Can you imagine? Kenya ni yetu sisi wote. Tunasema tribalism. Na tumezaliwa huko. We need to be ashamed ourselves. I feel ashamed. Atukabila ndio unakuwa unaturudisha nyuma. Kwa sababu tukiwa united, we can fight. We can fight poverty. We can fight our economy to grow. We can say what we feel. We can fight whatever. Because now this government, they are doing nothing. Hawajai, they are not started to do anything since waliingia office. Hakuna kitu. Kila siku, those one man, walikuwa nasema Uhuru. Mimi nikashindwaje. All those people, they know who is Uhuru. Musena Mudavadi no Uhuru. Waitagura no Uhuru. Ruto have been deputy president. He know Uhuru more than me, and he is my community. Even he know more, so he need to protect him because he know more. He have been his deputy. Even if they were thinking different, we are Kenyan. We need to be shamed. We are black people. Why do you fight with your brother? Why do you fight with your sister? We need to be ashamed ourselves. Shame on you Kenyans. Why do you accept this tribalism ati kuanganisha wa Kenya? Ndio maana watu wako na njaa. We need to rudie Mungu. We have to go back to God, all Kenyans. We have to repent tribalism. Everybody need to say, Jesus, Have mercy on me. I don't want our country to tribalism anymore. We have to rebuke you, enemy, because this tribalism, our enemy, they get happy. You know, enemy, he love problem. Mi nakuanga na rafiki wangu wote kutoka Afghanistan, Iran, they are my friends. I don't reject them. You know, I remember I met one driver. He was from, I think, from Iraq, because this country I'm living, most of the foreigner, they drive the bus because they don't have a good education and they get good pay. So we were talking about skin color. He was telling me it's about respect one another. Whether you're black or white or yellow, it's about respect one another. We respect one another. Nobody, my friend, they have never put me because I'm a black. No. I don't see myself, I'm a black. I see myself, I'm a human being. You cannot see a white, you see is going, oh, at the white people, they will go to heaven than me. I don't want to pick up my God. Last weekend, we have a prayer for the forgiveness of this country. Because of the church of Christ, we didn't stand with this country for some years. We were repenting. We were putting our knee at this country to go back to God, to believe the word of God. We were putting everybody. The pastor, they were saying, oh, I wish I knew. We need a grace. We need a grace. The body of Christ. We were meeting together. Whole city. We pray for this country for the revival. Because we are mixing the church and the politician. And I was telling them before, but they didn't understand. Then the grace came to them. Then, oh, they were crying. They were saying, 1993, we had a revival. You know? Let us come together. We bring this stupid of tribalism. And we can defeat the enemy, because the devil, he is a liar. He came to kill and to destroy. That's why we have this problem with hunger. People are crying for the Gatodo, Kenny, Turkana, where every country, people, they have a hunger. We cannot say blah, blah. We have to stand still. This is a time we have to rebuke the enemy. We say, you enemy for the tribalism, you must get out and you die in Jesus' name. You don't have a power. Kenya is for God, not for tribalism, in Jesus' name. Amen. Thank you.
Okay, amen, 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 Rhoda. We appreciate that. And it's a solution. It's a very, very important solution to our problems as a people. The Bible says that a kingdom divided against itself cannot stand. Cannot stand. That means the moment we are against each other, we don't need to be attacked. We will finish each other without any external attack or external aggression. And so we need to guard against what divides us, because that's what weakens us and that's what makes us unable to accomplish many things. Look at history. Our independence came out of our unity. Okay. Our second liberation came out of our unity. Our new constitution came out of our unity. Everything good that has happened to this country, it came out of our working together. But when we go separate ways, we will always get either stuck or retract from what we had already accomplished. And so, without even the leaders leading the way, we as the people of this country, we need to pull together for the good of this country and for the good of the future. We have a government of dealers, no doubt. Then they have gone out full-fledged to deal, cut deals here and there. We must not lose the country in the process of cutting deals. Deals will be there, yes, but the people first, and the people's welfare under God has to be given the priority that it deserves. So asante sana wote ambao mnajumuika nasi, tuendelee kukaribishana. Tafadhali kumbusha wale wote wanatufuata kwa Facebook kwamba hatupatikani kwa Facebook on this particular segment of the broadcast until further notice. So if you want to follow this political show, you join us on YouTube. And if you have not subscribed on Tembei TV YouTube, please do so. It is important so that you will always follow through everything that is happening. Okay, thank you very much. And when we talk about, there is this political channel, see the day Rodan will come to terms with the past elections, we have a Kenyan, nobody is, I don't know, political channel. You are here to provoke people or something. The President of the Republic of Kenya currently, constitutionally and according to the law, is one Dr. William Samoei Ruto. Nobody is disputing that. And if that has not gotten well with you, then it's your problem. Don't make it our problem. What we are here to address is how he is leading the way in helping the livelihood of Kenyans. How is he helping out with the hunger situation? Is he burying his head in the sand and hoping that the drought will just go? The hunger situation will just go. We will not take that sitting down. So if you're here to defend that, you are misplaced. You are misplaced completely. And we are not here even be crying the outcome of the elections or how the elections went. We are looking at the livelihood of Kenyans. Maisha ya Wakenya iko hatarini sahi. Kuna masuala ya jingas, kuna masuala ya drought, kuna masuala ya cost of living. Na we bado uko caught up with elections. What is wrong with you? Anyway, thank you everyone. Thank you so much. Na tunaendelea na mchango wetu tafadhali. Tuendelee kutuma hela yetu ya kulipa tokens na wifi. Tusisahau hiyo timu yangu bado tuna reconstitute, ni kama tulikuwa tumeiskata. So let's get back. Let's keep doing what we are required to do so that we run this show every day without failing. JB, vipi lakini?
Ya, salama, habari zenyu nyinyi nyote?
Tuko salama, tunashukuru. Karibu kwa show.
Ya, nikianzia kwanza gharama ya maisha vile imepanda. Kuna mtu ameniambia ati Nairobi sahi hakuna jam kwa sababu ya fuel. Sijui kama ni ukweli ama ni kuongeza. Wenye wako huko ndio anajua sija. Nasikia maisha imepanda sasa, watu wamewacha magari, wote wameingia kwa public means. Sasa sijui. Anyway, nimeongea na watu wengi leo nchini, wananiambia kuna shida zingine zenye zinaweza kuwa solved, lakini inaonekana there is a problem somewhere, kwa sababu nimekuta mtu anasema alikuwa Kitale just a few weeks ago, na ananiambia mahindi ni nyingi Kitale mpaka kuna watu wanashindwa wapeleke wapi. Sasa sijakuwa huko kudhibitisha, lakini kama kuna mtu hapa mwenye ameendaga upande hiyo anaweza kutuambia kama ni ukweli. Tunaambiwa mahindi ni nyingi Kitale, ni kama kuna hoarding inaendelea, but unasikia venye bei ya unga imepanda. Sasa hiyo siwezi dhibitisha kwa sababu nimeambiwa, but ule ameniambia ni mtu alikuwa huko amesema iko. Sasa hapo sijui ni nini inaendelea na hii mambo ya unga. Halafu saa hii hii tax, mara watu wa bodaboda watatoa hii kila mwezi nini. Mi naona kama sijui nani amewahi ona maandamano ya watu wa bodaboda, inakuwaga the worst. Na imefika wakati hata na hii fuel venye imeongezeka, halafu inatakikana utoe ushuru kiasi fulani. Hiyo sasa ni kuumiza mwananchi wa chini. Hiyo sasa sijui kama hiyo ndio bottom up ama hiyo sasa ndio gani. Halafu especially shida ya chakula ndio imekuwa zaidi, kwa sababu najua kuna watu hata fuel ikipanda ile impact wanaipata kwa bidhaa, lakini hawanunui fuel, but hiyo impact inaingia kwa mwananchi wote. Sasa kuna solution Kenya ya mambo ya mahindi. Nikiangalia example moja, kuna agriculture students wanaenda Israel kila mwaka kutoka Kenya, kwa sababu Israel ni nchi moja iko na inatumia mbinu za kisasa upande ya agriculture na inakuwaga desert, lakini na hiyo yote huwa wana produce a lot of food, mpaka fruits and vegetables, mpaka wana export. Na ile kitu wanafanyaga ni irrigation tu, hiyo tu, na maji inakuwaga chini. Sasa inatakikana kama gava ingekuwa inajipanga vizuri na mambo ya ukatel isikue. Hii mambo ya mahindi si kitu inafaa ikuwe shida ya Wakenya. Hata tufai kulaumu mvua sana kama government inaweza chukua project yake ya mahindi. Nimejua mahindi mingi ni za individuals, but wanafaa pia kusaidiwa, hatuwezi kosa. Alafu mambo ya fertilizer kupunguzwa bei ati ndio sasa ikuwe long term solution, it will not. Kwa sababu ukinipatia hata bure alafu mvua ikose kunyesha na nishaiweka kwa mchanga, haitaleta tofauti. Kuna wale large scale maize farmers wenye hata upunguze usipunguze watanunua tu bado. Kwa hivyo production normally hii fertilizer juu, kuna wengine hata wanatumia tu kwa vitu zingine kama kahawa, juu ukienda kwa duka si mtu wa mahindi peke yake anapewa. Kwa hivyo hiyo ninaona ni kama haitaleta solution. The solution saa hii ingekuwa ni kuenda, kama kweli hakuna mahindi, waende wanunue mahindi ikuwe ndani ya nchi, alafu sasa ndio hiyo unga irudi chini. Upande ya tax, umejua saa zile umekasirika unaweza kuwa unatengeneza pesa, but ikifika kila mwezi wa 7 una file nil. Juu mahali imefika sasa unaweza toa tax alafu unakuta hata hauoni penye inaenda. Sasa hii government tunakuta kiongozi anabadilisha maneno, akiona hii haiwezekani na aliahidi watu, na macho makavu tu anabadilisha. Ile 100 days imekuwa mwaka moja sasa. Sasa vitu kama hizo ndio zinafanya mwananchi anakasirika. Sasa mi naona kama kusupport hii government ni ngumu kwangu, especially hiyo mambo ya tax. Afadhali hata mimi ni file tu nil juu sasa isaidii. Otherwise leo sina mengi ya kusema, but kuna shida, na maybe kama watu wataamua siku moja tutaipindua na wananchi. Asante.
Thank you JB, we appreciate that. Maoni yako Wakenya wamekusikia. Tunaomba kwamba kila mmoja makinike, bora tu kila mtu akae sehemu ya sheria, tusiende kinyume na sheria, kwa sababu kuna wale ambao wanafungwa na wengine wanaachiliwa kwa kuvunja sheria. Unajua sasa judiciary may be under state capture to the other captures. All the same, let's play one video before PH comes in to make his submission. I want to urge everybody, please keep inviting guys. Kumbusha watu wa Facebook kwamba tuko YouTube, tuko live YouTube. We can't be live on Facebook at the moment. Kwa hivyo hamia YouTube na usubscribe.
Realistic. I don't think you can ask for realistic promises from people who don't have a history of making realistic promises or even keeping the ones that are unrealistic that they make. We warned people during the campaign that, in fact, a leopard does not change its spots, that if somebody has a history of selling you lies, you know, about 6 stadia in 6 weeks, or we are going for 9 to make it better, or other things, if somebody has a history of telling you lies, unless they meet Jesus on the way to, where was that guy going?
But you knew the Bible.
That's what I'm asking. It can also escape me. Yeah, unless you meet Jesus on the way to Damascus, yes, and then you become a new being.
Yes.
Trevor, we are discussing an extremely critical matter. Do you know it takes a human being who has gone without food and water 3 weeks, you are dead. If you have water, maybe you can sustain yourself for another 2 months if you are made of stunner stuff, like the people from Western Kenya. You can last 2 months. Mr. Cherargei is Senator Cherargei. When he talks about painkillers, you know the hypocrisy in this country is just, it stings to high heavens. Mr. Cherargei here cannot go to a dentist to have his tooth removed without crying for anesthesia. If he does that, he can tell us here. This short term that you're talking about, if you have promised us that in 3 months' time, we will have cheap unga, what is so difficult with the government retaining that anesthesia that was there for the people to be able to afford food for 3 months? I asked you this question on the floor of the Senate, and you said, oh, Sifuna, you know you are not a maize farmer because you are a senator in the city, you don't know how long it takes to produce food. You told us that in 3 months, in fact, you told us you are starting harvesting maize this month, and that it should go down. So why is the president talking about 1 year for the price of unga to come down? Because you people are taking us round in circles. You don't know what you're doing. This fuel subsidy that you're saying, oh, was benefiting 5 companies. It wasn't benefiting 5 companies. I know for a fact that I was not buying fuel at 170 shillings because there was a subsidy. And fuel prices affect everything. Cherargei, please tell us, if you are sure, is it you we should believe, or the president when they say that you are telling us that the price of maize should come down? Is it next week that you are harvesting your crop? Can Kenyans, can Nairobians come to your farm and buy unga cheaper? Where are we supposed to go to find this cheap unga? And after how long? You told us that you're talking about these fuel subsidies. It is at the highest ever level, fuel. Right now. And you know, Trevor, fuel has a knock-on effect. It affects everything. You saw the electricity bills being adjusted upwards because of the fuel cost charge that is embedded in the price of electricity. You told us during the campaign that Kazi ni Kazi. I was being called by hustlers in Nairobi after the pronouncement by the president that Kazi Mtaani is no longer Kazi. That now this is Kazi that is outdated. What happened to Kazi ni Kazi? These hustlers that you're talking about in Nairobi, Trevor, a majority of the people here just wake up every day to go and look for kibarua, to be able to earn that 500 shillings that then you come back and 230 you know is going to a packet of unga. Already, you have not paid electricity, you have not paid your rent, you have not paid for water. When you take away that 500 shillings and you promise them that, oh, you are going to be involved in this grand scheme to build houses. It is okay for us to build houses. We don't have a problem with low-cost housing. But that is the long-term story that you're talking about. In the hierarchy of needs, if I remember my basic education, first you start with the food. You're not going to put me on the 6th floor with an elevator, a nice running toilet, but I am hungry, I'm dying in the house. Please, what we expected is that the government would front-load the most urgent issue. If we have a drought that is the most severe drought in 40 years, we need to see cogent and concrete plans to be able to sort out this problem of how we are going to get food sustainable. That can be a long-term plan. But Wamatangi, really, even if we take President Ruto's time frame of 1 year, why is it so difficult to retain that subsidy so that in the short term, just like Cherargei needs his anesthesia to have his tooth removed, please, can we continue to have that low cost of food? I remember very well when President Uhuru Kenyatta spoke about the effects on the Kenyan economy of global happenings. They said, oh, this war in Ukraine is just an excuse. Yeah? And now it is Cherargei coming to tell us that, oh, we do not live in an island, that Kenya is also affected by the global bumps. This is the knowledge that you people were rejecting then. How have you become now the biggest preachers of the same gospel, Cherargei? So what we want to see, we need medium-term interventions to ensure that Kenyans can at least afford a meal. Can you please, as I wait for you to build my low-cost house, can I be alive to see it? because if I don't get food in 2 or 3 months, I am done. Your project for housing is going to take how many months? You are saying that you will employ all the young people in Nairobi in one construction project that is going to do what? Do they have the necessary skills to do that? Whereas Kazi Mtaani utilized your very basic skills to clean your own environment, to be able to do, to open drainages. You are going to tell somebody who doesn't have maybe the technical skill to lay tiles to be the one to do the job, or to weld windows, surely, Trevor. So what we want is to see some level of seriousness in the approach in this government in terms of what is priority and what is not priority. Lastly, we are being asked to keep quiet. We can't keep quiet, Cherargei. This is our job. The president, when he came to parliament, said he expects a robust opposition to keep him in check. And an election is a contest of ideas. So it was the ideas that we were putting in place that you guys rubbished, and your ideas that you put in, you're proposing, that we raised serious doubt about. This question of bottom up. Those of us who didn't understand the theory of bottom-up are still waiting to see the practicals. Maybe we will understand. But we don't see it. We don't see it. You are actually, the burden that you are putting on the lowest income earners in this country, the most vulnerable, is heavier than those of us who are at the so-called top. Cherargei, for you, really, it doesn't matter how far or how high the cost of unga goes, because you are able to afford. You are in leadership in parliament. You are in all the good committees. We put you as the vice chair of PAC. You are earning all these allowances, but you are taking away the hustler who was earning 500 shillings at the Kazi Mtaani, and then telling him to wait for these grand jobs that are coming. Are you going to make him the senator for Nandi? So we don't see a plan. Once you won the election, once you have been elected, Cherargei, it means that Kenyans chose your ideas over our ideas. How long will you spend telling us that we are the ones who caused the mess? Kenyans all maybe saw that we, and I don't know what we means because I was not part of government, the outgoing government, because I know that William Ruto was part of that government. And even the question of price of unga was a problem even in 2017, Trevor. So you are the people with the instruments of power. Can you please sort this mess out? As you find your way around government, please give us the anesthesia, give us the painkillers as the people down there, the hustlers that you talk about, for us to be able to survive, to see you with your grand dreams of having this so-called sustainability.
All right, there's a lot of
Haya, mambo ni kama hayo. Nashukuru kila mmoja. Asante kwa wote ambao mnajumuika nasi katika Mtembei TV Open Forum, Open Political Discussion Show. We appreciate you. Please, let's keep inviting each other. Na kama unatufuata kwa Facebook, atupatikane Facebook leo, tafadhali enjoy huku YouTube, tutaendelea pamoja. Tumsikilize PH akichangia. Karibu.
Hey Ben, na hii panel yetu tunataka kukonfirmia panelist ya kwamba wana UDA wanabaya unga same price na wanaazimio. Najua ndio kitu fani inafanyika. Nilikuwa na expect wana UDA tutatolewa hata kama ni kamia juu. So sad. Unajua hata kama sijaenda shule ya chekechea, ningekuwa rais, nikipewa hiyo opportunity, sioni kama ningekubali Wakenya waumie kiwango yenye naona Wakenya wanaumia. In fact, kuna majirani walikuwa wananiulizia ati huyu jamaa amesemaje kuhusu Kazi Mtaani. Huko before president aongee kuhusu Kazi Mtaani. Nikamuuliza, mbona unaulizia mambo ya Kazi Mtaani? Ili hapa ni yeye alikuwa anafanya hiyo job. So maisha imekuwa ngumu, alikuwa nadhani hiyo job inarudi, waendelea na kazi. So you can imagine huyu mtu president amekuja kapeana news, sasa kazi iko Kibera. Ni Lang'ata. Kazi iko Lang'ata. Sio mtu fair kwenda hiyo Lang'ata, hiyo kazi na ijaanza, sio itaanza lini na kama ataipata juu hiyo kazi ni ya wana Lang'ata. Si kama pia rais anapeana fair. Unajua kuna kitu bado sijaelewa. Kuna fair anapeana watu wa Nakuru, tutoke Nakuru kwenda Kibera. Kuna fair anapewa watu wa Mombasa Halafu wakifanya kazi ya mjengo wanakula nini? Unajua mtu wa mjengo anaweza kula 800 ama 1000 kwa siku juu sasa pia vitu imeongezeka. So ataunda pesa ngapi akule 1000 kwa siku? So sijui kama food ni sielewi. So anyway, priority ndio rais achapata, ajui ku prioritize things. Uwezi nipee nyumba. Unajua hii nyumba hata kitambulisha kujengwa ni miaka sijui ngapi. Halafu hata ikiisha wale wajamaa wa Kibera wenyewe hata wajamaa sijui ni wangapi watapata hizo manyumba. Mtu wako Naivasha, mtu wako Kiambu, huwezi niambia ataenda kuingia hiyo nyumba. Hata akiingia sioni kenye itamsaidia naye. You paying 2400 5,000 for 20 years ndio uoni kakeja, I make sense. Afadhali uende hata ujijengee kako mahali. Issue ya KRA kwa common mwananchi yule nyanyako shago, hiyo kukuoni hiyo pin ni I make sense kwake. Juu ukweli ni kwamba afanyi kazi. So if you are going to own a KRA pin na ufanyi kazi ni bure tu. Na unless unataka kuona numbers za registration za KRA ikiongezeka. Lakini real sense kama utaoni pin na ufanyi job au hujaingia job ni bure. Kwa sababu you need to have ndio uoni KRA pin ni your national ID. So assuming uko kazi, it means mwaka ikiisha unaenda na file in nil returns. Mtu wa cyber anakula 200 yake hapo. So shosho kama ako ushago na ako na pin, lazima apande gari aende town mahali cyber iko, atumie fare, aenda apeane 200, afailiwe nil returns, na asipofile penalty ni 2000 kwa wale wenye wana file nil returns, penalty is 2000. Wenye wako employed na hujafile returns, penalty ni 20,000. So hiyo pin not unless, ninajua kuna kampuni zenye zinaajiri wafanyikazi na ikifika ni wakati wa kwenda kufile returns unaambiwa hakuna P9 unapewa. Ukienda kwa cyber ufile nil returns. Yeye tunafanya kazi kwa hiyo kampuni. So not unless anataka kucapture hao watu kama hao. Na hiyo sasa angepitia kwa kampuni zenyewe. Si kwa mtu ati akuje kuregister new pin registration. Alafu hii mambo ya Senator wa Nairobi. Senator wa Nairobi ako na point za muhimu. You see, if you promise a human being kitu, bear in mind you are a Christian, I expect ufanye kenye ulisema. Asingekuwa hata Mkristo ningesema labda huyu jamaa. Then you don't need to claim you are a Christian na umesunguka Kenya kuambia watu utashusha bei ya chakula na unathibitisha wewe ni Mkristo kushinda State House kuomba kukausha nyasi na waumini huko. Na huko na intercessor, unajua intercessor anaweza omba bei ianguke. Ile kitu mbaya sana inaniboni kwamba mahindi iko. Kuna mtu aliuliza kama Kitale mahindi iko. Mahindi iko. Natural ile kitu ina happening, Januari ndio watu wanakuwa na issue ya njaa na bei ya vitu kwenda juu. Juu watu wanaanza kufuna mwezi wa 8, wa 9, wa 10, wa 11. Lakini ikifikanga Januari mostly huanga chakula imepungua. So we expect Januari ndio bei zinaseli kushoot. Lakini saa hii as we speak, mimi mtu wa Nakuru watu wamefuna ngano saa hii. Mahindi watu wanaendelea kufuna saa hii. Kitale watu wanaendelea kufuna. Mahindi iko. So wale watu wanaenjoy saa hii wakati mahindi imefunwa, bag moja sisi uwanga tulikuwa tunauza 1,500 ya mahindi 90 kg. Lakini ikifika Januari inatoka 3600 to 4500. So you see watu wamefuna saa hii instead ya kuuza hiyo bei ya 15 ama 2000 per 90 kg wanakulia wakiuza sasa saa hii na hii bei iko kwa market almost 6000. Ukisiaga hiyo unga uuze vile inauzika saa hii kwa soko. So you see hao watu wanauma njaro wanakula profit yenye ni abnormal. So mahindi iko. Mbona vitu ziko juu? Our president ana excuse. Na ingekuwa ni mahindi haiko Kenya, then the best option angefanya like the senator ameiweka, hata angenunua mahindi basi nje. Atachipa price alete. Assuming hakungekuwa na mahindi. Lakini juu kuna mahindi ni ile tu wanaenjoy wa Kenya. All we need to do ni kuenda tu kwa street. na tuliberate hii jamaa toka aende nyumbani kabisa. Acha niachie Francis ama mwingine aongea. Thanks Bernard.
Okay, asante PH, tunashukuru kwa hayo, na Wakenya wengi wako bothered na hiyo maswala. Tutapata suluhisho. Black unateta kwamba tunawablock. We are not mad people. We don't block people just for the sake of blocking. If you break the standing orders, we block you. Na kila mara nasema kwamba sio lazima uhudhurie mkutano wetu katika Mtembei TV. Ukiona maswala tunazungumza yanakukera, tafuta sehemu ambayo unaweza kuenjoy na ujoin huko. Okay? Mimi napenda watu wakuwe wa kweli. Kukuwa mkweli inamaanisha unisimamia ukweli, sio kusimamia chama wakati chama kinaenda kuporomoka ama kina hadaa wa Kenya na wewe unataka kusupport. Hapo nani maswala nani amekuja hapa, sijui anaitwa Thug. His first statement is the uncircumcised sijui what foreskin. What has that one to do with the debate, Mr. Black? Call that your team and address them please. And mimi napenda watu wazima wakijibeba kama watu wazima, lakini ukileta utoto hapa tunakuondoa tu. That is it, and no apologies for it, because this debate has been here for long, and by now kama hujamachua ukaelewa what happens here, hatuwezi kuwa kila mara tunakuelimisha na kukueleza what happens here. This is not boy is better than girl debate. This is not a teacher is better than a farmer debate. This is a conversation of Kenyans who are sharing issues concerning the future of this country. And so if you want us to be stuck in one place, UDA is better than Azmio, that one, look for it elsewhere. We are here discussing the livelihood of Kenyans and the kind of leadership we are being treated with by the Kenya Kwanza government. And it's our duty to hold that government to account. So mkikuja hapa na story ya jini channel ya Wajaluo, ini watu Azimio waja move on. We are moving on to where? We are Kenyans by right, and we are not going anywhere. If you thought we are going to move and leave you space to do whatever you want to do with this country, you are mistaken. This is our country and we are shareholders in this country, stakeholders for that matter. So hakuna mahali tunaenda. Na nchi atuachii watu, aswa wale watu ambao wanakaa kana kwamba wajui nini kile wanafanya, alafu wanataka kukwamia kwa ofisi. Hao ndio tutawatimua. Na tutawatimua. Awe MP, awe MCA, awe rais, awe ni kama uko kwa ofisi na unakaa kana kwamba ujui kile unafanya, tutakutimua. Hiyo ndio sababu tunaongea hapa. Kwa sababu maisha ya Wakenya inakuja kwanza, mambo mengine baadaye. Hii maneno kuzungushwa akili, mara bottom up, mara kazi ni kazi, saa tena kazi ni mjengo. Mara pesa ya serikali huwezi pata bure hivyo. Kwani ulikuwa una promise ukiwa wapi? Wakati huo ukikuwa serikali, saa ndio umekuwa serikali. Please don't take Kenyans for fools. We are here because we are rightfully Kenyans, and it's our duty to see to it that we do. And it's 100 days. Thank you for the reminder. It is 100 days. It's not 365. So the 365 hiyo ni ya kwako. 100 days. Baba atapeana mwelekeo na ngoja tu. Endeleeni kucheza. Hiyo kibra hata hiyo mnasema mnapeleka nyumba. Sijui kama simiti mtafikisha. Okay, let's get down to talking. I think I'll play one more video, ndio wakati wangu ukingatuka ukifika ningatuke bila kuwa na deni la video za kucheza. Nashukuru Francis amekuja, na nilikuwa nachukua ile sadaka. Tafadhali wale ambao mmejatuma sadaka, tuma sadaka ili tulipe wifi na tokens tuendelee kwa kujumuika katika kipindi hiki. Okay, let's two quick videos and then Francis can take charge.
May now be forced to pay more for their pension after President Ruto ordered the gazettement of new regulations to guide the National Social Security Fund. Taking a cue from the president's recent remarks, the flat rate of 200 shillings could be abolished and new rates introduced. Should the government introduce a rate of 6%, then a Kenyan earning 50,000 shillings will be expected to part with 3,000 shillings, whereas a Kenyan earning 250,000 shillings will part with 15,000 shillings.
We passed the law on
contributions to our National Social Security Fund in 2014. It's been in court for 9 years. The potential for it to be in court for another 9 years is real. We decided to call KOTU, Federation of Kenya Employers, and everybody. We had a frank chat. And today, again, we are gazetting the new regulations for NSSF.
Speaking during the Taxpayers' Day at KICC Nairobi, President Ruto revealed that the state of the country's finances was worrying and urgent action is needed.
The National Treasury and KRA must continuously engage with stakeholders in order to collaboratively review tax policy and make it conducive to traders and micro, small, and medium-sized enterprises to enter the tax bracket.
To this end, the President has set a target of 3 trillion shillings for the Kenya Revenue Authority. In the last financial year, KRA collected 2.031 trillion.
It will be an explicit mandate of KRA to maximize tax collection while minimizing the compliance burden on the taxpayer. The time for extravagant rebranding exercises, diversionary and cosmetic changes is far behind us. It is now time for a radical shift in our KRA model, focusing on a robust service charter anchored on technology.
The government has already eliminated subsidies on fuel and maize flour in favor of investment in production. Even as the government seeks to be self-reliant, more demands from Kenyans is likely to attract a public outcry from Kenyans who are already battling the effects of the hard economic times. Further to this, NSSF has been bedeviled with issues of delayed reimbursement to retired Kenyans and numerous corruption allegations. Gloria Milimu, KTN News.
Okay, thank you, everyone. That is Dr. William Ruto, the president, revising everything upward and withdrawing subsidies. The bottom up kweli. And I don't know what is the rationale behind all that, but in my opinion, ni kuchezea wa Kenya. Bwana Francis, karibu lakini.
Nashukuru. So today I spent a better day in online looking at some of the things that the man was saying, and actually the man seems he's out of his memory. He's just speaking anything that comes on mouth. Anything that just appears in his mind, he just open mouth and speaks about it. Niona ameleta kitu inaitwa free old taxes. Wenye wajui ni nini, ni ile tax ya mkoloni, ile ya art tax that you used to pay wherever there's any structure within a certain piece of land, be it in the residential area, commercial area, or in the village level. So tutaanza kulipa zile taxes zilipo na kina Koitalel, Arab Samoei, kina Mekatilili wa Menza na kina nani, kina Masaaku wenye walikuwa wanalipa, zimerudishwa. So and then you look at it in this sense that these taxes that are being taxed here, the Kenyan system is a system that Kenya is the highest, actually, I think is among the highest taxation in all over the world. Because you get that, let's say talk for example of somebody who is employed in a formal sector. This somebody is paying contribution to NHIF, NSSF. Is paying pay as you want. Then the little that remains, this individual goes ahead to pay indirect tax that we call VAT, value added tax. Then the little then remains, there is what we call an excise tax that is charged on every credit and airtime that we use. The same individual goes ahead to pay indirectly tax that we call tax incidence or tax distribution when he takes a motorbike or a car, because petroleum is also taxed. So at the end of the day, the individual is paying a tax equivalent to almost 60% of what he's earning. Now my question comes this way. Now that you have shifted from 200 contribution to a certain percentage, maybe that is 6%. what will happen to the disposable income that is within the reach of that consumer? It will be very long. Then the question appears this way. What is the transition between the benefit we the citizen gets and the amount of the taxes that we pay? We get that what we pay is much higher than what we receive because of some shortages and some of inconveniences such as corruption. Because if we were to receive 10 kilometers of road because of that tax we paid, we end up receiving 2 kilometers. So those inconveniences, they create a lot of things such a point that we pay taxes, 100 of us, 10 of us enjoys the benefit. So should that go ahead with the same thing, I think it will reach at a point that Kenyans will have to stand and say, enough is enough. I also looked at this issue that he also talked about, you need to have a KRA pin to anybody who is 18 years plus. You know, you need to understand that taxes we pay, there's nobody who hates to pay taxes. But if you don't have an income, what are you paying? If you don't have an income, what are you paying? And already you are paying VAT indirectly. So the moment that he needs to do is to expand the taxable capacity of a country. We have areas that are not exhausted in terms of taxation. One of the areas being the solar system. Areas in the northern Kenya have a lot of sun that we can generate solar. This solar can distribute electricity that we can tax it because it will be a new source of taxation. Instead of us going ahead to tax already people who are already overburdened by the same tax that are being charged by the KRA. And he also introduced something like enforcement of payment of taxes by the people owning rentals in Nairobi. This is the tax will just be shifted to us, the tenants who are staying in those houses, because I don't believe if there's any landlord who will allow himself, he was receiving 20,000 and now he will allow himself to receive 15,000 because 5,000 has gone to the government. I don't think it's possible. He will just shift the burden to us, the tenants. And when the shifting of that burden, remember one thing, the moment the burden is shifted, it is not always guaranteed that it will be shifted according to the statistics or according to the calculation are there. The taxes can shift maybe by 200, but the landlord might find it very weird to charge maybe 10,200. He will charge 10,500. So you see, there's 300 additional that we, the consumers, will be paying, which is not even catered in that taxation system. I saw also, he also suggested what you call a pay as you earn in the informal sector. Oh my God, you know, that is now what I'm saying. Hiyo ndo tunaitanga usaliti wa hali ya juu. The informal sector are the same people whom he said that his government he will be fighting to protect. For instance, Mama Mboga. This Mama Mboga does not work to invest. The only thing he does is for living. It is from hand to mouth. Now, if you tax that person, how will he be able to caution himself against the biting rising cost of commodity? Sasa ukimtax 2,000 kwa mwezi, atajisimamia kivipi? Because I'm not getting the point of you taxing somebody who is working from hand to mouth. Mtu anapata faida ya 300 kwa siku, unachukua shilingi 100. Sasa na akona mtoto anasomesha, anataka kupeleka wengine shule, akona mahitaji, akona wengine analipa VAT ndani hiyo 300 pia. Don't we see that this person, we shall be taxing him almost 98% of the income that he will be having? We need to get serious about that one, because if we need to address the issue of taxation, we don't need to tax the Kenyans who are already paying the tax. We need to find new avenues that are not exploited. These avenues can be, one, solar system, or what you call, something we call the solar panels, and the other, the solar sector of energy, renewable source of energy. We can utilize that one. We can go ahead to do with irrigation. We have not exhausted things to do with the dams and other things. So we can develop those dams so that whoever will be working there, if you will be taxing that one, will be a new avenue, and we shall not be burdening anybody with it. But if we keep taxing the same the middle class people who are still paying a lot of taxes, we are burning them so much to a point that they can no longer even sustain their life. I think we shall collapse this country. Because when you look at the people who are employed and the people who are not employed, you find that those who are employed is a very small percentage of the total population. So we have maybe 20% carrying the rest of 80% because these are the people who are dependents. They don't have a source of income. What do? They depend with the government to use retrogressive or the progressive tax system so that at the end of the day, they will be able to provide services to those poor consumers. So we need to address that issue. And the issue is to look for the new avenue. Kenya, we have not exhausted even 60% of our resources. We have a lot of things that we can exhaust. We have a lot of things that we can exhaust. We have not even exhausted value addition in commodities such as tea, coffee, and so forth. We have not exhausted things to do with the production, making our own fertilizer producing plants. We have not exhausted things to do with making our own clothes, such that when you have our own clothes, you can be able to make, and maybe that one will be able to pay taxes, a little bit of it. So these are the things we need to develop as a country. Hatuhitaji kutax when wamekuwa tax already. What are we trying to do? I think is inconsequential to me, and it will backfire, by the way, because what I know with the Kenyans are people who are very well articulated, and you know, he also suggested, I hope it did not mean anything, that we have 7 million Kenyans who are paying taxes in KRA. We have 30 million citizens who are having Safaricom lines. So what I ask myself, does it mean that somebody cannot own 2 or 3 lines for Safaricom? Ama hiyo hesabu yake alitoa wapi? So hii 30 million alisema lines za Safaricom, can somebody not own even 10 lines? So if you subdivide each one of us, maybe is having 3 lines. We shall be having around, maybe even subscriber will be around 10 million. So I don't know if statistics amepewa na nani ya 30 million and he's transacting billions of money. Mtu mmoja anaweza kuwa na more than 2 lines or 3 lines. So I don't know who told him that 1 line translates to an individual, that we have 30 million subscribers that are not supposed to pay taxes. Kama me personally, I have 6 of them. So should I be paying taxes in all those of 6 lines? We need to have a clear statistics. Let's stop about side shows so that we seems to be knowledgeable, whereas we have not exhausted where we can tax people. Sasa hii tax mnataka kuintroduce kwa M-Pesa. Nikituma pesa more than 100 ina charge 6 bob. Niki withdraw 100 more than 100 ina cost 10, more than 100 ina cost 27. Sasa wanataka waongeze ifike 37 na hii ifike 10 ama what is actually happening? Because to me I'm looking at this sense like M-Pesa is always charging us a lot of things that they are also remitting the tax to KRA. So why should he come to the M-Pesa users? Sasa ukikuwa na shilingi 100 ukute withdraw unapewa 8 bob ama like we need to get serious because we are targeting the wrong individuals, and not just wrong individuals. We are targeting where we cannot get the money. The money is where we can think as a country. One county, one product, payment of taxes. We have some areas that we have not exhausted. We can go for them so that we continue paying taxes in those areas that we'll be able to invest. So tukue serious, by the way, the government, because as I told you earlier, the government has no intention to caution Kenyans against anything that what they're going through. Because even when you are seeing this ulabo that they're saying, oh, you know, we are trying to subsidize production, not consumption. My question is, in terms of petroleum, which production are we subsidizing? Ama wametuma ambassador kwenda Saudi Arabia kulipa pesa huko na tujui. Which kind of petroleum are you subsidizing? Do you produce oil anywhere? And don't tell me of that of Turkana, because that of Turkana is under lease of 200 years. You can go and check it. So we need to be serious as a country, and if we become serious as a country that we can now exhaust areas that we have not exhausted, I think as a country we should be in a better place. So let me also address the issue of the Kazi mtaani. So issue of Kazi Mtaani, it is very clear, and I will tell you here, and I want you to go and check it. There is something that we call austerity measures. Austerity measures, these are tough economic conditions that are being placed in a country by International Monetary Fund when the country is at an age of defaulting repayment of its debt. So whatever the Kenyan is going through is austerity measures. And these measures, you are being blinded by the issue of production and consumption. For instance, the IMF has said Kenya should not give food to those people who are affected by the drought because it is wasteful and it does not change the condition. That is why until now, the government has not responded to things to do with the drought. Then my question is, so we should wait for the rain so that at the end of the day, we die. Tukufe tu juu sasa IMF imesema these austerity measures and we cannot go against them so that we die, so that when mvua ikinyesha tupate tukua chache. So we need to be serious as a country, because these measures, they need to factor in the citizen of Kenya. The moment wametoa, I think zilikuwa tatu, wametoa, ilikuwa moja ni ya food. The other issue was they were talking about cash transfers. I don't know if the government can be able to do cash transfers to those people who are in areas that are stricken by the drought. I doubt if the government can have enough data to show that. So let's prepare for the tough thing, unless you get up, you rise up and change the regime. That is the only way out. But as long as the same mind is still exists, the same dances, the same principles, then we shall be mad people if we still expect a different results. Ngonjera itakuwa ile ile, mchezo utakuwa ule ule, segere itakuwa ile ile, miaka nenda, miaka rudi. Oh, production subsidy. Oh, coffers empty. Oh, imefanyika hivi. Oh, sisi tunataka watu wasihangaishwe. Oh, sisi tunataka watu wasifanyiwe hivi. Nimeona leo ametetea Humphrey Kariuki, somebody who produced the counterfeit goods. I don't know, maybe you have changed, but what I know, sahi ile time mtakula mpaka copper as long as the farm is paying taxes. So mkwe too careful, because I know that anything that will be started in Kenya right now that can give Kenyan money, Kenyan government money, even if it's trafficking of kidney, they will just tax and ignore. So you need to be careful, because now I'm seeing a situation where KEBS will be compromised to allow farms that are producing some standard goods to operate so that they will be able to remit taxes. Because the moment you stand and say so-and-so was intimidated because of, and his farm was closed, and you're all aware that this individual is producing counterfeit goods, what are you trying to imply? That our life is much, the profit and the taxes are much more important than our life. Anyway, so for the Kazi Mtaani, all of you, Kisumu, Turkana, Nyamira, Migori, Vihiga, you are all inquired by your president that you go to Kibra, Mukuru kwa Njenga, there you can find job. Mtatumua fare kwa simu zenyu, alafu pia mkienda kule, huko ndio pesa iko. Mtapewa pata nyumba ya kuishi mkifanya kazi ya mjengo huko. Because watu wenye walikuwa wanafanya mjengo ndio the same people wa Kazi Mtaani, according to the Taxation wa Ruto. So you need to camp there so that you get job. Kazi ya mtaani haiko, imeisha hivyo. So unless you stand up and say this regime is the no-go zone and you go for it and you be ready to pay the ultimate price. If guns can kill 10 of us, but drought will kill millions of us. So we have to choose. Should we die million of us or should we die tens of us? If we can die 10 of us to save a million, I don't see a problem with that, as much as it's worthy doing it. Thank you.
Kaifas akasema mtu mmoja afe ili taifa likaokoke. Uongozi ni kujinyima ili taifa lipate, lakini tuna uongozi ambao hawataki kujinyima chochote. Hawajaongea kuhusu kupunguza mshahara wao, hajaongea kuhusu kupunguza magari anayotumia, hajaongea kuhusu kupunguza chochote. Kila anapunguza ama nakata ni kuongezea wananchi taxes, kuongezea wananchi gharama ya maisha, na anaenda hivyo akisahau akienda, anafanya kisahau akienda. Mwishowe itakuwa normal. It will be normal. So after the 1 year he has requested, it will be normal to buy unga at 500. It will be normal to buy a packet of milk at 100 shillings. It will be normal to use matatu at whatever cost. It will be normal. And in the process, hakuna mabadiliko yanakuja. Kwa hivyo Wakenya, kama kuna jamaa amesema Kenya sasa hivi kila mtu ni kujisimamia. Kila mtu kujisimamia, tuko kivyetu. We don't have defenders, we don't have representatives, we don't have anybody speaking for us, and so tujipange. Yes, Sister Rhoda sema.
Ya, unajua campaign alikuwa nasema bottom up. That means mtu ule ako chini, ikiingia serikali watamuinua juu. Si ndio alisema? Na saa hii anataka kupeleka watu kama bila mnaongea about kama unga tuseme ina cost 500 na mtu pengine mama boga anaweza afford. Unaona, kama mtu wanafanya kibarua anaweza afford. Unaona, na alisema bottom up hustler. Niko na sida Mjengo ndio alikuwa na miss ni ya Mjengo kwa sababu watu wale wanafanyanga Mjengo ni wale wanabeba Mjengo. Pengine hiyo ideology walikuwa natumia Kenya Kwanza. You know, I start to realize now. I think that's the way I think they were using their ideology that Mjengo ya kubeba Mjengo. Na hiyo kazi it's very hard, you know. I know men they work those kind of job, very very hard job. Na wanatakikana wakule ugali washibe na sukuma wiki, so ni must warudishe bei chini ya unga na sukuma, kila mtu ana afford kukula nyama na ugali au can be very strong everywhere. Hata huku watu wanafanya kazi very hard, lakini serikali inawapatia mshahara mingi, unaona, at least wanakula lunch poa. Hata mtu akifanya kazi ya very hard, at least most of the men, you need to think about our men. They need to eat very strong food. You know, the government of Kenya, they have to think about Mkenya, sisi wa Kenya, sisi tukae maisha mazuri, mtu can afford, you know, kwa sababu si everybody can afford uga. Kisi mtu, unajua me those days when I was young, we used to buy kasuku oil, but it was Moi days. Tena babangu akafanya kamshahara akaanza kununua mafuta hii ya Elanto. Tukaona maisha imeendelea juu, unaona, kwa sababu alikuwa anasema cancer inaletwa na hizo mafuta ya kasuku. I think they can do if they want. At least mtu ana afford mafuta mzuri, you know, hata watu wale wanakaa slum, at least they can do if they want. If they want, they can lift our economy. Everybody can stay good life, at least middle class. Kila mtu ana afford uga, kila mtu ana afford mafuta nini, you know. That's the way the government we want. But they cannot say that bottom up na wajifanyi. We need to be really honest. We cannot just escape it, the problem. Unajua Kenya taxi, mtu akida kununua sweetie unalipa. That's the way I know. Ukida uchumi kununua chakula unalipa tax. Wanakuwaga wanakat. Ukinunua, I don't know how is nowadays. Ukida supermarket, ukinunua karatasi ya kuweka chakula unapay, kwa sababu tunakuwaga tunapay. Ukinunua karatasi ya kuweka chakula, it's very crazy expensive kununua karatasi. Mimi niki na supermarket, I usually buy on my own bag because it's very crazy expensive. I don't know how is it in Kenya, you buy more. So I could ask Kenya, when you go to supermarket, buy usinunue hizo makaratasi, carry your own thing, kwa sababu it's more cheaper, kwa sababu watakutoa tax na hizo tax tena kwa serikali. So we want to think a government who think about mwananchi and our old people. We want our old people to eat good food, na watengeneze si walisema nini wanakuja kutengeneza economy na kazi ni kazi. Watu wazee wa huko Ocha wanatengenezewa pahali pazuri pa kulala. They need to have the home for the old people, where the old people, they are sleeping. There's some people, they work taking care of them. There's a lot of things they can do. We want, because we feel like our government, we feel like proud of them if they do what we want. The way they say to us, mama boga, bottom up, na mtu ule wa nini Mjengo. Hakusema about Mjengo. I was very surprised. So we want the government think about sisi. Sisi tuko very important. You know? Thank you.
Asante sana Sister Rhoda, tuna appreciate that, na tunatazamia kwamba mabadiliko ya kweli yatatendeka katika nchi, lakini priorities za serikali lazima zitengenezwe. Hii masuala ya kuchukua Wakenya na kuwafanya last wakati matakwa ya kila mwingine yanashughulikiwa ama ya wengine yanashughulikiwa, hiyo haitakubalika. Kwa hivyo kila Mkenya awe makini kuona wakati ambapo serikali inaanza kufeli katika mipango yake na katika ahadi zake, ni muhimu tusimame kidede ili tuhakikishe kwamba kile tunachofanya ndio kile kipo. Kuna mtu mmoja hapa ningependa kumaddress tu kabla niende sehemu nyingine, anaita Gigi Mana. Ana shida na boss, vile boss aliaddress mkutano wakati rais alikuwepo. Anasema Mtembei did not recognize the president, he did not start his speech with his excellence. Mkutano ulikuwa wa Google, mkutano haukuwa wa serikali. Okay, presence ya president hapo ilikuwa ni impromptu afterthought. So ni masuala ambapo tumekutana sokoni tukaanza kuongea. It wasn't official wherever gathering where you expected everything to be done officially with all that your expectation. Na ukweli ni kwamba wewe sasa unaonekana ni mtu wa UDA. Kama kweli mko na serikali na alafu mlishinda uchaguzi vizuri, mbona msikue tu secure? Mpaka lazima muitwe rais ndio mfeel kwamba mko rais? Just be secure in your position and execute your responsibilities. Mwache hii pressure ya kulazimisha kila mtu awaite your excellency na hii masuala mengine yote. It doesn't matter. Presidency is a function. You function. You don't have to be called and be addressed by the title. It is immaterial in my school of thought. If you're a president, you carry yourself as a president, carry out your roles as president. Watu watakusherekea tu, lakini masuala ya kulazimisha watu kukwamilia title wakati kazi ifanyiki, what is it for? There is no need. So let us be realistic. Let us be realistic. One of the things that is slowing down Africa is these titles. Let's drop the titles and just function and do what is required, so that nobody is left behind in the progress of this great country. As we are talking here, we are not demanding anybody here to call us brother, sister, your excellency, honorable member and all that. Hizo vitu zote zinachelewesha safari. Kila mtu awajibike, afanye kazi yake, na kazi yako itakuwa announce. Kuna mama hapa jirani tunamuita Mama Maragwe. Hana mtoto anaitwa Maragwe, lakini ameuza hiyo Maragwe kutoka 80s 90s 2000. Sasa mpaka jina lake linatokana na kazi anayofanya. So sio lazima kulazimisha watu waite nini your excellency hapa na pale. Kila mtu awajibike, tufanye kazi ipasavyo. Na washukuru nyote, tafadhali tuendelee kukaribishana. Hii ni Mtembei TV na leo hii tuko tu kwa YouTube. Wale watu huwa mnatufuata kwa Facebook, tuko na shida kiasi huko Facebook, tutarekebisha baadaye. Kwa hivyo kama utupati Facebook, hamia YouTube, utatupata kwa njia mwafaka. Naamini kwamba tuko clear hapa Facebook, hapa YouTube, na kama uja subscribe, please subscribe and ensure that you stick on the same. Alafu wale watu wanatuma sadaka ya kuhakikisha kwamba my tokens are paid for and my wifi is paid for, ili tuendelee kuwa na hii debate kila siku, bas hakikisha unatumia hizo namba nimetuma hapo. Alafu kuna wengine hapa wameanza kunihada. Kuna mmoja alinipigia simu hapa akasema sijui ameshikika sijui wapi nini akijaribu kunikon. Sasa mimi nashindwa nyinyi wa Kenya. Mpaka mnatumia jina la Mungu. Mpaka I tell you the kind of punishment that some people are going to receive is still warming up. All the same, tafadhali let's do that. Our team, ile team tulikuwa tunafanya nayo ni kama wengine wameanza kurudi nyuma polepole, ndio nataka kila mtu arudi ili tuhakikishe kwamba our bills are fully paid and we are able to function without interruption. We also have a project of ensuring that we will have power backup when the Kenya Power takes over their power. All that continues, so let's not relent. Let's keep doing what we are required to do to keep the station running and developing. Hatutaki tu maintain, tunapasa kwa advance, na hiyo advancement inahitaji gharama. So if we can't pay the current bills, are we going to add more projects on the same? We can't. So let's do that, and we will be good to go. So I'll be sharing that me, and even as I get set to sign out, you have Francis, you have Kenya all the time, and the rest of my colleagues that we host this show together will be joining us later on. Kile naimiza tu tusiwaste time kwa hii channel. Hii channel ni mzuri na inasaidia kuelimisha Wakenya na kuhamasisha Wakenya. Let's not turn it into something else, so that the people who come to get information here come and get other things that are not part and parcel of what is advancing this country. So please, let's maintain that. It is important, and I believe that what we are doing is going to it will speak for us. We are making history right here, so let's not take this lightly. And that's why it's good, before you engage us on this particular platform, do your research, check out your things, because hii channel itakuwa hapa, hii video itakuwa hapa, wajukuu na vitukuu watakuja kuiona, waone vile Shosho alikuwa anakaa akiwa so please, let's work hard and do that. Thank you very much. So I'll be sharing that number. You send your contribution via M-Pesa na tusonge mbele. So namleta Kenya all the time. Kenya all the time. How are you?
How are you, Bernard? Habari yako?
Niko salama, namna gani?
Mimi niko salama. I hope kila mtu ambaye ako hapa yuko salama. Yeah, I hope munaendelea kusikia the heat which is in the country. So kwanza, I would like to begin by sympathizing with majority of the Kenyans. Especially saa hii kuna njaa mingi sana. I know people have not been hit the same way. Nimeona wale watu ambao wametoka kwa pande ya ukame. There is extreme hunger now in the country. So I just hope that and you see, that's why I don't understand our government, and sorry to say this. You know, a government has what we call short-term and long-term concepts to solve a problem. Whether there is money or not, we cannot leave our people to die of hunger. And I think the government should not be prioritizing on a very complicated project when people are dying. I think it's the responsibility of the government to make sure that every citizen, wherever they are, at least they can minimally afford food. And I wish that is what the president is doing. To me, I do not see those things he is doing now as a priority. You sijui kusema you want to increase the tax bracket and what. I wish he was marshalling our resources and everything which we have towards saving one life which might die because of this hunger which we are having now. But you know, when I analyze politics, I have come to realize that these guys are never dumb. Maybe they want this hunger to continue, or maybe they want this hunger not to get a solution. So that now I think the thing they wanted to introduce can now have a reason. I know, you know, politics, these guys are not dumb. So I think they want now to validate what they wanted to introduce. So it's a fact-finding mission. And I think they are trying to build a reason. And watu wakiona vile watu wameoneshana kwa njaa, mangamia zinakufa, ng'ombe zinakufa, like in the TV jana niliona tu wakisema close to 1.2 mifugo 1.2 million wameuawa na hii njaa. So I think now the GMO is justified. The GMO is justified, in quotes. So I don't want to go to those things because if there is somebody here who has been able to design some experiments, that's how experiments are designed. And the Kenya Kwanza government is purely designing an experiment which will have some results. Na Wakenya ndio watakuwa wanapigania hizo vitu wao wenyewe, because they will be brought into the consideration that they might die completely. So it's simple to solve hunger. And I think there are some basic problems ambazo we can actually solve. Let me tell you, I have been studying politics of other countries for some time now. I study politics of India, I study politics of China, and I can say that there are some problems which we are dealing with. It's a pity a country of 50 million people is handling. In terms of percentage, Chinese have no slums, 1.4 billion people. They have managed to house their people. They have managed to put their people in middle income. India, they are reducing their slums now. I have been following a certain slum upgrade in India, whereby they have been able to reduce a slum which was having close to 1 million people to only 50,000 people. Whereas Kenya is a country whereby we cannot be able to even downscale our slums and other places where. So we have to be serious in terms of implementation and in terms of thinking. And we have to start using our best brains in solving the problem. Because, you know, that is one of the problems which we are having as a nation. When China and the US utilize their best brains, let me tell you, US and China is not that they are special countries. No. But see the best guys who can think how they are protected and how they are given priorities to do a number of things. Because let me tell you, a brilliant guy is capable of building jobs for 400 people, 500 people, 1,000 people, a brilliant guy. But if you start empowering an idiot, that idiot will eat jobs for 1,000 people. So I want a government which empowers a bright person, people who can think, people who can solve solutions, who can solve problems. Those are the people we need to empower. But we cannot start empowering criminals, people who are just waiting to have a scandal. We cannot start empowering those. So this government has to start looking at our bright face. We have our IT experts. We have our engineering experts. We have our accounting experts. We have experts in various, even in agriculture. We have experts in so many areas. But how well are we trying to use our intelligence for, you know, this idea where we want to pretend that ati mtu mmoja ndiye anajua sana, it's a problem. I want to tell our president, yes, he can give us all those methodologies he is saying, sijui nataka hii, but we have to do it as a teamwork, consultative. Is that what Kenyans want? You know, mimi kuna kitu sasa nimeanzia kuja kujiuliza. I think Bwana Bernard, you will help me to understand this. Kuna kitu tumekuwa tukisema kwa katiba, community participation, community kuulizwa, kuweka mjadala, na tunaongea tunasema like hii makodi inakuwa introduced, who has been consulted, who are being consulted, hii vitu inatoka wapi, you know, who has agreed to this thing? Is it a one-man policy? You know, I don't understand. Where was the Kenya whereby, you know, Kenyatta was unable to do many things sababu alikuwa anajaribu kufanya kitu anapelekwa kwa koti, anajaribu kufanya kitu, kulikuwa history ya community participation was so much elaborate. That's why, by the way, some things on Kenyatta slowed down. But I don't understand now. We have now gotten a government which is ready to bulldoze everything, and the citizens are just ready to chew everything just from them. Where is the community participation? Because I don't understand. If anything which is being introduced, hata hiyo vitu nimesikia like the president akisema kuna dialogue amekuwa na KRA, like those alternative resolution, alternative ways of coming up with the solutions. Solutions are not between KRA, the government, and the KOTU. Where is the Kenyan there? We need to blend the Kenyan, the civilian. That is the problem which I'm having with these people. KRA cannot make decisions for us. KOTU cannot make decisions for the employees. We need to see, kama kuna mtu ya KOTU, we need to see resolution ya KOTU towards those things wanasema ati zimepitishwa na serikali. So this idea where they are saying that they will be meeting few people and they will be making resolutions is a way of subverting the will of Kenyans, and not to make, and a way of not making us not to participate. I want to see Kenyans being involved in this decision. And now what will happen is that slowly Kenyans are losing their power. Because remember, the power is with the people. The government cannot make a resolution minus involving the people. It is in our constitution. So I want to see the president actioning things which have been actioned somewhere through a community participation. Otherwise, history ya kuleta vitu and bulldozing, that is what we call dictatorship. Definition of dictatorship is exactly that, where you are not involving people. So suddenly we have people like Akina Okiya Omtata who are now in the Senate, so I think they cannot help as much. Hao ni wale watu walikuwa wanashtaki the government on our behalf. But I'm a bit perturbed because of what is happening. I want to see the Kenyan being taken with this respect. You know, the 2010 Constitution was meant to give the Kenyan dignity in terms of decision making. We had several governments which had done so many decisions on our behalf, and we realized that those decisions were not good. And we do not want another government which is making so many serious decisions on our behalf without involving us. This government is barely 2 months old. So I don't think we have given them elaborate mandate. We have not been involved in barazas and other places. They have not sent their machinery into the ground to consult us. The county governments have not even involved us effectively so that they can be able to get feedback from us. Kenyans have not been tasked to say anything. So we are seeing a government which is ready to do things on its own. We are slowly losing our power. The power which we got, you know, these people are saying they are emulating at the Kibaki government. That's what they were wakisema. They were, even Kibaki himself didn't function this way. Kibaki was a bit, he had a soft side of issues. But I don't want to see stubbornness in leadership. You see, our president and our deputy president, they need to know that they are not the first people to become leaders. And they will not be the last people to become leaders. So what they need to do is they need to understand that Kenya is an engine in motion. And Kenya requires a lot of path of goodwill to do some of the things. Na vitu zingine ambazo wanasema si ati zilishindikana, the methodology was not there. And or some things we are not agreed. So, like before the election in the debate, I think Wariagu, we had 9 taxation. And let me tell you, by the way, there is no any country, this is from scholars, not from me. There is no any country which will move from poverty to middle income or even to high income by taxing its people. You will never become rich by taxing your people. That is from economic scholars, not from me. So, because you are already, like for example, in Kenya, even if you want to tax and tax and tax, you are taxing already the people who do not have money. So it is like you are taxing zero. So it is like you are going to breed. You are going to breed something which has already been bred completely. These people have no source of livelihood. There are so many problems which they have in their day-to-day life. Actually, even Europeans themselves, what wanaandika economics about Africa, they have stated it categorically that Africa is the most taxed place on earth, whereby we are paying VAT of 16%. Some people are paying pay of almost 30%, those who get 50,000 and above. And we have so many other taxes on behalf. There are some countries which are paying VAT of 5%. There are countries which are paying VAT of 2%. Go here in the Gulf, their taxation is not as high as Kenya. So this ideology whereby people think that by increasing or taxing people more, you are making the country self-reliant is not true. So if they talked about tax evasion, that one I can understand. Tax evasion, ways of making more people to pay, that one is fine. I agree with that. But the issue of making the person who is already paying tax to pay more, that one is wrong. So increase the methodologies of collecting that tax, but not increasing it. In fact, our VAT is supposed to reduce from 16 and come below. Why are they not talking about minimum wage bill? Unajua kuna vitu zingine, I think this leadership, they are not serious. They are talking about tax. Are they right now? Lifestyle has gone so high. The minimum wage bill the last person who dealt with the minimum wage bill was Kenyatta. I think the other time, I think when he brought it to 12,000. Why is Mr. Ruto not talking about taking that wage bill, minimum wage bill, to 15,000 or 16,000 through working on the inflation? And then he needs to action that even to the private sector, whereby, because you see, we do not have a regulated private sector. We have a private sector which pays you from 0 to infinity. Like mtu anakulipa ile pesa yeye mwenyewe anataka. And whereas we don't know hiyo pesa hatujui, we know very well that money cannot afford life. Unalipa mtu 300 na hiyo 300 it cannot afford life. So why are they not talking of those things? To give Kenyans dignity through paying them and regulating good pay on everybody. Those are the things we want. But sio history ya kusema you want even to tax people who already do not have money. So I want him to be more pragmatic, give practical solutions, and also look at the status of our country. He needs to also know that we are a developing country. A developing country needs to tax their people less. The day when majority we will be able to get people out of poverty, we will start taxing them. I wish, look at China, by the way. The 70-year plan of China, they have been taxing their people very little. This is because now China has created employment and it has created a wealth group. Now they have started taxing their people. But again, it's not a lot. Taxation in China is not as high as in Europe. In Europe, they are taxed a lot because those are advanced economies. They are advanced economies. So you only tax people who have money. You tax people who can afford life. But you cannot go and tax mtu ambaye ana chochote, unamwambia leta hata hiyo kingine akona. This guy cannot. Remember, Kenyans depend on bursary. Majority of Kenyans wanalipiwa school fees. Like Kenyans wanaishi life ya omba. That's our status. Tunaishi life ya omba. We We are not like, we cannot say that we are self-reliant. There is no any Kenyan who is saving. For your information, Kenyans are not even saving. Right now, ukienda kwa bank account za Kenyans, I have interacted with that data. We have less than 1 million Kenyans. We have less than 1 million Kenyans who have more than 100K in the bank. Look at that. School fees ya form 1 niyo 100 inaisha yote. So that means only 1% of Kenyans are saving. So what we are talking is that we are talking of people who are living hand to mouth. That is the status of Kenya. We live hand to mouth. Watu hawana pesa, and that has been our lifestyle from Kenyatta time. Sisi hatujawahi kuwa na chochote. So come up with methodologies of creating wealth. But first of all, stop snatching the little these people have. So what the president was supposed to do, I'm supposed to hear him rolling out employment opportunities, saying kuna damu zitajengwa hapa, we will employ 10,000 people. Kuna mabarabara zitajengwa hapa, we will employ 50,000 people. We are going to tutakuwa na kiwanda ya nyama sasa, tunaenda kuongezea KMC, tunaongezea kiwanda ingine, we will employ 50. So I want to see is industrialization concept, because unless he brings industries, whatever he is doing, he is feeling on a kwa kikapu iko na shimo. He is doing nothing. And at the end of the day, hakuna kitu atafanya. You see, let me tell you, some of us, tunaweza kuwa, we don't have very big responsibilities where we are, ama ile tunafanya, but we can statistically see something which is a wreck or something which is going to crash. We can look at it na tunaona ya kwamba these guys are going nowhere. But that is not my prayer. My prayer is not for Kenya to crash. My prayer is for these guys to succeed. Because I have relatives who need to succeed in this government. We want these guys to succeed. But when somebody is on a suicide mission, what do? These guys, they are on a suicide mission. I'm telling you, we will come to own the tier after 3 years, if God will give them that opportunity to be in power for 3 years. But I can tell you, there is no any Kenyan who is going to accept deprivation from a government for more than 3 years. It will not happen. Why? Because very soon, people who are affording life will be unable to afford life. I'm giving you things which will start coming up in the next 1 or 2 years. Sahi. So expect in Kenya, the number of, I'm not talking of these millionaires, the number of genuine millionaires are going to reduce. You know, in Kenya, we have political millionaires and genuine millionaires who do business. Political millionaires, those ones will continue increasing, because already we have the 22 cabinet secretaries who will now continue becoming millionaires because wataanzia kuiba. I'm talking of genuine millionaires. When I talk of a genuine millionaire, naongea story ya yule jamaa ako na kibanda yake pale, he is doing some steel melting, anachimba maji, he is selling some things. So the number of genuine millionaires is going to drop by a half. Then number 2, the amount of people who these millionaires employ is also going to drop by the same percentage. So in other words, we are going to, hiyo narrative yao ya hustler ndio itakuwa vizuri. Why? Because now they are now going to double the amount of hustlers in Kenya. We have been having I think close to 10 million people who have not been having jobs. In the next 5 years, we will be 20 million people who will not be having jobs, because jobs are never created the way these guys are doing. Jobs are created simply, you have to industrialize. That is the concept. There is nothing, you have to industrialize, or you have to do like Europeans did agrarian revolution. The agrarian revolution is whereby they mechanized all their shambas, mashamba yao yote, na then wakaleta watu. Right now, there is no mechanization. Sahi nasikia watu wakisema hata mashini zikiletwa Kenya ziachane nazo. So unless pure propaganda whereby we don't want to embrace technology and human labor at the same time. So these guys have to industrialize. But I'm not expecting anything from them because they had no concept to do all those things. So in other words, what I'm trying to say is, gentlemen, forget this government. Assume this government never existed. That's what I want to tell you people. Start thinking of another government which will ever come. Hii government, take it like vile ulienda kwa kitanda ukaota. Take it as a dummy government. That's what I want to tell you people. But if you take this government as a real government, you'll die of stress, because these guys will deprive you your emotional intelligence. You'll not be able to think anything. So in simple, let's think of 2027. Let's think of methodologies which we can be able to have a good government in 2027. If that time we will be able, kama watafikisha hiyo time, hoping that we will be able to have a good coalition which will be able to unclothe all the bad things which will happen here. And we start now educating Kenyans to know their rights, because Kenyans don't know their rights. They think that they are supposed to serve the leaders, whereas the leaders are supposed to serve them. That is the problem which we have in Kenya. People don't know what leaders are supposed to do. Okay, right now we are having somebody who is 3 days old in leadership, Prime Minister wa UK. Huyo jamaa, I hope umesikiliza speech yake. I'm telling you, you can see somebody who is ready to work, and jamaa umesikia hata amesema he will live in an apartment. He is already giving concepts of cost reduction. Atakuwa anakaa kwa apartment iko hapo juu ya down. He is already giving concept. Hao majamaa, they are still living lavish. Plando 10, sijui escort, yet munasema hakuna pesa. Let's see cost reduction concept from these guys, then we'll talk. Thank you, Bernard. Let me not talk much. That's enough.
Okay, asante Kenyan all the time. We appreciate that elaborate observation and givings. We look forward to engaging further even as time continues. Sister Rhoda, unasemaje?
Nataka kusema about South Africa democracy. South Africa parliamentary represent democracy public, where the president of South Africa elected or parliament of a head of government, a lot of multiple party system. Consists 3 branch, except blank consists for the president of South Africa and the cabinet of South Africa. So it means South Africa is a real democracy. It's ruled by the multiple parties and represent. So I don't know how Kenya, is it a democracy? How is Kenya a democracy? Because I'm really curious about Kenya. I'm really curious because I want to know about the truth about our country, because the Bible says my people are lost because of the knowledge. Because we need to know what our democracy is, because if they do wrong, we read our constitutions and we read the rule of the law, everything. That, for example, like the way they put Musena Mudavadi, he was not allowed to be there. Meaning, for example, like South Africa, they have opposition leader. He have our own office. I used to listen South Africa politician. They used to discuss whether it's a problem. He discussed why can this government, they can give our opposition leaders the office where they can discuss if they are going wrong. He can, like the way they say, Gashawa say that they want they can correct him when they do bad things. Do they need, if they want opposition, then they need to give them office and they respect their multiple parties, you know, like the South Africa. What is our democracy? What Kenya democracy? We want to know, because we know what is truth. You know why I'm telling you like that? I know some country there is no democracy, like Mali. You know Mali? Mali, it's always darkness. They have never have any democracy. That's why Mali, they have a war, they have a problem, because the president of Mali, they have never accept their democracy. They don't have, even you ask the president of Mali, doesn't know their constitutions. And that's why you see all the time, there's a war. I don't know, they fight all the time. And that's why many countries in European Union, they send the military to help people. So we want to know, Kenya is a real democracy. That's the question I want to know. Because I feel like Kenya is not democracy. The way these politicians they are doing what they want without control. Because after ukiwa president was state of the government, still you have to listen what we want. You have to ask us, what do you want me to make our country? Do you want me I make the roads? Go like they were supposed to build the Mau Mau road. And himself, Ruto, he said that, the president, he said like that, when I take in the office, I will continue with the project. Uhuru Kenyatta left it. And he said that, he said himself with mouth, he will continue. And I was very proud of him because he will continue with the project. That means the project, Uhuru Kenyatta, he didn't finish, like, for example, like that Mau Mau road, he will continue. Or the project, but he doesn't show, he do on thing, you know. So we want to know what is our democracy, because when we stand, we know what is our democracy, what is a Kenya human right, what is a Kenya, because nowadays unasikia watu wameuriwa, kama huko sijui Kiambu mtu mwingine aliuliwa akaonekana huko kwa forest. Na the government, they are the one responsibility to protect us. Not us will protect us. They need to protect us. Can you imagine people are killed wanaonekana kwa forest? What is the democracy in our country for real? I'm worried. Kwa sababu watu wengi Kenya watauliwa. Wanapotea, wanauliwa na tujui ni nani amewaua. So we want to be president who can protect our country, who can protect our integrity, who can protect us, Kenyans, who love our country, who love us, who say, I will protect my people. And nobody can speak against my country. Nobody can speak about my Kenya. Because when you are president, you need to be responsibility. You protect your country. If the country come the terrorists, you are you remember 1998 when they become the terrorists. You know, Moi, he was very, you know, they want to kill America ambassador. But the problem with the president he is doing, he's mixing with America. Let me tell you, America is a country, always they like problem. You know, America, they are the one who bring the war Iraq. That's why you always have Iraq and Syria is America, because America love problem. America, they'll never solve. The America is a problem. They don't like, and I don't like the Biden sister. I don't like the Biden because he's the one who bring problem in our country, like that ambassador. If Ruto want our country, don't work together with these white people from America. They did in Iraq. And you know those countries like Iraq, Syria, they are very rich countries, but they destroy with the war all the time. They send military in Afghanistan. So we don't want our country, people, they are coming another country outside to protect us with the problem. Kenyan people are very intelligent. We are not idiot. We are very smart. Kenya is a Christian country. Ruto is somebody who has been studying university. He have a wisdom. If he doesn't have a wisdom, he can ask like churches, can you help me? What can we make our food in our, what can we make our young people to get job? What can we make in our school? Our children, they can live good environment. Our old people, they can have food. You know, and I know he can make it, but he tried to himself, he doesn't want to know things. If he want to know, he can know, but he doesn't want. So if he don't want to know, then they have to give our position reader the office where they need to meet, where they need to solve the problem. Thank you.
Okay, so asante sana Roda kwa hoja yako na swali lako utajibiwa na Francis baadaye. Francis, you hold on, you'll take over. Kuna jamaa hapa anaita Boda Mama Mboga Twalia. Pole, lakini nitawaambia kilio bado akitaanza kama siku inaonekana hivi, basi kutakuwa na matatizo mengi. Okay, there is a video I want to play as part of my as I conclude my own segment of hosting. Then I will hand you over to the rest of the team. Just continue to urge those of you that support us to pay the bills. Please, let's not hesitate to do that. We need to keep this show running. And for us to keep the show running, we need to have reliable internet. You can't host this show with bundles unless wewe uko na anointing nyingine ajabu. So for us to have unlimited internet, we must be able to secure that. And kulingana na serikali mpya, kila kitu inakuwa revised. So tafadhali tusichoke, let's keep doing what is right. Ningependa tusikilize hii video alafu tumlete Mama Mary, then Francis. Let's listen out to this.
Because within weeks, against his promises, he started making excuses. He needs time. He needs time, but when he was planning to climb to the office of the presidency, he was inside the government. He knew the problems the government was facing. Uhuru was struggling to deal with it, to bring subsidies so that people can get food on their table. Then Kobiro, Towacho, ne subsidies ogolo, no orango wajma production, then wajma consumption okotigo. Ichalo, ingenikin ngama chamukuon maroduma, kidi transoya, kiwachne jini rango production, they may be very happy. Tokidi karamumias kamajia just growing sugarcane. Kiwacha negeni, you are going to subsidize production and not consumption. You are not telling them anything new. As a nation, and again we are going to go through a very rough time. Looking at the international situation, we are going to go through a very rough time, and we better be prepared for it. We as a people, not necessarily our people who depend on the national government. I know, as a matter of fact, with the international situation as it is. So these characters, and I think Jacob is absolutely on the mark. The journey to 2027 has started rather early for a government which made promises. Even the hustlers are beginning to question that fund that they thought was coming with conditions that would be good for hustlers. They are finding that promise was a promise which was like a poison chalice. We should be prepared for tough times. To abende kakoganda kikuaberjo mageno gibedo maten yakoberjo magigeno. When the Lord has prepared the way for you, when that time has not come, don't blame yourself. Dedicate yourself to the struggle, and you don't know the road ahead where it is going to end. Anangi, confidence. The struggle has not been for nothing. Total confidence. Without that struggle, we not have the new constitution. Without that struggle, we not have devolution. To devolution, I am going to show Josiah a government in the county can run efficiently, and people can get services and food on their table. We are committed to that. Okay, na wacha. Chami winja. Abro migi moro bang mai. And I can see the vision. Kakasani, Kamoro Milono, Alego Usonga, there is a 3 billion project for irrigation, more cover parts of Usonga and the Yala Swamp. That money, if we do right with those World Bank funds, they will continue to flow. I know what you have done for this country. You have suffered. Anyang nyongo kata samoki wuto ko guchi chal katur okonyiso ni onge mach tete wena ngamotegno beda ngamotegno anyang Anyange kwende mwaseringe kodi, when we begin to tell the story, some people cannot believe it. Mommy edako oko many years. Nyacha nanga nyang kamoro milo Nigeria because of your networks. Jomoki wacho go French, jomoki wacho go Spanish. I karajo telo moko neni kuro. So you are given more recognition, and I was very proud of you, Anyang Nyong. To koro min piny jamoko nitie kae magina gina thuondi sama ji dhi sama koro iwacho weche kor gweng' kae to sama dhi nyime kae to giluor ka ngoch warango we are going to judge you. Sani koro kwa this stage ma you better be prepared. My Korea Kibro understand Raila Amolo Odinga what type of leader he is. Nikech Kinda Elwen. And I know with Kinda we are going to get there, God willing, and so long as we don't put our eyes off the ball. Don't put our eyes off the ball. Pesa miwacho ma UDA nigo cannot no, they can solve the national question. We have a lot of problems and we have got hunger everywhere. Our crops for this season are not doing very well and we must be prepared. Leakage pain. We must be prepared. That's when we are doing proper planning. Tongat majikech kayoji duk all over. Towachane, please give me a year. Please give me a year. I think you, as somebody who went around the country to get the makoroni kikuyo maduong malo waduto te kakawa chopo kai. Mos malit makawuono kikuyo ni akelo ni kenda kwa Nyasaye ok mi kwe chunyi ge nyithindi gi jodala mondo kwe obede dala ni. Men pinya gondi erokamano ahinya nikech jomi bedo go kendo jomi tiyo go ikawogi kaka anyuola mari kendo ikawogi kaka nyithindi. Chakre wachni wuog oko aseneno kaka isebedo gi familia kendo wik mokalo chane ina dala ka ki ineno kendo ipango ne kop barak robedo kop machalo nadi. En kuyo makende wagomo sahinya ni familia kenda in min piny moloyo gi President marwa Raila Amolo Odinga. En gimoko winjere. To an gimoro maneno ka nitie jok mawuotho gi bunde mang'eny ma ok apar ni nonego obed kamano. Nitie joma authorize moseng'eyo tiyo gi bunde kendo ging'e seche monego ti gi bunde kata modi kaka ogol mama ong'eyo kaka tiyo gi bunde. To seche moko kiyudo joma wuotho gi bunde iduogo e home nono. Wakata wuoyi mane koro okelo wachni ok an gi adieri ni ogol mama nong'eyo kaka noyudo bunde kendo kaka otiyogo. Bunde migolo agola sa duto ni. An ngimana nyaka nene pok abedo gi bunde. Ta anyalo goyi bunde moloyo bunde ma in gono. Kendo achawo bunde. To koro bunde mimiyo amiya jok ma pod ok ong'e kaka gitiyo gi bunde. Kaka piny mar Amerika ineno ni bunde obedo gimoro machalo a status symbol ni kin gi bunde koro kin gi dhano. Seche ginyalo bedo kodgi kata par. Omiyo sirkal ma Kenya mantie nyaka urang no wachno ahinya. Noneno kata e piny ma Western, although ne en mujumbe tipona ni osegolo mach matin to ng'ato osego bunde. Gima chalo kamano kunego timre in a civilized nation mantie the rule of law. Ok owinjore kata matin. Koro nyathi kaka Barak ma pod tin manchon wan gi geno kuome ni pod obro bedo gi rang'iny mopogore opogore kendo nosomo, ok nobedo abeda ni tich manotiyo norome. Aparo ni gima kamano kanyalo timre nikech ng'ato kong'eyo sama itiyo gi silaha kata sama ok onego ti kode, it is not right. Onego wachno mondo nene e yo makare, mondo bed na joma authorized and trained, and they know when to use a gun and when not to use a gun. And particularly ka ng'ato ni private homes kata in entertainment places, kuonde ma kamago dwaro ni ka ng'ato donjo kin gi bunde tiweye oko kora kinyalo donjo kuonde machalo kamago. We need to be a nation guided by rules and by the law. An ka tieko kamanyango weno, I think in an ge adieri, and I stand to be corrected.
Marlalo Barak. An kanida abiro ka nyaka ntichak biro ka. Achal mana ng'at manie lake. Chalo na ni Barak odhi kamoro obiro duogo. Kaka sadhi e kaka koro odon in me. Ni actually Barak is gone. Agomos ni Rena jaode, nyithinde, owetene, nyiminene, wuonene, osiepene, gi ji duto manyicha Barak chiegni godo. Ang'eyo ni Barak ne nigi many friends, bende asenenogi ka, to mang'eny bende ok obiro. Koro miyo kapok achako, jok manyicha tiyo gi Barak e weche mag security marwa gi jakom, dahero mondo ubi kar kani udwar gini. Most of you understand the law anyway. Mondo ulwar ka, mondo ubao, mondo ugoni oriti for the last time. Tok mago kende, ang'eny nitie Chief Inspector Peter Wiyo, nitie Chief Inspector John Udhiambo. Timuru a bigger circle so that you can all fit in. Nitie Senior Sergeant David Masaga, nitie Senior Sergeant nyocha ne nyathini thoni ochopo kane bed ne wuodho ogik. Omiyo awinjo ni Barak niyo jodhi kamoro jogi magibudho kamoro tae kendo giwuok ne gikowo jomoko to masiro wuokie. Koro ka gini kuchoro hiyo kwacho mar Barak, iwacho mana ni ni jatich mar jaod Raila ni Nyasaye om. To koro mondo giwacho ni Barak motho, ok ni jatich Raila Odinga ni motho. To koro noyudo ka wuok adhi oko, masebedo oko sani jumbe 2. Ma chopo kani awuok na chopo miluongo ni Dubai gokinyi, ni nyaka chopi mondo abi mondo wakow Barak kodu ka. To nyaka gima osewacho ni kuna gosipa ni be osewacho kuna jaode be oseloso kuom nyathi miluongo ni Barak ni. An ang'eye kapod en kijana matin modhi matimo training magege komobiro mojoin office mara Kenyan Prime Minister. En achiel kuom joma osebedo katiyona ka kindegi duto. En nyathi marikni, ok marikni, nyathi marikni osetiyo maber ahinya. To kata kamano ng'eny kama tinde mantiere dak bende tinde lokre. Nitie masiri mang'eny matimre ma ok onego bed ni timre. Omiyo ka tho mar ng'ato chopo to chopo achopa. Nitie tho moko bende minyalo geng'o. To koro masira osebiro matimre koro Barak nyathi mapod tin kama. Owe nyako mapod tin koda nyithindo mapod tindo. To nyithindo obiro neno ni odhi nyime mosomo motieko somo margi.
Koro miyo watimo manyis jowa ni nyithiwa onego dikre kuonde ma gidhiye. To watemo ni gich mag mahundu matimre nyime gi onego dog piny. Mago timore nikech kalo charache piny tima miyo gik mag gitimore. Piny kaka Amerika nikech nitie loch mosebiro marach, iyudo ka ng'eny ji negre gi bunde. Nikech no en bunde ji wuotho obyo. Omiyo weche mag masiche mag bunde go ng'eny ahinya piny mar Amerika. To kata kamano, wadwa ni mondo wang'i kaka wanyalo loso jothurwa mondo thurwa obed maber mondo ji odhi nyime maber. Koro miyo an kaman kani ok adwa nalos weche mang'eny, chasiko ni sama abiro lose pok ochopo. Sana nitie kama abiro lose. Taneno na gonu mos ahinya kuom gima otimore jothurwa ka. Masich manyicho timore thurwa ka. Ong'eyo. Masich go timore kuonde ma kamago de mani ji nyaka chunygi ok dolre. Dhi mana nyime. Lweny mosebedo kigo thurwa keri ok ibedo ni go nikech Raila. Igoye nikech idwa ni mondo obedie thurwa ka mondo jothurwa mondo okonyre. Jaramogi moro ingo moting'o kuodni mae bang' Jaramogi dhi otho. Tinde en akacha. Raila bende ndalone biro chopo to biro weyo aweya. Gimomiyo gini dhi nyime en wadwa ni mondo wakel lokruok thurwa ka mondo jothurwa one maber Kenya mangima. Mae tielo wach mar kedo ni piny. Wach mar kedo ni piny. Ok en ni mondo Raila oyud gimoro, jood Raila oyud gimoro. Raila nyalo dak adaka mabed madhi na nyime kamano. Gima timo gi ok watim ni mondo ng'ato ogone mondo obedie. Nyaka gik moko lokre thurwa ka. Ichuno ni gima timore thurwa ka. To gima timore thurwa ka nyalo pime gi gik moko masebedo ka timore kuonde mopogore opogore. Emi wacho ga ni idwa ni iluongo ni democracy en a work in progress. Ni nyaka lok chike moko. Uneno kata iluongo ni mpira. Chike lokre pile pile. Nitie joma mane go mpira miluongo ni World Cup. To jo Argentina go mpira. Timu cha German. To miluongo ni Diego Maradona. Ogo mpira na gi lwete, ogwadho to donjo gold. To noloyo. To nikech rifari ok nonene, gondo nokwan. Achiel bang' ka koro ong'i bang'e tino ni gol chana go gi lwete. To wacho ni mano ne lwet Nyasaye. The hand of God. Koro tinde okel gimiluongo ni VR. Tinde VR go picha ka ng'ato go gol tidhi ng'iyo to go gol cha en offside. Koso mako gi lwete. Koso nyono ng'ato. To kata iseloyo tido gidhi go picha ching'iyo ni VR dhi ng'iyo ni tiko na macho ka en gol en tima kosa. Ok ober kamano. Emomiyo gimoro matimre gi gisetimo gitimo opogore mocha. Noneno kane wapim gi Kibaki. To noneno kaka oluogi lwete. Ok noneno. Moko osedogo timore kacha gi kacha. Omiyo jomoko wacho ni sani koro watimo ang'o, wakel VAR. Mondo koneno ni Chebukati hango tiwacho ni Chebukati hango. Ithuro yie kamano. Yoro wakel VAR. Ok wakel VAR. VR bende wabiro kelo kima nyime kucha. Tana biro loso kodu kinde mabiro no. Nitie gik moko mapod wamanyo maber. Kochopo kare to biro nyiso ni maya kama yo mwadwa luwo sani. Kama nitie kani wanya kare keke. Mapod wang'iyo gang'iya kamacha sama loso pok ochopo. To biro chopo. biro chopo. Omiyo kawuono an abiro kamano mondo wakony nyathini maber. Nyathini wuon mare wadongo e gweng' ka oduro gore ka niwagi kod gi mamene kore machiegni ka. Omiyo kaeri kachopo kata ng'ama chopo dala. Ema abiro kawuono mondo ko barak waduto te kodu. To chunyu madoni chunyu kik dolre. Chunyu mondo obed motegno. Kech kama nitie ni an pok aol. Tuwayo mondo aol. Tuwayo mondo aol. Adhi nyime. Amunya wacho ni una akuru ni mi yath to wach ni agoge. Wach biro wuok chieng' ochopo chieng' ochiek maber biro wuok mana buni isu kaka kuma luwo. Ero kamano ahinya Nyasaye mondo konyu.
Tikedo ka ywagi kendo nawacho ni ok abi ywak. Ok aywagi kawuono bari. To sepeni
Okay, welcome back everyone. Thank you so much. Alex will come later and break down for you what is transpiring there. But it's the send-off of the short bodyguard for Mama Ida and the insecurity in the country, which is uncalled for in my opinion. It's we need to get back to the sanctity of life. Why take somebody's life? Is it for political reasons? Is it personal business? Is it difference? Let's not get into the place where people take the law in their hands. Let the law take its free course and sort out matters accurately. All the same, I'm glad that we are still here and talking Kenya business. We'll give priority to Mama Mary, and then thereafter, Francis, you'll take charge. The rest of us tutakutana kwa show ingine tena keshoye, Mungu akituwezesha. Lakini wale wanatuma sadaka, tafadhali endelee kutuma sadaka. Bili nitawatumia, ama mnataka ni wa display hapa bili? Tujitahidi. Thank you very much. Mama Mary, karibu.
Yes, habari zenu Bernard, Rhoda na Francis. Naona tuko waine na tutaweza kona zote za Kenya. Tutawaelimisha na tutawaambia kile kinapendeza na kile hakipendezi. Okay, as I watched what was going on and previous even other things in the country, it's showing some things that really hurting, because my point is poverty is as a result of some too much high pay and too little to other classes. Let's say, for example, we have got unga in the store, in the shop, being sold 200 shillings, and the rich man come, 200 is not a problem. My other poor people come, 200 is a problem. So what means that the poor people will go hungry and the rich people will still go ahead with life as usual. My problem is the life has not been balanced for people to see that they are living in their country properly or comfortably. Now, look at how people are looking how to move out of Kenya, going to look for other ventures because the problem has become too much. Why? And the people who are making people go, they are not going to get out of the country because they have gotten what they have. And they are still going ahead, pioneering the people who have remained there, who cannot be able to move. How are they going to survive if the big man is after those small people? It's very sad and very, very grievous. The other thing is Kenya changed when Parliament decided to be the allocation point. allocation point, what I mean is that they are the deciding point that we are going to add our salary. We are going to charge these people this money. We are going to tell these people they will be paying for this kind of product, or they are going to be paying this because we have built the road. Or who is passing there is the poor people. And they are still being the one who are being charged for this road. And maybe they never pass there, but still they have to cough some money. It's very sad. Our country, we are really facing so much that we don't know the last minute what will happen. Now, the other thing now, okay, the other point is that now the decision to tax more, the more poor people will face. If we are going to be taxed, it is just equal. If I have 100 and you have 20 shillings and I have 100 shillings and we are being taxed, actually we are being put on the same level, because even the person who has 100 will not go higher level. The person who have 20 will not go higher level. So we are being kept there. We have no movement because there is the commander who is going to tell you which direction to go. It's very bad and very serious because we want to live comfortably with our own energy. I work so hard. I want to live because I am working hard to see my life is comfortable. But it can't be I'm being controlled, that the money that I am getting, the little that I'm getting, it's that I have to cough the same as the person who is getting a million and I'm getting 100. You cannot compare that. So that means the poor people will remain poor, will remain poor forever, if that is the time, the way the government is going to do. I've seen so many things now have been put on the line, like we have to we have to be like very punctual paying this money, as if before we were not paying. But now, come to think now, this government is really looking seriously that it will come even to your pocket. It is not a matter of waiting for you to cough that money. It is them who will get it from your pocket. How does it look like? It's like people will go hungry. There are people who will not have anything because of what is going to they are going to face due to this force that is coming. And it is not easy. If I see that the promises that we were given, they are not even taken serious, now it is being diverted to something else. We are having some things being constructed which they were not discussed, so that now they can get so much money from the public so that they can be able to cater for those new ventures. It is very sad because those people living in Kenya right now with no food, and yet they are expected to pay whatever they are asked by the government, we are not going to survive. Everybody is going to be like we are suffering and others are enjoying. And that life means that the people who have it will live, but the people who don't have will not live. It is just like perishing, because how do you expect somebody in the next door is having everything and the next door they are sleeping hungry? That it doesn't make sense. That is not a government. That is something that will make even people start killing each other. I hope we don't reach there. So for me, when I look at everything that I see, it's like people are being taxed. Even a egg seller will be taxed. An egg seller is like a survivor. And those people with a lot of money will be taxed, yes, but they are not going to feel it because they have a lot. Look at the parliament. They pass what they want to for them. But for the inhabitants, it's not taken care of. They don't care. They pass what favors them. But what favors the inhabitants, it's not equal to what favors them. So my point is, Kenya is becoming like nobody's business. It's the business for politicians. It's not about the inhabitants, those people who queue for unga, those people who are tilling the land to get something to eat. It is not for them. It is for those who have it. And I'm very sorry, because it's very sad when I look at my people, see them how they are struggling right now. People queuing for unga, one packet of unga, without knowing whether you'll get one. They don't have anywhere else to go. The problem they are facing is that whoever is guiding them is charging more and looking for more money, looking for where he can tax, not even looking for the life of the inhabitants. Those people who voted, now they are useless. You are not useful anymore. The judgment is done by those who have it. It is very sad. I feel for them as well as for me, because I'm those people who wait to hear good news from the government so that I can move my life on. But for now, we have to be very careful. It's very sad. I look at my country, wherever I am, I don't feel happy. It's not somewhere you feel like you can go back. It's not somewhere that you feel your people are happy living there. It's somewhere people are feeling like they are under pressure. They're like covered with a heavy cloud that they cannot penetrate. It's becoming so hard for people even to understand where they will end up. And it is our government, it's our life, it's our country, where we need to know, if I move from this point to the other point, I'll reach there. But now it looks like when you go to this side, it is doomed. You go to the other side, it's doomed. Where am I going to stay? How am I going to live in my country? We cannot fit in foreign countries. People are not going to foreign countries because of their will. It's because of what they are facing. And they are not moving with their families. It may be one in a family, just going there to look for something to eat, to help those whom he or she left behind. It's very sad. Our country, we have to wake up. We have to look things in a serious way, because these people are just talking and trying to plan how they can earn more. It's not how they can develop the life of our country. You can share what you have with your neighbor, but these people are not ready to share. Their life is better when they are getting more, but our life is worse when they are getting more, because the more they get, the more they are forgetting us. Thank you, guys. I'm very saddened, and I feel very, very saddened.
Thank you, Mary. You know, as you are addressing that issue to do with the kind of economy and so forth that you are passing through, is that the government looks insensitive, very insensitive, to a point that instead of dealing with the real issue with hunger, starvation, drought, they are more inclined to some things which are more seems to be so strange to Kenyans. And you know, one of the things that I also see with a great concern is that right now we should have suspended things to do with new projects or anything new. We should have come together to rescue life, because as I said earlier, you can revive an economy that has collapsed. You can revive a road that has stagnated, but you can never revive a life that has been lost. That's something that you know. You can never bring back life, but you can bring back economy, you can bring back road, you can bring anything else, you can bring it back to where it was originally, even though it will have some cost, but it's only life that cannot be brought back. So when we set the state of what you call a scale of preference, life should always be the first point. That is why even in military, when they are being sent, they are always being told your security come first, because once the soldier is killed, who will he protect? So he have to protect himself so that at least he protects the other. So we the citizen, we need to be protected from anger so that we pay taxes. Because leo nikikufa wewe ukufe, mwingine akufe, kesho akufe, nani atalipa ushuru at the end of the day? There's nobody. So these are the real issues that the government needs to get in touch with it. So Rhoda, you address an issue of democracy. Kenya is a form of delegated democracy whereby when you elect a member of parliament, is the person who represents you in the National Assembly. You elect a senator who represents you in the Senate. So these individuals are the people who are supposed to articulate the matters to do with your constituency in the parliament, whereby they go and discuss. And depending on how much one will show the benefit and the net profit, or what you call the net benefit, that is likely to win a project. That is why when you look at majority of projects, they have concentrated on a certain two regions. Reason being, these are individuals, they are very aggressive to a point that they rather come together to support Kiaru to have a road rather than everyone channeling himself. So those are the people that when we say the delegated democracy is whereby the member of parliament represent you. You talked about Mali. Mali is a country that originally had democracy. You can go and check somebody who was called Abubakari Madub Keita. He was the president there before he overturned under the military junta. This happened because of influence of France to some extent. Now they have a problem of the Wager group, that is the Russian mercenaries, who are killing the citizen with no reason at all. So it was a democracy, but unfortunately it collapsed. The same case happens to Burkina Faso. The same things happen to Equatorial Guinea. The same things happen also to Togo. I think under Ali Bongo, it was some of democracy but collapsed. So when you come to Kenya, the way I was addressing in South Africa, the largest the oldest party in Africa is the National African Congress that was formed in around 1926, and it became under rule of the black president in 1994. So we have now the current president Cyril Ramaphosa. Then we have the opposition leader, the Julius Malema. Malema is a leader that I can say is more of an hardliner. He's an hardliner, and that's why it's become a problem to him to become a president, because he advocates for a very radical change. And it becomes a problem because, as we're talking right now, the South African economy is being held by just a minority whites. So should the whites pull out of that country, South Africa might likely to collapse, and it's something that man does not keep in touch with it. We had some people to do with the former AU commissioner, the Nkosazana Dlamini Zuma, who is also a member of ANC, but is more protagonist than Jacob Zuma, than Cyril Ramaphosa. So there are issues in Africa here and there, and they're happening up and down. But all in all, Africans, we need to get our hub together. I was looking at a country called Kenya. For some of you, you could have had something to do with the Pandora Papers just some other 2 years ago. There was the first one that we called the Fonseca Moseka, what is popularly known as the Panama Papers. These are integrity issues that our African leaders, the family of Kenyatta, there is Jose Kabila, Sugungweso, there are so many of them in Africa, that they are getting the property, all the wealth from African soil, taking it to Switzerland to go and invest there. So what is happening is our resources are being taken to Switzerland to go and create job opportunity in Europe and other nations in expenses of Africans. This time round, it is not the colonists who are taken by force. It's the black color who are taking it there willingly to go and invest it there. So that's the issue that we have been having. And the question is, as much as we are complaining of the Pandora Papers, we are complaining of the Panama Papers about the investment in other nation other than Africa, the question is, what is the problem? And here is the problem that it has been happening, that we see these things are happening. When Ruto got into power, the first thing he signed was a decree to take back the port, the operation of Naivasha port to Mombasa. Ask yourself, if you are a businessman who had established yourself in Naivasha, what could have happened with your business? Chances is that it will collapse, because whatever kept your business there, it has already been reverted back to the original position. So through that way, it creates what we call uncertainty business environment in Kenya, that in each change of regime, it becomes so uncertain to know which is the next course of action, what is likely to occur. And that is the main reason why these people fear to invest in Africa. You can just wake up early in the morning, the president will even divert Thika superhighway. Hii Thika superhighway itatumika ingine. We need to have something that is more of tangible, that economic policy, business environment that is at least rigid, to a point that even investors, when they invest in our country, beautiful country, Kenya, they can be assured that tomorrow, and even with a change of regime, things will still work out. But in Kenya, once the regime are changing, it seems that it's like we are creating a new country since 1967. It's not a continuation. Kenya does not value what you call a quid pro quo. It is favor. It does not propagate favor for a favor. I invest in your country, put policies that are assuring me that my wealth is well protected, and in any case that your regime does not come back to power, what is likely to occur is that my business will continue operating. Look, right now, he has allowed milk from Uganda to get into Kenya at the expense of the dairy farmer in Kenya, at the expenses of workers who are employed in the Brookside. So if that continues, what does it mean? The Brookside will be sold, and somebody will go to Brazil and invest there, because in Brazil, when the regime are changing, there will be no this kind of witch hunt, which you call targeting some individuals. Hakuna kutarget individual in countries that are well manageable. That is the first world countries. These are the G8 and the G20. So watahamia kule, maana hata that's unaona, the moment Trump got out of power, Biden get in, there were not so much change. The change occurred in the administrative part, but in terms of the business part, it was just a continuation and improvement. So hii ni issue ambayo tunastahili kuaddress. Kwa nini tukipata viongozi wanaingia ni kama wanapigana na viongozi wengine, wanaharibu nchi kwa ajili ya kutaka kuwa na siasa za ubabe? Tukirekebisha hiyo, tutakuwa na uwezo wa kuwa na nchi ambayo ni nchi safi sana, ambayo ina uwezo wa kusimamia rasilimali zake sawa sawa. So as much as we want a country that is promising economically, we need to address those laws of business, that whoever wants to invest is assured that tomorrow is having some kind of certainty, things might not go in the wrong way. Just to summarize up, right now, and I'm telling you this, and I want you to observe, on the 30th of September, the Brazilians will be heading to the polls for runoff. That will be between Jair Bolsonaro and Luiz Lula Inácio da Silva. And what is likely to happen is that Jair Bolsonaro was a populist leader, the same kind that Ruto is. Populist leader, too much promises, very small delivery, and so many excuses. But I'm telling you, the man will not get back to power. He will be just a one-term president. So I'm telling you this way, that populism does not work. You can go and check it there. Bolsonaro, just on that year, it will be announced that he will not make it back, because populism does not work. It illusionized people to think that there's a miracle that can happen other than you working for it. So we need to set our standards clear, and if we set them, I think as a country we shall be making some kind of progress. Yes, Mary.
Yes. Hi, Alex. My point is, I just wanted to add on you, Francis. Now, the decision to tax more the number of poor people, I think, will rise. Because at this juncture, there are people who cannot even have a meal on the table. And if you happen to think that taxing because you want to do more for people, unless you are heading to the people who has it. But at this juncture, I see is a problem. E.g., tax. If you tax somebody, let's say egg seller on the street, where will he go to afford for his family? That is something that we have to sit down and think. And the government that we have right now is thinking just taxation so that they can make their ends meet. The way they want to run the country, it's that they want to sweep everything that people has so that they can be able to manage to do what they are planning to do. I feel very sympathetic to especially those people who don't have, because we have people who don't have, and still they are on the register that they have to contribute, they have to be taxed. Where do they get this extra to be taxed, to pay for the taxes? So the poverty will continue, and the people will continue to be in the hands of the government, where we don't like that. We want to be independent. We want to have our own independence, that we can be able to take care of ourselves and we can feel freely to contribute towards the government, but not being taxed at this time of problems, the problems we have right now. I don't see the balance where the government is trying to do that. We have to be like taxed every now and then so that they can fulfill their agenda. I don't think that is workable. And I think the government should sit down and think about the people who are suffering instead of thinking how to increase the taxes. Thank you.
Okay.
So thank you, Mary. Where
I have
is
a question for Mary. Okay.
Yes, Jiro.
Oh, sorry. Okay. Thank you, Mary. Your presentation was quite elaborate. I've liked it. Yeah. So we are having a citizen ama tuko na Wakenya wako pahali ambao when wakisikia vile president anaongea they think anaongea mafuta na mukate, because when the president is speaking, remember that majority of our Kenyans are not still informed. Yes, they might have some basic education, but information to make decisions, we don't have those Kenyans. So my question, which I wanted to ask you, is I know you might have witnessed 4 or 5 administration, maybe nikikuangalia. So can you tell me what do you think is the future of Kenya after Ruto? Because I think that is what I want many of us now to start looking at. Do you think, what is Ruto going to leave Kenya with, and how can we salvage the Kenya which will be left behind? Because some of us, some people don't have the real history of Kenya, and that's why unasikia watu wengine wakisema wataki hiyo history. So which path do you think Kenya is going to be left by Ruto? Atatusambaratisha kabisa, or are we going to be recovered in the future, or what will happen? Where are we going as a nation? Nikikuuliza hiyo.
Are you asking me, Kenya?
Yes.
Yes, it's you, Mary.
Precisely.
Okay. When I look at the way Kenya is being driven, ni kama ule mfurugano, wewe ukiwa na nguvu utasurvive. Si kama ni ile time wale watu wanaangalia wale hawajiwezi tunawasaidia. This time ni mfurugano, kwa sababu mtu anataka kuonyesha nguvu zake ambazo hakuwa amezipanga, na zile nguvu anaonyeshana nazo ni za kufuruga kile ambacho kiko, na watu watakosa raha na wataishi wakiwa na majeraha ambayo haitakwisha, kwa sababu vile sasa imekuja hiyo serikali inakuja na nguvu ambayo wanataka kusikia wamekwarusa kila mtu ati ndio waweze kusurvive. If they did not have any plan for the country, it's good for them to ask for plans. And to ask for plans is to stand by instead of nagging people and putting people into problems and to more problems. Right now is about nurturing the country, because people have no food, people are suffering, people are dying. And for that, We cannot imagine a government coming into a position saying that we are going to tax people. People are going to pay even things that we were not paying before. And whatever we were paying before is going to be doubled. Just because the country has reached the point it is. We cannot afford, because we are not being paid double. We are paid the same, and we cannot afford for double portion for what people are demanding, and it's not planned for. We are right now facing problems which we are supposed to be stabilized first before you start forming other things to crush people who don't have. I think the government need to sit down and think where they are heading and where they are taking us, because we are not able to, like, for example, let's say if I am the supporter of my family as a whole because of the situation that we have right now, then it comes a time that somebody else comes and say, no, before you support your family, you have to support this side so that you can go ahead support your family. Can that be workable? So me, I see we are heading in a very wrong way. The direction is lost unless they sit down and tell us where we are heading, because we cannot live like this. It's very poor and very painful. That's all I can say.
Thank you. So, Alex.
Yes, my friend.
It's your turn. It's your turn. It's your turn.
No. I came here to correct two things, and I will be leaving. I'm better off listening. I've become a better listener than a contributor. The first thing is that ANC was not founded in 1926. ANC was founded in 1912. It is the oldest party. Not the ANC. Sio hiyo mkokoteni ya Mudavadi yenye resigned today. We are talking about the real ANC. African National Congress of South Africa. Si mkokoteni yenye Mudavadi aliresign jana ama leo. It was founded in 1912 and it has had a very able leadership through thick and thin, and it has influenced many parties. The way it works, actually, if ODM could have copied or Xerox the way that ANC has worked through time, whereby we have a strong women league, whereby we have a strong youth league. And you can see people like Mbalula, people like Ndozi, people like Floyd Shivambu, people like Malema grew up through the eyes of their peers who were their elders, and they were groomed for leadership in the future. And the next Secretary General for ANC is not going to be Gigaba Maluba, the former finance minister. It's going to be Mbalula. Mbalula has been groomed throughout to become the next Secretary General, and that's why Mantashe resigned. I wish we had such kind of merits whereby hardworking people like Malema, who are in ODM, he was in ANC. People who have been in ODM the longest, they could rise through the ranks so that they can take over the leadership. Now, the person called Sifuna is a very good, strong leader, but he has no backing of the elders. And if Sifuna could be groomed enough, Sifuna has shown that he has the tenacity and also he has the capability of leading ODM to the next section. The problem we are having as a country is that the elders do not know when to give up and groom the young so that they can take over leadership. So, and that's why I admire the ANC, regardless of the many problems they have had, the internal democracies and the mechanism that they use to resolve. Now we're having the Falafala problem, whereby the president had $19 million under his bed, and you are going to see very soon Ramaphosa is not going to be the president of South Africa. I wish we had such kind of judiciary that is robust, that is able to listen from all sides and look at the rule of the law. We look at the role of KRA, and also we look at the role of Central Bank of Kenya, and then we ask ourselves, has somebody committed some serious constitutional problems? And if it was so, some people would not have been the president at this particular time. So the country is in chaos because, first and foremost, we have not strengthened our parties. We have refused to strengthen our parties. We have a personality cult in our parties. If Raila today gets out of ODM, ODM is dead. If Ruto today gets out of UDA, UDA is dead. I mean, that is not how we must handle. When Mandela resigned as a president and let Thabo Mbeki come in, ANC never faltered. ANC continued. I wish we had a way whereby ODM will remain strong, UDA will remain strong, ANC of Mudavadi will remain strong, even if the personalities that are so powerful within their parties resign and take, a normal life. But the problem we are having today is if Raila gets out of ODM and say, I've resigned from politics and now I want to take time with my family, ODM will be dead. We should copy what ANC has done. South Africa is stronger today because the way it strengthened its parties. Even today, Malema will resign from EFF. The branch level, the university level, the village level. You see, if there is a real hustler party in Africa, it is the EFF. EFF imechagua mpaka ule mama alikuwa domestic worker, wakaenda wakatoa mama alikuwa anaoshea mtu vitu, wakamweka in parliament. Wakatoa mwingine alikuwa anaendesha ukweli kabisa bodaboda, wakamweka parliament. I think that we must emulate what South Africa is doing. But on the other side, you wonder that South Africa is also emulating us, because I heard Malema say the other day that one of the most robust parliaments that he watched over the last 5 years was our Senate. Truth be said, our Senate was really a good Senate last time. We had Mutula Kilonzo, we had Murkomen. Now that they are going out, we have been left with a bunch of people that you don't even understand what they are debating in that, even though they were not on our side. At the moment, I think I felt like Murkomen was agitating for my rights. At some moment, I felt like somebody like Ledama was agitating for Kenyans. So I think we need, as a country, to start asking ourselves that what is the better way to go to strengthen our parties? Because once you strengthen the parties, even if Raila was to step out of politics, our parties are strong, they are robust, and they can agitate for our. Now, the other thing I wanted to tell you, Mr. Francis, you see, I've been thinking deeply about what has happened in Kenya. Change does not happen when we make noise in the social media. True change happens when we humble ourselves and ask ourselves, now the situation is where it is. Are we going to hold ourselves in some bunch of miserable corner and keep on complaining forever? I think we will let these people finish us. I think we are going to bury a lot of people before 2027. Then the question is, what should we do? And one of the things I agitated the last time, these people called hustlers are the most ignorant people of all times. The issue of hustler fund, the way I saw the qualification for hustler fund, very few of them can qualify for this hustler fund. I want people like Kenyan all the time, people like Francis, people like Rhoda, people like Mary, to start agitating and access that hustler fund. In 5 years, we are richer than where we are, so that we can be able to compete with these people. We can make a lemonade out of a lemon that we have been given. We can make a pepper spray out of the peppers that we have been given. We cannot allow them to become richer more than what they are right now. We must access the resources, because the country we are right now, if we just sit on the periphery, I'm telling you, poverty is going to bite us. I never knew, and I still don't believe it. I think maybe my friend here will tell me the truth. I still don't believe. I think it's a decoy of the media that kuna njaa Central. Of all places, njaa inaweza kuwa Central. You know, I'm wondering, what have they done in 1 month?
Tulia ni kukonfirmie hiyo. You see,
yes.
I want to confirm to you by whatever you are seeing happening in Kenya, njaa ime Kenya muzima. It's only that it is in scales. But I can tell you, in Kirinyaga, in Embu, Meru, Tharaka-Nithi, it is like 3/4 of Turkana. It is like it is that serious. Iko na sasa kitu ingine ukianga. And let me tell you, whatever is happening is not about is about the regime, because you see hii njaa ile kitu imeexhibit hii njaa sana ni high cost of living. So mnajikuta hamuna chakula, then venye hamuna chakula hiyo unga ni 230. I want you to get that level. So meaning that hata ukikuwa na 100 saa hii uwezi nunua unga, you have to look for alternative. Ile kitu unaweza nunua hiyo mandizi hakuna na vitu zingine hakuna. So in other words, we are just at a place whereby the money which we have cannot even afford food. So na ndio nasema Mr. Ruto was ill advised when he said that anatoa subsidies directly. He could have removed subsidies ama zinaitwaje, when he had an alternative of bringing the cost of basic commodities down. Lakini wezi anzia kusema ati hii pesa ni ya makatel, wacha nitoe hii pesa ya subsidy ati we pull it somewhere for 1 year, alafu anaambia watu, anatuambia tungoje mwaka mmoja hiyo subsidy itakuwa imejaa. How can anger wait for 1 year? Ili ujue sasa this one is a blind leadership. Alex, can you tell me how can anger wait for 1 year? Sio nyumba, hunger.
So Kenyan all the time, you see, it's just a surprise. And yani mimi mshtuko imenishika kuwa for the first time kuna njaa central as we knew it. That was a basket of Nairobi. Tukiwa Nairobi tunajua ndania, maziwa, hizi vitu zote ambazo tunakula. Ukitaka kupata vitu fresh, unaenda tu Githurai huko. Githurai unapata very fresh things at a very cheap price. Because I used to live at Kawasukari and I know that area very well. Kwenda Juja na Thika. So wakati ninasikia sasa hivi, and if that is true, the very, very mantra of William Samoei Ruto to make sure that Central Province become very poor so that he can give them handouts has started working right away. And if it has started this early, if it has started this early, my friend Muko Rashid, if it has started 1 month to atujamaliza 3 months, that 1 year he is saying, sasa we are going whereby traditionally, remember how Moi used to do it. Kila wakati we used to see maneno ya Ukambani. Sasa tunaona Ukambani iko na company ya vitu mangoes, mpaka tunashangaa. They are celebrating that for the first time they are capable of doing something agriculturally. If that is the plan of William Samoei Ruto to make people from Central to be poor so that they can depend on handouts, 1 month to the presidency, I don't understand how you people are going to survive 5 years from now. If that is true, you see, me, I thought maybe it's politics, but you people are confirming it. You see, 1 month only, and somebody has started making you people poor, and some of you are shouting on top of rooftops that UDA, UDA, UDA. Then I think there is something really wrong. One way to make a community to start degenerating is to make sure that poverty bites them to the core. And if now, you know, Mama Selina alituambia wakati moja hapa, I'm a very good listener. Mama Selina alituambia hakujua kuna wakati kitambo Waluya walikuwa wanakuja wanafanyia Wakalenjin kazi kwa sababu Wakalenjin ndio walikuwa ni kusema. Mama Selina akasema ikafika wakati wao wakauza mashamba hadi wakaanza kufanyia nini? Waluya kazi. Ninaona very soon Wakikuyu wakikuja Kisii wakianza kutafuta kazi ya mkono. Na Wakikuyu sio watu wamezoea kazi ya mkono. Hii Mjengo unasikia construction, Ruto anasema ati construction ya vitu. The people who will benefit ni Waluya na Wajaluo because hao watu wamezoea Mjengo. Kikuyus are Wajaluo. And I'm not being tribal. And I think some of you will help me. I'm not being tribal. Kuna kazi zingine sio za some communities. So what I'm saying, if that is true, that where we are sitting today, that hunger has gone up to Gatundu, of all places, the heartbeat and the democracy of Kenya, whereby the first president came, I think Julia tuko na shida hapo. Hapo sasa, kama watu wenu are comfortable, I'm telling you in 5 years, nyinyi watu lazima mtahama kuja Kisimu, kuje tuwapee tu kazi na Matiang'i awasaidie. Tafadhali sana. Asante sana.
Alex walisema hawapangwingwi. Hatupangwingwi.
Anyway, Julie, so Alex, you know, the way you have said about Mjengo, actually I come from the Maasai community. Hao watu hata hawezi inua hata tofali ile ya udongo ile ya kuchoma. Wacha hii ya kufyatua kwa nani, kwa timbo. Hiyo hata ile ya kuchoma hawezi. So when I'm hearing about Mjengo na shangaa wameanza ku marginalize where I'm coming from, Kajiado, because hatutakula nini hatuwezi Mjengo. Anyway, so but all the things that I know, because right now currently I'm around Ruiru, they are being given some aids from Gatundu North. Hapa Njai wanapewa, Kidhombokoni wanapewa chakula free because of that anger. It is there, it is real thing, because I'm just around there. But anyway, what I know is that there's something that Alex has also said it very well, that we the people here, we need to use them in their own game to beat them. But if we still remain spectators, there is likelihood we shall always remain spectators. Because I've seen the condition of us, moja nimeona it should be a group of minimum of 50 and a maximum of 250, a minimum of 100. But I think it's more than 50 people who are minimum members to be registered. Then we have to sign 4 guarantors, 2 of which are supposed to be relatives. You are supposed to invest a certain amount of money in either with the government. You have to sign a non-disclosure agreement that with term jails. So if all that things are there, it means the rich people who are being attacked and being branded names are the only people who can qualify those conditions. How can you find 50 people with the same goals who are hustlers? It is very problematic. So I think we can take that chance and beat them on their own game, so that at the end of the day, we can outstar them using their own money that they think that those who benefited are their supporters. Anyway, thank you. Julie, it's your time.
1 minute, Julia, just 1 minute. Sorry, Julia. Unajua, hii hustler government, you don't need to oppose it. This is a government on a free fall. Hii serikali hata haihitaji opposition. Hawa watu waache, they will crash before time. You don't need to oppose these guys. If you try to oppose them, you will actually help them. Hawa watu wanahitaji tu uanyamazie. They move the way they are going to move, and I know they will be able to understand what they are trying to touch is untouchable. In terms of hima vitu munasema ya hasla na nini, the problem is this. These guys will introduce a lot of corruption in this thing. I'm telling you, unajua, remember these guys wamepitisha, angalia wale watu wamepitisha, wait even for the people who will even be nominated as PSs. Watakuwa tu ni wale watu ambao wameanguka uchaguzi juzi, they will try to rewind them. So they will try to, already hatuna public participation, washaua hiyo. So what will happen is that these guys hata hiyo pesa ya Hustler Nation watajipea. We can apply, but Kenya has legalized corruption in other way. That is what we are dealing with here. We have legalized corruption, and we have legalized dictatorship. That is why a president can come and give things without approval from Kenyans. Tuko hapo.
Wacha Julia dakika moja. Wacha nani Mkenya all the time, wacha nikwambie. One of the things that you need to know that Ruto is really careful. He is being watched by the international community. Like Uwezo Fund, when it was put into place, there were trillions of measures so that it cannot be used. And we ended up having a bunch of that money remaining there because the international community was really watching, because part of that money was donated. Kama kuna pesa ambayo itachungwa na civil servants, civil society na the international community, it's going to be the Hustler Fund. And that's why I'm urging our people, tafadhali, we are not the upper middle class. We are the lower middle class. And why I say lower middle class is that we have education, we have some human capacity development that is beyond, and we have an understanding of how economy works. One thing you must know, when a government comes in place, always in the history of all the governments, those who tend to benefit in that government are those who opposed it. And the so-called Machiavelli principles that says, when you get to power, you finish those who you got into, and some people have been finished. Mudavadi has been finished. He has resigned from ANC. Ford Kenya, he has resigned from his party. So those parties are not relevant. So if we want to strengthen ODM in that nature, we can do that. While UDA is failing in its manifesto and what it's doing, the grassroots, people like Sifuna, must start agitating for a stronger party, the Azimio party. We must go over there and start strengthening it, because anyway, we are still strong. But what I'm saying is this: we must access that money. They cannot be able to do anything in terms of corruption. They can be corrupt in all other areas, in ministries, everything. But when it comes to Uwezo Fund, which has been transformed into the Hustler Fund, there is nothing they did in Uhuru administration. Na ukuona any kind of corruption coming in the Uwezo Fund. You didn't see even a notch. Even one iota did not come in that Uwezo Fund. So what I'm telling our people is, do everything you can, access that money. And you people like Francis, you know very well how to bring people together. People like Kavin, they told me, Kavin, you told me that you are a border. Bring 50 people together. Make a society, make a circle. Tafuta lawyer mzuri wa Azimio. Hii kitu muende tu vizuri. You people will get that money, because in the end of the day, that money is refundable. But if the economy will bite the way Trump gave us money, in those who had businesses, when the economy bited so hard, some of this money were forgiven, and we ended up going home with a lot of money. So I am sure at some point, if the economy, with the world politics the way it's going, access that money, at some point, hiyo pesa mutalipa, because of the nature of our politics. So jaribu tukuje pamoja, watu 20, watu 50, to access this money. That's all I'm telling you. Musiogope, hiyo ni pesa yetu, sio ya mahasla, hiyo ni pesa ya Wakenya. Asante.
Thank you. You know, I saw William Ruto saying he want to form a one strong party for 2027. Ameanza campaign hata kabla hajakalia kiti kawa moto. Anyway, Julia, welcome.
Good to see you, Francis, Alex, Rhoda, Njiru, Mary Wainaina. Alex, atupangwingwi, hata tukilala njaa, afadhali tulale njaa. Tutaendelea kusema atupangwingwi. And I don't know, I'm understanding why so many people voted for Ruto. I think the generation has changed. And I think when you walipigia what Baba Kura Mount Kenya region, I think is a people maybe of my age and older. Hiyo mnaona ilikuwa kama 1 million. Ni kama wale watu wazee walitoka wakapigia Baba Kura. So I think the generation, these young people, I mean, between 30 and 40, au ndio wametuambia hawapangwingwi. And guess what, Alex? Enda Mount Kenya mchana. Kwenye kuna gonga na warevi mchana kwa barabara. You know, when I was growing up, it was bad manners to see a drunkard on the road during the day. You know, those are the things you see in Mount Kenya now. And some of those drunks are your age mate, Alex. Wengine ni warika yetu. Na I feel bad because some of the men who are our age, who are supposed to be the fathers of our children, have such bad role models to our children because our children are now young men and women. Sasa wamekomaa wakiona baba zao ni warevi. Those drunks who never come home because they think they are so intelligent. And so what has happened, they have brought up some irresponsible characters. And another sad thing, Alex, we have too many schools in Mount Kenya region. Kama mashule tuko nazo na walimu tuko nao, and facilities we have. Our children have ratios of textbooks of 1:1. I saw Dindi Nyoro boasting the other day that classrooms za Murang'a, za Kiharo constituency ziko na tiles. And he was saying the truth. Nyinyi mumeona shule ziko na tiles huko kwenyu hamna. But guess what? Our youngsters dropped out of school. Wako na madharau ya juu sana, hawapangwingwi. And their fathers also showed them man eat man society. Some of those baba zao hao ndio wanakuja Nairobi kupora mali, plot, kunyang'anya watu plot. I mean, buying illegal land and all that. So they are okay with all these shortcuts. That is why they are okay with Ruto. Me, I always say here, Alex, anybody who is okay with President Ruto's behavior and values, something is very wrong with that person's values also. Mimi ukikuja hapa kutetea Ruto, pia wewe pia ni mwizi tu. You can even rob me my car. I always say that. You people, if you see somebody akitetea Ruto hapa, keep off such people. They can kidnap you or rob you your property because they are okay with that kind of behavior. And that is what has happened with Mount Kenya region. So what has happened is that now the economy is tight. They don't even know who to rob or who to cheat. Now, ile mali ya bure, I mean, they used to sell low quality products na vitu vya magendo pale Koinange streets. And I think somewhere Uhuru stopped it. Now, hapo wakaanza kulala njaa. Now, uko nyumbani, we no longer have land. I don't know kama kwenye Meru nena mko na land. The only places you can see land is Nyandarua County. In Nyandarua County, you can see land. I think when in Nyandarua County, you can see people wako na eka 5, eka 10. So I think Nyandarua County, when it is raining, hawana njaa. Hata kama they may not have maize, but they have potatoes, they have peas and all that, they have milk. But you come to Nyeri, Murang'a and Kiambu. Watu ndio wametuambia hawapangwingi. Kwanza sana wa Nyeri wametuambia hawapangwingi. Murang'a and Kiambu. Watu watalala njaa because in Kiambu there is no land. Hakuna ardhi ya kulima. You know, Kirinyaga there is a bit of land and it's a bit wet. But if it is not raining in Kirinyaga, pia watalala njaa. So my point is, these people did not see that maisha ya shortcut itakufika mwisho. I am not saying that Ruto's government is fighting corruption. It is because there is nothing to steal. Now, this brings me to the point. You know, you people, why Ruto is talking about taxation? Ati kila mtu achukue pin, thinking that he'll tax even those who are grandmothers who are at home. It is because hakuna pesa, there is no more money to steal. Now, these people are behaving like Baba Mkate. Si mnajua story ya Baba Mkate? Baba Mkate ananyemelea nyumba ya mtu, anaharibu boma ya mtu, na pengine bwana anawacha bibi na watoto. Baba Mkate, inafanyika kwamba Baba Mkate now has to take responsibility of that home. He discovers that kumbe huyu bwana alikuwa analipa fee. Kumbe huyu bwana alikuwa anapeleka watoto shule. Kumbe, and then he realized that he cannot do that. He cannot manage the budget. That is what Ruto has realized. Now, these people really hate Uhuru for nothing. These people hate Uhuru because he was the son of the former president. Wanawaita dynasty. And that is where they also want to put Raila as a dynasty. So shida yao haikuwa kusaidia wa Kenya. Shida yao ilikuwa kutoa dynasty kwa mamlaka. So that maybe they punish the dynasty. Okay? And if Uhuru could open his heart, Uhuru may even tell us that I barely survived for 10 years. Hii miaka 10 nimesukuma tu, nimejifinya tu, nimejaribu tu kusurvive hii miaka 10 angalau iishe. Because Uhuru had so many problems, and one of them is working with a corrupt deputy president. Now, if you're working with somebody na ni serikali yenyu na yeye, and is one of those vandalizing the government, him and his cohorts and his cartels and his relatives, even I understand his daughter has so much control, you know, and his children. He's your deputy president, and he's vandalizing your government. How do you survive? I think Kohuru barely survived, and no wonder he borrowed so much loans. Now, sasa huyu jamaa amejipata ile serikali alivandalize. Alex, ni kama mimi naona kwako natemea mate kwako. I long to share your glory in your house, and as I long to share your glory in your house, I'm vandalizing your house. Fridge nimeuza, maji nimehakisha imekatwa. Then I end up in that house. That is what has happened to Ruto. He literally vandalized this government. He literally vandalized this government because he wanted to bring Uhuru down. He was vandalizing this government. I wonder whether he was thinking he wanted to become president, or maybe he saw that becoming president, and so he wanted to vandalize it. Ishe kabisa. So what has happened? He has found the same vandalized government, the treasury and everything. Alex, hakuna pesa Kenya. There's no more money. Hakuna pesa. You see, there's no money to be stolen. So this guy akawithdraw subsidy. Ebu angalia nyinyi watu, kuna njaa. The man went ahead and withdrew subsidy. Now the man ametoa kazi kwa vijana because he does not want to spend that money to pay the vijana. Hataki. Haya, huyu jamaa ametoa subsidy ya mafuta. He does not want to spend that money to pay subsidy ya mafuta. So this guy now is talking about taxing the landlords. I don't know, taxing what? He's trying, huyu jamaa halali, I'm telling you, this guy is not sleeping. Nyinyi watu msherehekee kwa sababu nyinyi si rais wa Kenya. This guy is having sleepless nights. Every time anakaa akishangaa huu mwisho wa mwezi unakuja, walimu tutalipa na nini? Anakaa akishangaa my MPs watalipwa na nini? Because one of these fine days teachers will not be paid. One of these fine days the government of national hospitals will not be paid. One of these fine days even the MPs will start complaining of their allowances. I am telling you, this guy has no money. He vandalized this government. He was enjoying it. He was trying kusumbua Uhuru. Sasa hiyo serikali ndio akonayo, apange, achukue hiyo treasury, wapange, na sijui na nani, I don't know who is the cabinet secretary for that. They plan on what to spend, where to get the money, and that is why they are talking about tax. Today I heard him say something. He was saying that, I don't know, they're supposed to collect about 2-something billion, and I don't know, they are collecting 7 billion. I don't know what they are saying. He was saying, Alex, if you got that clip, you'll tell us about it. And then he was asking
3 billion. He said he want in the next 1 year, we'll cut 3 billion. That's what he told huyo KRA general.
Yeah, that huyo, and then anaambia huyo jamaa, ati there are people who are stealing this money. Can you tell them to stop? What is that? That is rubbish. Tell who to stop. Do the right thing and stop the corruption. You don't even have to talk about it. Just sit and plan and say, hakuna wezi. But because this guy has no moral authority even to talk against corruption, hawezi fungua mdomo aseme jina corruption ikitoka mdomo ya nyinyi watu muniambie the day jina corruption anti-corruption tatoka kwa mdomo ya Ruto, I'll buy you something. Anybody here, you bring me a clip jina corruption imetoka kwa mdomo ya Ruto? Haiwezi, because he has no moral authority. So he can't fight corruption. He can't tell Gachagua anything. Right now, Gachagua understands Gachagua is scheming how the governor for Nyeri will employ his friends. Unaona, that is what I saw a clip that Gachagua is scheming how the governor for Nyeri should employ his friends. Now, right now, Gachagua is scheming on what to gain how from this government. Even these members of parliament, these cabinet secretaries. Sasa huyu jamaa atawambiaje? What if his own daughter is being pinpointed for 1, 2, 3? How will he tell the people who he is working with, you can't do this? He can't. So he's so helpless. Na hajui anzie wapi. Sasa mimi, I'm telling Kenyans, you people, the last time I was speaking here, you were so mad with me when I was saying Kenya Kwanza ni timu ya majambazi. And you are really saying that it is hatred. You can blame the Luos and you can say the Luos were voting for their man. Okay? if you are talking about tribes. Lakini mimi sikuwa na any ukabila. My eyes and my heart told me clearly Honorary Baba was going to salvage this country. He's the only person who had plans for Kenya. But you people, because of your foolishness and your hate, mulichukia Baba for nothing. Now, those people in Mount Kenya region, we can understand you if you voted for Uhuru because of he's your man, he's the son of your soil. But now this time you had the opportunity to do things right for this country. You did not do that. So Alex, watu wa Mount Kenya wanaenda kupanga laini kupewa unga. It is payback time. It is payback time. I'm telling you. Choices have consequences. There is no land to be farmed in Mount Kenya region. Biashara inaendelea kuwa chini. This guy is talking about increasing your taxes. And Alex, forgive me if you have property. Anybody who has property in Nairobi, forgive me. Or you landlords. I know pengine sisi tuko na nyumba pale, Mary, mtu ako na boma hapa na boma, but forgive me. But I know that the majority of the houses, especially the ones in Nairobi, in Mount Kenya region, it is payback time. Pay this guy. You allowed him to reign. It is payback time. Mpaka mufike mwisho. After mkifika mwisho, mutaona huyu anaitwa Rehoboam. Niwaambia maneno ya Rehoboam na Absalom. Absalom alidharau baba yake. And the final thing that happened to Absalom, he was found hanging on a tree. When Rehoboam became king, akaambiwa na Wanaisraeli, tunaomba kwamba, please punguza hiyo oppression. Aliwaambia, baba yangu alikuwa amewa-oppress, but I will set scorpions on you. So this guy, you hated Uhuru because he's a son of the president. He's a dynasty. You hated him for nothing. With that jealousy is what made you not vote for Baba. So because of that, and you disrespected Uhuru, and Uhuru may not have treated you well, but here, behold, I present to you Rehoboam. He'll make scorpions chew you and your children, because even your children will not go to school until you get the yoke off your neck. And Kenya Kwanza alituliza, what next? Alex, this government is going to go downhill into rambles. It is not even Baba who will bring it down. Nawaambia. Nyinyi mnakumbuka maneno ya Sri Lanka? This is Sri Lanka loading. Because a hungry man is an angry man. Within the next few months, we're not even talking about Kenya Kwanza ama Azimio. Itakuwa Wakenya wamechoka, wako na njaa, wamefika mwisho na wamechoka kabisa. As for me, I did my part. I talked about it. I did not vote for Ruto, so I have no regrets. But I regret that there were too many Tugeges, especially in Mount Kenya region. So Tugeges and all the others, Sri Lanka, loading. Asante Francis.
Thank you. You know, I've seen somebody say even his emotional supporters are sobering up. Anyway, Roda.
Mbili niongeze vile Julia amesema ukipata nafasi.
Sawa dakika mbili alafu tuende kwa Roda.
Okay. Yeah, you know when Julia you are doing your presentation, yeah, I was just thinking why do nations suffer saa zingine? And although every country gets an opportunity to do things right, the reason why we have an election cycle is to be able to correct a mistake. But it is so unfortunate that Kenyans were not able to do some good qualitative analysis, wajue hawa viongozi wawili wako na wao who would serve them better. So mimi ile kitu nilikuwa tu nikitaka tu kuconfirm tu kutoka kwako hapa ni ya kwamba the only problem I have for these guys is that they have started collapsing too soon, to the extent now that there is so many things they are going to destroy for us. One thing which I'm double sure is that the dollar is going to collapse, the value of dollar for the Kenya shilling. If they continue this way, tunaweza jikuta wanfinja. Employment watatuharibia, and so many, and then the conducive environment ya kufanya business. Vile tumekuwa tukiattract foreigners coming to Kenya and setting up industries. and also having many entrepreneurs who are in Kenya setting up industries na vitu zingine, naona hiyo kitu wanaweza ua. And maybe naona part of what I'm seeing now, naona is kind of there could be Kenyans who might have migrated their fortunes elsewhere. From what I'm seeing, because of lack of trust, from what I'm seeing. What do you think about that?
Let me add one thing, 1 minute, and then Rhoda will come. You see, one of the advantages now we have Kenya is the transition period, which we never used to have. Election, pap, winner, pap, anafanya nini, anaapishwa, anaendelea. The transition period has really been a good thing for businessmen and for people to make decisions. When he was declared the president, to the point that he was aliapishwa, you see, in America, the election happens in November 4th, but you take the reign on the 20th of January. And in 2008, there was a scenario that was not good for Obama. When a black man took over, most of the white people who were rich took their money offshore. And that's why, Mr. Francis, I'll tell you to take easy on the issue of offshore. Offshore money is not illegal, but how you take it is what is illegal. It is allowed under the Constitution of Kenya that you can put your money somewhere. It is allowed. You can put your money in some countries. It is allowed. But if it's proceedings of corruption that you are putting, Uhuru can sell his Brookside and take all his money and put it in the offshore. It is allowed, legal. What the Mount Kenya Foundation did, and you know they were very categorical when they were interviewing the candidates for the presidency. They invited, including even Ruto privately, they invited Mudavadi, they invited Kalonzo, and they did their interviews. And they were categorical. They told us that the money that they have as Mount Kenya Foundation is equal to Southern Sudan, Uganda, Rwanda, and Burundi. 4 economies. The period of transition after they stole the election or they took over, what happened is that these people took their money out of the economy and they put it in offshore to protect their money. And that is what is biting us. Ruto thought that he could joke with business community, especially the private ones. You can't. If you go back to history in 2010, there was a time that Obama was making noise and telling the richest people in America, including Bill Gates, that he's going to find a way through an executive order to punish Swiss Bank. And that is when Swiss Bank told these people, you got to get this money back to the country, because Obama was going to use his executive order to punish the Swiss Bank. Unfortunately, Kenya does not have that power. They cannot punish the offshore countries. So these people who have money, the owners of production, this psychologist who was one of the best psychologists ever, who was also fighting for the liberation of Africa. His name has gone. He wrote Black Skin.
Benson Carson.
Eh?
Is he Benson Carson?
No. That one is a neurosurgeon. There is this the one who wrote Black Skin, White Skin, Black Mask. Black Skin, White Mask. The person who wrote that book, he talked about the bourgeoisie. Now, our bourgeoisie, the people who own the production of Kenya, are the Mount Kenya Foundation. And you must understand that they shipped all their money out of the country. And the richest people in our country.
I've answered the question. That is what is happening. Precisely,
yeah,
correct.
They shipped their money out of the country. On the record, 74 companies in Kenya. There is one guy who is a Kikuyu who writes very good economic articles in Facebook. I've forgotten his name. I read him a lot. He wrote one article and he numbered all the international and multinational companies that have moved from Kenya to South Africa and some of them moved to Ethiopia, and some of them moved where? To Egypt, because of corporate tax, and that is what Ruto has started. Already Kenya has the greatest corporate tax in Africa. We are 35%. Egypt is only 18%. If you go to Ethiopia, it's only 22%. Energy. Now we are getting energy at the price of 6 shillings, whereas Uganda is getting at 2 shillings from Ethiopia. We are buying at 6 shillings. You can understand the kind of corruption that is already going on. So as you are saying, the country is going to collapse by itself. We don't need to go to the streets to the revolution. These people, the country is going to collapse by itself, and these people do not know even what to do because they have no plan. So we do not need to start telling our people, go to the streets. As Uhuru said, ngoja miezi tatu. He understood what he was saying because he knew the Mount Kenya Foundation has shifted the 60% of our GDP out of the country. He knew it, and he understood without money circulation in a country what happens. And that's why you hear and you are seeing it is biting to the core. And where it bites most now, it's Mount Kenya, because that's where that money was also palleting and also circulating. And these people do not even understand how the economy works. So where that money was circulating most was in Central. It has started biting right away. Thank you very much.
Alex, did you see his body language when he was asking the taxman? He was like this desperate man. Mwenye munaitisha pesa ya chakula na hana. He was saying, ati nimesikia munaokota 2 billion, but badala I don't know 3 billion, but I don't know how much billion. He was sounding so desperate. It came out of his emotions that this is a desperate situation. You know what your body language. This guy is desperate. Another thing I'm asking you people, what will Aisha Juma bring what value will Aisha Juma bring? What will Mashovu do? What will Kuria do? I mean, you people just look at the guys. The only person that I think can bring value to this government is Murkomen. I always think that Murkomen is a performer. I mean, I always, besides politics scandal, I always think that Murkomen can perform. Lakini look at the other people around this guy. Muniambie, who will bring value? I had some quotas from UDA who are asking Ruto to maintain Matiang and to maintain this guy for education. Anaitwa nani? The education
Magoha.
man. Makoha. Because Kenyans are terrified about the CBC, the new system of education. Na wengine, yani wanaona maisha yao imeisha bila Matiang, hata kama wako kwa udaku. Yani wanaona sisi kuisha. So you see, but this guy because he cannot do that. And another thing, let's say Makoha appeared like he alitaka kibarua. Lakini Matiang, I don't think Matiang can work with such people. Now, that takes me to this other thing. People who can perform in Kenya cannot work with the Kenya Kwanza government. Atawe Alex, let me ask you, if you are the kind of a person that wants results and you can't take intimidation and you want to be left to work, you cannot work with Kenya Kwanza. So the people who can perform cannot work with Kenya Kwanza. So I think Kenya, I think it was Mutahi Ngunyu was saying that he should have brought in, Matiang and Makoha. But you see, Ruto cannot work with such people. So the thing is, Ruto thought, alikuwa nafikiria serikali ni kama ile, sijui kama ni kama UDA, ama ni kama ile nyumba yake ya kulea kuku. Sijui alikuwa naona aje. You know, you people, I don't know what he was seeing the government to be. And he should have asked Uhuru. Uhuru must have been sweating for those 10 years. And maybe Uhuru is thankful to his God that he's not developed high blood pressure and heart problems with the 10 years. So, mimi naona, we don't even need a riot for this government to go down. Like Alex says, we don't even need any bloodshed or anything. Nyinyi watu mngoje. Hii serikali, and the signs of time will come when Safaricom will collapse and withdraw.
Na baba relax tu. Baba watu wasipee baba pressure. Baba tu kazi yake tu ikuwe ni kuenda gym, anaenda anakunywa kasupu yake, anaenda Mbodo, anaangalia mang'ombe zake, anaenda Nairobi anasalimia Uhuru, anaenda anasalimia Leave this government. This government is just on a natural death, on their own making. You don't need to oppose this one. Wanaanguka tu.
Mngojee Safaricom. Nyinyi mngojee Safaricom. I'm telling you. That will you people, you remember me when you see what will happen to Safaricom. The day you
But then,
find
Julie,
Safaricom has collapsed, mutasema.
Julie,
Yes, Francis.
you have also touched a very good important point. Safaricom, chances are very high that it will shift fully to either South Africa and Ethiopia. Chances are very, very, very high. And if that one happens, I'm telling you, our GDP will go down with almost 20%. And you know what will happen? Let me tell you, people now can shout, oh, UDA, UDA, and the emotional supporters. Oh, UDA, UDA is our party. But the day the economy will collapse, when we'll be going with 1,000 shillings to buy a piece of meat that is costing currently maybe 100 bob. That is the day you will understand that UDA is a name, just like your name, that which does not have any meaning. Sasa hiyo ni kitu yenye nakwambia, if they go ahead, because I've had information that they want to split Safaricom so that they tax Safaricom on its own and M-Pesa on its own. That will means it's almost 70% tax. Yes, sustain. Wataondoka venye tu walifanya Sport Pesa. Anyway, Rhoda, where are you?
I'm here. What do you want me to talk? I don't know. Oh my God, I have been crying. I have been very, very sad to hear you guys what you're talking about, the hunger in Mount Kenya, because these things are real. To be honest, it's real. Niliona mama huko Gatondo alikuwa anasema ati anapelekanga watoto wake shule kama wajakunywa hatoto die. So wale watoto wake wakakufa. Sasa akaachiwa 5 kids ati wanaenda shule without no breakfast, just drinking tea. So it was very sad when I saw that woman. I was teared because I saw she's like my mom. I just feel guilty and sad. I feel pity for the people from Mount Kenya, how they were very proud. They didn't want to hear anything. For me, like me, I know people, they didn't listen to me when I tell them. They were arguing with me. They didn't want to talk with me. They didn't want to listen to me. Even here where I am right now, I don't talk with people. They are my enemy. They became enemy because they didn't want to hear anything. I was telling them, go and vote the right person. Oh, exactly the way Julia was saying. So unfortunately, it's very sad. And I talked with my mom last week. 2 weeks ago, my mom, she told me, I told my mom, my mom alikuwa nakula mutungo. Kila mtu anajua mutungo ni nini. I asked my mom, is real people are hungry with food the way we see? My mom told me, yeah, hakuna, my mama kananiambia, mama ajaniambia nimtumie pesa. Ajai kananiambia, wewe nitumie pesa. Nikajua, wow, mamangu ananiambia nimtumie. My mom, she usually have the maize, anaenda kupeleka kwa Gethei. Unajua kwa Gethei ni wapi? Post wale wanatengeneza nini? I mix Kikuyu. Gethei anapeleka kwa Wangige market. Mamangu nikamuuliza, did you say the maize that you can make your own nini unga? Mamangu kanambia akona na maize kidogo sana. Na most of the time anakuwa na gunia 2 alafu anaenda nini kupeleka huko nini Gethei anatengeneza huko. Then I can realize, wow, then things are not going well. Things are going not well, and it's very sad. Nikiona huko watu mama alikuwa anapatiwa nini, it's really hurt me, and I feel very sad actually. So we pray God that this government, that God will give them grace and wisdom to under the divided wisdom. They need divided wisdom. They can reason, they can understand, because they are Kenyans. They understand problem Kenyans they have. President Ruto is somebody who has been studying university. Is very smart. He knows things. He need to be open up person. He can understand how he can help people food security, like in Kiabu County, because Kiabu County is where people are very hungry. It's very sad when the kids are going school without tea. Even they cannot, when your stomach, especially kids when they are hungry, it's very sad. So unfortunately, it's very sad. But my prayer is that I don't want my country to be corrupt. I would be very sad to hear that, like, the company like Safaricom is corrupt, like those companies, because then our country will be poverty, then no life, nothing. And then, like, ambassadors, we have ambassadors that live in Kenya, they have to go back, then they have to close their ambassador, like Mali, they have no ambassadors. So I hope, in fact, those people who were in the UDA, now they feel ashamed. I heard that they feel ashamed because they didn't understand. They were a little bit rebellion, lack of knowledge. They didn't understand. But, we were trying to tell them, we have a Mount Kenya forum. We tried to explain for them. They didn't want to hear nothing. They didn't want we were explain for them. But they were a little bit proud. They didn't want to hear. But now they understand that, yeah, like me, I've been rejected when I tell people the truth. Even my own family member were rejecting me when even my mom was, my own mama, I told my mommy, go and vote for Raila. She would just put Raila down. Who is Raila, She just put Raila down. Who is Raila? I was like, why do you talk like that? He's a man like Ruto. I was like, okay, go and vote for him. It's a democracy, right, to go and vote for him. But everybody, even if we are family members, everybody have right to think, well, they want, that is a democracy. But they didn't listen to me. They still like him. But for me, I'm not saying that I hate him, because I don't hate, because I will never hate anybody, because the Bible says love your neighbor as you love yourself. The Bible says love even those who prosecute you, love even your enemy. Me, I don't hate him. Even I can meet him, I can give you a hug, even if he doesn't do the right thing. Even he come to my home, I can treat him well. I give him with a cup of tea and I respect, because that is the way my salvation keep me. My salvation is to keep loving people, love your enemy, love your persecute. That's the way who I am. I don't, even people who have been done for me evil thing, I don't like to reject people. I don't pay back. God is always do revenge for me. People that have been hard to me, and then later God will fight for me this battle. It's not belong to me. God will do for me revenge. Then people, because I learn every time to forgive, because the Bible says, how many times can you forgive your own brother? Not your own brother, 74 times per day. Can you imagine to forgive anybody 74 times per day? You have to forgive, whether you like it or not, because your heavenly Father can forgive you. So me, when I learned how to forgive, even me myself, I had before hard time to forgive people, but when I learn how to forgive, I get peace inside of my soul. But before I cannot forgive. One friend of mine called Sarah, she said, no, Ruda, you have to learn how to forgive. We were going one church, so you have to learn how to forgive. I don't have problem with President Ruto, but he must learn. He have to ask. He is born again Christian. He go to IC church, and I know that church is a man of God and a woman of God. He can tell God, please give me wisdom, show me the right way, and God will speak to his heart. Do this and this, deliver the country, make the business, lift business up, business up, business, like that, because our economy not corrupt. Because we are in right now, whole world, we have an economic crisis right now, whole world. Even here I am, I bought like this bread 2 days ago. It's very expensive. Fruit is very expensive. The life is getting high. When you have like 500 for here, it's nothing. Food are getting crazy. We are in even people from this country, they are putting their own, they are putting their knee. They don't know what it will be tomorrow or future, because when the economy corrupt this country, even them, they'll cry. Our old people, they'll cry. Here we take our old people, they'll start to cry. They don't have a diapers, they have nothing. So but I'm still proud of this government for this country. They work 24 hours. to make everybody have a food in the table. They work 24 hours. That the business will not go down, will not corrupt. The business will not corrupt, even if since it came the war in Ukraine and Russia, in the European Union, the economy have been very bad. Because this country, they give a lot of money in Ukraine, a lot of money. This is a country they give a lot of money Ukraine to help them, to support people, to set them not to free from the war. So we pray for a government that God will give them wisdom, the divided wisdom to understand. And then they have to accept them. Like, I am like this. I need help. They have to accept I am the way I am. I need help. And you can get help if they are open up. They say, all the country, when they have a new government, it's always difficult. The beginning, always, even here, like now, they are worried because we have a new government. Everything is kaput. We used to, so they need to learn a little bit. They say, even them, they say themselves, it take 1 year or to learn many things. Like now we have this country, we have problem with the criminal gangster. So we were thinking when they came immediately to the office, then the gangster will go down. The gangster criminal will stop shooting. Because here we have a lot of criminal gangsters. We thought that it would go down, but still, like it was the day before yesterday, I had somebody was shooting and died. So we are still waiting for them. That they say it's not easy for them. So I can understand them, but they have to take it easy. Easy. They take it easy. Not to go and meet different companies. They need to take it easy. Relax. They need to relax to take it easy. Then they will understand. Then they have to understand them really who they are first. They realize, now I'm a president. What is the next? That's the way I think I can encourage them. I'm not opposition. Yes. I'm just telling them. Thank you.
Yes, Rhoda. Thank you.
Francis,
You are welcome.
Francis, may I say something?
Yes.
There's something. Somebody sent me something here. That if you're a nurse or somebody who is a registered nurse, you come and you remember you advert. There are some people coming to Kenya to interview nurses to work in the US. So I'm posting the posts on the chat. I hope it ain't diote. Yes, I think sijui kama imeenda manusu ama imeenda. I think it didn't go the whole of it.
Nimeanzia kuiona.
Avant, yeah, it's Avant Healthcare Professionals is coming to Nairobi. So you people look at that link, try and
Julie,
look for that. Yeah.
Are you in that group? Your group, situme hapo kwa group if I think it would be better. Hapo naona imekatika sana.
Let me send the link instead. Imekatika, I'm almost removing that.
It was very important to say it here. Hivyo ameisema ni vizuri, so to attract a crowd, eh?
Yeah, let me send only the link, the one that is saying apply.
Then Julia akimaliza, you can give me an opportunity to respond briefly to Rhonda.
Yeah, that link, I'm sending the link. If you know a nurse, yeah, I think the link will work. There's a link, I've sent the link. If you know a nurse, somebody who is a registered nurse, somebody who is qualified in Kenya, this is an opportunity. I've sent the link now, apply something, the link is there. So you people, there's a pre-register form, such that thing, these opportunities come and go. There's a time I had an opportunity to work in the UK and I was in Kenya and somebody called me to go and do an interview with an agency that was in Nakuru that was doing it freely. Alafu mimi nikaanza tu hadithi zingine hapo. Nitoke Kenya, nitoke kwetu. Nitatoka aje nyumbani. Sijui nini. So when I made up my mind now that I needed the job, the agency had already left Kenya, So the time I made up my mind that nataka hii job, your agency ilikuwa imeenda. So these opportunities come and go. So if you know somebody who is a nurse, who is qualified, even a relative, hata kama wewe si qualified nurse, naomba muatafute, tell them to apply for this thing, to go for that interview, to attend the meeting with the agency. The other thing that is happening is that green card is on, and I think it's going to law. Green card in a law clinic, Njiru?
8th of November.
November 5.
5th, eh? Okay. The Green Can Rotary application is on, and this time they don't need you to have a passport. Go ahead. The other thing that I posted a link another times. You come, Francis, you're aware that that there are agencies that hire teachers in this country. I'll post on the links there. That they just hire you free, like the one that hired me, just hired me free, and they paid for my air ticket. They processed my travel documents. The only thing I needed is to have a passport and to avail myself at the airport with my suitcase.
So, Julie, can you share the link so that we also go there and pray in Kenya while we are away? The aim is to pray to Kenya while we are overseas.
Yes, I will send the link for the teachers, their agencies. Moja inaitwa Faces, ingine inaitwa IPI, ingine inaitwa TPG. There are many of them. And beyond the agencies, I want to announce this. I know the schools in South Carolina are hiring teachers directly, international teachers directly. I have evidence. My cousin was hired directly from Kenya. Like he didn't go through the agency. He was interviewed on phone. In fact, he was interviewed on phone, on Zoom, and then he was hired directly. And once they hire you directly, they help you process a visa called H1B. So you come here under H1B. So you can come through either the agencies or come through the H1B. So why I'm saying this, unajua ukienda nje, it is good to tell people ulienda aje na wanaweza saidika aje ama aje, Francis. Because you have nothing to lose by telling them. Because even me, somebody who shared with me, you see, somebody shared with me that, hey, Julie, kunaenda hivi. So Kenyans, there are opportunities outside here. And when you're here, you can help family, you can support family, you can help others cross and all that, blah, blah. We are not wealthy. I mean, I can't say I can't call myself wealthy, but I can say I'm comfortable. That's what I can say. So maisha ni kusaidiana tu wa Kenya ama aji. That's what I wanted to say. So I'm going to post, as you people chat, I'm going to post some links for the teachers. You people can go through them, share with family and friends if you're watching this TV. I think Mtembei TV has come here to benefit all of us. But tukiongea maneno ya siasa pia tunasaidiana. Asante Francis, mnaweza kaendelea.
Thank you.
Okay, okay. Thank you, Julia, for that information. Yeah, I think working abroad has never become something which people can explore than this time now. I think part of this demotivation which is in our country now might even change people to want and look for opportunities in good places. Yeah, anyway, thank you. People can apply in whichever form. Kenya is not the only country. We have many other countries where people can get opportunities and work. So, yeah, and we still participate in nation building. So, Rhonda, I wanted to confirm something to you and tell you that this issue of salvation has been misused in Kenya. Yeah, it's good to be born again, but at times being born again can also be misused, whereby when somebody just comes and gives you a testimony, or maybe mtu anakuambia mimi nimeokoka, you just form that explicit trust without even thinking. That is why you are even seeing the biggest conmen these days. They even come with the name of the Lord. Mtu anataka kukuibia alafu anaanzia na Bwana Yesu asifiwe, so that you lock your head. So that's now the problem which we have, and those are some of the things which also happened to us here, where saa zingine unakuta hata kiongozi anajifanya kwa madhabahu analia sana. Sometimes they might not even be truthful to what they are saying, but they want to demonstrate that life of a believer so that they can hoodwink you towards believing that these people, or he is like you, whereas they do not own those beliefs in truth and in spirit. So that's why I'm saying, to me, religion, yes, somebody can say he is born again, but it is not a measure that you are a good person. somebody saying he is born again is not a measure that this person is a good person. We have seen so many attacks coming from people who claim that they are good in salvation. So that's why I want to advise Kenyans here that beyond somebody saying that yes, being born again is something good, but beyond saying I'm born again, we have to have another layer of because we have even seen in our media even pastors raping children, bad things being done by even men of cloth or even people trying to show that character that they are of God. So that's why I'm saying that too much religiosity, if we don't check it with wisdom and praying God well to help us, it might lead us to more problems, whereby we might believe to people who actually don't believe in God. People actually, they are working for Satan, but they are using God as a face value so that they can be able to take you to their side of reasoning or to take advantage of you. That was just a comment which I just wanted to say. Religion, anyway, I know religion is a very hard subject people can talk, but I can tell you, yes, we claim but I can tell you, even during the Roman time and the medieval time, that is in the 200 AD, there are a number of times whereby religion, people took advantage of religion. Religion is good, but people took advantage of it. During the Roman Empire, the Pharisees, you can see it's a whole platform whereby you can be able to see that people have used religion to actually harm others. You can follow it. Yes, it is good to be religious, but religion can be misused, and actually you can even drive people to poverty or even to things which are not very good by just forcing these people to just believe in things which, like there was an American, and I want to say this, there was an American some few years ago. I think he was a cult leader. He took people into a forest, sijui wakae huko for how long, and those people they were met there all dead. Just and the pastor was just saying that nimeongeleshwa, sijui tuende pahali fulani. So that's why I'm just to say we have to be very careful with religion. And let me tell you, and I want to tell ourselves as Africans, the direction in which we are going, if we are not careful, religion in Africa and in Kenya will start declining. We are saying we are 80% religious. If we continue in the dimensions where we are continuing, whereby somebody in the church is a guy who is cheating you, somebody in the church is the guy who is stealing from you, somebody in the church is the guy who is doing very bad things to you, people will start abandoning the church. And those are the things which even happened in Europe, whereby right now, even in Europe, churches are very lukewarm, or people wanted to go for churches during Christmas or during major events or wedding, not because that people don't like churches, but because churches were attacked by people who are not believers. So what I'm saying is that we need to be religious. It's good to be religious. It's good to serve God, but we should not take it as a weakness, whereby we now use that religion to start harming others. Because when somebody is saved, born again, you are naturally vulnerable to, because you are relaxed. So those are the issues which we have to be careful, whereby people should not take advantage of it. That was just in a light note about that. People can misuse religion. That was my point. Secondly, let me now return back to the debate now. I want to talk about something very serious about how economies develop. Doing things or developing a country is usually an evolution, if I may call it, where you change from simplicity to complexity. So what I'm saying is that if there are some things which you are struggling in doing, there is a result you cannot achieve. And that one is usually the basis in which you are supposed to analyze yourself with. Like, for example, you cannot declare yourself you will be a rich country by 2030 if there are still some basic things which you are not doing, or you are relying on donation or other things. So there are some parameters and checks which tell you.
Jiru, just 1 minute to cut you short. I want to sign out. I will leave you with the key with Rich. I think Rich has arrived. So you'll bear with me so that I also leave you with Rhoda, and then Rich will join you later. I think I'm also tired. So proceed.
Okay, can I go ahead?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay, fine. So what I was saying is that developing an economy, you need a lot of hard work. You know, China from 1950, they have been having 7 presidents, I think, or so, starting from Mao Zedong to Xi now. And you can see their progression of the philosophy, the Chinese philosophy. And everybody who has been becoming a president in China has been embedding his policies on the Chinese philosophy. And the Chinese philosophy was very simple. I want to share it here because China is the only country in the world which has converted poor people into rich people within a generation. When we talk of a generation, is people were young, people get old, and they see their country becoming a superpower. It is the only country. Even countries like America, generations had to inherit to other generations. Even in UK, generations had to inherit to other generations. But Chinese are the only people whereby you are born a poor man, but within your lifetime, you see a generational change in wealth and in income and in all the spheres of life, to the extent now that they are the biggest manufacturers of everything in the world currently. The Chinese philosophy was very simple. And this is the Chinese philosophy. The Chinese philosophy was about converting poor people into rich people by depoliticizing the country, by making sure that the politics in the country is very mild. Yes, I've been saying it here. People might criticize Chinese and they say that Chinese, they have dictatorial leadership. But one thing which I have to tell you is that Chinese are usually in a sync. They synchronize their issues very well, whereby you realize that those people are able to pull in one direction, and they are able to sacrifice their energy for the common good of their country. And people are not extremely gluttonous to the extent, and if you check, like, for example, the wealth of Xi is not as high as even for Mr. Ruto, for Kenya, the president of Kenya now. So they have assembled the concept of raising wealth, and they have been doing an audit. That is why kila saa unasikia every time, like in 1980, they did an audit of what had happened. Then they rectified what needed to be rectified. In 2000, they did another audit. This year, 2022, they have done another audit, and they even decided even to give the current president more power. So what I'm trying to say is that a country to progress, you have to put yourself into order, and you have to accept your status, and you have to accept that things can change. And you need to bring everybody on board towards your philosophy without divisionary tactics. And that is one of the things which I'm seeing as Africans, we are not learning. Africans, we are too negative politically, whereby all our politics or everything which we do is politics. We don't want to synergize our energy into something. Like if I'm the president, my politics is about blocking others. If I'm in opposition, So it's just things which are not workable. So what I'm trying to say is that as Africans, we have missed an opportunity to develop our continent because of bad politics. And it is unfortunate, by the way, majority of African countries, any person who has ever become a president in Africa, majority of them are not the will of the people. I can tell you, it is very few presidents in Africa who were elected by the people. There are some suckers which happen in Africa, and we just go and happen to have a leader. And those are the same suckers which you are even seeing in Kenya, whereby you have an election which doesn't look conclusive, and you are imposed that you have a leader. Now, imagine this scenario happens in Kenya. In 2027, we have another election which is not conclusive. In 2032, we have another election which is not conclusive. Now, what will happen is that now the country will keep on dividing and dividing and dividing. And it will reach a time when Kenyans will get tired. Right now, Kenyans are patient. We can afford to live with our division. But it will reach a time where if things are not going to be streamlined, whereby elections are not going to be done in a free and fair manner, people from certain sections of this country will get tired, or maybe a certain group, even including the elite and the people who are educated, some people somewhere will get tired. And that is the time when you will see this country changing into what you never wanted it to be. And I would not like to see my country reaching to that level, but it can go if we want. Because now we are having a country whereby we don't want people with skills. We don't want people with people who can be contributive to the society. We want bootlickers or people who are not very, very serious in delivery. So those are the people we want. Yani, we want people who do not have a lot of information. They're the people who are leading people with information. We want to destroy our future. Remember, Kenya is not about 1963. Kenya existed even before 1963. So anyone who wants to destroy Kenya, wants to destroy a country, or wants to destroy a place which has been existing for over 1,000 years. And it is wrong. So what I'm trying to tell Kenyans here is that let's be patient. Let's observe what this government is doing. And if there is a call for action, or we need to do something, we have to do something. Otherwise, remember, if this country gets damaged, once a country gets damaged, to reverse the problems is usually, it takes a lot of time. Remember, you can lose your country forever. To get it back, just like the way Zimbabweans lost their country, you realize that to take your country where it was is not easy. So that's what I wanted to add in that. Thank you, Bwana Richi. Naona umefika. I think you can continue from there. So I was just trying to add about that. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Can you hear me, Njiru? Oh, very good. Good to see you, Njiru, Rwanda. It's been a while. Sometimes watu tunashikana, but it's good at least we meet here once in a while to discuss the issues that affect our nation. So, Njiru, I was listening to what you said here, and I think just to top this up, it is important at least we make one contribution to this. Let me see, there's something I'm looking for here. I hope, right.
Kenyans may now be forced to pay more for their pension after President Ruto ordered the gazettement of new regulations to guide the National Social Security Fund. Taking a cue from the president's recent remarks, the flat rate of 200 shillings could be abolished and new rates introduced. Should the government introduce a rate of 6%, then a Kenyan earning 50,000 shillings will be expected to part with 3,000 shillings, whereas a Kenyan earning 250,000 shillings will part with 15,000 shillings.
We passed the law on contributions to our National Social Security Fund in 2014. It's been in court for 9 years. The potential for it to be in court for another 9 years is real. We decided to call KOTU, Federation of Kenya Employers, and everybody, we had a frank chat. And today, again, we are gazetting the new regulations for NSSF.
Speaking during the Taxpayers' Day at KICC Nairobi, President Ruto revealed that the state of the country's finances was worrying and urgent action is needed.
The National Treasury and KRA must continuously engage with stakeholders in order to collaboratively review tax policy and make it conducive to traders and micro, small, and medium-sized enterprises to enter the tax bracket.
To this end, the President has set a target of 3 trillion shillings for the Kenya Revenue Authority. In the last financial year, KRA collected 2.031 trillion.
It will be an explicit mandate of KRA to maximize tax collection while minimizing the compliance burden on the taxpayer. The time for extravagant rebranding exercises, diversionary and cosmetic changes is far behind us. It is now time for a radical shift in our KRA model, focusing on a robust service charter anchored on technology.
The government has already eliminated subsidies on fuel and maize flour in favor of investment in production. Even as the government seeks to be self-reliant, more demands from Kenyans is likely to attract a public outcry from Kenyans who are already battling the effects of the hard economic times. Further to this, NSSF has been bedeviled with issues of delayed reimbursement to retired Kenyans and numerous corruption allegations. Gloria Milemu, KTN.
Okay, now we find ourselves here, Njiru, again. The president is saying he wants KRA to bring him 3 trillion Kenya shillings. My question is, where is KRA going to get this money from? Because from where I stand, it looks like these guys are not ready to create employment. They are not ready to create an environment where investors can come in and invest in our country. They have no confidence in whatever they are doing. They are just running around speaking a lot of English, kizungu mingi mingi, ile alikuwa anatuambia. But I want to see what policy these people have that is different from the Jubilee administration which they were part of. From where I stand, I think William Ruto and Gachagua have no idea about what they are doing, because you are going to gazette a policy of taxing people 6%, and the same people that you're taxing 6% are the same people that are complaining about inflation. They are complaining about the high cost of food. They are complaining about the high cost of fuel. And instead of giving them a reprieve, you are still going to add another tax on top of what they are paying already, so that at least you can make more money as a government. And my question to them is this: how do you expect that person who is earning 50,000 shillings, ukitoa Njiru, ukitoa 50,000, 6% ya 50,000 tumeona ni pesa ngapi? Ni ngiri tatu ama ni ngapi? I think they did the math. Yeah, ngiri tatu. So I think
then weka pay, hujaweka pay.
In fact, that's what I wanted to do right now. Now that person is earning 50,000 shillings. So ukitoa pay as you earn is about 10%, if I'm not wrong. So
9,000. Most mtu ana 50,000 analipa pay ya ngiri 9.
So ngiri 9. So we are looking at 41,000. Hiyo ni 41,000. Alafu sasa huyo mtu unataka umuongezee ngiri ingine 3. Atoe alipe sijui NHIF ama ndio NSSF. And then they have also created a form of rebranding the NHIF, whereby they are saying that 200 shillings, I don't know how much they pay nowadays for NHIF. Sijui ni so tano ama ni ngapi. They're saying the 500 shillings that people pay is too little. So they want you to pay according to how much you earn. So that's another increment of the same amount. The salary is still the same, but now the government wants to eat very deep into this salary. And you are also going to tax the landlord of the person who is being paid 50,000, because you want this person to be, the landlord to be registered, so that you can also tax the landlord. And so the landlord is going to pass the same tax onto the person who is renting the house. So
Okay.
if you tax the landlord and the landlord then passes that same tax to the rent, so the person who is earning 50,000 also gets, the pinch of the same. So we are squeezing this salary of the common mwananchi, we are squeezing it to a point where by hata 50,000 Njiru, I don't know kama itakuwa ni pesa.
Richie, let me explain to you what the president is doing. Let me tell you what he is not saying. Especially for people who work in the private sector, for the people who work in the private sector, they have alternative pension schemes. I don't know, and maybe I think even Parastato and some other places, there are some people who work in the private sector who pay pension scheme of between 5 to 7.5%, depending with your income, and then the employer also earns you another 5 to 7.5%. So what the president is saying by this is that he wants to stop. I'm trying to analyze it internally. He wants to stop people from having alternatives, like you can have a pension scheme in ICA, a pension scheme. So you want to stop people from, because you see, you cannot be in another pension scheme and you're also in this government pension scheme, which is taking close to the same 7.5%, which I'm having it here. So in other words, we are now getting, the concept is a zero-sum game, because we are now getting money from the private sector, which is being managed by maybe private insurance companies like maybe ICA, Jubilee, all those, and now taking it now to government-owned NSSF parastatal, if I may say. So that is now the concept which they are introducing. So I think it is, they want to drive more money to the government, and the government has challenges of prudence. That is one of the challenges which they are not telling us. So what I would say in my visualization, they are creating a pool for corruption, because when you take more money to the government, money which is in the government, you can, if you want it, you can easily take it than money which is in a private company. Because if you want to take money from a private company, you need some approval, some forms, things here and there. But if money is in the government banks, you don't need any approval. You can go and get it from. So what they are doing is they are taking money from the private sector and taking it to the government, so that they can create a buffer of, and they have a leeway to make their own decision. If they want to eat that money, they can eat it. That is the risk of what they are doing.
But let me ask you a question here, because I'm assuming if you are saving into a scheme, the aim of that saving is, if you are paying, let's say, the way the UDA government is putting it is, they are trying to have you go for your retirement with a substantive amount. And they are saying that if, for example, you save 2,000 every month, at the end of the year, if you retire at the end of this year, then you will have 24,000. My question is, why should the government take that money away from you while you have other alternatives? It takes the money away from you and then keeps it at the same rate. There's no interest, there's no investment that this government is going to do with the money. And then at the end of your tenure, as you serve whatever job you're doing, at the end of that period, you go and receive the same amount without any interest on top. Do these people have a plan with this money?
I get your question. You see the challenge which we have with the president here, if I may call him so. The plan which he is putting, it was an impromptu plan. It has not been subjected to every plan needs there is something we call, I know you know that, there is something we call design of an experiment. Before you roll anything, you need to design something, subject it to time, subject it to parameters. Then after you subject it to time and parameters, these days we are glad we even have softwares which can do that, whereby you can design something and then you can subject it to parameters and time, and you see its end result, what will happen. But now, because president wanted something to make people happy and to show people that there is a radical change which he has introduced, he needed something which can invert the former regime. So what he is trying to do, he is trying to invert the bottle. So instead of the bottle standing on the base, he is making the bottle to stand on the top, so that he can be able to convince Kenyans that he has brought changes. But there is something which he has not observed well. Number one, he is not telling Kenyans the comparative of what you will earn on the money you have invested after time T, maybe when you retire, vis-a-vis the amount of money you would get if you invest that money on your own. Because this is one thing which people, the president was saying, if I'm not investing in NSSF, it doesn't mean that I'm not investing my money. I can choose even choose to buy plots or anything. It doesn't mean that if I'm not investing money, or NSSF is not the only option of investing. So what he needs to tell people is, what is the quality of money? What is the compounded value of this money? He is not sure, because this idea of saying that you give 3,000, the government will top up for you 3,000. Yeah, okay, that one is okay. Even employers do the same thing. It is the same concept. It's a double approach. So the real thing which we want to do is, what is the difference with alternatives? That is the problem.
Yeah, you know, the reason why I'm saying this is because I've listened to most of the people that are talking about this NHIF thing and the NSSF thing. It looks like they are desperate. All they need is to make sure that they can have you know, a law that allows them unlimited access to this money. That is what they are fighting for right now. And I want to ask you here, because I'm thinking, if this is something that they had you know, thought about way before they got into government, then I was expecting maybe after the cabinet has been sworn in, the new cabinet has been sworn in, then they would have sat down as a cabinet and then discussed this issue of NSSF. From what I hear the president saying is that he called the Federation of Kenyan Employers, and he called KOTU, and then they decided to republish the law that they used last time, the one that was rejected by the courts of Kenya. But I'm asking myself, how do you talk to the employer and the person who is supposed to be, you know, speaking for the employer, who in this case is KOTU, and you do not involve the employee themselves? Where is the input of the employee, the person whose money is going to be deducted? Because from where I sit, it's like these people are just coming up with wanakuja na sheria, and they decide, let's just get this money from these people. And because you are the person who works and you have no say, you know, the money is being deducted from the source, so you have no say about how much you want to be deducted, why you should not be, you know, subjected to such deductions. You have no say about that. So the government just comes in, takes your money, and there's nothing you can do. And they decide to do what they want with it. So I think somebody should still go back to court. And that's my opinion.
Okay, Bwana Richi, there is something I wanted to, let me confirm to you that you know, there is something we call a deal. This concept of saying that you are bringing KOTU and other stakeholders, how do we know that these people were paid to agree? You see, that is one thing which we don't know. Because remember, it's a lean group which could be having their own opinion, but the government can call them on board and sweet and give them some sweets so that they can be able to agree. So to me, what I see a government which is ready to compromise all the institutions. Very soon utasikia wakiita NAT waseme ati we need a round table to talk about sijui kama kuna issue ya walimu. So what I'm trying to say is that one is formalized corruption. I don't know why Richie, we don't want to visualize it properly. That one is formalized corruption. whereby you can call 3 people, sit down, and they speak on behalf of Kenyans. You know, sole proprietorship and partnership. Tukiwa shule tulikuwa tunasema disadvantages ya partnership is difficult in making decision, but once a decision is made, it is usually a strong one. But in sole proprietorship tulikuwa tunasema it is easy to make a decision, but sometimes the decision ikuangi mzuri sana. So I'm seeing people who want very quick decisions, but decisions which are not shaky. So now ile kitu mimi naweza kuambia, it is corruption in disguise. Let's call it in its name. Hiyo story ya kuita watu munaongea, it is corruption in disguise, and that's what they cannot tell us. The reason why we introduced public participation, it was to reduce this gymnastics of hoodwinking 5 members or 3 people to once agreeing on something. So ndio tulikuwa tunasema we need to, like for example, hata kama ni shamba pahali inatakikana. So very soon utasikia watu hata wakisema tumekutana na KWS na tumeona Nairobi National Park kujengwe, and we will have no option. It can go to that direction. They can, ama waseme tumekutana na watu fulani Nairobi na tumeona tuhamishe hiyo town tuipeleke Kajiado without public participation. It can happen. That is how countries change, and that is the simplest concept of defining dictatorship. You know, the difference, ukiangalia sasa, the difference between you know, North Korea na Russia na Putin wa Russia, I look at them how they make decision. Mtu kama Putin ako na kagurupi yake ile ambayo ana making decision nayo, kagurupu kadogo. It doesn't involve the masses, na vitu zinatendeka, he can go and attack. Like ile wakati alienda Ukraine, there was no referendum, there was no good decision. It was just some few people sat down and they made a decision for the people. So what I'm trying to say is a country which is changing, and each and every time when you reduce the number of decision makers into 1 or 2, that one is dictatorship. There is no any other name we can call it, Bwana Richi. The reason why you want to reduce the amount of people is you want to reduce the bottlenecks. And as you are reducing the bottlenecks, sometimes unaweka your own interest hapo. So what the president is doing, he is quickening decisions which will favor his ideologies. At the same time, he doesn't want, and remember parliament ni yake, hiyo kitu venye amepewa na kotu hivyo, hiyo kitu ikipelekwa parliament, because in parliament ni puppets wake wako huko, watapitisha even bila kusoma. So we are now seeing dictatorship. Let me call it professional dictatorship. Let me not call it it is professional dictatorship. That's how I would call it. It is right in your eyes now, whereby unakuta hata saa zingine Orezo anasoma kitu hapo, hata ana propose tax na unasikia akisema there is no other ways, we have to pay it. Like we have now reached the level whereby the presidential order is an authority, and it's not supposed to be that way. It has stringent measures whereby not everything which is presidential which needs to be taken as it is. Kuna vitu zingine they have to be debated and they go for approval. But ukiangalia venye wamesedi gava, my friend, they were prepared for radical changes, and they made sure that they had structures which would make sure that the president akisema kitu pale, it is down the stream in Africa. And they did it. They made sure that there is no any. So they were prepared to make sure that they can capture the government properly. So we are just having professional dictatorship. I hope it will not be for long, 2, 3, 5 years, but we can't take it for 20 years.
Yeah, you know, I'm still asking myself, what is the role of parliament in this whole issue? Because if parliament is supposed to be an oversight of the executive, and the parliament has been compromised already, we have had the courts. What I see in the courts right now is courts that are very desperate to be funded. I was reading a tweet from the Chief Justice, Madam Hot Air, and she was saying that she's championing for the Supreme Court. Okay, so for the High Court and the Supreme Court to have like a common accommodation in Nairobi, so that they can ease. She was speaking in Uganda. So what I'm looking at the Chief Justice right now, the Chief Justice is out just to make the court look good. She's out there not concerned about what is happening, the bad decisions that we are seeing every day. Yes, the other day, last week, I saw the DPP meeting with the president. I have never seen a country whereby a president is so eager to meet with the independent institutions. I don't know, maybe we are just reading too much, but I feel like the moment we start seeing the president make very authoritative decisions and no one is challenging him, then we should start asking ourselves, are we going back into the one party rule? Because the DPP seems now he's on board. He's withdrawing cases of these guys that were supposed to be charged in a court of law. These people have been vetted, in quotes, I'll call it vetted. They've been given very powerful positions in government. And then you go back to the judiciary. The judiciary is the same judiciary that calls other people's cases hot air. Go back to the police. The police is compromised. You go back to, it's like Parliament is dead. The judiciary cannot speak anything. The president is the authority right now. And they keep on telling us the same game every day. We are not going to interfere with independent institutions. That is the game they give. That is the thing they keep on talking about. But when you look at the things that they are saying right now, if they can make a decision about what they can do with your money without asking you, and that is why I'm saying, for a government that is dire, for a government that really needs money, people should be worried right now. People should be worried because they are trying to find any means possible to fund their budget. And from where I stand right now, they say that when the crocodile comes out of the water to tell you that the hippo is sick, then you should believe it. When the president comes out and tells you that we are in a very bad situation financially, the deputy president comes out and says the same thing, then it means either we are in a bad situation financially or they want money to steal. It's as simple as that. And Raila Odinga said in the other day, he said that these guys are looking for money to pay the people who helped them, rig the election. I don't know how true that is. Maybe sometimes Baba understands things that many of us have no clue about. So I'm looking at a government that is really desperate to go out there and get money, and people should be worried. If you are a worker and you're going every day to a place to get your daily bread, you should be asking your employer, why am I being deducted this kind of amount without my input? Because at the end of the day, there is nothing that the government has done for the almost 2 months that they've been in power. There's nothing that the government has done to try and improve the lives of Kenyans. There's nothing that the government has done to lower the food prices. All they think about every day is how they are going to make life harder for Kenyans. And they said the petition is the only thing that was standing between them and lowering the food prices. Now, the other day you had the president saying that he needs like 1 year to lower the prices of funga in the country. Our question to him is, what are people going to eat? Njiru, mtakuwa mnakula fertilizer for the next 1 year? Because people need to eat. And people cannot eat food that is being sold in the supermarkets right now. That food is expensive. Unga sahi ya kilo mbili sijui ni 200 na 205 ama ngapi? 205.
Richie, 1 minute. Unajua, in my vernacular ama wasomi walisema a silent way to deny ni kuchelewesha. Ukisikia mtu ukisikia saa zingine unataka kitu kutoka kwa mtu, alafu huyo mtu anamwambia wewe ngoja kidogo, hiyo mambo tutaongea kesho. Two things are evident. Either you forget the situation or the guy is not interested in it. Anything which is important to you and to somebody can be actioned. Lakini postponement is a natural way of denial. So vile ulisikia president amesema mungoje mwaka mmoja. It was a silent way of telling Kenyans, hiyo mambo haiwezekani. Full stop.
So it means the government has no money. They have no plan whatsoever to, address the issues that Kenyans are talking about right now. However, all they did was to win the election in their own terms. They believe that they won the election. So this is going to be a very long debate, because most of us here believe that these people are not prepared. Walikuwa na ile kitu inaitwa patapotea, na wakati walipata wameshikilia na wameshindwa kitu ya kufanya. So Kenyans are left wondering, are these people really ready to govern? Are they the people that were telling us here the other day, mkitupatia hii kitu inachukua tu mwezi moja, tukiweka Biblia chini tutawanyoroshea. Unajua kuna lugha nyingine anatumianga hapo, munipatie tu mwezi moja nitanyorosha hii kitu na nitateremsha bei ya unga. Sasa saa hii ameshikilia hiyo kiti, ameshindwa hata kuteremsha. I want to play a video here. Rhoda, you have something to say before I play a video?
No, it's only the way the cost of living, and people, they don't have food. People, they want, like people from Kiabu County in Gatodo, they ask him, the president, to give them job. Wanataka kazi kwa sababu they don't have food. They are starving for food. So I could like him, he go and visit in Gatodo South. You see those women are starving for the food, na wapatie kazi kwa sababu waliamka asubuhi kumvotia. They wake up early in the morning to vote for him, and he promised them. So they are starving right now. They need food na kazi. Only that I want to address that. Thank you.
Sasa ukisema walienda kupiga kura, these people wanajua vizuri kwamba hakuna kazi sahi. I've not seen a new industry being opened anywhere in Kenya. The projects that the president is busy running around opening and launching, the projects that were planned for by the Jubilee administration. Mimi sijaona kitu mpya ambayo imetoka kwa hii serikali. Having said that, let me see if
The government is asking Kenyans to be patient as it works to bring down the cost of living. President William Ruto now says Kenyans will have to wait for at least 1 year before the price of maize flour comes down. Ruto has promised that more resources will be channeled towards food production. He was speaking during the groundbreaking ceremony of low-cost houses in Kibra, Langata constituency. Naima Sampao kicks us off with that story.
Kenyans may have to wait a little longer for the prices of food and basic commodities to come down. The much anticipated reduction of the price of maize flour may not be in the offing anytime soon if the remarks by President William Ruto are anything to go by. Ruto says the government has already released 1.5 million bags of fertilizer to farmers in different parts of the country, and another 6 million bags will be released to increase food production.
Wale walioharibu hii mambo ya unga mpaka ikafika shilingi 230 walikoroga hiyo mambo kwa miaka 4. Si ndio? Si waliharibu kwa miaka 4? Munipatie tu mwaka moja peke yake nitakuwa nimenyorosha. Kuna mna hiyo? So mos.
This comes at a time when parts of the country are in dire straits due to the drought situation, forcing the government to distribute relief food to parts of the country which have for a long time been considered food sufficient. At the moment, a 2-kilogram packet of maize flour retails at 230 shillings, while 1 liter of petrol retails at 178 shillings, diesel 163 shillings, and kerosene 146 shillings. Ruto, who ascended to presidency on the pledge of lowering the cost of living, has been accused of going against promises he made while campaigning.
Musikubali tucheze karata na nchi yetu. Hawa majamaa wengine hawana mpango. Nimewasikia hawa watu wa kuzimia ati watapunguza gharama ya unga. Sasa mimi nauliza, hawa chairman wa Azimio ni president wa sasa. mtu ya kitendawili. Wewe umekuwa serikalini miaka 4 na hanje. Wewe ulikuwa unafanya kazi gani? Wewe ndio umesumbua Uhuru Kenyatta mpaka saa hii unga imefika shilingi 200, alafu unatuambia story gani? Ruto Day! Ruto Day!
Meanwhile, the president has emphasized on the government's plan to fulfill the promise on affordable housing. He presided over the launch of affordable housing project for 4,000 houses in Zone B, Soweto in Kibra, where he committed to oversee construction of at least 200,000 houses annually, 50% of which will be in the low-cost category.
Ile pesa ulikuwa unalipa kwa nyumba ile ya matope ama ya mabati. Nyumba haina maji, haina choo, haina stima. Sasa utakuja kuishi katika nyumba iko na hiyo mambo yote na utalipa ile pesa ulikuwa unalipa pale. Tofauti tena. Wewe ulikuwa unalipa 2,500. Na hiyo nyumba ni ya mwenyewe. Hakuna siku hiyo nyumba itakuwa yako. Lakini leo hii nyumba tunawajengea hapa, utalipa 2,500 na baada ya miaka 20 nyumba hiyo inakuwa yako.
Ruto has also dismissed the Kazi Mtaani program, saying the housing program, which he plans on rolling out in all parts of the country, will create employment. He has also urged contractors to ensure 40% of labor as well as raw materials are acquired locally. Nayoma Sampao, NTV.
Haya, Njiru maneno ndio hiyo. You pay 2,000. I'm trying to do my math here. I know you're a numbers guy here. You know something. Na sijui watu wanatoanga wapi energy ya kushangilia ukidanganywa.
Yeah, 2,500 by 12. Hiyo ni 30,000, then 30,000 by 20 ni 600k.
600k, and that is
in 20 years. Na hujaweka kitu inaitwa inflation. You know, in 20 years, the value of that money in 20 years, eh?
Yeah.
So, I think nyumba ya, okay, in engineering terms, nyumba ya 600 is in Nairobi. I'm talking of a house worth 600,000 in Nairobi. I think to me, unajua, semi-permanent, permanent, for a permanent structure, I would like to see design ya nyumba ya 600 in Nairobi. 1 bedroom, 1 room, 600k.
Yeah, I'm looking at the numbers. 2,000. That's economically, that gives you, yeah.
Okay, unless atuambie serikali na it's a project for the government to benefit people, where the government doesn't want to gain anything. Unless atuambie the government purely wants to build for people, and the government will feel some cash there. But if it, in terms of doing it as a business project, as a government, no. That one, there's no business model there. If they are working to make people have buildings and to have dignified houses, well and good. But that is not the concept which is happening in India. India is also doing slum upgrading. I know. What India is doing, India, they are not selling those buildings to people. What India is doing, they begin by relocating you. Like they split the slum into 4 sections. They relocate a quarter of the slum to somewhere, alafu wana launch project kubwa. They build close to 200k houses. Then after wamejenga hizo nyumba 200k houses, wanawarudisha hapo. Then mukirudi kwa hizo nyumba, the agreement between you and the government is that you will be paying rent at a subsidized rate, not at market value. You will be paying rent at a subsidized rate. The buildings will not belong to you, because the concept is, even if you are living in a slum, your economic status could improve. Unaweza kuwa uko kwa slum and then after some time umepata Mungu amekuonekania, you no longer fit the slum model. Unataka kwenda pale kama Buruburu, unataka kwenda in another estate. So what you do is another slum dweller is allocated that building, na wewe sasa unaama unaenda kwingine. So this concept of saying that people will own houses in the slum is like, what you are saying is that you want to eternally position somebody in Kibera, which in terms of living is not sustainable. It's like you are choosing somebody to be living in Kibera throughout his lifetime.
Yeah, Njiru, you know, if I tell you that you'll pay 2,500 shillings for 20 years, then I'm expecting either you have formal employment. That is one expectation that I think should be considered. You have formal employment, either you are a civil servant where you have sustainable income, and this income is something that you expect to get for the long duration of time. But now the people that you are addressing, I like the way you bring it. Slum upgrading does not necessarily mean that you have to build houses for people to move in and own them. You are trying to improve the living conditions of the slum dwellers. Unfortunately, when you say 2,500 for 20 years, and the person who lives in that shanty is not a person who has a reliable salary at the end of the month. This is a person who goes out, ile anasemanga anaenda kuhustle, anaenda nafanya biashara yake, leo italeta 200, kesho haitaleta. So this is not person ambaye anategemea mshahara mwisho wa mwezi. And these people, I'm still trying to wrap my head around, how is this sustainable? How is the 200 shillings?
Okay, Richie, the reason why you are struggling, it is because this project has failed before it has started. That's why you are struggling. This project cannot move on. What will happen is that after they come back to their senses, they will come and realize that they launched a white elephant project. And in Kenya, we have many projects which have been white elephant before. So they will come and realize that this project will not be sustainable. Then people in Kibera will come and discover that they have also been cheated. Remember, they might relocate people. So there are some people who might even lose their current dwellings for life. And one thing which the government is not clear to people in Kibera or any other slum area where they will want to do that upgrading. One thing which they are not telling people is what will happen to you during construction. Because remember, when you are constructing, you need to clear the land. Are they having another land for you? So they are not talking about the resettlement model. Then they are also not telling these people once you own the house, as they are being told, they are not being told what is the value of the service charge, because or the rates, because remember, unaweza ambiwa hii nyumba ni yako, then serikali inaweza kuja iwaekee rates kama hizo. Umesikia siku hizi nyumba zitakuwa zinalipiwa. What if the government come and says now houses in Kibera you will be paying services of 5,000? Yeah, the house is free ni yako, but they introduce a service fee, maybe because of maintenance or other things which will be there. Waseme hizo nyumba at that time after umemaliza kulipa in 20 years, maybe 5,000 or 6,000. So what is happening is that the government is not giving full details of that project. If the government was honest enough, na waambie watu wa Kibera the underlying issues on that project will be rejected. So they are only giving the sugar element of the project. Wanasema hii project. Then the other thing, he slum after the upgrading, they are also not telling, in engineering, structures have a design life. Every structure has a design life. The government, I yes, nimemaliza kulipa hiyo nyumba for 20 years. Are they assuring the Kenyans that the quality of that building can last 50 years? Because hakuna vile nitalipia nyumba for 20 years, alafu after 10 years it is a dilapidated house. Ni nyumba hata uwezi kaa, nini choo zake zimeharibika, nini zimeharibika. So are they assuring Kenyans that the quality of that building will, because if I pay a building in a mortgage format for 20 years, that building has to serve me for another 20 years minimum. Ukilipia mortgage for 25 years, that building needs to serve you for another 25 years. So that for a cost-effective measure. So is the government committed to quality of that building, that nikilipia hiyo nyumba for 20,000, it will serve, not only nikilipia for 20 years, it will serve me for another 20 years without major repairs. Is the government committing on that with this 600k? Kuna vitu mingi sana hawasemi. So yeah. Why can't they avail the report, the quality report? The government has a website. What to pay report here. Some of us, we can understand. We can go through those documents. We see the quality and what they are trying to tell Kenyans. Otherwise, this one is another hot air. They are trying to, and it is so sad that they are going to the bedroom of Baba to try and cheat Baba people on something which they might even actually end up even losing their land and even making them homeless. I think it would be a better concept to house. India has done it. China has done it and they have abandoned it. The best concept of upgrading a slum, it's the government to own the structures, settle the people, allow the people to pay a subsidized rate, allow the people to generate their own income, and the people can move at free will. But you cannot hold the people to slum dwelling forever. Like, for example, Mr. Ouma cannot be localized to Kibera for 100 years together with his generation. We cannot do that. We have to allow Kenyans to move as their income changes, just like the way advanced countries do. The way you can move from zip code to zip code, depending with how your income is changing. But you cannot be localized to Kibera slum throughout your lifetime. It's wrong.
Okay, I don't know what is the obsession. I was listening to another video here. I hope I have it.
Affordable housing agenda is immediate. We want to be fast. And so we shall be engaging the National Land Commission from here. We shall be engaging the Ministry of Lands to ensure that the titles are ready. We have a date with Survey of Kenya, and we'll see how quickly they're able to process the paperwork. But on the question of are we going to be seeing structures up within another 2 months, 3 months, the answer is yes. Because we already have other parcels of land, not this one. We have other parcels of land, as Kiambu County, that are ready for uptake for the affordable housing agenda. Those ones we shall engage immediately because we have been ready. We have some parcels in Thika town, we have some in Roiro, we have some in Kiambu town, we have some in Limuru. So those ones we are going to commence immediately. Like I've said, our target is to do 50,000 housing units within this 5-year span. When the agreement was reached to surrender part of this land, it was reached, and the agreement is between the county government and the proprietor and the lessee, who is Del Monte. So the 690 acres that has been surrendered in 4 different pieces. It is important that the way we utilize that land should be helpful to the local communities. We'll be looking at what are the local interests when you're here at Kolping. What facilities are not available here that should be put up by the county government in the surrendered land. We are looking at hospitals, we are looking at schools, we are looking at sports facilities, we are looking at doing affordable housing. And once we do those things, we believe that they're going to be useful to the community. Most important is once we have done our planning, we'll come and do public participation. We'll engage members of the public here find out, are they happy and satisfied with the plans that we have? If they say they're happy, then we'll proceed.
Richard, I think you are trying to introduce a very difficult subject here. You know, this concept of affordable housing, sorry, just as I finish other people to comment, I like housing. So this concept
Njiru,
of...
Njiru, hold on. Let me give you a background of that video. So for those who do not know what is happening there, that is Kiambu Governor, Wamatangi. He had gone to survey the land that is being, so to speak, returned to the county government by one investor in the name of Del Monte Kenya Limited. So the Kiambu government has been in a tussle with Del Monte for a long time. They say that Del Monte has taken the whole land and they have no place to expand Thika town and generally the Thika area. So what they are trying to do right now is to force the investor to give land so that the county can expand. I don't know. So I'm thinking about a county that wants to get rid of an investor so that they can bring up a concrete jungle. Go ahead, Njiru. That was just a background of what is happening there for those who did not know.
Naona ni kama Ronda anainua mkono. Sijui Ronda ni comment ama unataka kuongea kwanza?
I'm just wondering who is the owner of those land in Kiambu County. Is it for the Kenyatta family? Because I know Kenyatta family, they have a big land from Juja.
No. Hiyo ni ya development ya mananasi. Hiyo ni ile shamba ya mananasi ile. Ile ya...
It's not for Kenyatta family.
No. Hiyo ni
the way they invest from...
No. Hiyo ni ile ya mananasi. Hiyo ni ile shamba ya mananasi kubwa hapo as you are going to Makutano. Makutano as you go to... Hiyo ni ile shamba ya mananasi. Hiyo si ya Kenyatta.
Lakini wamesema huko Royal, si wamesema huko Juja. Sisikia family Kenyatta, but they have a land there from Royal.
Ni Kakuzi huko, hiyo ni Kakuzi. Kakuzi huko ndiko kwa kina Kenyatta na sifikiri
sisemi Isaweri. Isaweri ni kwa Kenyatta kabisa, kwa mzee Jomo Kenyatta Isaweri. Na sisemi Isaweri. Isaweri ni kule mzee alikuwa anakaa Awakin.
Hapo ni Del Monte.
Si huo ni karibu na huo ni Kenyatta alikuwa amepatia Kenyatta family, si ndio?
I don't think.
Let us be honest each other. Let us be realistic. I think this guy, they want to take Kenyatta family land to the community. I think so. They have already planned. Wanataka kuchukua Kenyatta family property. That's you remember even Ruto say that they will start to do with the daily the meal. Let us we cannot just here to assume problem, and we know the two what they are doing. We know they don't like Kenyatta family, and that's a fact. Kenyatta family invest. Mzee Jomo Kenyatta ni alikuwa anapatia watoto wake shamba. So wachukua hata Isaweri. Fine. Unajua mimi hakuna kitu mimi nitafanya, lakini hata siku yao itafika. Watajua. Unajua watu wanaonanga sisi Wakikuyu wajika, sisi wajinga. Niko tuna matuona gato ilimo. Watajua sisi ni nani. Okay. Mimi nitakuwa second Matiba.
Sawa.
Tapigania hiyo Kenya nikupie. Unajua wanatuona sisi ni wajinga. We are not stupid.
Okay.
I'm not stupid.
Sawa.
Okay. You made your point. Yes.
Richie, I want to begin by correcting Bwana Matiang'i. Unajua nasikianga siku hizi they also listen to us. Number one, ana propose project kienyeji sana. A serious project kama hiyo wanaita low cost. And by the way, there is a reason why we are using the word term low cost. The reason why the term low cost is being used in developing countries, let me call it that way, because in other countries they are not using that term. The reason why we are using low cost is we want to save cost and time. That's the reason why we are using the term low cost. So one correction of Wamatangi hapo, he has not mentioned any consultant who has looked into that project and its viability. He has not talked of any engineers who he has consulted, and they have told him that it is possible to put 50,000 units in whichever land which is saying there. He is just saying that we can put 50,000. So he is just using some theory. Maybe he might have consulted, but he needs to report to us, and he tell us and annexing report. Aseme, there is a research which has been done here, and this project is feasible here, instead of just coming and just talking as a politician. So he needs to be very clear on that. Then number two, there is something I'm saying here. You know, the issue of low-cost housing, which is the target population here. I think some of our counties, they are rural counties, although I know Kiambu is also an urban county. When they are saying they want to build 50,000 buildings, ni za kina nani? Who are the owners of this? Who are the target groups for these houses? Will they be rental houses for the county? Hizi nyumba zitapewa the people of the county government who do the people in the county who do not have buildings? Are people going to borrow for these houses? What is going to happen? Because recently we had a project whereby Parengara, the project which was initiated by Wanjiru, and I hear that low cost project there is like it ended up in corruption issues. So if we are not able to table good working document on a project, there is a tendency of always that project being hijacked by people who are not the initial beneficiary of that project. So I think Wamatangi needs to be clear. He needs to explain the fundamentals of that project and what is making that project feasible, because every project has to be feasible. And because they want to invest Kenyan money, hata kama ni pesa ya watu wa Kiambu, there must be cost, kitu inaitwa cost benefit analysis. What is the cost? Is the cost benefit analysis of that project beyond one? Because if the cost benefit analysis ya hiyo project iko less than one, they don't need to invest that money there. Hiyo pesa inaweza pelekwa pahali ingine. So what I'm seeing people in a rush, and because this term of low cost project is fashionable in Africa, because that is where we are going, because we also want to do, because of the issues of climate change, and we don't want to do high energy consuming projects. So because hii maneno ya climate change na nini ndio unakuta they also trying to come up with the project which are in that scenario. But the main fundamental is, what is the economic value of this project? Yes, we have 50,000 project units. Which is the target group? How are those houses going to be assigned? How much money are people going to pay if that is the? So there are so many things which are not ending up and connecting. Yes, shamba iko, but, and I think, by the way, for your information, low cost is not the only project which you can do in such a vast land. In fact, the government can even decide even to do an industrial park there, and it can even be more beneficial even than low cost. So I think because very soon actually in Kenya we will be thinking of putting big industry. Maybe that area is more conducive for an industry than even more than, because like in Thika, I know they have some few industry called Thika na wapi, but maybe it could be, we can put an industry there and it can create even more employment for people, more than low-cost housing, whereby you still need to again give these people jobs as they stay here. So I think they need to look at it in terms of cost-benefit analysis, not just housing people. We need also to look at it in terms of putting money into the people's pocket, so that it can also blend into hustler narrative properly as they do. But so far, just housing people is not enough. How are we generating? Yes, you are putting schools and other things. So why is he not talking of like umeweka watu 50,000 hapo? There's no any single industry hapo. It's just schools. Or do you want to attract people from other areas? I don't know. People to be driving to come there. I want to see them tying that project with economic activities. They are not tying that project with economic activities, because you cannot just come and house 50,000 people hapo. Una viwanda, you don't have economic. Yes, uko na hospitali na vitu zingine, but where are they going to get money? Or are all these people going to be employed by the county? There are things which are not turning up. Put 50,000 people here, put an income there also for them. Those two things need to be connected.
Yeah, I want to move to Julia before I go to Mato. I don't know why is it that all of a sudden we have people being interested in the concrete jungles? I mean, if you read the history of Thika, then you'll understand what economic value Del Monte brings to that town. It's like most of the industries in Thika died a natural death. The one industry that has really held Thika for a long time is Del Monte, and it employs thousands and thousands of people. But what we are seeing in Thika right now is the same thing that I was showing a video here of a governor from Kericho saying that the investors can go to Rwanda if they want. So we are pushing investors out so that we can bring up concrete jungles. Yani tunafukuza investment into tujenge buildings. And I'm asking Njiru the same thing you're saying here. If you bring those 50,000 houses up, then what? Who is going to live in those houses without an income? Because the same people that are working in these companies would have been the same people that would be living in those houses. Do we have a housing crisis in Kenya that it is all of a sudden important for the government to put up thousands and thousands of houses everywhere? Do we have a housing crisis? Julia.
Okay, 1 minute, Julia, alafu ingie. In fact, there is a company in Kenya called Huggies. Sijui ni Huggies ama ni Hugos. They deal with wako hapo tu town. They deal with evaluating residential properties in Kenya. They evaluate. Right now, actually, in Kenya, we are having excess buildings. Actually, the prices of houses ni kuanguka inaanguka. There is a company which does audit inaitangwa Hagos, something Hagos or Hughes. Hughes is a consultancy company which deals with the management of properties. They have brought a very elaborate report, and like places like, I think there were some even flats zilikuwa zimejengwa pande ya, I think in Pangani, where they were actually saying that those houses were not even getting tenants. Kulikuwa na wakati manyumba zilikuwa zimejengwa mingi sana Nairobi. There were some sections, areas where they had even advertised the flats and some units walikuwa nazisell. They started with a price of 12 million. Those flats ilibidi zingine hata wapunguze bei to 8 and 7 million. So actually in Nairobi we are having a crisis of getting buyers for buildings. So wanajenga manyumba, lakini hizo manyumba unakuta like flat imejengwa, but it has only been, in their report they were saying the occupancy rate was 40 to 45%. Unakuta apartment zingine hazina watu, unajenga nyumba, there is no one. That is so we have no crisis. So unakuta now inabidi hata waanguze bei. Julia, go ahead.
So do we need houses? That's what you're asking, Makiadi na Njiru. What we need food, Makiadi?
No. I think the question should be: are houses a priority?
I think
right now for this particular government.
No, it is that their priority is to steal land, to steal money, and try and fake they are constructing houses. Hiyo ndio mpango yao, Makiadi. Si ati wanajengea wananchi nyumba. That they suddenly have an idea of how they can amass wealth. They are always looking at that kind of direction. So Kenyans should know that. For your information, houses, the price of housing is buying houses, I think, is going down in Nairobi because people are not buying. I know of some Asian CU people who want to buy houses. There's a Chinese, 2 of them, who somehow got land towards the river, in direction ya kwenda Mombasa Road. Yeah. I think he has about 3 estates now. The houses are going to at 3 million, 3-bedroom, 2-bedroom apartment. Cash.
Where is that?
Nitawatumia address. 3 million.
At the river, you said?
Yes. As you go to the river, Mombasa Road.
Let me help you, my dear sister. It's next to Primarosa.
Anaitwa nani? What is the name of the estates? There are 3 of them, I think. I don't know. Somebody sent to me. And I was like, wow, you can buy an apartment at 3 million And I looked up and I saw actually it's about 3 million.
Oh, really? Can you
Yeah.
post the address up or what waone?
Because I think what's happened in Makiadi, watu wamesota, and this guy built houses, and you know he's a foreigner, so he wants to sell them off. So he's like, you know, let me ask you, if you're in Kenya, what do you want? To eat food, take your children to school, or to buy a house? Sasa fadhi rudi kule kwenu Martin, kule si baba yako amekupatia shamba. Huh? So if you are a Kenyan and you really, they are desperate times, you won't be thinking about buying houses. So what is Ruto and his team after? I think they are after having something to sell maybe later in some years. These guys are crooks, Makiadi. So even in Manyumba, it's just hoodwinking Kenyans. How many millions of people live in Kiambu? Can you do the percentage of 50,000 people out of those millions in Kiambu? Hiyo ni percentage gani? Hata ifiki 00 point something. So it is not going to benefit the Kenyan, the mwananchi. Huyo mwananchi mwenye anataka chakula na anapanga. Mliona wale watu walikuwa wamepanga line wapate unga packet moja. Did you see the people in Gatondo? And unfortunately they are in Gatondo. These people insulted the president. Watu wa Gatondo, sijui kama mnawachi hii show, niwaulize jameni, you are the one who insulted President Uhuru. Sasa tunaona picha, we are seeing on camera people from Gatondo wakipanga line wakipoa unga packet moja. I was very ashamed that day I saw that, but I also felt sad and frustrated because those are scenes that have not been seen in Mount Kenya region. It is not that it is bad to be given unga, but it's a shame the region that has been seen to be very productive now to be seen with people who need help. And really, those people are genuine Makiadi. They were not pretending. They were not acting it. It was not drama. They wanted hiyo unga, walitaka huo, they wanted food. They needed the food. So these were Matangi and his dear government. Let them stop lying to us. It's just another ploy to steal and to rob. These are thieves. And you should always look at them as thieves. Mimi hii serikali Makiadi hakuna siku yenye nitakaa nikigojea ati wako na program yenye itasaidia mwananchi. And sadly, I think worse things are going to happen in this country. And like I said earlier here, is that the moment you hear Safaricom has collapsed, you know, Safaricom ndio inatubeba. All of you here send money through Safaricom. Some of us, I mean, we have accounts in M-Pesa. We may not even have, if you are in Kenya, you may not even need a bank account. You just need to have an M-Pesa account and your life will be good. Because with M-Pesa, you can pay your children's school fees. With M-Pesa, you can transact. With M-Pesa, you can buy property. You don't need to have KCB. You don't need to have Barclays. But the moment you see Safaricom collapsing is when you know that things are bad.
And the things we are going to experience, most of it in Mount Kenya, most of our Kikuyu, they will have a suicide. Most of our Kikuyu, they'll kill themselves a lot because of the oppressions, poverty, things they didn't experience. Mini suicide. Watu watajua sana. Watu wanachukua nini kamba wanajua. People, they'll be tired with life, you know, to live in a country oppressions, hakuna pesa, hakuna kazi, dile life walikuwa nafanya. Unajua, kuna siku ingine mimi nilikuwa naambia brother yangu, mudu ahona kahubirada. What does that proverb say in Kikuyu? Can you try to explain for me, Julia? Wahona hubirada. But the problem as Kikuyu, when we get very mad, we forget. We're not humble ourselves. I'm already telling people, if you know who you are, you know where you come from, and you know where you are going. But if you don't know where you come from, you don't. I'm already telling people, please humble yourself. I've been talking with my brother. Please humble yourself. Give me peace. Give me peace, please. And that's how we are suffering right now. Because of rebellion, we have been telling them, vote for Raila, will protect you. But they didn't because rebellion. Oh, mjaluo nini. Sasa ndio mtakula, mtaona. Kwa sababu this guy, Ruto, he have been planning many years and about Tessa. Mimi naona vitu zake za akiwa nini MP wa Ushingisho County. Ni mtu anaonekana amekuwa na hasira sana. Hata siku ile Uhuru alikuwa president, amemtesa sana. Let us speak the truth. Let us try to hide let us speak it, because the more we speak it, the more we get freedom. You know, nadhani Ruto alikuwa anatesa Uhuru hata akiwa kwa State House. Ako anampatia amani. Ruto ni mtu yule anapenda. Unajua tukiwa primary school unachokozana na watu wanakupatia, kama mimi nilikuwa primary school I was bullied. People that used to bully me and hate me. Wananichokoza kila siku. Unaona, you can't get peace. You know, I understand how the Uhuru he was feeling. It's not easy. Sijui Ruto amezaliwa hivyo, ama ni bradhake, ama ni kabila yake inakuanga hivyo Kalenjin. I really want to know about Kalenjin. I want, if you know you come from Kalenjin community, come here, I want to know really who you are. Do you love yourself? Do you love your country? I want to know you. I know Luya community, I've been living with the Luya. My best friend was called Dora Buka, I've been living with the Ocheng. I want to know people really who they are, the community. I'm real, no, don't tell me. I'm real curious to know other tribes. I've never lived with the Kalenjin, only Luya and Wajaru. Those only two tribes I've been living with them in where I grown up. We went to the same school. So I want to know other community, how they are. We can integrate each other. You know? We don't know. Unajua kuna kabila zingine wanakuwa na hasira. We want to know who they are. You know, I know Kikuyu tribe who they are. I know Masai. We have been living with the Masai. I know Luya and Luya and Luo. But I don't know about other tribes. I want to know who they are. If you know you come from a Luo, Kalenjin, come here and we talk. I want to know who you are because we can integrate. Integration can work in our society. Because if the kabila na nyuma, that shit.
I think when it comes to a tribe, I think sometimes these things are individual. Sometimes you might be encouraging, but how you react, it is purely personal. I still believe we still have serious Kalenjins who can be able to understand the problems which are in the nation. I even saw in these programs, even many Kalenjins coming here and trying to support this, to support our movement. So I think when it comes to issues, some issues, let's just put them on a personal level. Let's not try to carry a whole tribe and say maybe, personally, I would like to take somebody as an individual other than a tribe. How the people react to things, they are different. I still believe, just like the same way in Mount Kenya, we have those hustlers, the people who you don't believe they did that, and you yourself, you have your own belief. Let's take these issues personal.
So, Makeni nimepata hiyo nini he's called Great Wall Apartments, and I've typed on the chat, and right now he has 2-bedroomed in Mlolongo. See, people, you know Mlolongo? Yeah. 4.5 million, 2-bedroomed, ready for occupation. They are flats, like amejenga kama flats. So look at picture. Yes, just if you like, can you type on your phone Great Wall Apartments? The pictures will come out.
Okay.
Yeah, Great Wall Apartments. So me looking at that, Makiadi, it's like Kenyans now don't prioritize houses because really Mlolongo is in the city. So if you can get an apartment in Mlolongo at 4.5 million cash, then it means people, that is not a priority right now. People have other needs in Kenya. So the government saying they are building cheap houses. If people cannot even buy the houses that are being availed, it means they cannot afford those houses. So I think Kenyans have more needy.
Oh, Julia, then I want to ask you another question. You know, over 50% of Kenyans, they live below $2. Over 50%. That is from the global statistics. So these people are living below $2. Ndio watanunua manyumba?
They can't. That is why this Chinese man, amejenga, if you see his houses, they are big, gorofa. Sasa amejenga, look at those pictures. Amejenga, I don't know whether it's proper to share them on the screen, but I think it's not proper.
No, it's, he will have to pay us. That's part of advertising, yeah? Kama anataka to share, he'll have to pay us. Yeah.
Okay, there is somebody's asking what phase. Naona hii ni phase what? The Mlolongo one, I don't know its phase. Yeah, he has several phases. This phase 5 now. Okay, hata nasema 3-bedroomed apartment on Mombasa Road. I think that is phase 5. I mean, he has several phases. Just look up. I think, yeah, somebody says he thinks it's phase 4. So those houses are ready for sale and they are 4.5 4.5 million, 2-bedroom, and he also has 3 bedrooms. And you people, if you talk the Kenyan banks right now, they may not have people to lend that kind of money. Yeah, the Great Wall are Chinese project.
The banks do not want to hear what people have to tell them because everybody's in CRB. But anyway, we will talk about that in a few. I want to pull Mato also to this discussion, but before he speaks, let me see if I can play this video here.
I call upon my colleague leaders that let's learn to put our country ahead of everything. My imagination is that even the local politics must have played in this whole thing to reject, that warranted the rejection of Penina Malonza. However, Honorable Speaker, it is wrong to only use one parameter to deny her. I think if we were to be fair, we ought to have allowed every, if the rejection ought to be on matters that are serious, that affect that touch on Chapter 6 of the Constitution, that touch on suitability, but not on issues of, presentation to the committee. Maybe she wasn't dressed very well. Maybe she was on her periods. You cannot start making her. Yes, exactly.
Your time is up. Your time is up. Your time is up. Order. Order, members. Order, members. Order, members.
Haya, Mato. Karibu.
Sijui kama mnanisikia vipoa. Unanisikia vipoa?
Uko sawa, uko sawa.
Hiyo video imekataa kucheza, imerukaruka. I thought mimi ndo nilikuwa na shida.
No, I think nimesikia vizuri. Anybody else having trouble? Yeah, labda pande yako. Lakini endelea. Go ahead.
Okay. Hey guys, it's good to see you guys. Julia, it's been a long time. My dear sister. Hey, siku mingi. But I'm back. I had to go najua kuna place fulani huko Ukambani nitago Katoloni. When you've been hit hard, you go somewhere and you go kwanza you try to find yourself. I think I've met Richie here a couple of times, but yeah, I'm back. I'll be here more often now. The one thing that during that time that I've been away from this show and just thinking about what really hit us, I've really been thinking, and it's not that I've been away, I've just been listening and just not wanting to even appear on the show, but just look at things and do my own research and understand what really hit Kenya. And ladies and gentlemen, I really don't care if you're a Kikuyu, if you're a Kamba, if you're a Jalu. I really don't care as long as you're a Kenyan. I've come to a point, Richie, where I'm thinking and looking and asking myself, even the commentating that we did during the, what do you call it? During the campaign season, were we really wrong? And even though some of us even paid for the guys that found the day that it was hacked and everything. And I was like, is it really Kenya is that bad that we can't even get it right? And if you really are Mheshimiwa and you have a couple of things, you can get it. And you can get there even against the will of the people. Why did I come back from so far? Is because even today I have asked numerous people back and forth, tell me where William Samoei Ruto got their election. Got their votes. And if they don't talk about Rift Valley, they talk about Central. Central and Rift Valley does not equate the 54 million people that we have in our country. So we know there was a problem. Now, even the courts agreed. There was the Camagos, there was they even said it, that next time Kenyan elections should be done by Kenyan. I'm not going to go much into that. But I'm going to bring myself back because I really research and talk with myself and actually try to be realistic. Richie, you come and ask yourself, and you look at it because, okay, fine, Baba, weka kando, kila mtu akae kando. Okay, we have a president. I mean, as much as it hurts, fine. Let's look at our Kenya. And we wish this president good. And then you start seeing something of Western hotel kind of way of living. YK92 kind of living. You start seeing a government that has come into power that is all about money making. First of all, is the government supposed to be a money making entity? Or is it supposed to be a mwananchi uplifting entity? So we're talking about, we're starting to run our country like it's a company that needs to make profits. It's all about the money. Now, isn't this the whole thing we've been talking about, the Kimwarels and everything, money making and everything? Because sasa niaje imekuwa sasa government yetu, okay, no, we cannot sustain anything. Oh, hata tukipewa nini, fertilizer ya bure, we have to make money, 3,000 out of every, out of it. And now we are talking about everybody has to tax. Kwani all this time, kwani Uhuru, your company, your country iko ina run, Uhuru alitax mtu wa mama mboga? Haiko ina run, ama sasa ndio imeanza kuanguka? Yet, I remember very well the last time I was in Kenya, just a year ago, and I'm going back again. I remember the last time I was in Kenya, I saw roads moving all the way from Kisumu. I didn't go to Kisumu, I'll say Nakuru, Nairobi, all the way to Mombasa. I saw and I did get into SGR. Hiyo pesa, kwani Uhuru hakuwa anajua hiyo pesa ikuwa? Why is it now that Mama Mboga, Richie and guys, Richie, just give me a little bit of time, Pole. I don't want to take so much of people's time, but somebody sent me a very funny message. Akaniambia, hey, I sent 6,000 to a friend of mine. Akaniambia alipanda boda boda, alafu akaenda akalipa akanunua chakula ya watoto. And then mwenye alinunulia chakula ya watoto akachukua pia boda boda kwenda home, na alilipa 1,000, alipatia mtu tu $1,000 for that. Akaniambia, so watu wakianza kulipa, so hiyo $1,000 itakuwa imelipa, not $1,000, 1,000 shillings imelipiwa taxes mara ngapi? Cause yeye amelipa, huyu amemtumia, so imelipwa na huyo mama mboga, huyo mwenye alitumia, which ni sister yake. Huyo amelipa something, amepea mwingine, amelipa. So are we gonna be a tax nation, and do we ever benefit from that taxes? Because I believe is what Raila and Madakarua were talking about. Whatever you pay, you're not paying for the government to make money. It's not a business entity. It's an entity to make sure that if I am living in the United States, Richie is living in Ukraine, if any time of crisis, they can actually counter something for that, for that citizenry. Now we are making our country become a place where kila kitu ni pesa. Is just Gimme. What are you giving me back? Tumesahau expressway. Tumesahau something that was fought so bad, people lost their properties. Something called the bypasses. We're no longer talking about bypasses. We're even talking of putting KQ down. We're talking about putting, the things. I go back to the times that we used to have parastatals. I was so proud to walk into my country and look. By the time unaingia on a highway pale juu chini, ingine napita huko juu chini and all that, and nobody was asking for all this money. So how did we make these roads? So why is it that this government now is coming up with all these things that, okay, now we need to even talk about M-Pesa. M-Pesa has 30 million people. KRA. It's good to get taxes and all that, but why is it that everything that we are talking is all about KRA? Are you telling me Uhuru's time, 10 years, even though he was not my favorite president, I never liked him, I never voted for him, but even him, he used to shield
Please,
people out
even
of
if
it.
you didn't like him, don't talk about it. Even if you don't like him, please don't talk here, please. Respect one another, please. If you didn't like Uhuru, don't say you didn't like him. Please, here in the camera. You hurt me when you talk like that.
Okay.
He's my king.
I'm just okay, sorry, Rhoda, thank you. But thank you for that correction. But I was just saying that I never voted for him. I never liked him at the first time. But at the end of it today, I like him. And that's why I like the fact that he's so quiet. When Richie, when we go to Mama Mboga and we try, today I was making a fun, nilikuwa hivi I was making fun. And even the taxes that he's trying to do for rental people. I have just two more. Ati you trying kuambia mtu mwenye ako na property mwenye ni landlord to pay taxes. I believe they always pay taxes. Everybody in Kenya pays taxes. But when you get that, and someone said it here, I was listening at some point, though I was traveling. Richie, if you're the mimi nikiwa na nyumba yangu saizi and you've been paying 5,000 a month, na gava iniambie sasa lazima ulipe rent, I'm not going to take that loss. Nitakuongezea wewe. Nitakuongezea wewe to counter that. When utalipa hiyo, mimi siwezi lipa. So basically what are you doing? Unaongezea ule mwenye ako huko chini. And guess what? Bado unaongeza taxes za huyo pia yeye na lazima atalipa taxes. So what are you doing to the people? You're finishing the whole thing. I had a thing nilikuwa nimeandika hapa hivi for Texas. Richie, I wanted na hiyo ni nani alikuwa ameleta, my dear sister, my big sister, Julia. There's a group in Texas. This is about a couple of years ago. I think it's about 4 years ago, maybe more than that. That waliendanga tu wakapatana. They were caregivers, and they started. And I think that's the company you're talking about in Lolongo. And they started a company, not really a company. They just went and they were just doing a chama, and they got together and they opened up next to the cement company, Palivum, at the river there. They started an estate there. What to do? Good friends, and they did it. As ukianza kuambia watu hivyo. And then there was another one of border borders that actually did that too. these are people that come together, they do that, and they get it there. To finish with, how do you expect me or anybody in this group or in this show to have an inheritance uliachiwa na mama yako, baba yako, guka yako, to pay taxes on that, na maybe tu iko pale? Because first of all, maybe una pesa ya kwenda kununua mawe uweke nyumba pale. So how are you going to tax on inheritance? So are you telling us tukue tukikata inheritance zenye tumepewa? It's me, for me, it hurts me so much to see a government that is almost not for the people, but for more of the money making. Like it becomes an entity. And I said this, it's a money making government that we have. Natutalia, we will cry. This is not even the end of it. It pains me so much that sometimes I don't even come into this place to talk because inaniumizanga sana. How, you know, Buruburu has had, even the time of independence, codes of how you build your houses. Are we going to pay this thing? Sasa kwa hivyo tukipata hata mali tunalishanga mang'ombe, taxes. And that's when you have, that's why Kimwarel and everybody and people in this government are all gongwa, and they have cases of trying to make money out of them. Wananchi is they're not public servants. They have that, and that's why DCI says imegongo imeenda chini, and you find people who have even murder cases going into and being even wanapitishwa na nini. Guys, I am hoping that this opens up our eyes. Good luck and good thing. Naniambia Bernard, when Bernard was here, because I came in for a minute, I am happy that we have this internet thing, these TV shows, and I'm so thankful for Richie and the people and Julia and the people that make it happen. Because na hata hii bunge la mwananchi, because Kenyans are going to talk. And I'm so happy that when we meet over here, there's no Kikuyu, there's no nothing. Jiru, you're here, you're my brother, and everything. We don't talk about that. So I'm urging Kenyans, if Ruto do not hold his game well, we will come for you. And we will not come as a Kikuyu, we will not come as a Kamba, we will not come as a Jaluo, we will come for you as Kenyans, because we will not go back of the strides that we've made. If Museveni is your friend, wacha Museveni apigane na Bobi Wine wake. Sisi wa Kenya, we are holding the UN headquarters in Africa, and we are moving forward. We will move on with or without you na tutakutoa hiyo kitu. Democracy will work. We are held a democratical, the most biggest democracy in Eastern Central Africa. We will do that. We will not let watu wamechanuka saizi wakiendelea kitu ya kujaribu kurudisha pesa yao. Personally, me waniwe, because I'll be the Boniface Mwangi of the day. Sorry. All right. Acha nyamazi hapo. Hiyo lazima nilikuwa nitoe. I haven't been here for a long time. Then now we can go back to the fun part of it. Poleni. Asanteni kuwaona nyote.
Aya,
Don't
thank
kill
you, Matt.
yourself, Matu. Matu, I hope you're not planning to kill yourself.
Julia, acha. Najua utaniona for a long time. Umenimiss, but no, you know that will never happen. Love you.
Aya, there's a video hapa. I think this one is also something that we might want to.
Sasa mimi hata mahali pa kulala imepindi ile nyumba ambayo tulijenga na gavana yetu ya bao pale ndio nafaa kwenda kulala, kwa maana sasa sifai kulala official residence because I'm not an official of the government. So ni kwa hisani, kwa maana nimeona yale mambo yameandikiwa barua ya EACC. Ningependa EACC wanisaidie nijue mipaka yangu, wanisaidie nijue kama nafaa kulala katika lile boma la serikali, nielewe kama nafaa kubebwa na lile gari la gavana wakati tunaenda mahali. Kwa hivyo ningeomba EACC wanisaidie pia mikutano, nielewe ni mikutano gani official ambayo ningefaa kuwa natumia, kwa maana sasa mpaka hapo imefika mimi nimeona napitia ile inaitwa GBV, gender based violence. Kwa hivyo gender based violence sio ya wanawake peke yake, hata mimi kama mwanaume sasa napitia hiyo gender based violence. Sasa mimi nashangaa mpaka kuanzia hiyo barua ilipoandikiwa EACC, mimi nakaa nyuma ya tent. Mimi sasa sibebu na gari lile la gavana tena, sipatiwi lift na yeye tunapoenda mkutano, inabidi natafuta ile bonda chap na pia sasa kulala imebidi yeye analala residence official, mimi naenda kulala nyumbani kwetu ambapo tumejenga.
Aya, wa Makiadi.
What is happening in Meru County?
Wacha ni contribute hapo.
Aya, Makiadi, mtanima huyo mwanaume.
No.
Huyo mwanaume atateseka sana jameni. That man will be very cold. That's not fair.
Julia.
Wacha nitetee wanaume hapa.
Yeah, Julia, what is happening there is there is nothing like that is happening. I can assure you that huyo jamaa anjakataa kulala kwa nyumba moja na governor, but it was just si unaona kuna lawyer hapo, it was a well prepared message to give to the public. So whatever you say, and to me what shocks me is that au ni mabishop wanaongea hivyo hapo. Mama ni bishop.
Lakini Jiri, before you go on, kwa nini those MCS wanaingilia huyo mama? Start there.
And then I also want to return with a question. Bona tu ni hawa wawili in Homa Bay we have a woman.
No. Let's ask ourselves. Kwa sababu niliona walimuingilia hata walimfungia nje, and they were asking for money ya
I want to say goodbye, everybody. It's very night here. I want to say bye. Sleep well. I love you all.
How do we prove wanaitisha pesa?
Roda, we also love you. Good night.
Okay.
Love you too, my big sister.
Okay. Julia, I have a question for you. How do we prove that MCAs walikuwa wameitisha pesa? How authentic is that?
Okay, maneno ya kuitisha pesa, I'm also asking myself. I saw the speaker protesting and walikuwa na demonstration. I asked myself, it was too soon to protest against that woman. What made them protest? What are they protesting against? Because walitoka nje, they were protesting, they were demonstrating. What has she done? Because she has not even worked. No,
I can tell you, part of the protest ni huyu mama, he appointed his husband as a youth ambassador. Hata kama alisema atakuwa anampea mshahara, but he appointed him as a youth ambassador na akasoma hapo. So to me, I see pia Madam Kawera is also wrong in some element. Being the first gentleman, ama wanaitangwa aje, bwana ya governor, being bwana ya governor,
wanaitwa hivyo,
hiyo ni kazi inatosha. You don't need to publish another job for this person.
Kutakuwa na conflict of interest.
Whether utamulipa ama utamulipa, because one thing which we know is that those indirect jobs, zile ambazo mtu unasikia ati mtu akisema ni kujitolea na jitolea, it is not true.
But at the same time, the protest was, I thought it was more than the man. I think, I'm thinking it's coming from Kenya Kwanza because she's an independent governor.
Okay, there could be many political issues behind that, but we also need to understand that for you to be a governor and to be in the, remember even Nani Kivuda Kibwana faced the same issues, but Kivuda Kibwana was able during his past time. I think Mato anaweza to confirm hapa, Kivuda Kibwana actually was the person who was facing a lot of rejection from MCAs, and akafika level akasema he is going to declare the you assembly null void, warudi kwa debe. So this woman,
what really happened? Maliza alafu nitakujibuia.
So what I'm trying to talk about this woman, mimi ile kitu naona, this woman lacks leadership skills, because there is a way in which she is supposed to relate with these people, and there is a way in which she is supposed to expose scandals if they are there. Kama ni pesa anaitishwa na hao watu, which is illegal money, she has genuine methodology of reporting it. But hii story ya kukuja tu kwa press conference na anasema anaitishwa pesa and she has no documentation proof, ama there is nowhere she has reported this issue, to me I don't get it. So huyu mama akona problem in communication, and we have to accept it. She needs a concept. Kama hao watu walikuwa wanaitisha illegal money, she needed to have reported it to the right channels. Lakini story tu ya kwenda kwa press conference na unasema hiyo pesa sitawapea, hiyo pesa sitawapea, I think she also used the wrong channel. And to me naona she is having too many issues ya bwana kumpea illegal job and also lacking, and these are the problems which people will always face.
Njeru ni kazi gani? Ngoja Mato ngoja, ni bwana anapewa illegal job, hiyo illegal job ni gani?
Ndio nilikuwa nataka kuuliza.
What is this job you're calling illegal job yenye bwana amepewa?
Kuna shida ya kulala penye na
the husband and ambassador, he is already the gentleman. The gentleman has a lot on his table. He doesn't need additional job.
Zero.
No, the husband is saying hata kubebwa na gari ya governor hawezi ati kwa sababu yeye si employee wa county.
That's a side show. That is not true.
So what is happening in Meru?
In other words, it is the result of poor voting. Walipigia mtu ambaye haezi ongoza, because I think she can solve this problem easily.
Hapana Njiru, hao watu wanamuingilia kwa sababu she's an independent candidate. That is one. Okay, she has foolish decisions, kama hiyo kutangaza bwana yake kama as leader of the youth of what, that is foolishness. But the main thing, wanamuingilia kwa sababu she's not in Kenya Kwanza and they want to remove her, and I think she should do like Kibwana. She should dissolve Martin. If kama ingelikuwa ni mimi mtaka kuniharibia, pia nyinyi nawaambia burudi kwa debe, ndio wengine they lose. I would do like Kibwana. I would dissolve that MCA thing so that we all lose. You want to kick me out? We all lose. Ama Ajimato kama Kibwa. Even the Kifuda alifanya, when Kibuda threatened to kick them out, they changed their minds.
Julia, you should understand that the Senate passed a law that you cannot impeach a governor before that governor finishes 18 months, if I'm not wrong. So basically what we are saying is this: however much these people shout, there's nothing they can do to the current governor until 18 months are over. So it is not any sideshows, and I think this lady, I've spoken to people from Meru County, they are saying this lady is very popular. She's very, very popular in Meru County. Even if you call for another election today, she will still win.
Yeah, and you look at the way she won against the odd, and I think she has the masses behind her, and for one reason, she's a performer. She overcame the UDA nonsense there, and she's a performer. So I think they know that. The other thing they are fighting over Njiru, mimi najua kuna hiyo kitu ya pesa. She's out to deny them all that money they were corrupting and they were misusing, and they know that. So they from the word go they out. Can you imagine the speaker walikuwa namfungia nje? They were locking this woman out. That is barbaric. So hata kama bwana analalamika,
Julia, You see, there's two things that are going on in Meru, and I want to say that out of kwanza acha nikujibu ya Kibwana. Kibwana, when Kibwana came in, yeah, at the time ilikuwaga unajua tu councillors at the time walikuwa jua ni watu wa kukula and all that, and Kibwana came in very hard and very humble, so ndio maana alikuwa ataka cancel hiyo kitu bwana, tumalize kitu, it won't happen, and people actually walirudi wakati. Now this is a double jeopardy. This lady, yes, anaweza kuwa kigongo, but also there's the way she's trying to run the whole thing. Today I heard her, I was just watching something, and I think everybody here has seen her say that hata wananigonga, you know, they're just making me popular, my life is gonna be better after all that. I'm not saying it the way she said it, but if you watched her say something like that, I believe everybody will say it was in that kind of thing. You know, you will watch it. Here's the thing, Julia, what county do you come from?
I come from many counties, about 3 of them. Kirinyaga,
Okay, just give me one.
Nyeri,
Murang'a. Murang'a, who's the governor?
Hata sijui na sasa juu sijui ni nani aliingia governor Murang'a.
Anaitwa Kang'ata.
Irungu Kang'ata, yes.
Okay, nani bibi yake?
Ai, sijui bibi yake tena mashi. Pengine ungeniuliza Kang'ata anakaaje, how does he look like?
Hakuna mtu anajua bibi ya gavana mwingine unless bibi ya Anyang' Nyong'o mimi namjua, na bibi ya nani, what do we call this guy, CIA senator, because the wife is really a crusader of human rights. But this thing that is going on, I know, Mato, your point, this thing that is going on in Meru is a circus, and it might be a mistake that the people of Meru made. You know, this guy was a really powerful campaigner. Nilikuwa naangalia clip ingine, the husband, where the so-called anaitwa Baicho ama ndio nani, ni apostle, he's an apostle, right? I think he's an apostle, anaitwa Apostle Baicho, alafu bibi yake sasa ndio bishop. So these people, that's a very powerful house. So these people, if you look at the campaign yenye huyo mzee alipigia huyo mama, I can understand why that lady is so frustrated akiona bwana yake anasumbuliwa namna hii. These people do not have the kind of campaign other governors had. I mean, they were doing like a crusade. Ilikuwa na huyo mzee alikuwa anashika gitaa. Julia, unaonanga vile Pastor Nganga anatwanga gitaa. It's the same thing that guy was doing, and he was pulling crowds. I can tell you, if you look at one of the videos in Mwangaza, that lady on a campaign, you'll be surprised at how powerful the husband is in terms of playing music and all that. And you remember the wife said that hakuna mtu alikuwa na believe in her like the way the husband believed in her na akamwezesha kushinda hiyo kiti. So sometimes when you see this lady bwanake anaongea vituko namna hiyo, I don't think there's anything they can do to her to change her mind. Even if she gets deserted by all the MCAs or say they are not going to support anything, they are not going to vet her nominees, they cannot change what the lady is doing right now, because the husband was like the tower to her campaign.
Okay, besides the husband thing, I think she's a kind of a politician that needs to be in Kenya, because with the kind of intimidation and bullying that goes around in politics, especially by against the females, that's the only way you can survive.
No, but Julia, let's be diplomatic a little bit. And I'm so sorry, I've never disagreed with you, but on this one I am going to disagree. If you're my wife, Julia, no wende palo piganie kitu yako na upate. Julia, I am your husband. You are a public servant, and I will support you to be a public servant. Mimi vitu zangu zenye nafanya, I don't have to come into what you're doing, because you went for an office of public servancy. When you go to your work, I don't come to your boss and whatever you're doing to come and tell you what you're doing and this and this and this. We don't have to be in the same caliber. I can be doing my own thing. Either waga nafanya vitu zake, Raila atashinda huko akifanya kila kitu. Julia, I support you as my wife to go out there and become a public servant. It's not a family affair. Mimi kama mimi ni engineer, let me do my own thing. But when you bring it that way,
Mato,
and you're using public
Julia swali
funds.
kidogo. Julia, hebu niambie bwana ya Angela Makeni nani?
Okay, I know where people you are driving at, and I really want to agree with you. I'm not contesting that. Let me say this, Giro, that we don't go so far in that discussion. I don't disagree with you. I thought the man should withdraw, like atakama alimtetea. Okay, should not. Hata hiyo kitu alisema ati amewapatia sijui kazi ya youth. That was a wrong thing, because it will bring something conflict of interest. So he should not be seen there. I mean,
but how do you talk about conflict of interest? This guy is not being paid anything.
Okay, mimi naona
but they are favors.
For the sake
you are
of,
not being paid, but they are favors which come with that.
Richie, are you even serious in your statement right now?
That is what the wife said. No, that's what the wife said. I can play the video here. The wife said, "Why are you guys complaining?" Yeah,
but he will have responsibility. He will be bossing people. Responsibility means you will be having a team. You will be controlling, and he can do some influence from that responsibility. That's what you need to understand. Yes, there could be no monetary value, but there is influence. There is what he can influence from that docket. It is like he is now agitating the system with that docket. That is the problem.
But
it is not.
And
just
then again, Richie, this is a TIA. This is Africa, or TIK, if you want me to tell you that. Kamushi watch Blood Diamond. Listen. Really, you want to tell me he's not getting paid anything and afanya services? I mean, pro bono. Are you really in Kenya? And can we be serious?
Okay, I don't want to say I think the man should withdraw, but I like that woman's character. She has to be strong. These men are bullies. Ati mpaka wanamfungia nje. Awambia wakwende huko. Hawakumpigia kura. So in fact, you should tell them wakwende huko. And if they want to vie for governor, let them vie waone nani atashinda. She must be having a lot of influence among the masses. So those useless speakers and those their side shows and those useless MCs.
Okay, Julia, must the guy be so outspoken? Even if atakama alitafuta kura, or maybe if he is the tower, must he be that loud? He cannot pray behind the scene. Must he be seen?
Okay, Bibi, ukikuwa president, you mean you'll never see your wife anywhere?
Nitakuchezea video moja hapa ya bibi
That's what you're trying to tell us. We saw Mama Lucy. We saw Mama Lucy na Mama Lucy Kibaki Hospital. We saw Mama Margaret with Beyond Zero. She came out.
Why, Julia? Why
are Gladys Wanga ni nani?
No, let's talk about Uhuru. Uhuru, Mama Margaret was on the limelight.
No, Julia, umeuliza swali mzuri. Bwana ya Gladys Wanga ni nani?
And who told you she's married? Have you seen? Who told you she's married?
Yes, she's married. She is married.
Uko na evidence. Ulionanga wakiishi pamoja. You know we can't judge people because we don't see their husbands. Maybe some of these women hide their husbands because their husbands are not good enough to be seen in public. You see, you only present men that you think are presentable,
Julia,
right?
Don't become a lawyer now.
Julia, hiyo ni gender and equality bwana.
Well, Mato, uliona wakiishi pamoja. It's a genuine question. Wanaishi pamoja.
But the reason why I wanted us to talk about this, I think it's something that is coming out very differently. The role of the spouse of an elected government, an elected public servant, the role of a spouse in terms of policy making, in terms of influence. Have we seen these people go too far? Because yesterday I also watched the daughter of the president right now is moving around counties. You know, I think you've seen that. I don't know kama mmeona hiyo. Anatembea counties zote huko.
She was even showing off her car the other day on Facebook. And she was talking about the kind of a car she's gonna drive and how she can change it. It was on Facebook. So I think
leave alone even the kind of display of her lifestyle on that. I want you guys to tell me here, you know, looking at the Meru incident and the happenings at Meru County. And then I'm looking at also the spouses of the president and the deputy president, very outspoken out there. We are seeing them flagging off drought relief, relief aid to other
Yes,
parts
like we
of the
have
country.
seen, we see projects of Mama Margaret. We see this Mama Lucy Hospital, Quebec, hospital. We have seen Mama Margaret is one who drove the Beyond Zero project, you remember? And she led a campaign. She even went for marathon and she was there and we loved it. We loved to see her. We love me. Wacha nikwambie, mimi kama ni bwana yangu ako president, if he invites me as many times as I'll be dressing for the occasions, and if he gives me the opportunity to talk, I'll be speaking like the president's wife.
Julia, I agree what you say, but to me, I think as much as the spouse is involved, the spouse responsibility should be a bit silent. It should not come out as it should not be too bold. So yes, you are my spouse, you are contributing, but remember, the reason why you are the first gentleman is because you are playing supportive role to my job, supporting roles, which do not need to be amplified in the documentation with other responsibilities. It should be silent. Look at, I just want to borrow from some more, look like even like in the US, look at the role of the first lady and the president. The first ladies, they work on family issues. Unakuta most of the time, when the president is dealing with so many other things, the first lady handles the issues of family values, what vitu kama hiyo. Those are the things they deal with, and they are not very much pronounced. Hii shida ya Meru, the husband responsibility and influence and outlook and visibility is too much pronounced. I wish he can be able to reduce his visibility a little bit. You don't need to support and be randomly seen too much. That's where the problem is. You can support and still your influence is seen. Visibility ndio shida, anaonekana sana.
Sasa nyinyi naona nyinyi wanaume wa Kenya hamtaki kuona bwana ya mtu. Akificha bwana ni mbaya. Hataki tujue bwana yake. Tukiona bwana yake tena mnakasirika. Mnatakaje?
Ngoja tukuchape kidogo Julia. You see, Njiru kitu amesema is very true. You see, at the end of the day is that that's the reason you find like the spouses they actually have a thing that can help the nation or the county or whatever it's happening somewhere there. So you find like Margaret Kenyatta went to the unajua ile inaitwa nini, the marathons zile za kwenda kusaidia watu na vitu kama hizo. Is when she was doing the marathons, Margaret Kenyatta has never spoken anything about Kenya because the husband had a job of Kenya. Margaret Kenyatta was a respected person of Kenya, being the wife of the person that runs or is the decision maker of Kenya. Michelle Obama has never at all in any way done anything with the United States other than be the mother of the United States when she was there. Even today, Jill Biden, you will not see her, but she has things that she can do. She can help the women. She can help the men. She can help the youth. She can do, run some things because the government actually gives them that leeway to really, yes, you're not just an anybody. You're the wife or you're the husband of the strongest person in this department. So, and that's why those zimekuwa hapo hivyo, and that's why you find mtu kama Margaret Kenyatta what am I gonna do with all this power that I have? So I'm gonna enlighten and empower ladies to be bigger persons in our economy and in our society. So I'm gonna try and bring this. I mean, I'm gonna the raped women. I'm gonna bring these things that have never been spoken about. Those are the things that I'm gonna bring out too. It's not that you're trying to become the president, because that's your husband's job is your husband's job. That's what he does. But you have a leeway because you have a way of saying and influence. So now you start looking at the small things and bring the society up by looking at you and looking at the small things that you can do because you have that influence. Kama ungekuwa mtu wa wheelbarrow, boda hiyo wheelbarrow, ungekuwa kuna mtu anakusikiza. But now, guess what? You're the wife of the man that actually is doing everything. Or you're the husband of the female that is got everything. So maybe you start doing some things, but it has nothing. Listen, here's the thing. No one in that county or that country ever gave you as mtu mwenye ulioa mwenye mepewa hiyo mandate. Hakuna mtu alikupatia mandate. You being a spouse, no one gave you the mandate. The person that was given the mandate was the person that was chosen. You're just coming in as the second.
But Mato, you should understand, sorry, you should understand that there are offices that have a budget. An example is, I don't know about the county offices because that is something different, but I want to talk about the office of the First Lady and probably the office of, I don't know, how do you call this? Is it the Second Lady, the wife of the Deputy President? These are offices that might have a budget. The big issue that we are facing as a country right now is we are seeing these offices functioning as if they were elected. And that is why you see it goes down even to the county level, whereby you find the husband of a governor or the wife of a governor, but we've not seen the wives of governors yet with such episodes. We only saw we are only talking about this one incident whereby the husband of that governor seems like she wants to control how the governor governs that county. And that is something that is bringing a lot of turmoil in that country, because the MCAs are saying that these two people are showing a lot of arrogance. They do not respect the MCAs, and now they want to impeach the governor. So our question is, what is the role? What is the role? What should be the role of the spouse of elected leaders? Should they just take a back seat and watch as their spouses lead, or should they be involved either in politics, in matters politics, or matters policy when it comes to the administration of their spouses?
Makiadi, may I say something? May I say something? I think it's just because Kenya, do you call a patriarchal society or something? I don't know what words you people use. It's just we are making a big deal out of this thing. It is no big deal here. Me, the only thing I would have said, she could not have appointed him. I mean, but she said she's not paying him. So if he's just supporting the county, and really we can prove that she's not gonna pay him, and that no funds will go towards that, and that he'll be supporting the youth of that county. I think we are just blowing this thing out of proportion. And we are allowed.
I agree with you. But so the guy was not employed. He did not do anything.
Yeah,
why would he even be there? Why would he even be there then if he's not getting any money?
I'm asking myself, Mato, you people, what is the big deal with him being there? What is wrong with you? He's just he's a fast gent. Ni nini nawasumbua? Mwinyi mko na kiwaru.
Okay.
Huyu bwana ya huyu mtu.
Let me interject.
Anatetea bibi yake.
Now Osea is here also.
Okay, so let me interject Julia kidogo. Yeah, you see, the role of a spouse in a government is always clear. Is only I don't know why we don't want to be true to ourselves. If today my wife became a leader of whichever organization, I will not start bulldozing my way into what she is doing. So what there is what Baichu is not doing. Baichu is not blending with the wife job. That is the problem. It can help, but there is a clash between his influence and his ego. Sorry to say that if I use the word ego, because I think, to me, Baichu want to amplify himself into the Meru interface, if I may call it that way, which is not right. The truth of the matter is, he
actually,
agreed.
Njiru, at the risk of being kicked out of this thing, I think the man is actually amekalia huyo mama that she has to lazima amweke mahali. I personally,
hakuna kukaliwa hapa.
Okay. Let me finish my point. There's something I'm saying. You see, what I'm saying here is that this man should accept a more relaxed lifestyle. You know, if he was that influential, he was a guy who could have vied to become the governor. If he was that influential, if they believed he was the person who could have won that seat, he was the person. But the fact that he agreed, because, you know, his wife was also already having a political capital, because already the wife was the woman rep of that county. So he was having a platform to vie. Yes, the guy is influential because he owns a TV, the Baite TV in Meru. And he has been able to assemble people through his preaching lifestyle in Meru. So what I'm trying to say is, yes, in terms of love, it is fine for them to do what they are doing. In terms of love, they can exercise whatever they are doing in other areas. But when it comes to civil jobs, to working for the people, you have to separate love. I want to give an example of a professor in Germany who happened to be the husband of Angela Merkel. That gentleman, you could rarely see him with Angela Merkel. And it is not the only one. Even in Brazil, we had already president. You could rarely see that guy. You see, what we are not accepting here is that as long as the Baichu is going to be this visible, there will be a crash. And I wish the more he learned and he just played in a more relaxed method, these things could have cooled, and he could not be attracting so much attention and so much war to his wife. Actually, yeye ndiye hata anafanya bibi yake achapwe hivi anachapwa. People have no problem with this lady, but the problem is this Baichu. Because you see,
even if I agree with you,
even 1 minute, as I finish, unajua hata ma MCAs, they are actually not fighting the lady, wana fight huyu jamaa. So the MCAs wanaona huyu jamaa as if he is a block. Maybe they see as if this lady is not having her mind. They see as if the lady is implementing the husband mind. And these people never voted for Baichu. They voted for this lady. They voted for her brain. They voted for her thinking. They never voted. You see, even if they are conjoined by marriage, in leadership, they are not conjoined. I have finished.
Okay, the man business and why he was in the press and all that, maybe he needs to think about it. But I want to disagree with you. These people are basically fighting this woman because she's not in Kenya Kwanza. It's a Kenya Kwanza affair, that period. Wachana na maneno ya bwana, ati bwana aliongea nini, akasema nini. It is just Kenya Kwanza doesn't want that woman there because she's an independent candidate. That is the main thing. That's what I'm thinking. Santi Makiadi.
Okay, I can see Daktari is here. Kabla uongee, wacha nikuchezee video moja hapa ndio ikupatie.
Our DCC, the people of the Red Cross, the church, and the people of Narok. Bwana asifiwe tena. Bwana asifiwe tena. Ningetaka siku ya leo kuwashukuru sana kwa sababu mko na matarajio na maono katika Bwana. Huyu Mungu hawezi kuwaacha. Ni kweli au si kweli? Na kwa sababu ametuonekania, tutaomba Mungu ataendelea kuwafanyia memba, kuwafariji. Kwa wakati huu nataka hata nishukuru serikali ya Kenya ambayo inaona na ina wajali wananchi wa Kenya. Nyinyi ndio mlichagua serikali ya Kenya kwanza. Na wakati huu mkiniona, mnaona serikali ya Hazara Nation inakumbuka hata wale wako huko chini kwa kuwapatia chakula, na juu ya hiyo kuwaombea Mungu. Kwa sababu ni Mungu tu akipitia mkononi mwa serikali anaweza kuwatosheleza mahitaji yenu. Kwa hivyo nawashukuru kwa kuja, na ninajua tutaendelea kuonana na Mungu atawafariji na atawaneemekea, ndio hakuna mtu hata mtoto, mzee au mama ambaye atakufa na njaa. Na tutaendelea kuomba kama vile tumeomba leo, our God to bring rain in season. Mungu awaletee na kuwanyeshea mvua ambayo italeta manufaa kwenu, na mvua isiwe ya kuja kuwaua. Iwe ile mvua itaseresha mahitaji ya chakula na ya watu na mifugo. Mungu awabariki, awafariji na awanyeshe mvua. Tena nasema naita Mungu kama mchungaji awasikie na asikie kilio chenu na asituhaibishe, kwa sababu amesema he will be with us to the end. Nikiona wazee wa kanisa na wachungaji wote, na washukuru sana kwa kuangalia wananchi, kuwaombea, na watu wa serikali vile mmeendelea kuchunga hawa watu, kwa sababu hawa watu ndio wametuajiri na ni lazima tuwachunge. Tukiwa wachungaji tumeajiriwa na Mungu kutunza hawa watu.
Sasa huyo ni bibi ya nani Makiadi? You know, I don't know these wives. Can you people be telling me?
Watu wamekuwa wengi hata huwezi jua ni nani ndio bibi. But that one is hold on Mato. That one huyo ni bibi ya Gachagua. Alikuwa ameenda Narok, alikuwa ameenda Narok kupeana chakula ya serikali kwa watu.
Yes, that Martin and Kenya all the time hear that. Those are the bibis at work and the buanas. It is the era of bibis and buanas working with their husbands and wives. Amen, Kuseo?
We have no problem with the bibis and buanas working, but they work without interference. The word is interference.
I'll come back to you guys. Wacha nipatie daktari nafasi pia ongee. Karibu, Kuseo.
Oh, yes. Good evening, Richie, Julia, Mato, and I think this is this Guru. You have been baptized or what?
Huyo ni Njiru bwana.
Huyo ni Njiru.
Hapana, huyo ni Guru si Njiru.
Sio ujui Njiru.
Ni guru nani? Au sio umempata ni guru.
Danganya, huyu ni nguru anaitwa.
Huyu ni Njiru Stone. I know him. So I think if this governor of Meru, I think I don't see anything particularly wrong. I think this is one of those situations where you could say that the makers of the Constitution forgot some things. You can say there is a lacuna in law, and I think somebody was saying that the husband has done something illegal. No, there's nothing illegal here. It's just that there is no law guiding these things. And if you remember Lucy Kibaki, for example, during the first term, you remember what was happening to the Manyaras and all of you. If you think of impeaching Kibaki, that was the time, because Lucy was really in charge of State House, for those who would remember. In fact, she was the one deciding who walks to the State House and who is not. So to that extent, I think it's just that it is on the other side of the coin. It's so unfortunate that you see the first lady, second lady. Now the clip Makiadi has just played, that clip, basically, what do you make out of it? Suppose it was the husband of that lady who was addressing the distribution of food the side of Meru, I think, is also affected by this relief food. Now, suppose the husband was to come out and assist the wife governor to distribute the food. Would there be anything wrong? I don't think so. And interestingly, there is no law stopping him. And at the same time, they have not broken any law. That's the truth of the matter. So even those who are saying they want to impeach her, so you see, when she brought up the issue that some people want money from her, they wanted to blackmail her, to play into their hand. For us to entertain your husband being around here, they were supposed to be twisted to give in to some money, more or less like the MCAs were doing when they were going on those trips. You remember some of in the other previous terms, when they were going out on the Dubai trips, the Indian trips, the MCAs, they were testing the governors to give them travel allowance for the same. Now, to entertain the husband being hovering around there, which for heaven's sake, there is really nothing illegal. And if you remember, some of you remember the case of Mutua, Alfred Mutua. I think there was some money in the previous term where he spent some money on a purported first lady. The only challenge is that people are saying, no, that was not first lady. She was just a girlfriend. But she spent the governor spent money on her, and I think he got away with it to date. Now, I think you also remember the sort of role that was being played by the previous first lady, Margaret, regarding moving around the country, attending some of the functions which would otherwise be officiated by the President Uhuru. A good number of them had been officiated by Margaret. In which capacity? Yeah. So really, there is no law as such as to stop or to agree. That is the trouble that is there. And even anybody who wants to go to court would not go far. Now, some people are saying that this lady cannot be impeached, that it is too soon. Again, it is all about a lacuna in law, because you cannot say that somebody cannot be impeached because it is not yet some term limit or some several months. No, all depends on the offense. It all depends on the offense. You cannot postpone, let's say, a criminal something which will account for form the threshold for impeachment, and you say that no, the term has not reached. No, it will not. It will be against the constitution if there is a criminal whatever, and then you say that Parliament had passed some act which will stop it. It will all depend on the circumstances and the situation. So for me, I think as far as blackmailing the governor was concerned, that was to allow for the MCAs to tolerate her, because no law broken. Again, it is just call it a lacuna in law. Now the food relief situation which is in the country. If people are suffering now, why is the president continuously pressing on sustainable, what he calls sustainable long-term solutions? Why can't they come up with immediate solutions? Let's say it's like there is an accident. Those who can get first aid as you make arrangements to go to hospital. If the solution for people who are dying now is coming in a year's time, because that is what the president is saying, that the food solution will come in a year's time, and some people, death is threatening now. Surely it doesn't seem to make sense. It is a question of getting the priorities wrong. Like somebody was asking, why not allow the subsidies for 1 year as you work on the long-term solution? Because the subsidy was really helping people on the lower end of the pyramid. Call it the poverty pyramid. The people at the bottom end really badly need the food, whatever it is. And I don't know, it doesn't augur well, because the president said that once he puts the Bible down, he was going to embark on the cartels, and food costs are going to come down.
Jose, just a question, eh?
Yes.
Can you remove 50% of the subsidies? Let's say you want to remove the subsidies, and instead of removing all of them, and you still have a worst case, is it possible you remove them in layers as you deal with the price?
You can. You see.
And Jose, I didn't mean that's why I was lifting my hand and nobody saw me. But while you're doing that, while you're answering that, I would also want to ask you, please, and with all due respect, if you can answer this together. If you're going into public service and you're a public servant, do we take your whole family with you? Or is this a job just as the way I wake up in the morning and leave my wife here and my kid here and go to do my job, and that's what I've decided? So is it a public affair? I mean, is it a family affair, or is it about Jose is the public servant? That's the job that is decided to go with, whether it pays $2 or $160. Who cares? Why do we have to follow each other as a family? My wife could be doing everything else. You do what you do. And again, is it public service or is it a job? I mean, there's and as long, the reason I'm asking that is because the moment we come and answer that,
now Mato,
then we'll have our thing.
now you want to answer your question. You have already asked your question. Now
let me have my input. You can have my input. You see, Mato, there is no universal anything. Even in places like the US, these things it is not a universal anything. What is happening? Some of these are traditions and customs, or how we do it. More or less, you can say do as the Romans do? Something like this. What has been in terms of establishment, that is how it has been done over and over. Now, this idea about First Lady, especially what's happening to the governor, I gave you a good example. What is now talk about presidents? Think about what Mutua did with the First Lady, and he spent some money on the First Lady and justified it. If you remember, in the previous term, the only thing people were saying, no, she was not the First Lady. She was just a girlfriend. But as to the right to spend the money on her that way was not questioned. Was not questioned. And then secondly, let's to address what Mato is saying. You always say that behind every successful man, actually there is a woman, isn't it? who says what, Rich? Behind every successful man there is a woman. Who does what?
Sasa kusema umeanza uchokozi.
Hapana.
I think that one is a debate for another day.
No, that statement is incomplete. Behind every successful man, there is a woman. Who does what? Njiru, if you remember.
Who does all that things?
He has failed.
Seriously, Kuseo.
It's an easy statement. Behind every successful man, there's a strong woman.
Who does what? Who contradicts that success?
No, supposedly in everything that you do.
It depends on what you think the woman does, the role of the woman. And the role of woman here is very subjective, even the role of the man.
Anyway, Mato is asking that when you become now, like you can become the president, I think to demonstrate this, to justify what is happening in Meru, think of the huge budget given to the First Lady at State House. It means her role is recognized in law. If you were to go to details, you'll find that it is recognized in law. Or at least it is noticed. And remember, the governors are just a small president for a small area. So to that extent, that man is really giving the required support. So long as he does not engage in illegal activities. If his is to support the wife to deliver the governance that is required, Mato, you'll agree with me, there is nothing. In fact, he should even be entitled to some allowance, just like all the other fellows. But a good example I've just given.
No, you know what? I'm going to counter you on this one. Jose, I respect you very much.
Oh, hold on. Let him finish.
It's just going to be a personal thing that I ask
you.
Just,
I'll give you a chance.
Let me finish.
Thank you, brother.
You see, Mato, what I'm trying to say is that if this matter was to come before court, what is going to happen is to look around. Is there been anything which is nearer to this? Take, for example, the queen and the king. If you go that high, what role do you think the husband of the queen or the husband or the wife of the king would play in public affairs? It's enormous. And most of it, as much as been behind the scene. The only difference here in Meru is that now it's coming to the forefront. That a good number of that support normally is behind the scenes. But it is not that in public affairs, it is not known. They are aware of it. And normally, even in budgeting, they are factored in. And a good example is what happened with Mutua. A budget was there with the so-called First Lady. Nobody questioned it. it went through, save for the fact that they were saying the lady was not first lady. I mean, was just a girlfriend. Although to date, whether they married traditionally or whatever it is, he got away with it. That's all I can say. And I think the other person, I think even Joe, there are certain issues whereby they got away with the expenditures around their spouses in the name of First Lady. And most of these other governors, as much as they have not been publicized, they have all done it. It's just now this side it is the opposite. It is the husband and not the wife. But if you go to detail, you'll find there is really nothing illegal about this. And that so far, I don't think even that this husband has overstepped his side. Save for now the jealousy now being portrayed by the MCAs.
Okay.
But I think just to put a full stop, Richie, I think the lady, if the impeachment was to come forward, I'm so sure she's going to need Kenya Kwanza to retain her seat. And even still, I'm sure the husband supported Kenya Kwanza in a number of ways. So chances are that Kenya Kwanza as a coalition will come forward to protect her. No law broken, so really they'll tell the husband to slow down, but maybe give your support up from home and don't come around to the office if it is bringing in conflicts and making some people uncomfortable. Thank you.
Thank you, Kuseo. Let me, before I go to Mato here in a minute, because I think we are being too hard, maybe.
Good. Welcome to this press conference. This is my wife, Lucy, and I want to state something that I've wanted you to hold dear and permanently in your heart. You know, and I know, and everybody else knows that I'm married and I have only one wife. And everyone in Kenya knows it. But the media keeps repeating about my having another wife or wives. I want to make it very clear that I have only one dear wife, Lucy, who's here, and I do not have any other. And anybody who knows me and knows my family and knows how I live, they know I have only one wife. And they do not expect any dispel or any diversion from the reality of life by people telling lies. So, ladies and gentlemen, I decided to make it public and to appeal to you, the public, to listen to what I say and not to continue dispelling lies all over the place. It does not help anyone, anywhere, and it cannot be anywhere nearer the truth, since the truth is known. I have also had to say, I have only my 4 children. You know their names. I don't have to repeat them. But in case you don't know, you can ask me. I'll tell you. Or you can ask any of them. They can tell you. But seriously, it is not possible for me to go on and on repeating this same thing when you people in the media, for some foul reason, love to publicize uongo, and it is without the truth. I've also said that I have relatives who are from my family and who are known, but not any other people. All I would like to appeal to you is to listen to what I do say and to tell everybody the truth. And that is what will help in this country. Now, I have gotten into this very foul mood, for after listening yesterday before or day before some statement which gave stories. I don't want to repeat, but I want to say quite frankly, anyone who is bent on that course, he'll see me in court or wherever he will see me, and we shall deal with him. No other way whatsoever, for the reason that there is no genuine purpose for people wanting to continue to spread lies about myself, because I don't have such lies around myself. I don't have. So, ladies and gentlemen, ask any question you want to ask me. I'm happy to reply to them.
Ask now or never. From here you go right more eyes. I'll be with you. Now is the president.
Mr. President, my name is Newton from KTN.
Yes, okay.
What is the basis of this, the genesis of this whole story?
I do not know. That's exactly precisely why I feel pain.
Yes, you KTN. Are you from KTN?
I don't have any reason. I don't. And I don't have any reason why anyone would want to continue.
Ask another.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Period.
Richi bwana, wacha apumzike kwa amani. Richi, wacha mambo mingi bwana. Wacha mzee apumzike kwa amani.
Mato need Lucy.
Umesikia mumeulizwa, ask the question.
Nani yako na swali?
You see, Richie, after giving the so-called press or media such a dress down, and then you accuse them for having spreading lies, all this, and then the fact that I'm sorry, the late president, or the former late president, kept repeating. He repeated what he was saying almost 4 times. That means there is some truth or untruth.
Whatever kuseo. I love Lucy. Unakumbuka siku yenye alikuwa alienda, I think KTN akauliza, who is your mother? I just love that woman. You know, sometimes Kenyans really intimidate the opposite gender for nothing. Like now, what they're trying to do to the Meru first gentleman. It's just because we are used to the norm. So because we are used to the norm, we are used to people who are withdrawn, maybe people who are timid. So when somebody comes out like that, we want to intimidate them and say nasty things about them. So I think these scenarios are good. so that now we get out of our box and we accept people the way they are. We cannot be the same. There are first gents that will be behind there, they won't say anything. There are first ladies that won't say anything. In fact, someone is commenting here that neither Rachel nor Margaret can match Lucy. And it is true, neither of them can match Lucy. But we are saying, I think we better get out of that box, that cocoon. We are not the same. There are some first ladies who will be very outgoing, even maybe more than the president himself. Like they'll do stuff, they'll do things for the country, and they'll be outspoken, they'll be in the media. And we can't say they are doing a wrong thing. So I think we need to get out of that box.
Julia, let me ask you, have you seen Lucy, Margaret, and all these other people, Rachel, or the Jaguars' wife? They are in the official functions where these people go. They are present there. Now, if the Meru governor goes on official function and the husband is there, why are some people feeling uncomfortable? I don't understand.
I think it's because it's the first time we are having a first gent. And
No, Julia. No. Julia, we have Waigoro who has been in office for the past term.
I mean, a first gent who is outspoken. Let me put it this way: a first gent.
Even Waigoro's husband is outspoken. If you know Kamodo Waiganjo, he is outspoken.
I saw her.
Julia,
the question is,
there is a reason.
Kenyan all the time. The question is, how much is too much? How much is too much?
Okay, in 1 minute, ili wengine wajibu. You see, let me say, as a spouse, there are limits. They might not be written somewhere, or it is you to be within a territory. Like, for example, you cannot be too much outspoken to the extent you want to jeopardize what, like, for example, I want to tell you, like Murega, if you look at Murega Baisho, he speaks too much even than the wife, and he is not the governor. So you see, like, his spoken speech goes too much. Like, he might reach to a level whereby he might even want to control the county government workers or even the county assembly. He might reach to a level where he want to give instruction if he is too much out. So what I'm trying to say is that I wish Murega can be more restrained. He restrained himself. He gets even instructions from the wife, because now the wife is the governor, but he doesn't need to show the people. He can do it in a relaxed form, but the way he is doing it is wrong, especially in an African culture, because now, like, what he is trying to show, he is like trying to show like he is an authoritative man. Mtu ambaye lazima, it's not coming out the right way. We have Gladys Wanga. I'm yet to see that confusion with Gladys Wanga. If I see the same confusion in Gladys Wanga, then I would say maybe it is a new version of the story.
Hold on, let me give Mato an opportunity first, and then I'll come to you, Kusea.
You see, hata hiyo kitu Njiru amesema, that was exactly where I was going, because and Richie, thank you so much for playing that. You see, you guys don't understand. That was the president, at the time. That was the president, the chief of armed forces. But the lady was talking. Yes, in our lives, our ladies will love you so much. But public service is a job. Even though we call it a public service because you're going to serve the public, and especially our country and our African countries, we've not understood what public service is. When you go there, that's the job that you chose. If my wife has chose to be a public servant, I have nothing to go to her job to start telling her this is what you have, or even to be in the limelight of it. Why? It became to a point that in all the countries, yes, we have to respect the lady, or even the man that actually is, if my wife is Julia amechukuliwa yeye ndio amekuwa public servant. Hiyo ni job yake. Mimi kitu yenye nilikuwa nikifanya, acha niendelee nao.
Why Makiadi, what is killing you?
You know, this is not the first time Mato has mentioned that. Maybe there's something.
No, I'm giving an example so that people can understand.
You must make a disclaimer. Gotcha. Mato, you must make a disclaimer first before you use that.
No, Mato is my small brother. He was just listening for example, right, Mato?
It's just an example, my dear sister. Achana na Makiadi ameanza kuleta usaitan hapa.
If we share our horses, what will happen? What will beggars do?
Leo ni Friday, leo kuna kitu.
Wacheni siasa na nyinyi. Man, I haven't even been here for a long time, man. Hata simnikubali. But you see, mimi usemaga, wife yangu akiwa na job yake, sitaenda kwa job yake kwenda kumfanyia vitu, kwenda kumtafuta, ama kufanya nini. Hiyo ni job yake. Mimi nikiitwa Christmas party, nitakuwa hapo. Lakini hiyo ni kazi yake.
Utaenda kumshikilia microphone?
No, Christmas party. Lakini during the other time, itakuwa sawa. But all I'm trying to say is that hiyo kitu Makiadi amesema hapo hivi, public service na hauko entitled in anything about your wife, what they do. So tunabidi kama Lucy Kibaki, yote Lucy Kibaki alikuwa analeta shida. First of all, Lucy Kibaki alikuwa nani? Hakuna mtu alikuwa amechagua Lucy Kibaki. Kibaki ndo alikuwa amechaguliwa. Lucy Kibaki tu alikuwa bibi ya the president mwenye alikuwa amechaguliwa. But alileta noma. Alienda hata huko KTN huko akachoma, and everything was going wrong. So that comes to, if maybe we are not public servants, if me, wacha nisitumie sister yangu cause mumeanza kuningilia. Wacha tuseme mimi na bibi yangu. So mimi na bibi yangu hatutaenda kupigania, sitaenda kwa job yake niende kuambia watu kwa nini mliongelesha bwana yangu vibaya, kwa nini mliweka picha zina mbaya job ya na nini. Hata yeye atakuja job yangu akuja kunifanya. Tutapatana tu nyumbani, nimwambie kuna kasichana fulani kananisumbuaga, kuna HR wananisumbuaga, kuna nini, and then we come back home. It's a job. The guys have given you, the people, the citizenry have given you a job. And unless we understand that it's a public, a servant job that you've been given, and just for you being a public servant, we're willing to take our money. Kama mkate nilikuwa nalipa $25 ama 25 shillings, nitalipa 26, ndio moja upate, ndio uendelee kututunza. Unless people understand that money that even you get, this millions and everything, waelewe, is because we told them, endeni mtuchunge pale juu, mfanye vitu zenyu, muonge na UK, muonge na US, muonge na Somali, muonge na Uganda, mfanye nini, tusipigane, tufanye nini. Lakini mimi nikienda kulipa mkate yangu, badala ya kulipa $2 nitalipa 4. Ndio at least pia upate kitu, because pia we unaenda unaongea nao watu, uko na hiyo diplomacy, uko na hiyo kitu yote, na unaweza make laws zenye tunaweza kukubaliana. We can refuse as a citizenry size every law that has ever been made. We can refuse it na tuseme we are not following it because we are the citizenry. I think that's where I was going, kama kuna mtu ameelewa kitu nimesema. So hii kitu ya kuja hapa hivi kutuambia ni kama kuna job umepewa na bibi yako. No, enda kazi yako peke yako. Wewe ni mwanamke, umeenda kazi yako. Wacha mimi niende kazi yangu. Alafu tupatane nyumbani. Wewe kama umeenda umeandikwa na wenyeji, enda yako. Mimi nitaenda yangu yenye nimeandikwa na KQ.
Question, Mato.
Yes.
The office
Yes.
of the First Lady. Is there a budget for the office of the First Lady? For example, the presidential First Lady, like in Kenya. Is there somebody needs to give me that answer? Is there like there's a budget, what she spends, her everything about her? Yes,
Yes,
Hussein.
yes, there is. It's not actually, just to burst your bubbles. It's not in the constitution, but it's there out of well-being. When you go to the constitution, I was looking at it because we had this conversation with my friends, and we looked at it in the constitution. It's not there.
I think to add on what Mato is saying, you see, as I said earlier, these things are going to be based on precedents and traditions. And all over the world, I think that's how they are done. Now, in the recent past, you find that the First Lady has had a budget, exactly the way Julia is asking. And it's not a budget of such, but there is an allowance, a monthly allowance. And it's not small. It is not small. It is there, but I don't know. I'm not so sure that it is anchored in the constitution, but I think it was passed by parliament. And that's why I was saying that.
So it is legal. It is not something that is illegal.
Exactly. That is what I was trying to say about Mutua. Mutua spent some money on first wife, called the First Lady activities, so to say. And nobody had an issue with it, including the Machakos County. The only issue was that what was the status of this lady? That was the only status. But otherwise, it is there. And you see, the reason why I'm saying that the MCAs who are trying to impeach this lady would get nowhere is because you remember after the elections, these are the so-called independent people who are since moved fully into KK. And the president is aware. And that's why I'm telling you that those MCA would go nowhere. So long as this lady is on the side of KK, which she is. You remember KK was boasting that all the independent candidates are on their side. Yeah. So that is it. Now, the reason why this thing will be toned down, but it will continue to be there. The husband may be advised, he doesn't need to have public appearances, but he will be now this time, if for every successful wife there is a man, now this is going to be one of those. There is a man behind. It's just that he, in his case, is too prominent, and that is very easy to deal with. It's just a talk, maybe a visit to State House, and the matter is streamlined. So Mato should not be worried at all. It is
and let me add on to something to that, Julia, to answer your question completely, because sometimes Nyamazaga, but I've been studying this very well. The reason they never did, and this is not a good thing, the reason they never put a budget for a first lady, especially in the African countries, is because we are a polygamous society. So the reason they did not put that budget specifically for the first lady, first of all, we never envisioned, because of our African culture, we never envisioned a female president, where it will be a male that is a first man. So it was always known to be, it will be a first lady. So we are polygamous. So how could you put something in the constitution of a first lady, and maybe you have 4 wives? So who would be the first lady, and who, I mean, are they supposed to get all of them? And that's a lacuna in our constitution, but it's a very difficult situation. It's a very difficult topic that kila mtu ametupa mbali because we are not open still into talking of women in power and things like that.
Mato, you are contradicting yourself.
No, I'm saying the truth. I'm talking the truth. I'm talking the Constitution now.
You see Lucy Kibaki and Margaret Kenyatta, they had budgets. I'm telling you that.
Yes, they had, but it's not constitutionally, there's no constitution that has said this is what goes to a first lady or even to a first man.
They were passed by parliament. They were passed by parliament in both
Hakuna,
cases.
my friend. Endo angalie. Hakuna. Nipatie nitakuonesha. I walked into this thing. I walked into that. I dived into that thing so much.
Mato, what Kuseo is telling you is right. The first lady's office is recognized by the law.
It has a budget.
By the law, but not the Constitution. There's two things we're talking about here.
What we are saying is this. The office of the first lady is not an illegal office. Let's put it that way.
Thank you.
And it has a budget.
Yes.
Sorry, there's a bit of feedback. There's a budget that is dedicated to the office of the first lady, and if you look at the previous offices, you'll see some of the events that the first ladies involved themselves in, which includes, like the previous government, we had the health for what was it called?
The Beyond Zero.
Beyond Zero campaign.
Yes, but by agreement, not by the Constitution. By there's a name I'm looking for. I think I'm forgetting it.
No,
what
you are saying is this. What you are saying is this, Mato. It's not a matter of is this thing in the Constitution. Let me tell you, we have so many other things that are not in the Constitution, but they are still legal. There are bylaws. Their county government has their own laws, and these are still constitutional according to what level. If the office of the first lady is recognized at the top level, at the presidential level there, our question is, why is it so that a county first gentleman has to pass through all these intimidations and blackmail, so to call them, so that we see as if he's doing something illegal? That is our question.
You see, Richie, for Lucy, remember the AIDS fund? It was managed by her office during her time. And that was a huge budget. Mm-hmm. And at that time when she was like manhandling or mishandling the Imanyaras, it was in State House. As First Lady, it is a recognized budget. It was recognized by Parliament. It is budgeted for. The Constitution didn't do it, but there is an act of Parliament which authorized it.
Yeah, and that's why we are saying here, I have to stick to this issue of Meru County, because this is something that we've never thought about previously, and I'm drawing a parallel between what is happening in Meru County and what is happening at the government, the top government leadership. Are we being unfair to the first gentleman of Meru County? Is this something that Kenyans never thought about? Is this something that is, why is it that we are so tough on Mwangaza, but then when it comes to the national government, the same people who are the national government are going out there to speak with the authority as if they are elected?
You see, like Julia said, Richie, like Julia said, people are blowing this issue out of proportion. And for the man to slow down, it only requires maybe just a phone call from one of the senior fellows. It is a non-issue.
Use, I don't know what you mean by slowing down. Hold on, Mato. I don't know what you mean by slowing down because I've not seen anything that guy has done which is illegal.
You see, all the man needs to do to reduce the public appearances. End of story. In fact, don't be surprised that he might even have a budget. From what has happened in the past, traditionally.
I don't know. I don't know what to say about that. But what I think is people in Meru County need to settle down.
But I've given you the example of Mutua. He spent county money on the first lady. He is first lady.
So let me ask you, Kuseo. Let me ask you here.
He got away with it.
Kuseo,
that is enough precedence.
Kuseo, let me ask you here. Now, this is the spouse of an elected official. Now, come down to other levels. Now we are seeing even the daughter of the deputy of the president moving around counties, holding meetings with governors. Are we also going to criticize that?
The daughter is a bit too much, but spouse is a serious matter here.
So how much is too much?
You see, in terms of precedents, I don't think anything which has gone, save for them enjoying the trappings of power in terms of security and the like, the family can enjoy that. But involvement in public affairs is a matter of between the two spouses. Children, that is taking it too far.
Okay, ngoja kidogo tu hapo.
I hope you can remember.
Are the children in the Constitution?
Just mute your mic, guys. Mute your mic. There's something I want to disapprove. Kuseo said something here that I want to disabuse in a minute, saying children is too far. I would have wished to play a longer clip, but
Hey,
it's
Makiadi, may I comment about that clip? I think technology is good because if Uhuru looks at himself there as a boy, maybe he never imagined he was going to become president. And I think that is what these Kenya Kwanza people just hate him for. They only hate him for that, something he did not choose to be. You know, you don't choose to be born where you are. So they are fighting against this dynasty thing.
Are you sure that's Uhuru?
That boy, that tall boy is
It is Uhuru. Jona mama ngine huko bwana. Vipi?
What were you looking at, Kuseo? The tall boy is Uhuru.
I thought they were the older children.
Which older children? Mangagena was the Gashungwa.
Kwani ni wengi? Si kuna Muhoro tu, Muhoro, Uhuru na
Okay, there is an older wife or older wives. There's even a white woman, a British woman who has a son. But the Gashungwa was Mama Ngina. Na watoto wa Mama Ngina ndio walikuwa natembea na mzee. Na huyo kijana mrefu, you can even see the forehead is Uhuru. So these people, this boy, this man, these Kenya Kwanza people just take it and accept it. This man was born in State House, ametembea na raisi in the world. He has been globe-trotting with the president, and you pick a fight with him. You punish Kenyans just because you want to fight one man who never chose to be born in the palace. You see, so we are being punished because some people are fighting some few people who are born in the palace. So I like that clip Makiadi, lakini sasa ulikuwa unatuambia nini juu ya huyo first lady?
Yeah, mimi nilikuwa nataka tuangalie, we go back in history as we talk about the manner in which the spouses behaved themselves even in the past. You can see in that clip it's like the first lady is even more active.
Yeah, anatembea they were
exactly.
Mm-hmm.
Exactly. The first lady is more active even than the president. Yeye ndiye anasalimia watu, yeye ndiye anatembea mbele ya president. It's like the president is second.
Richie, your issue was about the children.
No. I was just
the role played by the children.
I was just bringing everything into context.
No, we were talking about Meru, and let's not lose the discussion. Yeah. And Richie, thank you for playing that, because you see, sometimes even us where kuletuko, like, and everybody where they work, whoever mali yuko, if you have like something that is happening at either you at your job or the other person's job, your other half, ukienda huko, yes, of course, kama any HR, ama ni mtu mkubwa, ama ni president of that company, you'll be treated okay, but you have no rights on that thing, you know. And the thing is that when you look at, and when we go back and just be open, yes, if I'm the president, I need my lady to be treated as the president's lady. I want that. Even at a job yangu today, wherever we work, I want them and my kids to be treated well. If I'm the president of the company, or I'm even the HR, or at whatever point of that job that I am in. But then, here's the thing. At the end of the day, there's a constitution. And it's a funny thing, nataka muangalie, and I believe the next time nitakuja on show vizuri, mtaniambia. If you guys, I know you guys are scholars and mnazangalia, I know, Julia, I know very well utenda kuangalia kitu. And I know Richie utangalia, and I know Kuse mtangalia. And people who are out there, there is no constitution written anywhere in our own Kenyan constitution that actually gives a seat of anything. It's just our African thing that is there. We've never put it in law that my wife, as the president of Kenya, or as the president of Uganda, or as the president of Rwanda, has a constitutional office. There's no constitutional office for that. Neither is it my constitutional office as Paula Julia, sorry, utacheka tena, as Julia being my wife, and she's the president of Uganda, her me having a constitutional office. So I think it's a constitutional crisis. Maybe with time we will fix it. But that was my point, nikisema hiyo. But there's no constitutional office for a spouse of a leader.
I think, Mato, I agree with you whether the constitution provides or what. This thing, I think, depends on the character of the person. So I think we should be ready for any type of a character. A Lucy character, ukicheza unapewa slap. If you cross her path, she asks you, who's your mother? And you do nothing. Because this man, what is his name? This Imanyara. I think Imanyara was given some kichapo cha umbwa, Palace State House. And as people say, these are rumors that that Lucy didn't want Imanyara in State House after the election because, according to Lucy, Imanyara was one of those who was sabotaging Kibaki becoming president. So Imanyara comes here, wazee wameitwa na Imanyara amejitokeza kama mzee wa Mount Kenya. And Lucy says Imanyara. And Lucy orders Imanyara out. Says, no, every other person can come here, but not this one. Imanyara decides wewe ni mwanamke. And I think maybe there was a confrontation, or Lucy gave Imanyara a slap, and Imanyara remembered he's a Meru man, and maybe he wanted to teach this woman a lesson. Na nasikia akapewa wale security walikuwa hapo, akapata kichapo cha umbwa. And there's a story that Imanyara ends up in a South African hospital, and kuna kesi. Then I think Kibaki is made to pay some goats, because in the Kikuyu land, you should not fight a man. A woman should not fight a man. But whatever happened to Imanyara, either by Lucy or whoever, he did nothing. Lucy got away with all this. You see what we are saying? And this is the lacuna Kuseo is talking about. But the point is, depends on the character of the person.
You see, Julia, what Ndeto needs to understand, this thing has been formalized in Kenyan laws. Wachana na constitution. The office is recognized as we speak now under the Kenyan laws, and it was done by Parliament. And a budget these days, there is a budget for that office.
But Kuseo, you're misleading people. You know, we're being watched. This is not just a conversation that we are having. The thing is that the Constitution, what does it take? What does it say? Because if you say yes, it's been normalized. We can normalize anything. You know, we can normalize mtu ya boda boda kuruka mtaro. We can normalize anything that we want to do. But again, are we a country of laws? Are we a country of a constitution? Are we everything? Is there a constitution? Could I win this? You know why the new senator alikuwa naitwa nani? Huyu mwenye ameshinda vitu mingi na si lawyer. Nikumbusheni. Huyu ni Bungoma, huyu mwenye ameshinda senator juzi. The one that actually does a lot of, alikuwa na makesi, he's never done anything. Actually, he was an altar boy. Na ameshinda round hii. Please remember, amwezi kwa mesahau mtu.
Nani, the Vihiga senator.
Vihiga, yeah, what's his name? No. The one that
Mato is talking about Omtata. Make your point, Mato.
Omtata, exactly. The reason Okiya Omtata always won these cases is because he went by the Constitution. Yes, there's a lot of things that we've normalized, but as long as they're not in the Constitution, my friend, I will beat you early in the morning at the court, because once I bring the Constitution is what is supposed to be.
I think, Mato, what have we done? Mato, you're mixing two issues. If it is in contravention, if there is a conflict, that is when the Constitution prevails. I told you there is no law, there is no constitutional law, there is a lacuna in the Constitution as far as that office is concerned. But nevertheless, Parliament went ahead, and right now it is lawful. That office has a budget as we speak. There is no constitutional provision which is contravened. So that is why they get along with it. That is why Mutua got away with it. That's why Lucy got away with it. That's why Margaret got away with it. All these people will get away with it because there is no constitutional provision which stops it.
So at what time do we start being a country led by our constitution? Because if you're telling me, and again, my sister, I know, I'm sorry, if Julia is my wife and she becomes a governor or becomes a president, and it's not anchored in the law that I have to have an office, so I need to quit all my jobs, and now I'm a very powerful person, hata kama ni ya kijiji. I mean, at some point, I think it's a job and a public service job. I have a problem.
Of course,
with this.
of course, if you are the Mato, I think it depends on the situation, because if you are the husband to the president, there are jobs you won't take up. That's a fact. Your lifestyle will change, and where you work, you'll also change for many reasons, even for your security reasons. So even as you go into that position, the two of you, because by the time your wife is vying, it means you have discussed, agreed, and seen the consequences and the implications. You have seen the implications of that issue. You have seen, tuseme kama wewe ni mwalimu wa primary fulani na bibi yako amekuwa president, it will force you to quit some jobs. So you got to also, even your character, but now we are talking about the Meru man. I think it is character that is coming out. It has had nothing to do with the office. So, and we're going to see lots of differences. We are going to see different people as we go on. Now that we have the office of the governor, we're going to be seeing people, various, kuna wale wako na kimbelembele, kuna wale wananyamaa kimya, kuna wale kama Lucy wa kuchapa watu makofi. Kuna ama aje kuse, we will see all sides of first ladies and first gents. So Kenya, the earlier you get used to them, the better. I mean, we got to accept these people. Me, that's my take. As long as they have not come to my house to do something silly, I think I just allow them to live their life and campaign for their spouses. So Makiadi, si tuongee story ingine sasa, tuwafanye hao watu.
You're to me exhaust. I wanted actually us to talk about that issue of Meru, because I thought it's very interesting what was happening in Meru. But I think we've exhausted what I think is there. I think there's supposed to be a law that defines the role of a first lady, first gentleman moving forward, and not just at the national level, but also at the county level. Especially if these people are given duties, then it means they'll not have to, kubambanya wakitafuta kitu ya kufanya.
Nani Richie, as you leave that, just think about the other issues. For example, you see at the higher level, there is even a car which is fueled and blah blah blah, including a driver, including security, everything.
Watoto wa president, they cannot
the president doesn't need to be there. There is a budget.
Yes, by the government. See, president and a budget, hiyo ni ya serikali. So I think, like we are saying, we did a definition, the law, but also we got to accept the status quo, because as long as they don't break the law, they don't corrupt their way around. We only have a problem when there is a conflict of interest, when they are given tenders and all that. That time we shall have a problem with that. We shall not agree with that. So any other thing, Wakenya, tukubali tu tuache hiyo complex jameni, tukubali tu, life is changing. We're going to have governors and their husbands have to be recognized. We're going to have, men, and we'll even have governors whose wives wako kimbelembele. Unaona, bibi ya governor ako kimbelembele tu. There are some of us, if we were married to a governor or the president, you will expect us to lock ourselves in the bedroom and keep quiet. No way.
Behind every successful man, there is a Julia.
So,
a strong woman.
So from my understanding is that whatever even the daughter of the president is doing right now is okay with you guys. You have no problem with that.
Question: has she broken any law? That's the question.
No. Why is she involved in so to call what? I'm looking for a good word that is not offensive.
you think, Rich, I think the word is, there's no law broken, you see.
Yeah. Has she broken any law?
Yeah.
Has she been given any tender illegally? Has she, that's the question. If she's going around distributing food, I mean, maybe she's trying to position herself for something. It's okay. She's not breaking any law.
Yeah, sawa. I'll bring the last topic here, but I can see we have a new face. Let me give is it Moses Amanani? Yeah, Moses. Naona unakula vitu. Je, ni breakfast ama ndio nini? Lakini sawa. Najua ni weekend. Toa maoni yako kwanza. Umemute microphone.
Yeah. Thank you guys. Hiyo maneno ya governor, when I look at it, ni kama case ya gender discrimination, because when it comes to men are being discriminated, but ingekuwa mwanamke wenye watu wangekuwa wanajifanya hivyo, it would have been a big issue. But it's okay when it's a man. So it's a cultural thing, and it's deep, and people can see it. So it's not an issue of illegality. It's not an illegality, because when it happens to the lady, they are always being facilitated, and normally there are bylaws, there are acts of parliament which are, because what happens is Constitution always just normally gives us just the framework, but it is the specifically bylaws or act of parliament that gives or breathes lives to the, that part of the Constitution. So, and we have previous scenarios where it has been done. We have governors, we have first ladies who are being facilitated. It has never been an issue. So this matter is just a cultural issue that we need to just educate ourselves and get familiar with it. It has nothing to do with the law. That's my take on the whole thing about Mwangaza and the husband. Yeah, that it's a cultural issue, but I also look it as a violation or discrimination against men. It's a gender issue. So people are always fine when we advocate for women, like give women space, but we've never as a society or Kenyan people thought of like one day men will be marginalized. So this is a case where a man is being marginalized and everybody is quite fine. And I struggle with that because it's happening when we are seeing. It's happening here with us, that it is going to reach a time when your wife get married and you can't even say she's my wife, because people will start saying all sorts of things. I know to some extent, I agree also with Julia that character also plays a role in terms of if the man, if this is a case of a man who is assertive, people will feel a bit uncomfortable with the man. So, but the real issue is is typically culture. Yeah, it's a cultural issue. Yeah, it has nothing to do with the legal framework. Yeah, that's my take. That's my opinion. Hey, dude, you're trying to open a very bad door right now.
Nyamaza kwanza. I asked Makiadi, according to Moses, I almost said that, but I didn't want to go there. Do you think it has to do with, I mean, this attitude in Kenya? I don't know to call it male chauvinism. Niyo kitu tu inaenda kwa that direction, that why should this man talk? I have seen comments on Facebook. Anajiona kwa nini? Anajionaje? Anafikiria yeye ni nani? Ati anafungua mdomo. What is wrong with her talking? with him talking. If Lucy went ahead and slapped somebody,
This man can hold a microphone for.
This man hasn't even slapped anybody yet. You see, he hasn't slapped anybody yet. What is wrong? I mean, you people, what is wrong with me if I'm the president and making my husband prominent? If I am proud of him and I want you to see him, what is wrong with that?
Julia, just on your point, we've seen cases where first ladies, for example, in Kisumu County, we've seen the wife of Professor Nyang' even holding executive meetings. And it has never been an issue at all. At all. People think like it's, we've seen first ladies even influencing some of the appointments and even seats in some of the executive meetings. And it has never been an issue. But when it comes to men, people start talking about a constitutional order, what, blah, 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 blah. And the same constitution, the only difference when the constitution talks about first lady, I think the principle was made based on bringing the gender into equation. It's not about it's not about the sex. It's about the gender. So when it is reversed, people need to be comfortable because we are talking about gender. It's not sex. Yeah, for me, I agree with you, Julia. That's what's happening. Yeah, people are ready to slaughter men for doing nothing. Yeah.
Sorry, guys. So how is that male Juvism? I'm struggling to understand how that is male Juvism to another man. And when you talk about gender, it's a gender issue, not sex. I'm also struggling to understand what you mean gender if sex is not in the equation. If you can help me to understand that.
Well,
Yeah,
what I mean. You're messing this thing up, and you guys are messing this thing up. Because at the end of the day, now we'll start moving into a different thing. We were talking about the political part of it. We were not talking, because if we dive into what you guys want us to dive into of the gender, hapa hivi kuna watu watatoka hapa kama wamekosana.
No, we are going to the root cause.
We're talking
on,
about
guys.
the constitution.
Hold on,
Let's talk
guys.
about the constitution and the geopolitical part of it.
Hold on. Can you hear me?
Yes.
I think there's a lot of feedback when we unmute our mics, all of us at the same time. There's a lot of feedback. We can't even hear what we are saying ourselves. So I'd rather we have an order. I think Matolko umeongea, Moses umeongea. Mise, you had a question or you want to make a contribution? Your mic is muted, Mise.
Ndeto, how are you? Kindly allow them to give me an answer, because their argument, the political argument, is hinged on the very same two issues that I've asked the questions. So if you can only allow them to give me the answer. So because Julia is talking about male Juvism, and I'm struggling to understand how is people questioning the presence of a man, most likely man. How is that male Juvism? If it was a woman, I would see the male Juvism. So allow me. I want to understand those two perspectives. And gender, I think it's Moses who was talking about gender minus sex, because what defines gender anyways? Is it not F or M? So I want to understand so that I can also conceptualize your argument.
You want me to start first? Me say how I saw it that the MCAs in Meru first were trying to fight with this woman. Mi kwa naona hiyo picha, wacha niseme, maybe if I put in Kiswahili it will come in like, asituletee ati natuletea bwana yake, ati huyu mama sasa anafikiria atatutawala na bwana yake. So first they are looking down on this woman because sisi ni men, alafu natuletea bwana yake hapo, watutawale na bwana yake. That is the male chauvinism outfit I'm seeing in them. That's so they are trying to bring her down, and her man. Well, as it that's how I see it. Ati sasa yeye ni governor. Ati anatuletea first gent hapa. Nini wasitulete. That is how I see it. That's the male chauvinism attitude. Chauvinist attitude I see in them. I hope now you get it.
I think, Julia, sometimes when we look at our society as a Kenyan people, I think we've done so much. I don't actually lean towards classifying our society as a society that is chauvinistic in terms of, against women, because I think we've made a lot of strides forward. We have tried as much as possible to implement the two-third gender in almost all appointments, and it is like, if you don't do it, people will call you out in the Kenyan society. William Ruto promised like 50% of the cabinet from either gender. So when he failed to do that, people called him out, and he said, "No, I have at least attained the two-third gender." So I'm looking at our society. There's so much we've done to progress from that, that era whereby we would say that this is chauvinism against a particular gender. But also, I look at the statement of the video that I played here from this guy called Osoro. And I know you've heard that video. I don't want to play it again. And you listen to that guy speaking in parliament and making disparaging, remarks against a lady in front of all those MPs. And the person who is sitting on that seat as a speaker at that moment is a lady and does not call that person out. So
Makedi, that's what I'm saying. We are trying to implement the law. But the problem is, even the men, even the ones you see who have come to the US, it hasn't got into their hearts, man. They can internalize it. It's biting them, it's chewing them. That's why these men in Meru could not take it. Usituletewe ni gavana mwanamke hapa, tunatuletea bwana yako, tunatuletea bwana yako, umetutawala alafu tuae na bwana yako. That was the attitude, that you think you are going to rule us with your husband. That is the Makedi. We are trying even to vote for female leaders, members of parliament. I think this is the election that we have the majority of female governors. You see, we are trying as Kenyans, but some Kenyans here cannot internalize this thing. That's the challenge.
Let me ask you, Julia. Hold on, Miss Ngoja dakika moja. A minute, Miss. Let me ask you, Julia. If at all we want to go to that direction, I'll ask you a question. Are you okay with the seat of women representative being exclusive to ladies or to female gender?
No, I even think right now we should get rid of that seat. And because the Kenyan population, you see the Kenyan masses, the fact that they can vote for female governors and all that, it means the Kenyan masses are getting out of that. Like, we are just okay with any gender. I mean, going anywhere. But the problem, but now if you see that kind of an opposition in Meru, is like, this group of people here are like, who do you think you are? That's the attitude they're having. So me, Makedi, I'm okay. If we decide to get rid of that seat, I'm okay, because now I see that people, Kenyans, are willing to vote for any gender. That's the attitude I'm seeing. The common man is okay, Makedi, I'm telling you. The common man is okay with any gender, and they no longer look at women as women. And we have evidence now with the people who are elected. So the problem is a few characters in Kenya, like that man in parliament. Can you believe it, what he said, and he got away with it?
Okay, Mise.
I think, Julia, what do you think if we replace male chauvinism with patriarchal society, with a patriarch society? I think male chauvinism is more patronizing men, but I think if we say we come from a patriarchal society, whereby we are informed culturally with certain things. We are informed certain things by our culture and so on. But that being said, Anne Waiguru, you know, ule mama wa kizungu mingi na catwalk mingi, she was a governor, and she didn't have any challenge like that. We don't even know the boyfriend she was carrying. So there is a reason why people react to something. Either there is something that they know we don't know. So people can't just wake up and start reacting like that. And on the same line, Makiadi, Osoro actually was defending Malonza in parliament on the same card of gender. And she asked that Malonza be treated with the same standards like that of Aisha Jumwa, the way she was treated, and so on. So I found her sort of very passionate, talking about women. But you know, even here in North America, even you here in North America, the Americans, they never chose Hillary Clinton as a woman president. This is an issue that even you guys here in North America are struggling, the position of a woman. So really, this is a global challenge in terms of, we've heard of equal pay, you know, for the same work, but we have not seen that reflected in the corporate world. Somehow, you have seen that the position of women has been, you know, somewhere, not only in Africa, but across the world, women have been put in a position where that has not been very favorable. But back to the Kenyan politics, I think we need to listen to what the MCAs are not saying. There is more, maybe they know, but they are reactionary instead of, you know, finding an objective way of talking about it. You know, Makiadi, there is someone who appears in a meeting and kila mtu anakasirika, their presence alone, you know. What if it's that man, it's that husband who is treating this MCS like mtadu, bibi yangu ndio governor, sasa mtadu. So what if it is that? I'm just thinking aloud. I don't know, but I'm just thinking aloud. Let me stop there, but I just wanted to say that overall, kwa kila mwanaume who has been brought up in Africa, that is what we were given. We can't give what we were not given. People don't give what they were not given. They can only try. So there is no man who can say that sasa, even hawa wazungu wakiona mwanamke akisema kitu ama akifanya kitu, kuna kakitu ndani yao inawasukuma, wanaona kwamba huyu mwanamke anatuambia nini. There is that. Even you go back to the history of North America, you will even know that even women in the past never had citizenship, never owned a passport, because they were not entitled to. So even with these great milestones, you realize that the position of a woman still iko hapa chini. Wacha niwachie hapo. So sisi wa Afrika, we are only emitting what we learned from our wazungu, na sisi tukaiperfect sana kule chini. Asante sana. Hata kwa Biblia unaonanga kwamba in the past wanawake walikuwa wanakaa huko juu, secluded from, because they were seen as people who were dirty, because of you know, menstrual cycle, and they could not mix with men. So this thing of women has not started with Kenyan men. It has been there since time of our ancestors. Asante.
Simon, nakuona hapo karibu, lakini in a minute let me patia Moses dakika moja react and then I come to you.
Yeah, I think it is very sad with the argument I'm hearing. we are not saying that we need to be contented that that whatever is happening to the man, or that women have gone through a lot, that it's time for the men to feel the pain. Because that is my deduction from this argument. For me, I think whatever happened to the women, the development of women's space, I think those violations of rights, people being discriminated, it happened to the women, and we should not pass that violation to the men. Because right now, as we speak, in the Kenyan situation, we are talking of someone who is being discriminated. Because if people feel like they have an issue with this man or are born to pick, they need to state it with facts. Like, we don't want this guy to engage in county affairs, or we don't want this guy to be the first man because of A, B, C, D. It's easy to make assumption that maybe this guy was mistreating them. That is an assumption. But someone can also make an assumption from where I see it, that maybe this guy told the governor that maybe there was MCAs are now fighting how they could recover their campaign money, and they wanted certain projects and influence on those projects. So maybe the husband said, no, you can't bow down to pressure. So we are not going to make an assumption. All we are saying is, let's treat all human beings, let's treat women or men equally. And history, because if you look at even a good example, it's easy to blame the men, but it's always easy to blame the other side of gender. Because if you look at statistics, the number of men even who reports cases of rape are always low. Why? Because the structure of the society, watu watakuuliza wewe ni mwanaume mgani umerepiwa, people don't accept. So I know for me, I can go to the extreme level, but I don't want to go there. But I'm just giving you that the real issue we need to deal with and accept, and not allow the violation on either gender. And me say, when I said gender, I simply am referring to different roles played by men and women. So yeah, that's the distinction between gender and sex. It's more of the roles and responsibilities. Yeah. Thank you.
Right.
Let me stop there.
Thank you so much, Mose. Simon, umekuja ukapata tuna discuss about an issue that is happening in Meru County. I think hata wewe umekutana na hiyo. He is the first gentleman of Meru County being treated unfairly. Karibu, as you give your contribution to any other side of our topic here today.
Thank you so much. Habari zenu. It's good to see you. I've been away a few days. Naona kila mtu yuko hapa. Moses, Bise, Kiandi. Hey, Julia, long time. I think I have gotten a grasp. I have already reasoned a few minutes. Hiyo issue ya governor wa Meru is not it's not very new to me, and I have although sijasikia vile mmeongea vizuri, and I thought I have had like the intrusion is about her husband being associated with maybe the learning of the county, but if you have been listening and you have been watching what they have been doing in Meru County, you will see this like something that Mr. have talked about. This probably more than meet the eye. However, the governor herself have give some kind of light towards that. And she has said something also that Missy have mentioned here, and this is about the TEDers, the MCAs. They have been pushing her towards getting the TEDers in the county, and she has not bought to that. Her husband is not the elected leader. So even if she comes, most of the people who have been elected in the positions, wherever they are, MPs, senators, governors, and everything, they have their spouses and they have a position in the society. I find it stupid for anybody to think that at the end of the day, that even if it's a governor, say a Nyang or Governor Wabore or Governor, any of the governors, any of the elected members, at the end of the day, you discuss with your spouse. Is your close confidant? You will have some kind of discussion with her, and you some kind of guidance. That's your very close confidant beyond anybody else, or even if they are not official. So to me, what I have seen, there's something to do with the MCAs, and also there's a big one. The big one, I think, is the lack of support of the current president, President Ruto, and this has affected also the governor of Homa Bay. So, and it's not only the governors, it's across the board. That's why you have seen that those people who have thought that they want to be safe, they have tried to save their faces by joining the government. So what is trending to me, or what I'm watching, is dictatorship in the making. So if you are not going to join the current government, then you're going to face the laugh. We're going to get you. How do you get a governor? It's easy. You just incite the MCAs. And my question, and that goes to my mind, is, so these governors and all the other elected leaders, who has more say? Is it the current governor, the governor of the day, or the people who went to the polls and elected the same people? Who has the more say? So to me, that's why, and I was talking to a friend 2 hours ago, and he told me something that has continued to bother me. That if you keep, I was asking some of the questions I'm asking now. If you keep asking yourself the questions you're asking, if you keep trying to get logic of what is happening in Kenya and in a lot of African governments, you just gonna go berserk. You're gonna go crazy. Nothing makes sense. Mtu amechaguliwa na wananchi na wale na nyinyi mmechaguliwa nao, mnaambia wananchi you are wrong. How is that even possible? These governors have been there for how many weeks since we were nominated? Is it 2 or 3 weeks? When did they have the time to perform? So these are hard questions, and we saw it coming. We discussed in this forum. A lot of leaders from especially Azimio, they talked about it. The president, the former president, Uhuru, told us. Actually, he gave us 90 days. They are not even over. We are halfway. I don't think we are even 45 days. We are halfway. Kenya as we know it, and we said it here, and I repeat it, Kenya as we know it, it's not going to be never anymore. Haitakuwa ile Kenya tunazoea tunajua. Now we have started seeing huyu msichana wa Ruto, the last 2 days he has been to every county government office. Anaenda kufanya nini? We saw Kibaki time. Uliona watoto wake akienda county government offices. Did you see them doing that? We know they are looking for contracts. It has already leaked. These tenders. In 2 days, he has moved to 5 counties. Huyu msichana ya Ruto. Sasa, what is this? So unless our people wake up, waamuke, and they rebel, we are not headed anywhere good. Hatuelekei pahali kuzuri. We are not headed anywhere good. Wacha nisikize wengine, at least I also get to the momentum. Thank you so much.
Okay, Safi Saimo, let me go to Missy. You want to make a comment?
Yes, please. I just wanted to make a quick one and tell Moses, if he has not left, Moses was right. He read my mind. It is true. What he said, that was what I meant. That for the longest, women have been oppressed. So men started it. They need to fix it. So women are compensating. So tuache hiyo maneno ya kusumbuana. But Moses, William's daughter has the same right, freedom of movement and expression like yours. So her going to anywhere, any part of the country, I don't think it's a bad thing. Is she not the same girl, the same lady who was, if I don't know, forgive my ignorance, I think she's the one who was an ambassador, right? If I've not forgotten. She the one who was appointed to as an ambassador to one of the European countries. I think she is. I think William Ruto could also be shaping her to get familiarized. You never know. So that freedom of movement, hiyo tusiiguze. But I also wanted to kuongezea kwamba kama ni mwanamke, kama ni bibi amechaguliwa, the man should not, hatufai kuona mwanamume akimake decisions, hata kumadvise in public, amuadvise huko bedroom, hapa nje tukue na, because sio yeye peke yake amekuwa governor, as a woman governor. We have had even Charity Ngilu. Charity Ngilu alikuwa mama amefanya kazi na amekuwa mama ameheshimika, na even Anne Waiguru amefanya kazi na alikuwa ameheshimika. Kwani you want to tell me Anne Waiguru hakuwa na mwanaume behind her? Lakini hatukuwahi muona in the public or anyone disputing his presence. So sometimes I am thinking kama huyu jamaa anakazia, unajua saa zingine tunaweza kuwa tunaenda kwa bar, tukikunya unasema wacha nitaambia bibi hautaona hii tenda, na hiyo maneno inakuja huku na unaona bibi ameanza kukazia kamba. So kama ni bwana, I make sure I stay away, apatie huyo mwanamke nafasi, they meet huko nyumbani, anamuadvise huko kwa bedroom. Lakini hapa kwa ofisi, that space, let her, she was elected as an individual, let her have that freedom of deciding of making decisions that will not suggest in any way that she's being influenced by a family member. I think that way it will work good for her, for her prosperity politically, as opposed to thinking that she's a puppet and cannot make her decisions of her own. Thank you.
Yeah, Saimo, before I give you an opportunity, I think, Misa, you are one of the people who are advocating for what was happening at, the State House in the beginning of this administration. I remember very clearly you talking about why it is okay for the First Lady to do her meetings, her faith meetings in State House. And some of us tried to explain why it was important for the official house of the presidency to be separated from private matters, but you are on the other side. So I still find it controversial here, or contradicting here, that right now you are on the other side, unamlaumu mzee kwa sababu ya kumake too much appearance na bibi yake. Simon, perhaps you want to add on that.
Yes, absolutely. On the issue, the governor of Meru, I consider it to be the case of the buffalo soldier fighting on arrival. The governor, let's not bury our heads on the sand. Nobody is being fooled here. She was followed. She was talked to. She was, everything that is on the book was tried for her to join the Kenya Kwanza. And she refused. She started on her ground and she said she's going to be independent. And that's how she went to the elections. And she won. After the elections, when the members of parliament from northern Kenya were joining the Ruto, when the David the MP from Nyanza was joining, and all those people who have joined Ruto, she stood her ground. And that is the start of her downfall. It's very clear on my mind and most people's mind. That is number one. Number two, it is the tethers. Everything is hogwash. Everything else you hear is hogwash. We know that. Na atachimbwa, maybe atatolewa. Hopefully haitaifika hapo. Hii maneno ya bwana yake ati ameongea, that is neither here nor there. Now, this gentleman Mise, who is I don't know why he is disappearing now. The start of the conversation and the divorce of me and her conversation starts when she says that the president's children, the president's wife, has a business to do with the county government, how the county governments are going to do their tenders and their work. I wanted him to ask me, why was she not going from county government to county government offices before her father became the president? I wanted her to answer me, why did the former president, Uhuru, we never saw her children going to county government offices or any other government offices to us. They had a low profile. Why did they not? Did they not have equal chances? Were they not Kenyans? So it comes to the issue of people, the children or the relatives of the president becoming people and regular Kenyans when they come to Ruto's children. How is that even? How does that make any sense? So I don't want these people, and I feel bad when these people like Mise try to treat us like we have zero understanding. Mise, thank you for coming back. We are saying, don't treat us to that kind of argument. In the former government, the children's the relative, the children of the president, they were Kenyan citizens, and they didn't go to all these offices. Why all of a sudden are they rushing to all these offices? Why all of a sudden? Why other children and the relatives of the other presidents did not go asking for tenders? Why did they not visit all over the land of the country asking for tenders? Are the children of Ruto, according to his words, above reproach? Are they not playing the book of the animal kingdom? Are they having special rights. So, Mr. Please, don't treat us to that. Being Kenyan citizen doesn't allow, just because you become a child of a leader or a relative of a leader, going from all over the country. Thank you.
Aye, Mesa is still preparing to counter that, but before he comes in, Mato, you want to say something?
Unfortunately, Richie, my brother, you know, this is one of the days that I'm very interested in what people are talking about, because I know, you know, me and you, we've been here for a long time, and we talk about these things. And I want to urge Kenyans, even if we come over here, when we're talking, yes, let's talk about passionately what we have, because our country is what it is. Lakini tukue wa kweli. Let's just be very realistic. Let's be realistic. And as long as we can be realistic and in what we are doing with our Kenya, you know, there was the July. And Richie, you know, I've been saying this for a long time in this group and in this show, TV show. There was the Sabasaba. Today we don't have the Sabasabas of the day, the Orengos of the day, but we do have the warriors of the day that we do over here. If something is not working well, I have so many things, Richard Makiadi, that I can say that I know they're not working well. Why? Because first off, God has given me a chance to be somewhere where I see the system works. And there's so many people who are so educated, and if not really educated, actually very smart in what they do, that come out here and call it what it is. And that's what we have to call it, right? Richie, I'm not going to put anything about any Kitwete Nasema. I'm just going to listen for now. But it's because I love my country so much. That's my country. But also, let's not be stupid in what we are trying to talk, and let's be realistic in what we are trying to do, and let's be tukue wale watu tunapenda country yetu. If BS needs to be called to be BS, let it be called BS. Mimi leo, Richie, let me, if you don't mind, the moment mtu mwingine ameongezeka nitanyamaza. But let me just listen, because there's new people here. Saimo, I don't think we've ever tushaipatana hapa. Mose, miso ni wetu. But let's have the conversation. Let me listen kidogo tu. Nikiboeka nitatoka, or nitaka hapa hivi mpaka tuendelee. Tutamaliza pamoja, Richie. Ikiumana, if you need me to give space, nitapatiana space. But let me, for now, niache tu ninyamaze.
Ni sawa, hakuna mtu anaingia saa hii, naona ni tuko enough. Ngoja Saimo kwanza. Let me go to Mose. I think I'll give you an opportunity in a minute.
Yeah, I think acha niongeze tu penye
Umepoteza audio yako. Okay, you're back. Endelea.
Yes. I'm talking about your story yenye Saimo, the question that Saimo has posed about the interest of certain families, including children, and in this specific case, Saimo has questioned the interest of Charlene, who is the president's daughter. So if I look at it, and then behind the scene, you hear climate change fund, and you hear someone trying to reposition themselves before this project ya kupanda 1 billion trees. So all we see from where I sit, all I see is maybe the president and the daughter working together to reposition themselves, especially after the global meeting on climate change. So there is a lot of things going behind the scene that at times we sit back and look at it and reflect. We can possibly see that some of these issues we are talking about, for me, they're just people using authority to influence how resources are distributed and ensuring that their families or friends or cronies are in charge. This is in specific to Charlene Ruto's daughter. I'm just going specific to it because I can attach it to whatever she's doing with the climate change project, which is currently underway and should be enrolled to plant more trees. So at times we get worried, and if someone was in the hustler movement, they need to sit back and reflect. Whatever they were told, they need to reflect whether they were aware that they were just going to replace the people they were being told that were bad with people with another group of people with different. It's just same forest, different people with clothes. So yeah, nothing has changed. And the worst bit especially for hustler, even the small money you had on M-Pesa will be taxed. That is the funny bit. Like you were told, yeah, bottom up, people clapped and people were like, yeah, Uru is bad. And now where we are going, when you hear someone saying KRA has, let's say, 5 million subscribers and Safaricom has 30 million, how can we tax these 30 million? So this thing is coming back down to those mama mboga who operates M-Pesa and don't have bank accounts. That is the bottom up. They are going to use M-Pesa to get the mama mboga to facilitate the bottom up. Bottom up was about coming to you, and where I see it, it's an interesting scenario because for me, paying taxes the first thing that needs to happen before one pays taxes is service needs to be provided. So you pay tax for the service. Someone should not ask an individual to take money from you, then you are paying for what? So the service should come first, then payment come later. But in this case, it's vice versa. And echo to the said hustlers. Let them enjoy. We are watching the movie. Yeah.
Okay, let me go to Simon before I move to Mise.
Thank you again, Makiadi. I wanted to talk about the topic of the day that I haven't touched. It's like we have diverted a little bit. It's from Kazi ni Kazi, to Kazi ni Mjengo. So let me say, I totally agree with the panelists who say that this country, we are the citizens of the country, and we need to appreciate the development that has happened and that we have witnessed. As we do that, we need also to pinpoint to the problems that are continualizing and the things that we think that are not going the right way. Now, this issue of Kazi, the president was talking about now doing these projects of building, I don't know how many houses, and then those projects are gonna employ a lot of youth. I don't know, but I feel like the president is not having good advisors. From what we know and what I saw prior to the Kazi ni Kazi project, this was spread across the country. It was in every county, and a lot of people were employed. And Mr. Mato, if you can let me finish, and then you will lick up. And now because you have come, and I'm very disappointed with you, Martin Dero, by the fact that you can say that you are not familiar with me when we have been discussing with you a whole year. I feel like I can even recognize you on the street, and then you come here and say that you don't know me. Shame on you. All right, let's debate from that. Now, the projects that are going to, the president was talking about, they're going to be based especially in Nairobi. And they're just going to employ a few thousand people. The Kazi Mtaani was in every county and in most constituencies. So it's a very big scale back from what we had witnessed in the Kibaki government and the Ruto government. I mean the Uhuru government. I don't have the specific details of the number, but I know it was spread across the country. So to me, I was not a Hasra movement supporter. I tried to understand, I couldn't. I have tried to listen to all the people who have talked about it. They can't explain to me what it is. But I can see that it's affecting the hustlers. The jobs that were moving towards the low-income earners, the hustlers, who I think that's what they were talking about, the people who could not get jobs. Now they have been taken away, and they are being given. This is very serious. They are only given to a few professionals. Personally, I come from a construction background, and not anybody who can go to the construction and start building. You have either to be a plumber, you have to be a mason, you have to be a carpenter, you have either carpenter and joinery, you have to be a fitter, you have to be some kind of training. Kazi Mtaani was designed. You don't have to go to any school. As long as the money was disparted, which it was, we know the records are there. It was for everybody. You don't have to go into school. The jobs were there. You can do it. Fixing roads, building whatever they were building, all those things. Now you can see where we are going. To me, the current government, it needs to be called by its first name. Losing track. Losing track is its first name. It doesn't have any focus. That's his second name. No focus. That name, not for the common mwananchi, not for the hustler. That is that name. It has other multiple names. We need to call it out. Otherwise, by the end of the 5 years, we will not have a country. We will. I don't know. I talk to people every day. I was talking to my family. For the first time, they can't afford food. First time, they can't afford food. Thank you. Mato, you can go ahead.
Hold on. Ngoja Mato. I think we've done a good thing that we've decided to go back to the main debate. But Misa is always here to defend the deputy, the president and his deputy. with regards to their agenda. Let me see.
And President William Ruto has urged the Kenya Revenue Authority to aggressively adopt technology in revenue mobilization initiatives to enhance revenue collection and grow the country's tax base. President Ruto challenged KRA to increase the number of taxpayers by ensuring every Kenyan above the age of 18 has a KRA PIN number. He also set a target of 3 trillion shillings for KRA collections this financial year. Faisal Ahmed has more on this story.
The government is seeking to expand tax collection by taxing every Kenyan with an ID. President William Ruto said that Kenyans above the age of 18 should be issued with a Kenya Revenue Authority PIN number, qualifying them as taxpayers. Expansion of the tax base is part of the President's administration's target by the end of the financial year ending June 30th, 2023.
Every Kenyan with an ID should have a PIN number. Just as simple as that. Technology and a considerate, fair, and professional mobilization will do the job quite well. Safaricom, a telco, has registered more people than KRA, a powerful state organization. It is very clear that the magic lies in technology and strategy, not in power and resources.
The president also stated that his administration will be going for the wealthy to increase tax collections, saying that KRA's previous model of going after businesses was unsustainable.
As I have said before, our operating philosophy in matters revenue mobilization is going to be hierarchical. This means that we shall tax wealth, consumption, income, and trade in that order.
The president also urged KRA to change its tax collection method by becoming people-friendly and customer-centric to collect more taxes. Deputy President Rigathi Gachagua, who was also at the same event, said KRA should not be a hindrance to investors but provide support to them to ensure they maximize tax collections.
To achieve this, it will be necessary to radically reform KRA and make it a people-friendly, customer-centric organization that facilitates taxpayer compliance as a core tax administration strategy. At the same time, it will be an explicit mandate of KRA to maximize tax collection while minimizing the compliance burden on the taxpayer.
Public officials have no business standing in the way of business, being a hindrance, creating roadblocks. Their work is to support and facilitate business, and shortly, in a few months, when we complete the process of public sector reforms in terms of telling our public officials of their new role in the Ruto administration, there will be no bureaucracy and red tape in matters, business and investment.
Cumulative tax receipts for the first 2 months of 2022-2023 fiscal year stood at 280.2 billion shillings compared to 247.8 billion shillings in the previous financial year. KRA had projected a 2.072 trillion shilling collection by the end of the financial year ending June 30th, 2023. Faisal Ahmed, Citizen TV, Nairobi.
I have a question for you guys here. Does the fact that you have an ID or you are 18 years old warrant you to be called a taxpayer? Mato.
You know, Richie, can you guys hear me? Thank you, brother. Richard Makiadi, and the people listening to us. You know, sometimes I wonder, because I think as Kenyans, we have a disconnect. And maybe it's not about Ruto, it's not about people. I think it's maybe it might not even be Ruto and his government and the people that he has in government. There's a big disconnect because, like, and Richard, thank you for playing that, what you just played. There's a thing, Richie, for the people that have known me for a long time, and I'm so sorry, my brother, for saying that maybe, you know, making you ni kama hatujai kuwa hapa hivi. You know, mi nimekuwa nimepotea kidogo after we lost and I disappeared for a while. But I'm back here. And I'm gonna be here. And Richie unichokoza na we kuja tuko hapa hivi, but guys, you know, I'm one of the guys who's very straightforward in what I say. From your what you just played right there, you can just see people who are not connected with the world and also with their own place where they live. These are rich millionaires people, and that's why we had even a BBC documentary talk about a millionaires club for CSs. I'm not gonna go back sitarudi huko tena sana. These guys, here's the thing, and I've said it here a long time, na nitashinda nikisema since Ruto ashinde, whatever, I know hakushinda because we know where it is, but whatever, he's the president. Guys, the guy is running the company as Western Hotel. Everything that he does every day, everything that is happening is about money making. A country does not make money. The money is already in the company, in the country. The money, it's not at the, you know, me as Martin by myself, I can go, I have my E-Trade stocks, kila mtu afanye stocks zake and all those things. And I make my money because I need to save, and I need to save for my kids and for whatever is going to happen in my life. That's not a company. That's not the country, the way you run a country. The way you run a country is you being to uplift your people so that they can be in those stocks. You being uplifting the small people. So I mean, not small. There's nobody small in a company. I mean, in a country, everybody is as equal as they can, and they need to have, whether ulienda shule ama hukuenda shule. It's not a business. And now we have a business. I mean, a government that is running a country as though that country is a business. This country is not a business. It's not a business entity. It's a business. It's a country where it gives you opportunities for you to run your business. Not the country to run, not the government to run you as a business and become a business entity that is not an employer, is not a whatever, is for them to give you a way to uplift yourself so that you can make your own business and your own thing. A government is not supposed to make business for you. It's supposed to help you lift yourself so that you can bring up where Mr. the lawyers, Mr. can bring a law firm and everything. You can do it for yourself while being supported by your government. Why did I go so fast on that one? Kitu kama kazi mtaani, and I will talk about this. By the way, Thank you. I will talk about this. I was in Kenya. Normally, I don't travel to Kenya so much, but yeah, every year, hata saizi nakuja tena here in about what, less than a month. I'll be in Kenya for Christmas and New Year's. Nitakuko. And I do it every year. Kazi mtani, I traveled to Nyeri. And you know what I saw? I saw the things that happen even in our countries here in the US, or even when I travel to UK, or when I travel to other countries like Canada. You will see barabara zote zimejengwa vizuri nini, na kama kuna nyasi imekatwa. I used to see watu na slasher wanakata. That's kazi mtaani. I had never seen that in my country. Guess what? I grew up in my country, Kenya. But I traveled, unapitia huko Nyeri, unapata huko barabara zote, kila mtu anakata. Kuna watu wamekata nyasi, wako huko. Kwanza unaona, I was driving, luckily I could drive. Unaona mtu wako huko wanakata nyasi. And then you realize kazi mtaani. What did we used to do before then? There was nothing. Alikuwa watu hawezi fanya chochote. Ilikuwa watu wana kazi. Walikuwa wanalipwa. Uhuru did his thing. KRA, PIN. I have a PIN myself. Mimi niko na PIN. What tax am I paying, Richie? Siishi Kenya. What tax am I paying? Yes. Kampani zangu mtaani zitalipa whatever they do because they have an HR. So personally, what am I supposed to do? Okay, nikiwa tu msee mwenye ako mtaani na amelipa, and forgive my Swahili because sometimes I just want to niingie. If I start nikianza kuongea hivi watu wataniambia na weng. I don't mean to weng.
Mato in a minute alafu tusonge mbele. You've taken a while. Malizia in a minute tusonge mbele.
Okay, sasa. Yeah. Thank you. Yeah, thank you. But when you look at so to finish haraka basi. So hata hiyo KRA PIN, mimi hata ukiniambia niweke PIN, okay, yes, I do have my PIN. Lakini hata sasa now, how is my mtu mwenye analisha ng'ombe zangu akiweka PIN na ako past ni mtu wa 38 years. Akiweka hiyo PIN atasaidikaje? Why are we making an economy instead and forgetting about the infrastructure that we were doing, the bypasses and the overpasses and everything zenye tulikuwa tumeanza kufanya saizi? Why are we going now back tuanze kusema sijui ati PIN whatever? Kila mtu lipaga taxes, hakuna mtu ajelipa tax in Kenya. And I'll go because sasa naharakisha, Richu umeniharakisha. So hata ukiangalia place kama what is that estate? Bagati, right there, right next to Bagati, high rise. That was Yagava. What these guys are doing, hata hiyo ni yao, wanajenga hizo vitu zote, hiyo ni historia kina Ruto na nini. They are making money out of it because those are, you go and ask who the owners are. I can tell you, I have the documents. I can tell you who are the owners of hizo vitu wanakimbiza. Is them themselves. And if you want me to prove you right, or if you want to think about it, Ndindi Nyoro went to KCP&L and bought shares. He's the leading shareholder today. Na zimeanza kupanda. And now he's been given what? Yani wa Kenya, mimi naangalianga hivi because I can see these things, Richie, and I'm so sorry, brother. Naangalia hivi and I try to educate people here. These guys are con men. They are mafias. And if you play with them, watakuua. What is happening in Kenya is people who they know what is happening, they are conmen, they know kama government inaenda kuleta subsidy, wanajua nani ameingia wapi, nani atakimbia, nani ataenda kufanya ile, nani wataingia parliament, waende wachenche haraka haraka wafanye hivi. Kenyans, please stop. At least sisi tuko huku nje tunaangalia hizi vitu na tunaziangalia kutoka nje na hatuogope mtu. Yeah.
Safi Mato. Wacha nisonge kwa Mise. Mise, we want you to address that video that we've showed here. It's an issue where the president is saying that if you have an ID, then you should also have a KRA PIN, and so you should be able to pay your taxes. I don't know what your feeling is towards that. Is that how we are going to raise? Is that how we are going to raise taxes?
Yeah, thank you very much. I think the president is on the right track. The president is changing, is bringing what is called a paradigm shift in the Kenyan culture. And I like what the president is saying, that government institutions should start being treating citizens as their customers. And, customers are always right, tailoring the needs, the culture around customers' needs. And so this is very good. This is a very good thing, especially with KRA, which means KRA has to tailor the needs to make the citizens understand why they are paying taxes and how their taxes are used. There is nothing wrong paying taxes. It's a beautiful thing when you pay taxes and you can see how their taxes are used. And that is all what we are looking for. And that is what we want to see in our country, where all government institutions understanding that it is not the civil servants who are important than the citizens who come for services. And by so doing, they will understand that their customers, who are the citizens, are important. And once they start treating customers with dignity and the importance that they deserve, then the service delivery in the government sectors will start having a meaning and will motivate people to start paying, because they will understand that their taxes are paid and are used accordingly. If you ask me, I don't regret, paying taxes. And it is good, Makiadi, my brother Martin has said that when he travels across North America, he is impressed by the road infrastructure, the roads and everything, the way they have been used. That is because the government knows everybody who has paid taxes and who has not paid taxes. And the government began to do that at birth, at the birth of every child, every citizen, or anyone who enters in those countries. They collect information and create profiles for these people, and as such, they will know, where does this person work, what does this person do, who is the employer, has this employer remitted the taxes. And so what the president is doing is directing us to a very good culture. Mato, you should know better, and you should be the one at the forefront advocating what the president is saying, that when children are born here, for example, in North America, they know they have what is called social insurance, which is linked to social security. I think Canada, we call it social insurance number. And in the US, you guys call it social security number, which actually is linked to very many services and for the benefit of any individual, even up to their retirement and so on. So for me, this is a very good beginning. And what the president is encouraging us is will also help us to fight corruption. We want to go back to KRA and say, how many citizens do we have? We have 47 million people. How much tax did you collect? How many Kenyans are working? How many remitted tax? Why didn't you collect taxes from these others? if they did not collect, how many employers? Every employer should be remitting the same information that is remitted by the employer, so that it will help the Kenya Revenue Authority to collect taxes. Tax is not penalizing citizens. Our taxes, if they are used correctly, they will benefit and build our country. Now, I want to leave that there, and I'm happy.
Before you jump, Gun, Mr. Sorry for interrupting you. I still want you to address this issue. Are we going to increase our tax base just by making sure that everybody who is over 18 has a KRA pin? Is that a strategy that the government should be looking forward to? Number one. Number two, the president says that Safaricom has, I know he gave numbers that I don't want to quote here because I'm not sure about the real numbers, but he compared the number of people registered by Safaricom against the number of people registered by KRA. And he said KRA should have almost the same strategy in terms of making people, become tax compliant. My question to you is, perhaps you might be able to advise this government. Are you aware that the people who are registered by Safaricom, you might have one person who has multiple registration numbers, and that is why you see when the tax base in terms of revenue collection from Safaricom is higher than what probably KRA is speaking for that matter, then our understanding is it's not like every person that is doing business with Safaricom is an individual by himself. There are people who have multiple ways. It's the same person but doing business in multiple ways. Like one person doing business, like if you have three numbers, it's just you, Mise, but you're doing business with three numbers. So is this something that are you looking at a government? I know you are a supporter of Kenya Kwanza, but are you looking at a government that understands what it's saying when you listen to the president?
Yeah, so I think we have to be very, happy, the progress that we have made. And that's why I think I agree with President Ruto when he talks about everyone having a PIN number. You having 10 lines, all these lines are connected to one PIN number. So at the end of the day, we are going to look at the sources of income of this one PIN number at the back end. So if you are Makiadi and you are running multiple businesses, you also have to know that if it's a business is a separate entity, and there's a different business tax code for businesses from individual individual taxes. So to me, what Safaricom is doing, they know, and you and me know that if you don't pay your taxes, your wages will be garnished by the taxman. This is possible because the taxman only knows that one PIN number is allocated to one individual. This one individual, we will know what.
Makiadi, I think there's a disinformation here, and I don't know if I can survive it.
So, talk about, for instance, and I hear a lot of people talking about, oh, you're not in Kenya. We are Kenyans. And a lot of people make noises here and they don't know we pay a lot of taxes. And we know probably more than they know when it comes to these things, because we are investors back in Kenya. So when someone tries to tell you this is not, you are not in Kenya, we are only trying to compare a system that is working vis-a-vis how we can, compared to the system that it is progressing to work, how we can improve the Kenyan revenue, Kenyan revenue, so that the Kenyan government can collect more revenue from those who are evading from paying taxes by having systems in place. We want to know how many businesses does William Ruto have, either through proxy, because every business, when you're registering, you have to provide a PIN number, and that PIN number has to be tied to an individual. By so doing,
Listen, let me ask you a question.
Yes.
What was the work of the Huduma number?
I mean, at the end of the day, the idea is the same. One number. Let me give you an example from IT standpoint. One computer can have different IP addresses depending where it is, but it has one unique identifier, which is a MAC address. So, so that MAC address or that MAC ID is the one that identifies it in the world, in the whole world where we have millions and billions of computers. So that is what we are saying. At the end of the day, any activity that is done through this one unique identifier will be tied or will be linked to other businesses or other source of revenue that individual has, and this will help us to collect, to be able to collect and identify, to collect more revenue.
Makiadi, at the risk of being
What's wrong
sent
with
out,
that?
hata kama ndio ya mwisho, let me please counter. Let's be truthful to people. Makiadi.
Mato, you know, you spoke and then we left you there and then we moved to the next person.
Yeah, lakini
If you have a question, we know the rule. Lift your hand, I'll give you an opportunity. So unless we want now to have a back and forth, but before I come to you, I know I'll give you a minute. Mise, when the deputy president, when the current president was at the forefront of kupinga Huduma number, the idea of Huduma number is exactly what you're talking about here. You are collecting all these data and putting them into one ID card, identification marker, one data point for all these things that you're talking about. You know, if somebody's doing business where, if somebody needs to have a driving license and all that, that is the idea that we had, not actually me, but that's the idea that the nation had when it came up with the Huduma number. So that even if you want to go and do your transaction in your land, you don't have again to, follow other, unaenda kutafuta pin pande ile sijui nini. You can just produce your Huduma number na inaonyesha KRA pin yako, your ID number, all that in one card. But then at that time, because it was not politically convenient for him, he was against that idea. Now, what you're telling us here right now of making sure that everybody that has an ID should be given a pin number, that is archaic. It beats the logic of collecting taxes, because if you want to bring more people into the tax bracket, then the first thing you do is empower those people to have a source of income. If somebody if somebody hold on, if somebody does not have a source of income na ni mtu wa kuhustle kupata ile pesa kidogo, kama anauza mananasi pale kando ya barabara, yeah? Na unasema lazima kuwe na pin number, ndio sababu unataka kupiga tax kwa zile, that person will not pay. It is as simple as that.
No,
how are you going to enforce people to pay taxes just by making sure that they have a PIN number? Is that workable?
I think that is not true, Makiadi. I think that is misrepresenting the facts. Let's go back in 2004, 2005, when KRA introduced PINs. The idea of Huduma number, personally, I was against it. That's a waste of government resources. We have national identity card number. We have KRA, which would actually, we could use the PIN number for KRA to do the same thing that Huduma number was introduced to do. The whole of idea Huduma number was a waste of government resources. For me, it was a policy. We could have amended the policy behind KRA in order to incorporate the ideas of amalgamating all the services into the PIN number. Because before the idea of Huduma number, there was KRA PIN. And remember when KRA PIN came in, I think it was 2007 or so, the government forced the businesses to buy a point of sale that you have to give a receipt that shows that someone has paid taxes. And a lot of businesses complied in Nairobi. because if they didn't comply, they would be arrested. Quite a number of them complied. The
No,
enforcement,
Mise.
but that is true. That is true.
Let me tell you something. It's not just in Nairobi, but I know even in developed countries, if somebody does not want to pay taxes, I think Simon knows this. If you go to buy a refurbished refrigerator and you do not want to pay taxes, all you do is carry cash. It's as simple as that.
No, but that is possible. But again, there are
What I want to hear from
you know what really annoys me.
Hold on, Mise. What we want to hear from you is this: how is it that the president is proposing that everybody who has an ID also has a PIN number so that we can increase? How is it even possible to increase the tax base just by making sure that the person who has an ID also has a PIN number? Let me move to, I'll come back to you as you gather yourself.
I was actually doing my submission and then the other points, but let us not be devoted to come here and fight everything the president is saying. That is not healthy. Even you, Makiadi and Ndeto, who know that the truth is, even you who know that even you who know how efficient the social insurance number is. In Canada, we call social security number works, connected to very many things, even your driver's license, everything, to your addresses and everything. You are still opposing this, that when we are trying to encourage it in our country, it's not fair. But let me move to another thing that you guys are opposing. And let me say, you are saying here from Kazi ni Kazi to Kazi ni Mjengo. And this is an attitude a lot of people have. When I left, when I left high school and joined college, I knew the only place that I can work is in office. When I came to North America, the first place I was sent was a factory. And when I went to the factory, I was told, I think it was, this guy looked at me and said, "What can you do?" You know, because it was heavy lifting. And this guy told me, what you can do, just sweep around. I felt so bad. As a graduate, how can I sweep? Now, after some time, I worked as a security guard. I came to realize, when I was going to law school, it was based on the security course that I had, the job and the security course that I had taken was actually one of the considerations for admission to law school. Now, because where we come from, we are told the only jobs that you can do is in the office. Now, let's look at what the president is proposing and let us be open-minded. Now, the president is talking about construction. Now, when we look at construction, let's look at what does construction entail. And Mato, I want you to be a very good contributor in this. Don't just be pessimistic just because you don't like the president. The president's agenda is to create jobs. Now, in construction, we have plumbing, we have carpentry, we have electrical, we have structural engineering and structural engineers. We have design or architecture designers or those who design the plans. We have painters, we have mechanics, equipment operator, we have networking, we have general labor, sheet maker, mabati, you know. Let us also talk about cement. Let's talk about food, lawyers, drafting contracts. Let's talk about insurance companies and so many things. So when the president is proposing this, he is not, when you're talking about Kazi Mtaani, what does for example, in my county, what do they do? Clean and collect garbage? How does that? They don't even get paid. The president is shifting from Kazi ni Kazi, from Kazi Mtaani to meaningful jobs. You know, jobs where, and remember the president talked about where they are going to do apprenticeship, where the people are going to learn, those who have skills are going to be certified. And when they are certified, they are job or labor ready to go to work. If you are a mechanic and you've learned, you have skills, they want to give you a license so that you can get a job in those construction sites. These construction sites that we are trying to demean or dismiss, that the president is talking about, they are going to trickle down jobs because there is production. They're going to increase production. Come on, in cement, we're going to increase the number of cement bags that we produce. So when the president trusts this kind of good ideas, many people come here, they think that and Mato, I judge you with different standards, and Makiadi, most jobs people do here is production. When it's production, they produce that which that is needed in construction. In fact, if you are very honest, construction is highly protected. To enter into the construction, ni ya wazungu wengi, those construction jobs, ni ya wazungu wengi ndio wako kwa hiyo construction. Otherwise, it's either you are at general labor, and you I don't see why you guys keep blaming the president, and you're not objective, but you're subjective. And this really annoys me, because every day when the president proposes something, you guys are here shooting down everything that he says. Why don't we look at it as a trickle down effect, so that we can say, if we are going to do construction, most businesses are going to be empowered so that they can create jobs. Why do we keep blaming the president?
Misi umeongea sana. Let me move on to the next person kwanza. We'll come back to you. Mato, siwache kwanza our two brothers wamenyamaza for a while waongee, then we'll go for another lap. Wacha niende kwa Saimu alafu niende kwa Moses. Keep it brief ndio tuzunguke.
Thank you so much, Makiadi. And thank you so much, Mise. It's very difficult to reason to you, extremely difficult, based on the fact that you have categorically said that you are born and raised in Kenya, based on the fact that you have been able to travel to a developed world, a developed country, based on the fact that you have done the low-paying jobs, based on the fact that you are you have actually gone to the road profession. It's very difficult to reason to you, extremely difficult. Now, you are on the same time, you have tried to demean in your talking I'm addressing, I'm talking, I'm rebutting what Mise have said. I don't know whether he's reasoning. So, when you say that the president is being demeaned because of his actions when we come in this forum, you should also you should stretch your net wider and not only look what is happening in this forum, but also look at the other forums and look at the Kenya in general, the reaction. Here we are just a few of us. Look at the whole country, how it reacts. And ask yourself, do you think everybody is not understanding? So everybody is kind of, doesn't have the understanding to know when the country is going wrong and when the president is messing up. I'm pretty sure you are not here when we address the point of what the president is proposing in terms of going to construction. I want to bring it to you that without the president is saying that he's focusing on construction. Construction has been going on, and I told you I have a construction background. That's what I went to school for. That's the degree that I have. The construction has been going on for the last nearly 60 years without the government having to come up and have this like a special wing. As a matter of fact, where the government should be, what the government should be talking is in terms of regulations. That's where we should be hearing what the government is saying. All of us here has witnessed the collapse of buildings in Kenya and killing a lot of people everywhere. May it be Mathare North, where it killed a lot of people. May it be Pipeline. May it be Kawangware. Everywhere, the buildings collapse. For the government and the president to come here and tell us that's where he's going to focus the money, it's really annoying to me and to a lot of Kenyans, as you have witnessed a lot of riots. Why it is so annoying is because the construction has a life of its own. It exists without the government interference. And we said here, and I'll repeat, those jobs that you just listed, they are trades, and you need to have gone to a certain school, a college, a university, or a technical college for you to be able to enter that field. Kazi Mtaani was designed for mama mboga, mtu wa mkokoteni, anybody who has not gone to school. That was the design, and that's why you saw watu going to the streets and cleaning the streets, wakifieka, wakifanya kazi zingine, all those kind of jobs were there. So what is going to happen? In an instant, all those people are going to be jobless. So you are talking of thousands and thousands, tens of thousands of people. Flip that and talk about asking the same people, because all those people are above 18, and talk about taxing them. Are you going to tax them from what? What money have they made so that you can tax them? So Richie just told you here, and that is the correct position. The number one thing that you want to do is empower the people. Empower the people by giving them jobs. Jobs, jobs, jobs. Go to any developed economy, that's what you're going to hear. Jobs. And that's what we should be asking for. More and more jobs. The jobs, they can come from the private sector, from the government, and now where we are suffering most is trying to get investors, foreign investors. We are suffering big. Why are we suffering? Because of the kind of trade, of the interactions that we have with other governments and other companies that have come to Kenya. I know most of us have been here, and I know this story. When I think it was a lot of readers, governors. We had one governor from Kericho, demeaning all these investors just because they are doing their work with the machine. Instead of talking with them, going in public and insulting them. That is what I'm seeing Misa doing. We need, what the president and the government should be doing is to introduce something new, something better. But you don't kill what is existing. We have Kazi Mtaani, and that is for the hustler. It should have continued. If he is to be seen as a serious president, he should have continued empowering them. And when it comes to the introducing, if it's construction, which that's not his docket. This minister for that, this CS for that. He is lowering his standards so low. He should not be talking about that. This minister forever. They are tears forever. These development. Minister of Land, those are the ones that are supposed to be allocating all these jobs. When it comes to the tax bills, he's not the one who is supposed to be talking about the taxes. Those people who are he's supposed to be talking about bigger things, not about talking who to tax. And by the way, everybody in Kenya pays taxes, which is called the VAT. We all know this. So what tax base are you trying to increase? Everybody will pay taxes. When you buy that unga, which is not even available, which is being sold very high, there's tax that you pay there. When you go to that petrol station and you fill up your car, you pay tax. You go buy kerosene, there's tax there. So a government that is supposed to be seen as serious should be reducing taxes, not increasing taxes. And I'll be very, very watching this to see how the Kenyan population is going to react towards this. It's like you are trying to cut some meat from a bone. A bone doesn't have any meat. What are you going to get out of it? Umefikia mfupa na unaendelea uko ndani. You want the bone marrow? Thank you so much.
Aya, safi, wacha nisonge kwa Mose. Karibu.
Simon, thanks. Thanks, man, for the good contribution, guys. I think penye tumefikia, one of the things I'm praying is hii maneno ya tax iende tu venye anaenda, iende tu mashinani, so that one day when people can realize that saa zile wanalipa pesa na mtu anachukua anafanya nao biashara, they will be serious, they will know hii maneno ya kudanganywa itaisha. Wataona, because now people pay tax which for a lot don't understand that when they buy certain goods, yani hawaoni juu haikuji direct. Most of people pay indirect taxes, but when they start putting income tax to unemployed or people who are struggling, I think it will be a good thing, because it will create a serious awareness on their role and on their participation, what needs to be done. I think for me, that will be the solution in Kenya, putting tax there, so that tukisema tutoke, watu watatoka. So for me, I have no doubt about that.
Moses, let me ask. Moses, hold on. Before you move to the next point, let me ask you here. And I think I asked Misa this question. My question to you is this. For that person who operates a boda boda, right? That person has an ID. He's an adult, so he has an ID. We are trying to make every person that earns a shilling or an income pay their taxes. So my question is, for that person who runs a boda boda, they have their ID, they have their KRA PIN. They give you a service, you pay for their service. How are you going to enforce that? How are you going to make sure that that person pays their taxes?
So, whatever is happening right now in Kenya, everything is a mess. So in this mess, like you talk about border. For me, I live in Australia, and what happens here is there is a certain amount for you to earn that even the government can tax you. So not everybody pay taxes. So they look at have you reached the threshold? Kuna pesa kama una earn ni kama una survive tu. So those ones you don't pay, you don't have to pay anything, you don't have to pay that. In fact, in most cases, unapata hiyo because whenever you are paid, there is that deduction that happen. But if you don't get to that threshold, wanakurudishia hiyo pesa yako, hiyo tax yenye walikuwa wamechukua. Coming to hii issue ya Kenya yenye even if you are not earning, Ruto anataka achukue hata hiyo ndogo, juu ni bottom up, itoke huko chini ifikie yeye huko State House. Ndio maana nasema hiyo ni nzuri, because in most cases watu wanalipa hii indirect taxes. It takes a lot of effort for you to educate someone ati unalipa tax. Hii ingine hii ya direct tax yenye mtu hakuna chenye the one that someone is not working or someone is going through hard economic times, the money that he or she gets cannot even facilitate or pay all his bill, na mtu bado anachukua hiyo, anataka kuchukua hiyo pesa. I tell you, hii mchezo yenye hao watu wanacheza ati sijui nini, it will come a time hata huko Central ama wapi ama Rift Valley ama nini, watu watasema ati enough is enough. So especially when hiyo story ya direct tax, unawekewa mtu wa bodaboda, unaambiwa we ni hustler but lazima ulipe 20,000. Tumeangalia M-Pesa yako, tunahitaji 20,000. People will feel the pain and people will say no. So for me, nikiangalia the other side, because one of the things that happens in the Western countries is people pay direct taxes. So the direct taxes, people always push government, they demand for services because they are paying direct. But in direct taxes, government wanachukua, but because there is hakuna hiyo enforcement, ni kitu unalipa na ujui. Hii juu wataleta hiyo story ya enforcement, watu watatoka kujua ati hiyo pesa yangu imetumika kiaje. The last thing, the part that pains every Kenyan, ni we all know even the taxes that are being collected, that the money ends up in individual pockets. The worst thing ni hii story ya corruption. There's a lot of money in Kenya. Saa hizi ukiangalia, if you look around, you'll see how they are managing everything. It's like Kenya is a limited company, and the president and his colleagues and our watu wenye wanajiita cabinet secretary, wow, those are the people who are like executives of that company. And then mwananchi wa kawaida, the hustler, hao ni customers. So all these people do is to auction this customer. They either force you to buy or they sell you to a person called investor or other people from other places. So it's a very, very, very sad situation because they hardly care. And Mise was talking about people being hard on president. I think it's because of he's a man who lacks integrity. If we go by the history, this is the same guy, the president, is the same guy who said cutting trees when Mao was being saved, cutting trees ati watu wakate tu miti ati mvua inatoka kwa Mungu, that we should not care about conservation of forest. Today is now talking about, because he used that one for political gain. Today is the same person saying sasa tupande miti. The same thing when the prices of unga were so high and Uhuru said that there are external forces, like there are external factors like inflation, war in other parts of the world, and he said no, that has nothing to do with how things are happening in Kenya. So today, anasema ngojeni, give me 1 year, because he knows that Uhuru was right. The same guy said hii maneno ya BBI, maneno ya CS, sijui what cabinet cabinet expansion of cabinet or what. Today, the same guy has created a position which is unconstitutional, and is given an order to effect such changes. And today tuko na cabinet hiyo ya Mudavadi. So me say there's a lot of things that are happening that makes us not to trust the man in the name of William Ruto.
Which position is the Constitution?
Yeah.
Notice?
So let me stop there.
Okay. Thank you, Moses. Messi, I'll come to you. I know you have a question for him. Let me go to Mato in a few minutes, and then I come back to you.
Thank you, my brother. You know, at times when we come to this group, Richie, at times when we come to this group, I think is a place to inform people. And I'm personally, I'm very grateful to have lived in the country that I've lived, and the countries that I have, that I actually tunezongea vitu za ukweli. First of all, let me demystify some things that Missy is talking about, even though I think he's a very mature, very articulate, and a very somebody who actually can talk and can reason. First of all, let me demystify some things about what Missy is talking about and what his party leader is also talking about. When you talk about PIN, when Ruto talks about PIN, yes, we have different ways of talking about things, different ways or different names that we call things. When Ruto is talking about this thing that he's talking about SSN. Now, SSN is Social Security number, which is also what we call it out here, which is also what is called in other places to be, or what he wants to call, a tax ID. An SSN, which is a social security number, and actually by the end of the day is also what was supposed to be Huduma number. SSN, tax ID, Huduma number is the same thing. But due to the politics that we have in our country of countering everybody, when that number was being brought up, whatever you want to call it, however you want to call it, when it was being brought up, everybody was, I mean, if you were on this other side, you will say yes. When you're on the other side, you would say no. Now, this number, Mr. Richard, moderator, when this number was being brought up, it was so different. And it is very different, even where we live. I swear to God, I have my social security card, which has my number. But I also have my driver's license number. Are they the same? They're not. And on top of that, if my driver's license number gets suspended, now I have my ID number. Richie, you know what I'm talking about. There's three. I have my non-driver's license number. I mean, non-driver's license identification card. That has a number. Some states wako na namba zinafanana na driver's license. But if you're suspended, you're suspended. You cannot drive your car or anything. So in that, you have two, depending on the state that you live in or depending on where you live. But your social security number will never be two. Will always be one. And when you have that social security number, which is actually at the time that you're getting your taxes, if you have a child support that you need to pay, my friend, federal hautapata. And somebody came here today and explained very well how taxes work. Some people here don't want to say it. I know Richie does not want to say, but he knows he gets his federal and he gets his state. I know the state that he lives in. You get your state and your federal. If you have not done your child support, inaendanga kwa child support, hiyo pesa hata huwezi pata kama kuna kitu ingine ulikuwa unao. The state is the one that you will get. And why do you get money at the end of the year? Is because you've been paying taxes every time. Every year, at the end of the year, did you pay enough that you need a refund that you paid over? Because they give you, at the start of the year, they give you a certain, according to your bracket. If you make 50,000, they tell you, okay, at 50,000, this is how much you need to pay. So you're going to pay 50,000, even though you're not using anything. And then at the end of the day, at the end of the year, ndio mtakaa chini muulizane with the documents, muulizane sasa, nilikulipa more ama nini, na kama ulilipa more, unarudishiwa. Most of the people like to pay more so that at that time, at least unapata pesa kubwa that comes back to you. Richard, I know you will tell people about that because people don't understand ikitu Ruto anajaribu kusema hapa hivi tax ID. It's not a tax ID, it's called a social security number and is what was the huduma number which kila mtu alikimbia, waliogopa yote, kila mtu akakimbia. Paying tax is not a problem, is the records. What are you going to get back? And when you come to construction, I think most of nyinyi wote hapa hivi wenye washanijua hapa hivi for a long time probably know what I do for a living. It's stupid to go back and start looking at this thing. This is the things that Uhuru was doing in our country. Like saa zingine naangalia kitu inanishtua mimi because I'm like, sometimes I want to come up and niambie watu kweli kitu yenye inaendelea. Na if I have said something wrong, story ya construction, please wachane now, because right now we are not talking about construction. We're talking about everything. Gachagua akitokea, Ruto akitokea, ni nani atalipa tax? Oh, sijui ni nani anafanyanga nini, ni nani anafaa kutoka kwa kesi fulani and all that. We're moving this country to a bad thing. But Richie, if I have said wrong about the tax, because we need to educate people on this tax thing, because it seems like it's going to be as something. If I have said something wrong, that your ID, your identity card has nothing to do, whether you're 18, 19, 14, 16, whatever, malulipatia identity card yako, 65, I don't care. Or your driver's license. Those are very different from your social security card. I mean, social security number, which is what he's trying to do, and as trying to now bring it in as an tax ID, and also something that has been there. People wakijaribu huduma number, If you can explain to, because I think even though we are a channel that we talk about politics, I think it's about time we educate people so that we understand. Mimi, I do have KRA wananijua, but license yangu, ID yangu, hizo ni vitu zangu. Biashara yangu sasa tunaweza ongea as the government kule nimefika. Now, am I employed? Am I not employed? Am I a business owner? Am I whatever it is? Now we can do that, because by the time I register that company, by the time I register anything, I have at least to talk to KRA. So please, let's educate each other. And I wish anybody that is watching this channel, I want you to go look at tax ID. First of all, I don't know what that is, because there's nothing like that in our constitution. But there's something like a KRA number, which I believe that's what he's talking about when he talks about tax ID. And then go look at your driver's license. And then also, as Kenya, but we still have an ID. And your ID is not the same number as your driver's license. I have a Kenyan driver's license, I have a Kenyan ID, and I have a US ID, and I have a US driver's license, and I still have a driver's license and a KRA number that I pay my taxes with. So let's please, with all, it's complicated kidogo, but it's not so much complicated if you have someone that you can actually talk about it, or if you don't understand it, if you cannot research it enough, let's do it. Because what some of these politicians have mastered is coming and talking to you about something that is just wanakutupia kitu, and then just because you don't understand, you're the mama mboga, you're the whatever, maybe you're not that, but they throw something at you, and then a kind of simple, complicated, not complicated thing, then you get confused and you're like, okay, this is what it is, and then you don't understand it. We need at this time to start doing civil education and making people understanding what they are. What exactly are these guys talking about, and what is it in our constitution, and what we are doing? Because a lot of people in that situation.
Okay, so Mato. I think I don't know, ni Simon ulikuwa unaongea ama ni mise. At least nataka, yeah, I think we should at least make comments and then we start closing the show.
Yeah, so Saimo, I'm glad that you are in the industry of construction. I'm just gonna start from what you said, and I'm so disappointed with what you said because when you are talking about a building collapsing in Nairobi, you as someone who is in building and construction, you should know that there is health and safety, and so if safety measures has not been taken into consideration by either because certain things were compromised, that has nothing. That is nothing to do with the policy itself or the project itself. What is wrong with that is the implementation where someone didn't do his job. So that does not deter us, a country, to venture into that kind of industry. So I just wanted to make sure you know very well, and if you live out here, you know that safety, health and safety is a very, very emphasized area everywhere, at work, any area of work, place of work. If you find that you have not adhered to the health and safety rules, then as a company or as an employer, you are heavily penalized. And so that is something that can be included in the policy under execution, implementation, and that is a part of a policy. So to me, for you to argue that the collapsing of business of buildings in Nairobi or in Kenya, anywhere in Kenya, because someone somewhere did not do his job, I think really that does not. I just wanted to say that you, as an expert, this should not deter us. Perhaps now that we want to look in it in a proper, in a wider scope, and the government is involved, the questions that, what the suggestions that we should be putting forward to the government is that they must follow the rules of health and safety. Now, that being said, I really thank Mr. Ndeto, because this is exactly what I was talking about. I was talking about something, a number that is connected to everything. For example, in Canada, is a social insurance number, a SIN. It is connected, works very efficiently. If I go to any government service, I'm calling to get any government services, the way they identify me as the person who says that I am so and so is by asking me my date of birth, my social insurance number. Becomes easy for the government to give you or offer you services. So the tax code or the taxes, in terms of taxes, I just wanted to say that I like the way, even though, what is his name? The guy Moses who left here, even though he was, disputing the proposal of the president about taxes, I like the way he said that we are clustered in terms of tax brackets. So, Makiadi, let me answer you this question. You were asking, how is mtu wa boda boda going to pay taxes? The rule is whether you are making zero. Even in Kenya is like that. Whether you are making, tax compliance means whether you're making money or not, you must return taxes as nil if you didn't make any money. But if you make money, for example, then you are clustered in a tax bracket. Maybe you are making 0 to 5,000 a year. Maybe you're making 15,000 to 30,000 a year. Maybe you're making 100,000 a year. So by so doing, that is why, and this language, maybe the people in Kenya most of the people might not understand when many politicians on the Western countries argue that the middle class should help the people that are at the bottom to elevate them through tax paying, because the middle class, they pay more taxes, which would mean that the middle class would afford the services through the taxes that those people who are down here are looking for. So the idea of taxes is not bad. I think what is killing our country is corruption. We have every idea that we have is good. Collecting taxes is not bad. Every citizen should pay taxes. If you don't make money, it's not a crime. You can do nil taxes. The government doesn't penalize you for not paying taxes. You do nil returns. But at the same time, if you are employed as a standard employee meaning that you are earning a salary, then it is not your responsibility to do the taxes. Maybe in other countries, they give you an option where you are paid all your money and then you can do taxes on your own. But most countries, they would prefer, they deduct all the taxes, everything, and they give you a certain amount after deducting taxes. It's mandatory. But also there's contractors or self-employed who also have a different tax code. So these people, at the end of the day, the whole idea is to give the government an idea of how much revenue are we collecting, who is evading paying taxes. the problem with Kenya is that even those who are at the top, they corrupt their ways and they end up not paying taxes. And that is where our problem is. Perhaps what we need to tell the president is to stop telling us to pay taxes or to increase taxes before they fix the systems to make sure that everybody, up to including him, must pay their taxes. By so doing, we will increase our revenue through tax collection. That is one way the government collects revenue, and we cannot, reprimand the president when he's trying to put emphasis by telling Kenya Revenue Authority that they should be customer-centric, meaning they should be able to connect with the people and make sure, connect with the people, meaning also with the other businesses, to make sure that they have made it easier for everyone to pay the taxes. And lastly, when the government collects revenue through taxes, when they know who is paying, then the government, through, maybe in Kenya we have Kenya Bureau of Statistics, then it becomes easier for the government to plan and execute or roll out services to mwananchi, because they know the kind of revenue that they have. And lastly, there is this thing that I don't like. Before I finish about taxes and the social insurance number, it's good Nani came back, Ndeto. My daughter, my kids, they have a social insurance. When they get around 14 years or so, they start working. And when they work, they pay taxes. The culture of paying taxes is inculcated in them at the earliest, so that they become responsible citizens, because they can see that the taxes that they're paying is worthy the money they're paying, because they can receive the services. So for me, I don't see anything bad for us to have identity, but there is redundancy in us introducing, in the government introducing very many numbers that confuse Kenyans. If we are going to stick by Huduma, let us stick by Huduma and connect everything. If we are going to stick by KRA PIN, let us stick by it and make sure that KRA is efficient. And lastly, there is this stigma for, to Kenyan leaders, or I've seen this more in African governments, that if I'm the president of the Republic of Kenya, then my kids should not be seeking for employment. My kids should not be entitled or looking for privileges or to do business in Kenya because, oh, your dad is a president. I think that is misinformed. If you look at the Bill of Rights and you look at Chapter 4 of the Constitution, it gives everyone the freedom of movement, the freedom to leave the country and return, the freedom to own property, the freedom to trade anywhere in Kenya. So that does not exempt the children of the presidents of the Republic of Kenya. Please, let us not stigmatize them. I think what we need to start looking at is, if they have been offered an employment, do they have merits? Do they have what it takes to be hired in that position? Number one. Number two, if they are doing business, are they given these tenders because of favor from their father? Is their father influencing in any way for them to be given the tenders? But if they are following the right procedure to be given tenders, I think we should treat them like any other Kenyan. Let me stop there. But Themba, thank you for coming. I have not seen you for so many times. I hope that you are coming here as well after a very long time. Man, I miss you. I miss you because you're very sober. One of the debaters here that I usually enjoy listening and learning from. So it is good to see you. I don't know why Themba is running away, but Mato, thank you for emphasizing that. You do have, yes, you do have your driver's license.
Miss, I think you made
I've
your
finished,
point.
I've finished. But
You're repeating yourself again.
No. Just 1 minute. You do have your driver's license. You do have your other identification, but primarily what puts you different from any other person who might duplicate your driver's license out there is your social insurance number or social security number that is unique. I like the way you emphasized. Let us be honest with
And
that.
it's okay. And in Kenya's case, what would make you unique? Is it your ID number? Is it your KRA PIN number? What makes somebody unique in terms of?
We've not established what makes us unique. If it's a birth certificate, you can get one at River Road that looks, you know, it's sad.
Okay, let me move to Guru. Guru.
Yes, Mr. Makiadi. How are you? How are you?
Salama, endelea Guru. Salama. Tunakusikia.
Yes, I can see. I've listened to Mise, and I wonder whether he lives in this country. There's too much theory, assumptions, and things that are not grounded on the reality on the ground. However, anyway, maybe he's living in a country where systems work and work well. We are far from that, Mr. Mise, and maybe you'll get where you are talking about with time. Now, Kazi ni Kazi. You know, at first, people who castigated Kazi kwa vijana, I think did not understand the concept behind that that work. Initially, people would think it is a waste of money to have youth clean up the environment and so on. But beyond there, beyond that work they do, is an attempt by the government to put money in the hands of as many youths as possible to fight crime and also connect with the youth, even as they wait for decent jobs. What is now happening is laughable, because when you say that the same youth will go for Mjengo, that Mjengo, is it cutting across the country? No. Kazi kwa vijana cut through all the, I think they are called what? At the lowest level of the sub chief. So I think basically what we are having now is someone who wants to roll back all the programs that were put in place by Uhuru Kenyatta for whatever reason. He doesn't seem to have anything positive to say about what was happening or has been happening for the last 10 years, despite the fact that he himself was a deputy president for these years. So what I can see is a frustration for the youth, and the frustration levels are getting higher and higher every day. The youth are losing every single day of pronouncement, and there are those who have even started saying it's better Uhuru Kenyatta. Because when you look at what was promised and what is being delivered is completely different. They take an issue of even the so-called Hasra Fund, which is coming in December. That's what we are told. The initial announcement and pronouncement was that this will be a zero interest loan. But now we hear it's going to be an interest loan, which will hover around 7 to 9%. That is a reversal of what had been promised to the youth, and they are taking note. These gadgets we are having, these internet we are having, is a record keeper. So you can't escape. There is no way you will tell lies out there and then come to talk something else different. They are taking note. So it is unfortunate that the youth, everything that they were promised seemed to be being delivered in a different way from what they were promised. Even the little gain they had in the former government has been snatched from them. It may look like it's a joke, but there are youths who have been relying on the Kazi kwa Vijana program. I don't know whether that is how it is called. And the consequent result has been that crime rates have gone down in slum areas because youths have something to hold on, which now will not be the case. So I don't know how the government will handle that one. Politics of doublespeak. This is now the greatest problem that we are having right now. One of the most admired things about the former president, Uhuru Kenyatta, and the predecessor, Mwai Kibaki, they were very, very forthright in what they were telling the public. You not tell the public today, you tell them this, tomorrow you tell them another thing. So for the first time, we are having a situation where we don't know what tomorrow's pronouncement will be from the topmost office. A very sad affair, if you ask me. Now, I think you have also seen there is a trending story that has been going around that the daughter of our president has been going across the country in all the counties. Mise finds no problem with that. But if he can take just a bit of time and think the implications, I think he will be of a different idea. Because what was called state capture is what now is taking shape, and there's consequences we do not know where it will end. That is why it is highly discouraged for people who have connections, or they come from big families, or the children of the civil servants, to be careful when they engage with government business in terms of procurement and tendering and so on, because there are people, according to the public service, there is something called conflict of interest. You cannot compete equally because of the power that you hold. You cannot compete equally with the hustler in Isiolo or Nairobi or Meru when you are actually a child of one of those top officials. But Mise, I heard he has no problem with that. I don't know which country he is living in, but in Africa, here where we are, Kenya particularly, that's a very serious matter. We know what happens. Thank you very much, Makiandi.
Safi Guru, naona asante kwa kuchangia kwako. Naona Ndemba ameingia hapa baada ya sabbatical. Karibu brother. It's been a while.
Thank you, Makiadi, that of Mr. Guru. Mr. When you start praising me, I look back. Am I okay? Sipendi sana ukinisifu wewe. Yeah, Makiadi, it's been a while. Mimi nimekuja ku give just before I'm kicked out.
Yeah, we
I
miss
don't
you,
know what's happening.
Temba. You should be coming more often.
I don't know why Miss is kicking me out many times, but let me try and give my 2 cents before you guys
Anasema
close.
tunafuliza. Someone alikuwa anasema tu.
Now he's gone again, eh? Mani wewe umemtupa nje Mise.
Hapana, walisema nani anafuliza ndio maana anakona hizo shida.
Yeah, but I think as we wait for Ndemba to come back, Mise, you've tried to avoid our question here about the ID. And I think all of us...
Which ID are you talking about?
The ID that we're talking about in terms of consolidating all the numbers into one ID. I think all of us agree that, Kenyans are, so to speak, overtaxed with numbers, because people have a PIN number, KRA PIN number, they have an ID, you have a birth certificate that has a number, you have so many documents, with the different numbers. I think it was a good idea. If at all we had a system whereby we could consolidate all these numbers into one document, so that instead of you going to buy land and producing your ID, and on top of your ID producing your KRA PIN, and then somebody asks you to produce another document, a copy of your ID, if we can have a system whereby, and this is what I'm saying, it helps a lot for a government that is trying to consolidate how it collects taxes. But from where I stand right now, and this is what I'll maintain saying here, if the government thinks that by issuing every person that has an ID with a KRA PIN that it's going to increase its tax base, then they'll be lying to themselves. I am not very sure, and I don't see any means that this government will enforce this thing of paying taxes, if at all their only solution is to make sure that the person that has an ID also has a KRA PIN. And the reason why I'm saying this, we know, and everybody agrees here, that many people do not pay their taxes, from the wealthy to the person who is down there. Many people do not pay their taxes. If it is a culture that is instilled in us that if you pay your taxes, then the government utilizes your taxes to build for you good schools, to build for your children good schools, to build for you good roads, that is something to do with the culture that is being instilled in a community, and that happens all over the Western countries. It is not like mtu anasema usipolipwa taxes we will come for you. Of course, they have other laws and means where they use to retrieve their taxes for those people that don't comply. But you should bring this thing to an extent that people understand that taxes are the ones that make a country look better. Taxes are the ones that makes a country government provide better services to its citizenry, and that is what we are saying. I'm looking at a Kenya Kwanza government and the UDA in general, the UDA government, and I think these people have no idea of what they're saying. Sometimes I listen even to the president talking, and I ask, is this guy practical in what he's saying? Is this just what we call textbook ideologies, the ones that we talk about here, tukisema Devin D? It looks like Devin D is the one who writes the speeches to the president, because the things that the president speaks at, sometimes if you go down and start analyzing some of these things, they don't make sense at all. How do you tell people ati sijui Tanzania sijui inauza base stamp sijui vitu kiasi gani? I don't know, Guru, kama ulisikia your statement. I'm asking myself, huyu anasema nini? He is comparing Kenya and Tanzania, but Ndemba is back here. Wacha kwanza nitaendelea hopefully.
Kabla Ndemba akuje, unajua nini? Richie, you know there's a big problem here. This guys thinks that watu wanadhani wakituwekea vitu kama hizo taxes, like we don't want to pay the taxes. We will pay the taxes. We will always pay the taxes. Sijielewa ni nini wanadhani kama hatutaki kulipa taxes, tutalipa taxes.
Safi Mato, Ndemba endelea, labda utadrop tena. Nasikia kuna mtu anasema hapa unafululiza, sijui kama mnajuana.
Wachana na wambea, wachana nao, wamelipwa hao kuja kuniharibia jina, lakini hapana iko
November, jina yako lazima iharibiwe. It's been a long time, man. It's been a long time bwana, acha kupotea hivyo.
Yeah, asante Mato, and naona Moses pia yuko hapa, Guru na wengine. Siendi sasa. Sijui nini mbaya, ni Mise alikuwa karibu hanipendi sana, lakini si vibaya. Nilikuwa nataka kusema jambo moja kuhusu the issue of taxes. I think post-election, one of the things we need to do is now to look broadly into the government in place and try and, in my own view, I say we positively criticize, because whether it's bad or good, it's going to affect all of us, those who voted, those who didn't vote, and even those who never voted for them. So that having said that, the concept, I had Mato talk about Huduma number and stuff like that. Now, if you go back to the genesis and the background information about the Huduma number thing, it goes back to David D. Now, David D's wife was contracted, actually was headhunted by Uhuru to come. She actually sold the idea to the government through Ndi that about the Huduma thing. So she left a plum job to come and have it implemented in Kenya. But as soon as she started that, the bureaucrats in the government ran away with the thing and they stole it from her. That is the genesis of Ndi and Uhuru's departure. And Ndi had never forgiven Uhuru from that time. And when you see it coming back again right now, especially in terms of increasing the tax base, is it the question probably we need to ask, is it a good thing to increase the tax base? There are people who are evading tax who should be paying tax. Is there a way that you can maximize? There's a statement that he spoke about where the collection of taxes across, the countries in East Africa is being done in such a way that is helping those countries, Uganda, Tanzania. In Kenya, what are the loopholes that are making us not have as many people should paying taxes, and those people who are evading taxes, what can be done about them? So to that extent, I think it's a good conversation that we need to have. And I know they're also struggling with the idea that they say they don't want to borrow money from outside. So that means what? They have to look at alternative ways of collecting revenue so that they can fund the projects that they talked about. So I imagine that is what they're trying to do in terms of trying to increase the tax base. Now, what is the net effect of that? They probably need to sit down. In my view, sit down and instead of having piecemeal pronouncements in different meetings, come up with a policy. Like when you say we are going to work, we are going to tell these people, already find systems within the government to implement those policies. Policy statements and government policy-led policy statements works better than thought process that are coming out in piecemeal in meetings like it did today. So if it was a policy statement that has been, issues like taxes, the government policy that you come up with, you say that we have given a directive, I've directed KRA, I've directed. Where is the part of the ministry concerned? Where is the part of you have a cabinet sitting. So there could have been a cabinet sitting and come up with this policy statement that will guide across. That for me, I found as a loophole that required a bit of probably their cabinet sitting down, coming up with policy statements that is going to guide the management of even revenue collection across board. Because collection of revenue, paying of taxes is something that every Kenyan should be looking forward and enjoying to do. But we have had situations where we have tax evaders, including Keroche, one who is a senator right now, who evaded taxes. And I've had conversations across many people who have done that. And I think Ruto is aware of that, So that for me is a good thing. Another thing that probably would be a line of thought is as you want to increase the tax base, you also want to increase the ability of those people to pay taxes. Because Mr. talked about filing nil taxes. That will be an option for many people, especially who could have had affiliation to the Kenya Kwanza, because some of them said they didn't have any work they were doing. So do you want to increase a tax base and then you have nil taxes being filed across board? That is not what you want to do. So increasing also, talking about creating those jobs, increasing the productivity. And then, of course, as you increase the productivity, then also now you increase the collection of revenue. You can't collect from someone who has nothing to give you. So if they are the same ones who are crying that they do not have sources of income, they have, they are ravaged by, the pressures of life in terms of meeting their normal needs. So now when you're going to tell the same person that I want to increase from what you are getting right now, I want to increase NHIF, I want to increase NSSF, I want to increase the taxes, I want to increase. So you're trying to squeeze the person more, but you're not increasing whatever it is that they're getting. That, as someone I think Guru talked about, in the long run might be a precursor for another conversation along the line of is this what we were looking for? But paying taxes and increasing the tax base, putting systems to block tax evasion, having people to know that paying taxes is a responsibility that you can inculcate to the mwananchi across down. I know that's a loophole that has been there in our country, and because it has not been addressed doesn't mean it shouldn't be addressed. So if it is something that can be addressed right now, is good. I know Mato talked about the idea of having the PIN. I know there was a time that we were told everybody in 18 years and above was to be having a PIN in Kenya, a PIN number. So a PIN number, I think it is Kibaki's time that was made compulsory for everybody. So Kibaki's time, yeah. So PIN number, in fact, even when you're going to be employed, they ask you what's your PIN number. for purposes of. I think the idea was to make it, purposes of taxing, paying of taxes. But most companies deduct even those taxes they do not remit. They deduct NHIF, they do not remit. They deduct NSSF, they do not remit. So we have a system problem that needs to be addressed. I think is a good idea. Yes, it's a good idea that we need to increase the tax base. Do I agree with the approach? No, I don't think we want to have a president giving piecemeal information. You don't know when the next time when they're having a meeting, what next they'll be talking about. We don't want to be looking for information when they're participating. We need to have a situation where you have now this one is for Mise, and if we can communicate. You need to have the State of the Nation address every maybe once in a month. And in those places, those times, you address policy issues. You say, moving forward, this is what is going to happen. That way you look like you're a little bit organized, not left, right, and center. In this meeting, you go, you address NHIF. You move from here, you go to this meeting, you address NSSF. You go to this meeting, you address. It's a recipe for chaos. You might be so organized, you might have the greatest of ideas, but the manner in which you serve it might create kind of the reactions and uncertainty that we are likely to see. But over and above all, I think it's a good thing. I get it back to Richard Makiadi.
Richie, if at the risk of being thrown out,
Mato leo
at the risk
unaniangusha
of
bwana. Sasa ukifungua microphone alafu ujiexcuse iseme risk ya kuwa thrown out, ni kama unaniambia nitupe nje kwanza, lakini lazima niongee. Ngoja kwanza, there's a lot of feedback. Thank you Ndemba for that contribution. I think there are so many people who would want to speak and react to that, but also we are looking at the time. So I'll do this. I'll play a video here, short video clip fupi kabisa. Alafu sasa I think tutakuwa na closing comments. I think it's almost saa 8 ya usiku. So dakika moja tu, hii ni fupi sana.
Vision which is aimed at ensuring that by the year 2030, which is only 8 years away, we raise the percentage of manufacturing contribution to GDP to 20%, up from 7%. And this we have to do. I've told Raju and the board and everyone that manufacturing is your business, but it's our business as government also. So I intend, starting from this week, Raju, from next week, every week, I am going to have a meeting with each of your 14 sectors so that you can be able to look at. So that by mid-January, we will cover all sectors, a deep dive, not just a meeting, not just a breakfast. Yeah? We do a deep dive for pharmaceuticals, for agro-processing, for leather, for all these things. A proper deep dive to ensure how can we be competitive in all our sectors. I don't know where this, how did we end up here when we start complaining that we are getting imports from Uganda, which are finishing our farmers. We are used when we were growing up to Uganda complaining about Kenya. Now we are even complaining about Tanzania. We have to stop this culture of complaining and really look down at our competitiveness. If you are not competitive, don't expect mercy from the government of Kenya. The government of Kenya can support you in any ways, except if you are not competitive.
Aya, hiyo ni waziri wa trade, and I also wanted to highlight this picture here. I think this picture summarizes all that we were talking about. That is Margaret Kobia. I don't know if she was the best performing minister, but you can see in competency as a scholar in our country handing over public service. Public service is supposed to be a ministry that actually represents, the professionals we have in our government, which will be headed now by a person who said in parliament that she needs to be congratulated for getting a D-. But those are the insanities that we have reached as a country. I hope she performs. Let me talk briefly about the video that I played. I think these are the same people that were telling us that the country has been captured by dynasties. Unfortunately, right now, they do not know. Moses Kuria anasema hajui tulifika hapa namna gani mahali tulikuwa tuna complain. And they are the same people. Last month, walikuwa natuambia mambo ya dynasties capture economy. So right now they are telling us the government will not be having mercy. The government will not have mercy if you are not competitive enough. So we should not be complaining about competition from Uganda and Tanzania. Hayo machache. Wacha nione kama tutaanza kuchukua closing comments, na nitaanza na wewe Moses kwa sababu naona umeinua mkono.
Yes. Thank you guys. Thank you Temba, nice seeing you. Morning. And yeah, sisi imefika jioni saa 11 naelekea saa 12 jioni. So one thing I'm happy about hii regime ya President Ruto, that it has not let me down. Haijani let down. Everything I expected they're doing. One of the things I thought that Ruto will implement bottom up by making the people at the lowest level of the pyramid walipe ushuru. Hiyo amefanya. So mimi chenye naweza uliza hii regime, they should ensure that wale mama mboga na bodaboda wenye wako wanasikia maneno walipe ushuru, na wasipolipe ushuru awafunge ndani au mabodaboda na mama mboga. Those people must pay taxes 100%. Au mimi asiwabembeleze, awaweke hata ndani, awachape kabisa. You awasikii maneno walikuwa wanasema ni hustlers. Those hustlers must pay. They must pay and they will pay the taxes so that Ruto will get whatever, ili Ruto apate pesa. Hiyo ndio venye walikuwa wanataka. Number 2, if you look at the state of affairs currently in Kenya, it's very sad. And one of the things that people struggle with is when you want to give money to someone, when you want to give money to people, giving money to a corrupt regime, it's so hard. I think that is one thing that people are struggling with. Wakisikia ati tulipe ushuru, it's not people wataki, but wamejua pesa yao inaibiwa. Yeah, I think people do struggle with that. The biggest problem tuko nayo ni political correctness. Watu wanaangalia wewe uko kwa mrengo gani. So let's say a good example is Mise hata serikali ifanye nini, atakuwa na support juu he wants to be, he is realigning towards the government, so he wants to appear that he's politically correct. I think hiyo ndio maana saa zingine waka nasema hata hii historia nini, because the same people, both the narrative saizi wanataka kulia, the same wenye waliwapea, the same Ruto wenye walikuwa wanasema huyu ni asla, tunataka kupigana na dynasty, sasa anaweka hao maaslas walipe hiyo ushuru. This guy is going to ensure that even the small money yenye mtu amekutumia hiyo kidogo, hiyo M-Pesa, hiyo pia utalipa ushuru. So where we are heading, people need to reflect. People need to take a step back, everyone to reflect. Hii serikali itaumiza kila mtu, si ati sio watu wenye uko nasema Azimio kama si ndio wataumia. Sana wale wenye walikuwa na hopes na hii serikali ndio wataumia, wale mahaslas ndio wataumia zaidi. Juu sisi tulishatoa roho. Sisi hata saizi wafanye nini, we don't care. Hata waseme, in fact walete hiyo pesa, hiyo asla walipe. Hustlers wanalipa hiyo kitu na uchungu. Sisi tumezoea, sisi tumekaa ngumu. So yeah, we are not expecting much from Ruto, because all he's doing is trying. The biggest problem in Yakunayo is trying to reinvent the wheel. Anything that Uhuru touched ni kama ataki, mara amecancel it, enda mara amecancel it, but you cannot reinvent the wheel. You cannot. So acha tu we will see penye atafika na hiyo kitu yake. Otherwise acha niachie wengine. Thank you. Yeah, thank you guys.
Haya, sawa Moses, sijui ukiongea mambo ya mise kukatalia kutetea serikali, I think maybe huko unajua kuna mtu alikuwa anaitwa mwenda zake JJ Kamodho. Sijui kama unamkumbuka JJ Kamodho. JJ Kamodho hata akiletewa kiatu namba 15 aambiwe na baba vaa, anasema baba, kama umeniletea kiatu na umesema itanitosha, itanitosha. So there are those people in every government, but reality will hit them hard. Wacha niruke kwa Guru. Are you there Guru? Haya, Guru ni kama ametoweka. Mise.
Thank you very much. First of all, let me say that I am being misrepresented here. My character is being misrepresented. This thing is very applicable. Kionda kwa Orengo, akienda kwa Junet Mohammed, Babu Wino, they do the same thing. So this is not about Kamotho. This is about people who look for bread and butter. But you see, I'm not looking for any bread and butter from William Ruto. I'm okay where I am, and sitaki kutajirika sana. I can afford food. That's all I want. Now, that being said, Moses, before you left, you actually misrepresented facts about the president being unconstitutional. I just wanted to correct you that the president has acted within the mandate that is charged to him as the president. And if you look at Article 152, right, and 153, the president has not reinvented any will and has not acted out of violated the Constitution. And let me remind you that the president, under Article 152, is mandated to nominate not less than 14, not more than 22 cabinet secretaries. If he wants to call them black and red, assign them duties, it is within his preserve to do so. So for you to have said that the president acted out of the, against the Constitution and is in violation of the Constitution was misleading. I just wanted to remind you. And I wanted to say that we as the country must be open to change, however radical the change might appear. The truth is, it is like sometimes people come to celebrate. They're waiting for William Ruto to fail so that they can justify and validate their opinion and thinking about William Ruto. When William Ruto fails, we fail as a nation. It's important that we know that, and that we should stop spectating his failure and anticipate that we become successful as a nation. I think when during the address of yesterday, Google CEO, I think she mentioned something very important, that when she was appointed to come to Kenya, one of the things that was remarkable is that Kenya is or will be a tech leading country in Africa. This is something that you not think about 20 years ago. But when we were open-minded in 2007, 2008 to 2009, the infrastructure, infrastructure, the cable, the underwater cable that were laid, the fiber optic project, when we were open to it, look at where Kenya is technologically. It was a risk that we took, but Mzee Kenyatta, no, Mzee Mwai Kibaki believed in the technocrats and they delivered. Now, that being said, let me also tell you something. Kenya and Canada, and I want Guru to hear this very much. Guru thinks I'm a persona non grata, or thinks that I'm a foreigner in Kenya. You know, Mr. Guru, Kenya and Canada has enjoyed a political and economical relationship since 1963. And that means it has been Canada and Kenya has been working with Kenya School of Public Administration, Pale Ruaraka, which is in charge of policy formulation, you know, if you know, to develop and formulate policies around political, economical, immigration, and all that. And so if Canada is successful in certain areas with a country that they work so closely and enjoy good relationship, and Canada is a very successful country, why wouldn't Kenya Bora live from a country, from systems that have been tested and found to work in order not to reinvent? Now, that being said, I also want to tell you that the government, and I think maybe to Makiadi, not Makiadi, but Themba, I agree with what you're saying. I think by realizing that the government, the president has good intentions of trying to diversify and elevate the standard of living from garbage collection mtaani to kazi ya Mjengo. People kind of dismiss Mjengo kama kazi kidogo, you know. I highlighted the areas of Mjengo, what it entails, from plumbing, electrical, you know, all networking and all that, you know, name them. All those will create jobs. I think what the president is trying to do is to lay and collect information, and that is what happens in policy making. You identify a problem, you collect information, you allocate the budget, you roll out the policy, then you implement. After rolling out the implementation, you evaluate whether it is working as intended. If it's not working, you retire it, or if it's working, you promote it. So what I think the president is doing is great. When he says that he's collecting all our information to be able to know who is who, then as soon as we roll out and give out these jobs to these young men and young women and anyone, any Kenyan who is able to work in that industry, of course, even lawyers will work in this industry, engineers, doctors, everyone will work in this construction industry. That will mean when we start collecting revenue, when we start paying people, we will know, Mato, we paid you $100, 100 shillings. You, out of that 100 shillings, we want either 1% of the money that we paid you. This way, it will be easier for us to know that we paid you. So I think it's a great thing, and we should embrace that. And lastly, I think I agree with what even Mtembei hata yeye alisema jana, akaambia Ruto, akasema he was on the other side, but now he sees the light that the president is, you know, now they can work together in promoting, and he actually requests the president that if we could have affordability in terms of internet connection, that every youth can empower himself, can through the smartphones that they have. By so doing, let us also, constructive criticism is good. What that means is that we will remove toxicity and start believing in the systems that that are being rolled out, and by so doing, it will help us grow. Now, let me finish that. I was told once that it is very difficult to advise a woman who is in love, even when she's being abused. I would also think and extend this thinking that it's very difficult to convince an Azimio diehard because they are in love with something or with a certain set of policies that would have worked, but then now they don't have a position to work. Now the position, the people who have the power to approve, reject, commission or decommission the project is the President of the Republic of Kenya. If he has that power, I think we should be positive and say, you are the leader, we are going to support you, but we are not going to support corruption. We are going to support you, but we are not going to support roadside declaration. If we are going to support this roadside declaration, it means you are going ahead. We know, and that's what I wanted to mention, Makiadi, that Themba, that you know that the president, all the cabinet secretaries, the decisions that they make must be in writing. And if the decisions must be in writing, it also means that they must report to the president and parliament. So if this is the person who has appointed you, it means Ruto goes ahead and preempts what the cabinet secretaries are doing. I think he needs to desist and sit back and push his agenda from his cabinet cabinet secretary, so that it doesn't look like Ruto is manipulating everything. He can push his agendas through the people that he has nominated. Thank you very much. I think let me stop there.
Aya, asante sana. Wacha niende kwa Guru briefly.
Yes, the panel. In my closing remarks, I would want to say that it is always good for a government to first acknowledge what has been done by the past governments and build on them if they make sense, modify them, and generally make them better. But you cannot have a situation where you disrupt everything and throw everything over the board. It may end up being a serious matter, even for the population. I'm talking that